Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 601. Do you have a boyfriend? Inside Blackie's mental world. Go. I'm sorry. As a sign of my apology, I will give you this. Guys, you take yours out too. Yes, the Blackie family was apologizing to the souls within the world's energy. The number of souls was roughly 1 million. Due to their resentment, their eyes were blood red. And then, munch. Munch. The million souls were happily eating the yellow food that the Blackie family had given them. It was the Blackie family's soul food, roasted and dried sweet potato slices. It wasn't just called soul food for nothing. The dried sweet potato provided greater comfort to the souls than the Blackie family's apology itself. One piece of Sejun's dried sweet potato was so full of spiritual energy that it could be shared among thousands of souls. And thanks to all the dried sweet potatoes they had diligently eaten over time, the Blackie family was able to give one piece to each of the million souls. The fact that they were giving out the dried sweet potatoes made by Sejun was proof enough of their sincerity in apologizing, but the Blackie family didn't stop there. We are truly sorry for harming you. We are sorry. They bowed their heads to each soul, offering a heartfelt apology. Of course, there were moments when they wondered if they really needed to go this far. I want to stay with my butler for a long time. But the moment they thought of Sejun, those doubts vanished completely. The Blackie family continued to sincerely apologize to the souls, and, I forgive you. I'll forgive you. One by one, the souls began to forgive the Blackie family. SRRKK. At the same time, a red energy seeped out from the souls who had forgiven the Blackie family, and their eyes returned to their original color. The souls who had forgiven them then returned to the world's energy. Before they knew it, the number of souls who had forgiven the Blackie family had exceeded 10,000. Sejun's suggested daily quota was 100 souls. However, after the first apology, the thought of limiting themselves to just 100 souls per day had long disappeared from the Blackie family's minds. And so, when the number of forgiven souls surpassed 100,000, gurgle! The red energy that had seeped out from the souls gathered in midair, forming a grotesque shape. At the same time, within the mass of dark red energy mucus, eyes, nose, and mouth weren't in their proper places. They continuously moved independently, staring at the Blackie family in turn. Coo. If you are so sorry, you shouldn't have done anything to be sorry for in the first place. A presence that flicked its tongue mockingly. Judging by the way it licked its tongue every time it spoke, it was a snake. SLLRP. The snake, lacking strength, struggled to maintain its form, constantly collapsing. Its taunts, weak as they were, should have been immediately erased by the Blackie family. But the Blackie family couldn't say a word. Their bodies froze like ice as they stared at the snake. They weren't overwhelmed by the weak snake before them, but rather by the immense power of its true form beyond it. They had never seen a being with such enormous power before. WHORU? Blackie desperately forced the words out. Coo. I am the one born with the beginning, the one who envies and hates, the one who whispers doubt into all things, the one who sows distrust, the one who awakens hidden natures, the one who leads to downfall. I am corruption. Corruption answered in a sticky, wet voice. Coo. Do you really think this will absolve you of all your sins? Are you sure your master has truly accepted you as family? Maybe he's just using you and plans to throw you away later. It's obvious he's trying to bind you under the pretense of family. Corruption whispered in a sinister and ominous voice, attempting to plant seeds of doubt in the Blackie family's hearts. Butler would never do that. That's right. Sejun Nim would never do such a thing. Don't slander Sejun Nim, the Blackie family shouted back, denying and rejecting the voice. However, the whispers did not cease and continued to creep into their minds. Fearful of corruption's whispers, the Blackie family instinctively began to step back. And then, Blackie suddenly realized that he had been pushed to the very edge of his mental world. There was nowhere left to run. At that moment, fwat! Like the sky opening up and the clouds parting, a dazzling golden light began to shine upon the Blackie family, gradually expanding its reach. Ugh! Corruption recoiled, retreating to avoid the golden light. However, before long, the entire mental world of Blackie was bathed in the golden glow. Coo. What a shame. If only I had a little more time. Touched by the golden light, corruption turned into black ash and vanished. Dawn on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. It was a time when everyone was asleep, except for Peace Bays. King. Blackie? Sejun woke up at the sound of Blackie whimpering. Is he having a nightmare? Gently stroking Blackie's belly, he tried to soothe him. At that moment, Flap. Flap. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, why are you awake? Peacebays, who had been playing outside alone, heard Sejun's voice and flew over. Blackie seems to be having a nightmare. He keeps whimpering. Sejun continued to stroke Blackie's belly as he spoke. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, I'll help too. Rockabye my dear little brother. Peacebays quietly approached and started singing next to Blackie, helping the Blackie family sleep peacefully. A little while later, King. The sound of Blackie's whimpering gradually faded, and then, Kirarong, Emrarong, Kirurung. The Blackie family snored soundly in deep sleep. And then, Kuru. Still stroking Blackie, Sejun also dozed off, snoring while sitting. Pip pip. If you sleep like that, your neck will hurt in the morning. Watching this with concern, Peacebays carefully laid Sejun down on the bed. Peacebays' healing technique. Squish and squish. Imitating Theo's healing technique, Peacebays started kneading Sejun's face. Why he was massaging the face when the problem would be the neck, only Theo himself could understand. The next morning. All right then, I'll leave things to you, Master Bo. Payak. Sejun Nim, leave it to me. After greeting Bochi, Sejun and his group prepared to descend the tower. Originally, only Theo was supposed to go down. However, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, should I bring Garina back in 3 hours? Meow. For Theo, who hated being away from Sejun for long, the absolute maximum he could endure was about an hour. No. You need to stay at least a week before coming back. Meow. That's too long. Meow. That's way too long. Meow. Then Chairman Park should come too. Meow. All right, let's go together. To buy some time, Sejun decided to accompany him. While they were at it, he also planned to look for a proper bride candidate for Master Bo, one with luxuriant black fur. Introducing Garina to Master Bo felt so morally wrong that even Sejun, whose conscience wasn't exactly pristine, couldn't go through with it. If I take Garina to him, I might get excommunicated by Master Bo. Thus, Sejun set off to find a suitable bride candidate for Bochi. Meanwhile, Payak. Sejun number 3 Nim, you need to swing like this. Bochi was passionately teaching swordsmanship to Sejun number 3. Poohoo Hut. Am I finally going to escape being single? Bochi daydreamed about the bride Sejun would bring back for him. Earth, all right. Christmas should be completely over by now, right? As he exited the Black Tower, Kyungchul grinned. Single Kyungchul had deliberately stayed in the tower for 3 extra days to avoid the Christmas atmosphere. Of course, Christmas had somewhat infiltrated the Black Tower, leading to a few troublesome incidents. However, it was actually good because time passed quickly while he was busy moving his body, as Kyungchul walked through the streets of Gangnam after leaving the tower. However, the street wasn't the atmosphere Kyungchul had expected. No. It wasn't the world Kyungchul knew. 25% discount sale in celebration of Santa's birth. For those who didn't receive a gift from Santa Sejun, today only, buy one, get one free. Earth was in full celebration, rejoicing over the birth of Santa. At that moment, BZZZ. Kyungchul's smartphone vibrated in his pocket. It wasn't Kyungchul's smartphone, it was a gift from Santa Sejun. Hello? As Kyungchul answered the call. Hello, I'm the owner of this phone. Would it be possible for me to pick it up now? I'm near Gangnam Station. A woman's voice came from the other end. Oh, I'm near Gangnam Station too. Let's meet at exit 10. Sniff. Sejun, thank you. Grateful to Sejun, Kyungchul hurriedly ran toward Gangnam Station. You have arrived at the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Let's check out the shopping district first. Poohoo Hut. Sounds good. Meow. Krueng. King. Sejun and his companions decided to look for Bochi's bride candidate by setting up at the shopping street where there was the most foot traffic. Oh, this is delicious. Krueng. Dad, this one is tasty too. At a famous restaurant. Chairman Park, is my grilled fish ready yet? Meow. Almost done. Sejun had asked for permission from the shop owner and was grilling Theo's fish over a small brazier nearby. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. I want dried sweet potato. All right. Blackie claimed that a lot of dried sweet potatoes were necessary to properly apologize to the souls, an odd argument, but his body is still weak, so I should let him eat plenty. Since he had seen Blackie whimpering in his sleep at dawn, Sejun grabbed 2 handfuls of dried sweet potatoes and gave them to him. Chomp. 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 After the Blackie family eagerly munched on the dried sweet potatoes. King. King. King? Butler. I'm going to apologize now, so rub my belly. Keep watching me. Got it. Got it. Still feeling anxious, Blackie checked multiple times with Sejun before finally taking out the piece of the world's energy he had been holding onto since yesterday, putting it in his mouth, Kirarong, and fell asleep. As Sejun stroked Blackie's belly, he gazed out the window. At that moment, who? A black marmot with sleek black fur passed by. That's some luxurious black fur. Sejun quickly picked up Blackie and rushed outside. And, excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? He asked the black marmot. HMPH. As if. Momori doesn't have a boyfriend, but you're not Momori's type. The black marmot, Momori, scoffed as if disgusted that someone like him even dared to speak to her. As the daughter of the black marmot tribe's chieftain and the boss of the 96th floor, her pride was sky high. Well, you're not my type either. Sejun felt a surge of irritation but held back for Bochi's sake. No, not for me, I'd like to introduce you to someone else. HMPH. Momori doesn't want a boyfriend weaker than Momori. No worries. The one I want to introduce you to is incredibly strong. He. Our Bochi is a grand swordmaster. Fine, lead the way. All right. Sejun took Momori up to the 99th floor of the tower. And, Bochi, this is Momori. As Sejun introduced Momori to Bochi, Bochi's heart pounded wildly. Momori only acknowledges men stronger than her. Let's see if you have what it takes to be Momori's boyfriend. Bring it on. Payak. Bochi, eager to become the perfect boyfriend, went all out. Thwack! Thwack! And beat Momori mercilessly. Bochi, what the hell are you doing? Sejun was horrified by the sight. A moment later, Momori lost. Momori dusted herself off as she stood up. Surprisingly, she didn't seem too shaken by the defeat. Does this mean they're a couple? Sejun looked at Bochi and Momori with hopeful eyes. But then, Momori has realized something. Momori's boyfriend needs to be strong and handsome. Momori had just discovered her new standards for a boyfriend. But this guy? She glanced at Bochi and shook her head. Who? Momori, if you look closely at our Bochi. Sejun tried to step in for Bochi's sake, but no means no. Momori firmly shook her head and left the 99th floor. Turns out him being single for 300 years wasn't just a coincidence. Chapter 602, Should I Have Done It? 99th floor of the Black Tower. Bochi, who had been sitting on the floor with a miserable expression, brushed off his rear and stood up. And then, Kyuk. Sejun Nim, to be honest, Momori wasn't really my type either. He tried to act like he was fine while speaking to Sejun. 3 hours after Momori left. 3 hours after Momori had left. Master Bo, that's way too late. Sejun, seeing Bochi looking as if he was about to burst into tears at any moment, placed him on his palm, patted his head, and comforted him. Bochi, now consoled by Sejun. Kyuk! Kyuk! In times like these, it's all about training. Sejun number 3. Let's train together. He grabbed his sword and began training with Sejun number 3, who had been tirelessly swinging his sword for a while now. A little while later. Kyuk! Sejun Nim, I've attained enlightenment. Bochi moved his sword without even touching it. It was mind sword technique. Bochi, the hero of Hamk, the one who wields a single sword. He had reached a new level. Master Bo, congratulations! To think he could melt even the sorrow of heartbreak into swordsmanship. Does he get stronger the more he gets rejected? Sejun couldn't shake the feeling that Bochi had reached his current level thanks to his heartbreak. Just then, the dragon fruit with the ambiguous dragon park. Sejun's energy has gained a great enlightenment while using beginner magic swordsmanship. The dragon fruit with the ambiguous dragon park. Sejun's energy's enlightenment is transmitted to Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park. Sejun. The level of the beginner magic swordsmanship skill has increased by 3. Beginner magic swordsmanship has reached LV 9. A message appeared before Sejun. Sejun number 3, standing beside him, also seemed to have been influenced by Master Bo, as his beginner magic swordsmanship skill level had increased by 5 as well. He. Just a few more of Master Bo's heartbreaks, and my swordsmanship skill will shoot up in no time. Sejun grinned mischievously and began plotting ways to get Bochi rejected again. Meow? Chairman Park's face is getting ugly really fast, meow. Of course, Theo immediately gave him an intense needing therapy session. Let's eat dinner now. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Krueng. King. The group cheered at the mention of a meal. Sejun headed to the cooking area with his companions to prepare dinner. Master Bo, what would you like to eat? To celebrate Bochi's advancement, Sejun asked what he wanted to eat. Kyuk. Roasted peanuts. and maybe 2 roasted walnuts as well. Got it. In addition to the peanuts and walnuts Bochi requested, Sejun also added pine nuts and prepared some strawberries and green grapes as fruit, placing them in front of Bochi. And then, Quenji, isn't it delicious? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's delicious. Sejun and Quenji made honey garetioks for the first time in a while and enjoyed them together. Theo and the Blackie family had their usual meal of grilled fish and roasted and dried sweet potatoes, so the only one eating the same thing as Sejun was Quenji. After they all finished their delicious dinner, I'm so full. I ate too much, as Sejun patted his bloated belly and lay down on the bench. Poo-hoo hut, ku hey hey hey, ki-hit. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie climbed onto Sejun's body, each claiming their own spot. Kiuk, I'm heading back to train. Master Bo, saying he needed to solidify his enlightenment, returned to training with Sejun number 3. Wow! The sky looks amazing. Sejun admired the sky as it darkened into the night. Though he saw it every day, the sky always had a different look, occasionally offering breathtaking moments. As the night deepened and the sky was completely engulfed in darkness. 1, 2. Sejun began counting the number of stars he had placed in the sky. 19. A total of 19 stars were shining in the sky, combining the 12 zodiac stars and the 7 stars Sejun had placed later. Each star possessed unique powers, such as Ice Cube, Piercing, Blind, and Darkness. I wonder if I can use Starlink now? Sejun suddenly thought about his power Starlink while looking at the stars. Last time, he had passed out due to insufficient mental strength, but now, his mental strength had grown nearly tenfold compared to then. Well, if I fail, I'll just pass out again. Sejun had never been in danger of dying before, so this time, there was nothing to be afraid of. Determined to use his power, Sejun spoke. Starlink. He attempted to connect with a star that drew his attention. Power. Starlink connects with delicious. And then, Sejun Nim, hello. Along with delicious S voice, vast visual information began pouring into Sejun's mind. Sejun quietly analyzed the information flooding his mind. And then, tap. He lightly touched the end part of the dried sweet potato that Blackie had left while eating. Somehow, he had a conviction that touching that spot would make it more delicious. As soon as Sejun placed his hand on the dried sweet potato, King, Butler. That's the great Blackie's. I was saving it for later. Blackie, who had been sprawled on Sejun's chest, suddenly sprang up and bit into the dried sweet potato Sejun had touched. And then, King? Why does it taste so good? Blackie was baffled. Of course, it had been delicious before, but now it was even more delicious. King? Butler? What did you do? When the excited Blackie barked while looking at Sejun, only to find that Sejun had already fainted. Connecting to a star and using its power were entirely different matters. Meow? Chairman Park, when did you fall asleep? Meow. Quenji, let's move him together. Meow. Krueng. Theo lifted Sejun by his back, while Quenji hoisted his legs onto his head, and together, they carried him away. Meanwhile, Kihihit. Chomp. 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 Blackie perched atop Sejun's chest as they moved, happily munched on the now even more delicious dried sweet potato. A little while later, Gorarong. Kirarong. The quiet bedroom was soon filled with the sounds of Sejun, Theo, and the Blackie family snoring. Kiuk. Kiuk. No. Sejun number 3 Nim, you need to twist it a bit more here. Meanwhile, Bochi and Sejun number 3 burned the midnight oil, continuing their swordsmanship training. Inside Blackie's mental world. I'm sorry, we're sorry. As always, the Blackie family was diligently apologizing to the souls. Thanks to their continuous efforts, about 100,000 souls had now forgiven them. Garuruk. A red energy seeped out from the souls and began coalescing, manifesting another corruption. But this time, the Blackie family had already prepared a strategy to deal with it. Go. Mukboople. Yes. At Blackie's command, Mukboople quickly exited the mental world. 8 Shadow Ink clones. Pooh. Using his power, he created clones. Then, Mukboople propped up Sejun's sleeping body and pried his eyes open, directing his gaze toward Blackie. And in that moment, a golden light began to shine down into Blackie's mental world. That was it. Corruption could only be destroyed when it was within Sejun's line of sight. The reason? It was due to Sejun's title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning. The primordial power contained within the title obliterated the will of corruption. As the will of corruption vanished, Mukbupal gently laid Sejun back down and returned to Blackie's mental world. Sejun turned over and comfortably fell back into a deep sleep. The next day, you guys wait here for a bit. After stopping by the 10th tower to pick up the Destruction Devourer seed, Sejun stood before the dimensional gate and spoke. If Destruction Theo were to be born again like last time, it would only reduce the number of workers. Got it, meow. We'll follow in 10 seconds, meow. All right. As Sejun entered Earthworm first. Slosh. Slosh. 6 drops of destruction began transforming into Sejun's appearance. Welcome, everyone. While Sejun distributed Destruction Devourer seeds to the workers. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng, King, Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family rushed through the dimensional gate and ran towards Sejun. Who? 2 are missing? Sejun looked around and commented. The number of workers had decreased from 12 to 10. Kia. The Destruction Devourers explained to Sejun why 2 of them were missing. So, all of a sudden, Sejun number 2 and number 4 turned into blue droplets of water? What the heck? As Sejun frowned in confusion. Kia. One of the Destruction Devourers extended a leaf, revealing 2 transparent droplets of liquid. Tear of the incomplete Creator God. Why did purifying tears of destruction result in something like this? Blackie, what's the connection between destruction and the Creator God? King. The great Blackie is super busy these days. He has no time to play with you. While pushing away the Destruction Devourers that were clamoring for attention, Blackie responded to Sejun's question. Then, King. Of course. Destruction was originally supposed to be the next Creator God. Blackie answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. What? How was I supposed to know that? Even the dragons don't know that. Feeling unjustly belittled, Sejun immediately decided to discipline Blackie. Boop. Kihihit. Of course, the discipline turned out to be nothing more than blowing raspberries on Blackie's belly. Hoo. That was satisfying. Since his anger had subsided, it still counted as discipline. Pooh hut. Koo hey. Next, he blew raspberries on Theo and Quenji, both of whom had already presented their bellies in anticipation. Then, before he knew it, 5 destruction Sejuns had approached and were lying on their backs, exposing their bellies as well. It seemed their aggression had lessened quite a bit after being somewhat purified. Hey! Not you guys! Absolutely not! As Sejun recoiled in horror, the 5 destruction Sejuns drooped in disappointment and went back to planting seeds. After chasing away the destruction Sejuns. So you're saying the next Creator God is destruction? Sejun turned back to Blackie for clarification. King. Yep. How did that happen? King. I don't really know. One day, his personality started becoming a bit twisted, so we stopped playing with him. Then suddenly, he fell into corruption and became destruction. Yol. But I was right there when destruction became corrupted. I think that the corruption we saw might have been what corrupted destruction. The youngest of the Blackie family, Kabulto, cautiously shared his thoughts. Corruption? King. Yes. When we were apologizing to the souls, Blackie then explained to Sejun about the corruption they had witnessed. So, I have to just watch? So, my title had this kind of effect too. King. Yep. All right. From now on, I'll keep an eye on it whenever Blackie is apologizing. As their conversation wrapped up, King. Hey. The great Blackie was about to explain corruption to Butler, and you interrupted. Didn't I tell you not to be rash? Kabulto, who had stolen Blackie's moment, got thoroughly scolded by him. While Blackie was busy reprimanding Kabulto, Sejun examined the tear of the incomplete Creator God. Tear of the incomplete Creator God, a single tear shed by an incomplete Creator God in sorrow, contains a powerful energy of creation. Upon consumption, grants 20 million experience points and increases all stats by 50. Oh, not bad? Tears of Destruction really was a gift that kept on giving. I thought it was 3 birds with 1 stone, but it's 4 birds with 1 stone. Something this good should be consumed immediately. Sejun was about to swallow the tear when, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning partially understands the essence of the tear of the incomplete Creator God. A faint golden light flickered in Sejun's eyes, and an additional line of explanation appeared for the tear. Can be used to create 5 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. So tears of the Creator God are an ingredient for the Great Growth Elixir. Now that he knew this, Sejun decided to save the tear for when he met Amila, the first apostle of the Creator God, who could make the Great Growth Elixir. With that settled, Sejun continued his work, and soon, the 5 destruction Sejuns who had earlier exposed their bellies also transformed into droplets of water. Should I have done it? For a brief moment, Sejun felt a pang of sympathy. But then, when he imagined himself actually blowing raspberries on his own clones' bellies, no way! Get a grip, Park Sejun. Shuddering, Sejun shook his head vigorously. As evening arrived, Kyuk! Sejun Nim, I can now wield 2 swords at once. Bochi had ascended to yet another level. At this point, it was undeniable, 80% of Bochi's swordsmanship progress was fueled by heartbreak. Chapter 603, Santa Sejun. What about me? Black Tower, 99th floor. All right. As Sejun woke up, the dragon fruit with the ambiguous dragon Park Sejun's energy has gained a great enlightenment while using beginner magic swordsmanship. You have mastered beginner magic swordsmanship? Beginner magic swordsmanship, master, has advanced to intermediate magic swordsmanship LV1. Strength has increased by 100. Stamina has increased by 80. Agility has increased by 50. Magic power has increased by 50. Due to the effects of power, Super Sunfish Dual Core and Power, Resilient Young Dragon Solid Bones, all stat potentials have increased by 110. Due to the effects of power, Super Sunfish Dual Core and Power, Resilient Young Dragon Solid Bones, all stats have increased by 11. Messages floated in front of Sejun. He. Finally intermediate level. After struggling for so long, his swordsmanship skill had finally advanced. Thanks to Sejun No. 3's training with Bochi throughout the early morning, he had mastered the beginner level and stepped into the intermediate stage. Starting the day with good news, Sejun was in a great mood. Meow, King! As he came out with Theo and the Blackie family. He. Good morning, Sejun Nim. He saw Flamey basking in the sun. Yeah. Good morning to you too, Flamey. Sejun greeted Flamey back and lifted her onto his shoulder. Shall we take a walk? He. Yes. While walking around the farm, Sejun let his footsteps be heard by the crops and harvested the ripe ones. The Qiangyang chili pepper of agony is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends you its strength. The effect of great blessing of the crops, master, activates, increasing the potential of your magic power stat potential from 48,192 to 48,202. His potential was steadily rising. Just a little more, and I'll hit 50,000 magic power potential. Checking the messages, Sejun murmured to himself. Then, he took out the portal scroll, which served both as a family portrait and a portal to the temple of the creator god, and checked its usage conditions. Usage restriction, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun with at least 50,000 pure magic power. But, how was he supposed to reach 50,000 pure magic power? Sejun pondered. Until now, the only reason he wanted to use the portal scroll was to visit Amorlanger and scold him for not properly drawing his face in the portrait. So he had assumed he'd hit 50,000 pure magic power someday and had taken things easy. There was no rush. However, after his conversation with Blackie yesterday, everything changed. He had learned that destruction was supposed to be the next creator god. He wanted to understand why the next creator god had fallen into corruption, and if possible, he wanted to help. After all, he had the destruction devourers, which could purify the energy of destruction, and he had the power to eradicate corruption. When the time came to battle against the corruption that had turned destruction, the next creator god, into what he was now, he planned to contribute his strength. Of course, I'll be support. Naturally, he had no intention of fighting on the front lines. First, I need to raise my magic power potential as much as possible. As long as his magic power potential was high, raising pure magic power would be easy. He just needed to eat crops that boosted the magic power stat. And Sejun had a trump card. If I learn beginner aura swordsmanship, I'll get stronger in no time. He was anticipating the rewards that came with reaching new realms. When Bochi had learned beginner aura swordsmanship, his stat potentials had increased by 100,000, and all his stats had risen by 5,000, making him incredibly powerful in an instant. Thanks to his heartbreak, Bochi had been channeling his emotions into training and had advanced from beginner to intermediate in just 3 days. Even if I'm slow, I can master advanced aura swordsmanship in 10 days. Please, Master Bo, keep growing. A truly exemplary disciple, Sejun wholeheartedly wished for his master's growth. However, Borarong, his supposedly reliable master, was lying next to Sejun No. 3, completely covered in a blanket, sleeping soundly without a single worry in the world. It seemed he had burned through all his passion, fueled by heartbreak. In that case, I'll just have to refill his fuel. It looked like Bochi needed stronger motivation. This time, Sejun planned to prepare an even greater heartbreak for him. After quickly eating breakfast with his companions, Sejun descended to the 75th floor of the tower. Hegel, do you happen to have any unmarried black wolves left? There are plenty. What's the matter? Well, actually, Sejun requested the Black Wolf tribe's chieftain, Hegel, to find a bride who would completely and utterly reject Bochi. Then, he returned to the 99th floor of the tower. And, door summon, he moved to the 10th tower to get Destruction Devourer seeds and, your field LV9 has been activated. You planted Destruction Pioneer seeds in the body of Melpheus, the demon of ruin and 4th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. He planted the Destruction Pioneer seeds. At that moment, Eurofield LV9 has reached full proficiency and leveled up. Sejun's Eurofield skill had reached the master level. The master level effect allowed him to activate Stat Harvest once every 100 harvests, granting him 10 to all stats. Although this was significantly less than what he could obtain through normal Stat Harvest, the upside was that he could trigger it over 100 times a day if he wanted to, making it a worthwhile trade-off. A short while later, Harmonim, give me the enhancing elixir. Having completed all his tasks, Sejun asked Hama for the elixir before leaving. Then, Hama, the god of farming, says here you go. A single drop of the enhancing elixir appeared in Sejun's hand. Who? Why only one drop? The last time he had received the enhancing elixir was nearly a month ago. Since Stella had been helping make it, Sejun should have been getting 2 drops by now. Hama, the god of farming, says in an aggrieved tone that Stella used the 1-month vacation pass you gave her 5 days ago and is currently resting in the Silver Tower, so the production speed of the enhancing elixir has slowed down. A vacation pass? I gave that to her? 5 days ago, that's Christmas? So Santa Sejun must have handed it out. But what gift did I give to Patrick Nim? I suddenly can't remember. Curious about what Patrick had received from Santa Sejun, Sejun asked. Hama, the god of farming, says you gave him a divine relic that can use void storage farm, and to Patrick Nim a divine relic that can create 330 million square meters of land. Oh, right. I did give that to him. Wait. He got a divine relic as a Christmas gift. Santa Sejun. What about me? Why didn't I get anything? Hearing what the gods had received made Sejun feel a sharp pang of jealousy. A huge pang. Meow? Chairman Park, your face is getting ugly again. Meow. Squish. Squish. Noticing Sejun's jealousy-filled expression, Theo hurriedly stepped on him to snap him out of it. And so, with Theo's kneading, Sejun returned to the Black Tower, growling. So, you're Bochi? Payak? Are you the one who will marry me? HMPH. You look so scrawny, do you even have what it takes to stand by my side? Sejun spotted Helena, the daughter of Chieftain Hegel, conversing with Bochi. She had been sent by Hegel to reject Bochi as brutally as possible. Payak. Payak. I may not look it, but I'm a strong man. Let me show you. What? At Helena's provocation, Bochi grabbed 2 wooden swords and, bam! 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 Promptly beat her up. Master Bo, I told you to go easy. Watching the scene unfold, Sejun was stunned. It seemed Bochi had no concept of moderation. Then again, maybe this was actually a good thing? The harsher the rejection, the greater the heartbreak. He. A little while later, you think you can get married after beating a woman like that? Just stay single for life. Payak. Payak. No, wait, this is... Helena wasn't acting, she genuinely meant every word. After mercilessly tearing into Bochi with her words, she stormed off, descending the tower. And, Payak. But... I did my best. Bochi, shocked from the rejection, slumped down on the floor in despair. He still didn't seem to understand what he did wrong. Phew, yeah, he deserved that. Sejun let out a sigh as he looked at Bochi. Even though he had orchestrated this, Bochi's 300 years of single life experience had proven to be overwhelmingly strong. Even without intervention, Sejun would have bet a whole handful of Blackie's fur that Bochi would have been rejected 100% of the time. I need to bring an absolutely strong bride candidate for Master Bo. As Sejun was adding overwhelming strength to Bochi's bride candidate requirements, King Blackie began to whimper. It meant corruption had appeared. Sejun quickly stroked Blackie to calm him down and turned his gaze. Kirarong. Soon, the Blackie family started snoring and sleeping well. This should be fine now. After confirming that Blackie was fine, Sejun turned his attention away and entered the dimensional gate. Ooh? There's nothing today? Sejun, who first entered Earthworm through the dimensional door, was disappointed when he didn't see tears of destruction anywhere. What he didn't know was that the increased production of energy of creation from Earthworm had eliminated the tiny gaps through which the tears of destruction used to seep. While Sejun was scanning his surroundings, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie emerged from the dimensional gate and ran toward him. After gathering his group, "Here, take these." Sejun handed out Destruction Devourer seeds to the Destruction Sejuns, and together, they planted the seeds. While they were planting seeds, Intermediate Magic Swordsmanship has reached LV3. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Bochi had begun training, using the pain of heartbreak as fuel. Intermediate Magic Swordsmanship has reached LV4. Intermediate Magic Swordsmanship has reached LV8. The notifications kept popping up every 10 minutes, a testament to how intensely Bochi was training. Master Bo is on fire. Sejun smiled with satisfaction, finished planting all the Destruction Devourer seeds, and returned to the Black Tower, and by the time he got back, Bochi had reached a level where he could control 5 swords simultaneously using Mindsaw technique. Then when the next morning came, Bochi, the hero of Hamk, the one who wields 10 sword. Bochi was moving 10 swords, and Wuong. Meanwhile, Sejun number 3 sword was beginning to radiate black aura. He had finally reached the level where he could use aura. You have mastered Advanced Magic Swordsmanship. You can now imbue your sword with aura. As your swordsmanship has ascended, Advanced Magic Swordsmanship, Master, has evolved into Beginner Aura Swordsmanship LV1. All stat potentials have increased by 10,000. All stats have increased by 500. Multiple messages appeared in front of Sejun. Who? Master Bo, didn't you say that learning Beginner Aura Swordsmanship gives you 100,000 to all stat potentials and 5,000 to all stats? Why am I only getting 1/10 of that? Was he getting discriminated against even in this? What an unfair world. Feeling bitter. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun shoved elixir-grade cherry tomatoes into his mouth and chewed furiously. You have consumed an elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Magic power has increased by 10. Vitality. Using his vitality skill to speed up digestion, Sejun kept eating more of the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. By the time he was done, his magic power had increased by 10,000. Raising magic power by 10,000 just by eating tomatoes. If others saw this, they'd definitely call Sejun's existence itself unfair. And, Eileen, good morning. Me? Of course, I dreamed of you. He even gets to talk with his girlfriend. Payak. Unfair world. Even Bochi, watching this, seethed with rage at the injustice of the world. Payak. Payak. Sejun number 3. Duel me right now. Your waist is open. Bam. 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 Unable to vent his frustration on Sejun, Bochi took it out on Sejun number 3 instead. Beginner Aura Swordsmanship skill level has increased by 1. Beginner Aura Swordsmanship has reached LV2. Thanks to this, both Bochi and Sejun's swordsmanship skills skyrocketed. They were the perfect master-disciple pair, constantly pushing each other to new heights. At that moment, Sejun Nim, this is a healthy supplement, would you like to try it? Flamey held out an apple to Sejun. Sejun had finally reached the level where he could consume Flamey's lowest grade nutritional supplements. Chapter 604 or R. Why are you blocking it? Supplement? Sejun examined the red apple that Flamey handed him. Fire apple. Fire apple? Strangely, there were no other options displayed. Even when he stared intently at the apple hoping for his title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning to activate, there was no change. As he continued to inspect the apple, Osuso, a strange energy transmitted through his hand, sending chills down Sejun's spine. True to its name, the fire apple emanated a warm energy. However, rather than leaving behind pain or discomfort, it left a cool and refreshing sensation. What is this? Sejun instinctively recognized that this apple was extraordinary. Sejun Nim, hurry up and eat. It's good for your body. Seeing Sejun hesitate, Flamey urged him. Thinking too much leads to hesitation, and hesitation leads to missed opportunities. Though Flamey was smiling, her voice carried an undeniable force that left no room for refusal. Thanks to that, Sejun gained confidence. Yeah. I trust my Flamey. Crunch. With determination, Sejun took a big bite of the apple. Delicious. Every bite released a burst of sweet and tangy juice, filling his mouth with joy. Crunch, crunch. In no time, he finished the entire apple. Ah. Guys, I ate it all by my dash. Just as he was about to apologize to his companions who were staring at him intensely with expectant eyes for eating the whole apple. You have consumed a fire apple. All stat potentials increase by 10,000. All stats increase by 1000. Blessing of the sacred fire burns away impurities in your body. Ooh. Along with the message, a hot sensation surged from his chest and began spreading throughout his entire body. And then, you woo! As the heat rose from his chest, he exhaled it through his mouth, spewing flames. Compared to a dragon's breath, it was nothing more than a tiny flicker, but the fire Sejun released instantly reduced a 33,000 square meters of field to ashes. Whoosh! At the same time, Sejun's clothes and even his body caught fire. However, it feels cool? Rather than pain, Sejun felt an even greater refreshing sensation as his body burned. And then he lost consciousness. Fortunately, high-grade items like the Dragon Horn's return bracelet remained intact, unscathed by the flames. King! Butler! You can't die! The great Blackie will save you! Blackie rushed towards Sejun to extinguish the flames. But, King? Krueng! You shouldn't disturb Dad! Quenji used telekinesis to hold Blackie back. Meanwhile, whoosh! Sejun's body was completely consumed by fire, leaving only dragon bones behind. No, to be exact, the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness, the Divine Blood, and the Super Sunfish Dual Core in his Dantian also remained. Other than that, everything else of Sejun had burned away. Hee. It worked. Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. It was a success, meow. The tower's administrator says she was anxious, worrying whether Sejun would try to appraise the item. Hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji was also worried about how to refuse if Dad offered the apple. Eileen, Theo, Flamey, and Quenji all looked at Sejun with relief. In truth, Sejun had a major issue. Power, resilient young dragon solid bones. Power, divine blood flowing through the Heart of Dark, the God of Darkness. Power, super sunfish dual core. These three powers were the problem. Normally, dragons, gods, and divine beasts are born with innate powers, meaning their bodies are naturally optimized for them. However, Sejun had acquired these powers later in life, and his body was completely ordinary. Managing three different powers with distinct properties was no easy feat. Because of this, these powers constantly fought for dominance inside Sejun's body whenever they had the chance, causing his body to creak and strain. Theo had been acting as the mediator in this struggle. Theo's ugly word carried multiple meanings, one of which was the struggle of Sejun's body as his powers clashed for dominance. Of course, there was no real need to step on Sejun's face, but, Pooh Hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park's face is just so tempting to step on, meow. That was just Theo's preference. As Sejun's companions kept watch over him, the flames that had burned him now spread around his bones, heart, and core, forming new organs, muscles, and veins. At last, Sejun was being reborn into a body better optimized for his powers. Whoosh! As Sejun's body gradually took shape, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, shall protect the great hybrid Chairman Park's privacy, meow. Bang! Bang! Theo began placing Creator God's tablets around Sejun to shield his naked body. That's right. Quenji, hurry and help cover too. Krueng! Flamey agreed with Theo and shouted at Quenji. Once 8 Creator God's tablets had completely covered Sejun. Ah! Why are you blocking it? Eileen, watching through the crystal orb, groaned in disappointment. The Creator God's tablets could block the administrator's view. King! Kihihit! Cover Butler quickly! Our Butler might die of shame later. He's a sunfish, after all. Hee. Blackie barked excitedly, teasing Sejun. Crack! The muscles on Sejun's forehead twitched slightly, but Blackie failed to notice. A moment later, the tower's administrator says the dragon bones seem to have fully settled now. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, you're much less ugly now, meow. Hee. Sejun Nim, now you can live at least 500 more years. Krueng. Dad, you're healthy now. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, you did well. Now we can grow the core more. As the group chatted while watching Sejun, who was now resting under a blanket, the old year came to an end, and a new year began. Hee. I should make more supplements for Sejun Nim. Park Flamey, the filial daughter of Fire Attribute, made her New Year's resolution while looking at Sejun. Hooray! Podori and Sausage, who gained a nutritional supplement comrade, cheered in excitement. It was truly a wonderful New Year's gift. At that moment, Krueng! Quenji is going to sleep now. Dad, sleep well. Quenji kissed Sejun's cheek and left the house. However, instead of heading straight to Pink Fur Step, Quenji stood in the middle of the burned field left behind by Sejun. Then, whoosh! A massive flame erupted from Quenji's body. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Now Quenji can use fire just like Dad. Quenji, a filial son, gleefully copied Sejun's newly acquired ability. Qio Ieng. Pink Fur watched Quenji from afar with a sad expression. The night grew deeper along with Pink Fur's sadness. The next morning. Who? As Sejun woke up, he felt his bare skin against the blanket and hurriedly lifted it. And then, why am I completely naked? He tried recalling his last memory from yesterday. I definitely ate the apple that Flamey gave me. Did I pass out again? Sejun accepted it like it was no big deal. He had fainted so many times before that it didn't even feel surprising anymore. In fact, this time was much better than usual, at least he passed out without any pain. Thinking back on the events of the previous day, Sejun slowly checked the notifications he hadn't seen yet. You have received the blessing of the sacred fire, and your body is being reconstructed. Your original power, unbreakable sturdy body has been reconstructed through the blessing of the sacred fire. You have been granted power, strong body. You have acquired title, reborn from the flames. Oh, a new power and a title. Sejun quickly checked their details. Power, strong body. As the name suggests, you possess an exceptionally strong body. Even if you receive fatal damage, you won't be injured as long as you have magic power and life force. Your hardened skin greatly reduces damage. Subdues all powers below transcendence grade. All stat potentials 20,000. All stats 1,500. Title, reborn from the flames. Since you were reborn from flames, you cannot be harmed by fire. You can regenerate your body using the power of fire. Wow! Amazed, Sejun couldn't help but let out a gasp. The effects of the power and title were incredible. This is too much. Just from eating the fire apple, all his stat potentials increased by 10,000 and his stats by 1,000. But on top of that, these new power and title effects were even better. A feeling of guilt started creeping up. She definitely intended for us to share the apple, but I ate the whole thing myself. He felt especially guilty toward Flamey. At that moment, he. Sejun Nim, you're awake. Flamey entered the bedroom, smiling brightly. Yeah. Flamey, I'm sorry I ate the whole apple. Sejun apologized, watching Flamey's reaction carefully. Flamey had never gotten mad before, but that made him even more nervous. Then, he. It's okay. There are plenty of apples. Since you overexerted yourself yesterday, eat this one a month later. Flamey pointed to an apple placed next to Sejun's pillow, as if it had been there all along. She had prepared plenty in advance to gradually drain her energy. Who? There's more. Then let's eat together, Flamey. Do you want me to peel it for you? As Sejun picked up the apple and spoke. No. That is. It wouldn't be beneficial for me to eat that apple. Flamey quickly stopped him. It wasn't a lie, an apple of that level wouldn't help her at all. But, I see. All right then. Want to go for a walk instead? He. Yes. Sejun, thinking Flamey might be too weak for it to help, didn't press further. Instead, he picked Theo, Flamey, and the Blackie family and headed outside. A little later. I'll be cutting Garetiok, so you all go play outside and don't shed fur or dust inside. Meow? No way, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, do not shed fur, meow. Theo immediately objected, puffing up his chest. Because of his talent, strong hair, he never shed fur. He. I don't have fur either. Flamey, who normally listened well, sided with Theo, reluctant to leave Sejun's side. Krueng. Quenji doesn't shed fur either. Quenji joined in. King, I'm staying with my youngs. I'm not leaving. Blackie barked assertively. Then Blackie would stay inside too, right? Just go outside and play together nicely, while I'm asking nicely. But when he narrowed his eyes and glared at Theo, Pooh-hoo-hut. All right, meow, he. Okay. Krueng. King. The group went outside to play while Sejun stayed in the kitchen, stacking Garetiok and slicing them diagonally. Since today was the first day of the new year, he planned to make tikuk. Tikuk is sliced rice cake soup, which is a traditional dish eaten mostly during the celebration of Korean New Year. He. So, does this mean Master Bo is now entering his 301st year of being single? Excited about teasing Bochi later, Sejun grinned to himself. As he continued slicing the rice cakes, he also took the fish bones out of the pot where he had been simmering a broth and added seaweed, letting it boil together. Once the broth turned a rich, milky white, he tossed in the rice cakes. Nice. He seasoned it with soy sauce and salt, then finely chopped green onions and stir-fried egg garnish and slime meat to use as toppings for the soup. It's a shame I don't have any dried seaweed. I should find some seaweed. While making this New Year's resolution to find dried seaweed, the teacup was ready. Guys, it's time for breakfast. Master Bo, come eat, Sejun called out to his companions. Then, Eileen, here's your teacup. I added extra meat toppings just for you, as much as my feelings for you. He. He sent Eileen a bowl loaded with extra meat. The tower's administrator says that doesn't seem like enough love. Eileen, if I add any more meat, it'll not be teacup anymore, it'll be just stir-fried meat. As Sejun defended himself against accusations of lacking love. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, hurry up and give me my grilled fish, meow, he. Sejun Nim, I'd like some water, please. Krueng, King. The group rushed inside the kitchen and quickly took their seats at the table. Payak. I trained so hard that I feel like my stomach is stuck to my back. Master Bo, who had spent the night training intensely with Sejun number 3, entered while rubbing his round belly. Thanks to that, Sejun's swordsmanship skill had reached beginner aura swordsmanship LV7. After breakfast, he. Master Bo, congratulations on becoming a 301-year-old single. Payak. 301 years single. What are you talking about? My birthday hasn't passed yet. Nope. In Korea, you age by 1 year once the new year starts. While Sejun, who didn't know the Korean law had changed, was having fun teasing Bochi. Meanwhile, in the land of destruction. Help me. In the dark abyss, someone was desperately calling for help. Chapter 605, he. As expected, my best friend. Black Tower, 99th floor. Payak. Sejun Nim, I think the time has finally come. Bochi, who had been lazily patting his full belly after eating a hearty meal of teacup, suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Time? Payak. Yes. I will now pass on my technique to you. Ooh? I can receive it later, though. Since Bochi and Sejun number 3 were already increasing their skill levels just by training, Sejun wanted to delay receiving the skill transfer as much as possible. That way, he could receive even better skills later. However, Payak. I'm going to leave again to find a bride. Bochi intended to pass on his skill to Sejun and then depart. Why? Let's find one together. I'll find you a great bride. Sejun tried to persuade him, but, Payak. No. I think it's better to search alone. With his sharp intuition, Bochi instinctively knew he had to escape Sejun's grasp. That's a shame. Sejun was deeply disappointed by Bochi's refusal. So far, Bochi's record stood at 3 confessions, 3 rejections. The big entertainment of watching Bochi set new records was now gone. More than the skill, this was what Sejun truly cared about. Payak. Then I'll begin the skill transfer. All right. As Sejun gave his permission, hop. Bochi jumped onto the top of Sejun's head and, plop, placed his tiny pink jelly pad of front paw on Sejun's head, starting the skill transfer. Bochi, Hamka's hero, the one who wields 17 swords, is transferring the skill, advanced aura swordsmanship. Previously, he had been unable to transfer this skill due to a lack of aura. Then, Bochi, Hamka's hero, the one who wields 17 swords, is additionally transferring the skill, unity of sword and body. Bochi, Hamka's hero, the one who wields 17 swords, is additionally transferring the Swordmaster exclusive skill, Sword Mastery. Bochi passed on additional skills. Now that Sejun's beginner aura swordsmanship had reached the realm of mastery and his body had been reconstructed after eating Flamey's fire apple, he was capable of receiving higher tier skill transfers. You have received advanced aura swordsmanship, Master. You have received unity of sword and body, Master. You have met all the conditions to be promoted to Swordmaster. He. Now I'm a Swordmaster too. While Sejun was rejoicing over receiving swordsmanship skills from Bochi, a tower farmer is not permitted to become a Swordmaster. The Swordmaster exclusive skill, Sword Mastery, cannot be transferred. Messages appeared before Sejun. Who? The Swordmaster exclusive skill, Sword Mastery, is being converted to the tower farmer exclusive skill, Mastery of Farming Tools. Are you kidding me? Mastery of Farming Tools. That's so lame. Sejun checked the skill just in case, but, Tower Farmer exclusive skill, Mastery of Farming Tools LV1. When using farming tools, crop planting speed increases by 1%, crop growth speed increases by 1%, crop harvesting speed increases by 1%, and crop shelf life increases by 1 day. The effects were so minuscule that Sejun was infuriated all over again. Damn you, system! I'm going to impeach you. I swear I will. Sejun raged at the system. Meow? Chairman Park, calm down, meow. Your face is getting ugly, meow. Seeing Sejun's expression, Theo hurriedly began kneading his face with his paws. No, Vice Chairman Theo. This is a time for anger, meow? Is that so, meow? Now I'm suddenly angry too, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo became even angrier than Sejun. He. As expected, my best friend. As Sejun looked at Theo with pride. Meow? Chairman Park, but who are we supposed to be mad at, meow? Theo asked, struggling to summon his anger without knowing the target. The system. The system toyed with me, meow. It was the system, meow. How dare it mock the great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Impeach the system, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo became greatly enraged. Since he already held a grudge, it was easy for him to immerse himself in the emotion. While Sejun and Theo were fuming, Payak. Sejun Nim, I'll be off now. Bochi was ready to leave. All right. Travel safely, and I hope you find a good bride. Sejun wished Bochi good luck. Once Bochi departed, time to work. Sejun got up as well. Then, meow, Krueng. He pried Theo and Quenji off his body and got them ready for work. A short while later, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm going to earn lots of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will gather lots of good medicinal herbs too. As Theo and Quenji left for work, Theo to the 27th floor of the Red Tower and Quenji to the herb fields. Blackie, let's get to work too, King. Sejun placed Blackie in his sling bag and started his morning tasks. First, he harvested the crops from the 99th floor farm. All right, everyone, ready? Quack! Together with the mushroom ants, he transplanted pre-sprouted sticky rice seedlings into the paddy field that Toryong had prepared. The rice they were planting today was a 1-enhanced golden glutinous rice, strengthened once with the enhancing elixir. The enhancement didn't improve the medicinal effect of the rice, but it did reduce the amount needed to activate its effects, from 100,000 grains to 70,000. After finishing the transplanting, summon door, click. Sejun ate a strength-boosting yellow bean and turned the key, opening the door to the 10th tower. Patrick Nim, Harmer Nim, I'm here. After greeting them, you're a field master has been activated. You have planted a destruction pioneer seed in the body of Melpheus, the demon of ruin and 4th seat of the apostles of destruction. Sejun planted the destruction pioneer seeds into Melpheus's body. It'll disappear soon, right? Seeing how much smaller Melpheus's body had become, Sejun decided to store the body in his void storage when work was done. If Melpheus's body disappeared while he was away, he wouldn't be able to receive the experience points. As he continued planting the seeds, you have defeated Melpheus, the demon of ruin and 4th seat of the apostles of destruction. You have gained 6 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You have received 1 bonus stat point. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. A string of messages appeared before Sejun. Melpheus's body had disappeared faster than expected. Once again, Sejun received an immense amount of experience points, forcibly completing his job quest and reaching level 161. The job quest rewards included 300 to all stats and 20 billion tower coins. Heh. Nice. Another day of growth. This is why farming is worth it. Feeling proud, Sejun finished planting the remaining destruction pioneer seeds. Then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Quickly, offer the seeds to the great Blackie. P2. While sitting next to Blackie, who was collecting seeds from the destruction devourers, waiting for seed collection to finish. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. The great Blackie has gathered all the seeds. Good job. Once the seed collection was complete, Sejun packed up the seeds and placed the Blackie family into his sling bag. King. Butler. I'm about to go apologize, so watch over me closely. All right. Sejun paid attention to Blackie, who was still holding the world's energy piece in his mouth as he slept. I'll be off now. After bidding farewell to Patrick and Harmer, Sejun returned to the Black Tower. Brother-in-law. He took a short break and played with Ace for a bit before passing through the dimensional gate to Earthworm. Still nothing today. Sejun was disappointed to find that no new tears of destruction had appeared. Moreover, the other destruction Sejuns had all transformed into tears of the Creator at some point. As a result, he gained 5 more drops of the tears of the Creator, but now, he was the only one working in Earthworm. Hee. Sejun Nim, keep your spirits up. Something good is bound to happen soon. Flamey comforted Sejun. Recently, multiple cracks had been discovered, and they were searching for a safe path for the tears of destruction to reach Earthworm. Millimeter. As expected, my Flamey is the best. Hee. After praising Flamey and gently patting her, thud. Sejun began planting destruction devourer seeds into the ground. I want to make Sejun Nim happy as soon as possible. Flamey diligently moved her roots, luring the tears of destruction through various cracks while creating a path to Earthworm that was free of energy of creation. As each of them focused on their tasks, King. Blackie started whimpering. Corruption had appeared. Rockabye my little mutt. Sejun stroked Blackie's head and sang a lullaby, mocking him in the process. Sejun and Blackie were always ready to tease each other whenever they had the chance. Inside Blackie's mental world. I forgive you. As the last of the 1 millionth soul forgave the Blackie family and returned to the world's energy, Gururuk. A red energy seeped out from the souls, gathering and beginning to transform into corruption. Since it was the millionth, this corruption was 3 times larger and significantly stronger than before. And then, Cook. We meet again, betrayed wolf. Are you not afraid of being betrayed once more? It peered deep into Blackie's mind, exposing his secrets. Growling, shut up. Soon, my butler will burn you to ashes. Blackie roared angrily at such corruption and, flash! A golden light descended from the sky, setting the corruption ablaze. Cook. Do not think that this feeble power of the primordial can continue to stop me. You all know it, don't you? That you will ultimately be abandoned. So why? This time, it took a considerably longer period for the corruption to fully dissipate. Growling, so frustrating. Next time, I will make sure to say that I trust my butler. Blackie growled in frustration as he gazed at the spot where the corruption had vanished, regretting that he had failed to say he trusted Sejun. Earthworm. The sound of Blackie's whimpering gradually faded, and then he opened his eyes. And, King, butler. The apology is done now. He handed the world's energy he had been holding to Sejun. World's energy freed from corruption. Its name had changed, signifying that the corruption's will had been completely erased. Corruption had been meticulous, hiding its will within the world's energy in case destruction failed. If destruction ever failed, it could take time, but using the world's energy to rebuild the world would eventually allow it to revive. Of course, thanks to Sejun and the Blackie family, that plan was beginning to crumble. Blackie, you did great. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Since the great Blackie did so well, give me some roasted and dried sweet potatoes. All right. Feeling triumphant from Sejun's praise, Blackie stuffed himself with the roasted and dried sweet potatoes Sejun gave him and took a break while Sejun continued planting seeds. Since he was planting destruction devourer seeds alone today without the help of the destruction Sejuns, it took a long time. Then, Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Krueng. Quenji is back too. Theo and Quenji, who had finished work earlier, came looking for Sejun. You guys worked hard. As Sejun patted the heads of Theo and Quenji, who had snuggled into his arms. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, take this, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, sold out everything again today, meow. Coo hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji also gathered 5 medicinal herbs today. Theo and Quenji handed over what they had brought. Great job. Thank you. After praising them, Sejun continued planting the remaining seeds. Then, what do I do? Flamey was in trouble again. Wire. It's done. Now I'm a demigod too. Sweetie, who had been absorbing Flamey's power, had become a demigod. As a result, Sweetie could no longer absorb Flamey's power. At that moment, quack! A group of mushroom ants happened to be passing by Flamey's roots. Hee. Hey, do you guys need some power? Wouldn't it be nice to have a mushroom ant god too? Flamey began eyeing the mushroom ants with interest. And, Seed Shop headquarters. Sweetie, the demigod poisonous queen bee, partner bee of Black Towers Park Sejun, has visited for career counseling. Trust in Park's partner bee. Partner. Due to the misunderstanding by the non-combat deities, Sweetie's field visit turned into very grand. Chapter 606, Then I Have to Work Again. Black Tower Administrator's Area. Sweetie, the demigod poisonous queen bee, speaks in a sulky voice, saying that the non-combat gods misunderstood her as Sejun Nim's partner. When Sweetie, who had returned from the tour of the seed shop headquarters, tattled to Eileen about the non-combat gods' misdeeds. What? They thought you were. Those non-combat gods dared to pair up Sweetie with my Sejun. Eileen, enraged, began to gather her energy. Then, coo! Eileen's overwhelming aura spread around her. Pooh-hee-hee. Hayek! Ace, who had been playing happily nearby, turned pale with fear. Sweetie, the demigod poisonous queen bee, says that she cleared up the misunderstanding of the non-combat gods by telling them that Sejun Nim's girlfriend is Eileen Unnie. All right. Thanks for letting me know. Just as Eileen's mood improved slightly after hearing Sweetie's words. Thud! Several dragons entered the administrator's area, each holding baby dragons in their arms. Eileen, we're here. Hello. It's been a while. The baby dragons, as soon as they left their parents' embrace, ran to Eileen and greeted her. Welcome, everyone. Eileen also greeted them warmly. Welcome. You must have had a hard time getting here. She didn't forget to greet the adult dragons as well. Normally, baby dragons wouldn't need to be so polite since adults would dote on them regardless, but, hee. If I build up my reputation like this, it'll help Sejun later. Thinking of Sejun, Eileen treated the adult dragons with great respect. Some of this she had even learned from Sejun. What do you mean hard time? Eileen has it harder than us. Yeah, we heard the dragon market has been super busy lately. It's fine since Unnie and Oppa have been helping out now and then. Ho ho ho. Is that your way of asking us to come more often? Hee. Did you catch on? Ho ho ho. All right, we'll come more often. Well, we'll chat with Elizabeth for a bit, so call us if you need anything. Yes. The parent dragons, after having a pleasant conversation with Eileen, left the administrator's area to find Elizabeth. While Eileen was seeing them off, who? Ace, what's wrong with him? Garrick noticed Ace, who was revving up for a dramatic wail. Pewing. I was scared. Ace finally burst into tears. Ace, don't cry. We'll play with you. Yeah, stop crying and come play with Sylvia Nuna. What are you talking about? Of course, Ace should play with Poby Hyung. As the baby dragons comforted Ace. Pooey-hee-hee. What are we gonna play? Ace grinned and asked. Superhero landing? Hide and seek? When the baby dragons mentioned games Eileen had taught them. Pooey-hee-hee. Let's play something even more fun. Something more fun? Pooey-hee-hee. Yes. Let's play farming. Who? Ace beamed and pulled out a shovel. And then, I tried it with brother-in-law, and it was really fun. Really? So this is the game that the Tower Farmer Park Sejun plays? Hearing that this was the game played by Sejun, who was very popular among dragons, the baby dragon's interest peaked. 99th floor of the Black Tower. That's weird. I'm sure I got stronger. Wire. Quack. Sejun frowned as he watched poisonous bees and mushroom ants pass by him. His stats had increased tremendously, yet the poisonous bees were still faster than him, and the mushroom ants were still stronger. Why? I got stronger. Sejun began to doubt his own growth. I should go see the Minotaur King and get tested after a long time. Determined, he stood up. Then, meow. Chairman Park, where are you going? Meow. Krueng. King? Theo, Quenji, and Blackie also got up and asked. I'm going to see the Minotaur King. Pooh Hut. Let's go, meow. Krueng. King. With that, Sejun and his companion set off to find the Minotaur King. Moo. Sejun Nim, you lasted 2 minutes and 50 seconds under my 2 fingers. The Minotaur King had measured Sejun's combat power. However, 2 minutes and 50 seconds? Hearing the Minotaur King's words, Sejun was shocked. I actually lasted 10 seconds less. His endurance against the Minotaur King's fingers had decreased. While Sejun had been growing, the residents of the 99th floor of the tower hadn't been slacking off either. And the main culprit behind the 99th floor's power inflation was, he. Sejun Nim, keep it up. If you take lots of the supplements I gave you, next time you'll last 5 minutes. Millimeter. Thanks. It was Flamey, who was comforting Sejun while offering him more supplements. Not only the poisonous bees and mushroom ants, but even other beings in the tower had been absorbing Flamey's energy, cooperating to help her stay there. Naturally, the Minotaur King and Pink Fur, who had greater potential than the others, had consumed multiple doses of Flamey's lowest tier supplements, resulting in their massive growth. However, the blessing of sacred fire from the fire apple that Sejun had eaten wasn't present in any of the other supplements. That was something Flamey had to put extra effort into making, so only Sejun received it. Despite all this growth, I'm still the weakest again. Since everyone had grown together, Sejun had once again become the bottom rung, leaving him feeling dejected as he returned home. And then, I feel down. I need something spicy. After sweating it out with tteokbokki made with sundried red pepper gochujang and kianyang chili peppers, phew. That hit the spot. Sejun's mood improved in no time. Krueng. Since Dad ate something spicy today, it's time for sweet chocolate milk. On top of that, Quenji, showing great sense, brought cold chocolate milk instead of coffee. He. Thanks. Slurp. Thanks to that, Sejun's condition bounced back to peak levels as if he had never been down in the first place. As he relaxed with his group, sipping on chocolate milk, Eileen, did you enjoy the tteokbokki? He asked Eileen. Then, the tower administrator says that only she and Sylvia only ate the spicy one, while Ace and the others only had the soy sauce tteokbokki. The tower administrator says she's upset that the oppers don't appreciate the taste of spicy tteokbokki. That was Eileen's response. Hearing that baby dragons from other towers had come to visit Eileen, Sejun made more tteokbokki and sent it to her. One batch spicy, the other soy sauce based. Well, that's understandable. The tower administrator says that if tteokbokki were sold at the dragon market, it would sell really well. Would it? Well, making it isn't difficult. I can just mass produce it using my cooking skill. As he continued chatting with Eileen, King. At some point, Blackie, who had been apologizing to Souls again, encountered corruption and began whimpering. He's working too hard. Seeing Blackie excessively devoted to his apologizing lately, Sejun gently rubbed his belly. A little while later, King. Butler. Give me roasted and dried sweet potato. Having snapped back to reality, Blackie urgently demanded dried sweet potato slices. All right. On any other day, Sejun might have teased him, saying, did you leave some here? But today, he didn't. Because Blackie was acting extremely anxious. Though it didn't seem like he had caused any trouble. Chomp. Unlike usual, Blackie didn't smile but devoured the dried sweet potato slices in a hurry. Kirarong. Then, he once again bit into the world's energy and fell asleep. Going to apologize to the souls again. What's going on with him? Sejun watched Blackie with concern. No matter how he looked at it, this wasn't like him. He seemed to be rushing, as if something was chasing him. I feel like I shouldn't just leave this alone. Vice Chairman Theo, help me out. Pooh Hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, what do you need help with? Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, will help with anything. Meow. Theo asked excitedly at Sejun's request for help. Help me enter Blackie's mental world. Pooh Hut. Understood. Meow. Super Giant Chairman Park number 2, come help. Meow. Theo placed his front paws on Sejun's forehead and Blackie's head, calling for assistance from the Super Giant Chairman Park number 2 within his mental world. The Ultra Super Giant Chairman Park becoming Santa Sejun, the god of Christmas, in Theo's empty mental world. However, during Christmas, the great black dragons had visited, leaving behind an overflow of powerful energy. Pooh Hut. Now I can quickly grow Chairman Park number 2, meow. Using his talent, energy absorption, Theo greedily absorbed the abundant energy of the great dragons. Thanks to that, Chairman Park number 2 rapidly grew into Super Giant Chairman Park number 2 the moment he was born. Gorarong. Kirarong. As Sejun, Theo, and the Blackie family fell asleep, Krueng. Even Quenji, imitating Theo, placed both of his front paws on the heads of passing poisonous bees and mushrooms as if trying to do the same thing. Blackie's mental world. I'm sorry. Here's a gift of apology. I'm really sorry. Blackie and his subordinates handed out roasted and dried sweet potato slices to the souls, apologizing and asking for their forgiveness. But, we've apologized properly now. Can't you just forgive us already? Why aren't they forgiving me quickly? Growing anxious, Blackie started to get frustrated with the souls that weren't immediately forgiving him. Naturally, his discontent showed on the surface. Cannot forgive. The more Blackie acted that way, the redder the soul's eyes became, refusing to forgive him. And then, feeling uneasy, Blackie grew angrier, trapping himself in an endless vicious cycle. The more the cycle continued, the greater his anxiety became. If I become a burden like this, I'll be abandoned again. Butler will betray me. His biggest fear was Sejun betraying him. Unbeknownst to him, the seed of distrust that corruption had planted had begun to take root in his trauma. At that moment, boom! Blackie! What kind of apology is that? That's right, meow. Apologize properly, meow. Sejun and Theo, watching from the shoulders of supergiant Chairman Park No. 2, shouted. Who? Butler? Caught off guard by Sejun's sudden appearance, Blackie fumbled, trying to explain himself. But, I knew this would happen. That's right, meow. I knew it too, meow. Theo, slice this up for me. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. Sejun and Theo, having descended from supergiant Chairman Park No. 2, quickly began making roasted and dried sweet potato slices. I know our Blackie did wrong, but he's still learning how to apologize properly. Eat this and calm down, okay? They handed out sweet potato slices to the souls. Since this was the mental world, summoning food was effortless, and the roasted and dried sweet potatoes were made in an instant. Pooh-hoo hut. Forgive our Blackie, meow. Otherwise, I'll stamp you with my seal dash. Hey, you! Just as Theo was about to stamp the souls with his seal, Sejun grabbed him. Now, Theo dangled quietly from Sejun's knee. Meow, meow, meow. Of course, for Theo, this was an even better situation. As Sejun diligently handed out sweet potato slices to the souls, forgiveness is something you grant, not something I should force onto you. I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry. Blackie family, following Sejun's example, sincerely apologized to the souls once again. Fortunately, the souls' once red eyes began to clear one by one. I forgive you. Some of the souls finally forgave the Blackie family. Compared to before, the process was painfully slow, but with Sejun by his side, Blackie felt less anxious and was able to apologize wholeheartedly. Considering how poorly Blackie family had acted earlier, just having some souls forgive them was already a blessing. Whoosh! This time, the red aura that had seeped from the souls dispersed and vanished the moment it reached Sejun's gaze. Thanks to that, there was no confrontation with corruption, and Sejun and his companions were able to apologize to the souls in peace and... Krueng! Dad, wake up! Sejun snapped back to his senses at the sound of Quenge's voice waking him. Why is it bright around me? When I closed my eyes, it was dark, but now it's bright. Krueng! Dad, it's morning. It's already morning? Krueng! That's right. Turns out, Sejun had been handing out roasted and dried sweet potato slices in Blackie's mental world all night long. So now I have to work again. And so, another new day began for Sejun. Chapter 607, Hee Hee. Somehow, I feel relieved. At the center of a dense, green forest, a blue wolf was lying down, sound asleep. Small birds and weak animals had nestled against the wolf's body or nearby, seeking its protection. Just then, Fenrir, the hell wolves have invaded again. Let's hurry and stop them. A blond, handsome man appeared and called out to Fenrir, causing the small birds and animals to scatter in a panic. Grr! How annoying! Tig, just go handle it yourself. You're the guardian deity of this place, aren't you? Fenrir responded to Tig's call with an annoyed expression and closed his eyes again. But, Fenrir, don't be like that. Let's make a bet on who can take down more. Go. Fine. Not that it matters, since the noble wolf, Fenrir, will win anyway. Tig, the guardian deity of Hellies and the god of justice, knew exactly what it took to get Fenrir to move. A short while later, go. Tig, I won again this time. Fenrir, who was much stronger than Tig, won the bet. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you won, Fenrir. Congratulations. Tig cheerfully congratulated Fenrir. The two got along well, for hundreds of years. At least, that's what Fenrir believed. Squelch. Until the moment the god of justice, Tig, stabbed Fenrir in the chest, right after Fenrir had slain the last Hellwolf. And he did it with the Annihilation Blade, the very sword Fenrir had saved for him. Tig, why are you? The shock of betrayal left Fenrir speechless. The deeper the trust, the greater the pain. Ha ha ha. Fenrir, because you're the last Hellwolf left in this world. Didn't I tell you? My goal is the total extermination of the Hellwolves. Tig responded with a sinister smile. What? Me, a Hellwolf? That's impossible, my fur is. The truth was this, Tig had lured Ronga, the god of the Hellwolves, into a trap and killed him to become the sole god of Hellies. After Ronga's death, Tig discovered that he had been carrying an unborn pup. So he cut open Ronga's belly, took out the pup, named him Fenrir, and raised him himself. Thus, Tig tricked Fenrir, the god of the Hellwolves, into slaughtering his own kind, while making the Hellwolves despise their own god. When the hunt is over, the hunting dog is disposed of. Fenrir, you're just a burden to me now. Accept your fate and die by your master's hand. Master. Weren't we friends? Ha! How dare a mere wolf presume to be friends with Tig, the god of justice? Crunch. In response to Fenrir's question, Tig drove the annihilation blade deeper into his chest. As Fenrir looked at Tig, reason abandoned him, and his vision turned blood red. I'll kill you before I die. With a desperate resolve for revenge, Fenrir forced his body to rise. The pain from the wound was nothing compared to the agony of betrayal. At that moment, everything around him turned black. And, damn it, that dream again. Blackie, who had just had a nightmare for the first time in ages, regained awareness in a lucid dream. The day he had been deceived into massacring his own kin and was betrayed by his most trusted friend. He had no memory after that. When he regained consciousness, his once blue fur had turned black, and he had already devoured countless gods. He had become Fenrir, the first seat of the Apostles of Destruction, the wolf that hunts gods, feared by all gods. I hate nightmares. Now I don't even want to go back to sleep. As Blackie debated whether to get up or not, he heard Sejun's humming. Is my butler really happy working all night and then working again? Well, at least he's not handsome like Tig and has black hair, so he won't betray me, right? He. Somehow, I feel relieved. Blackie smirked, imagining how furious Sejun would be if he knew what he had just thought, and then drifted back to sleep. This time, fortunately, there was no nightmare. Instead, Blackie, in the middle of a vast grassland, Sejun was waving a giant roasted and dried sweet potato at him. King! Butler! Excited, Blackie sprinted towards Sejun and leaped for the sweet potato he held. Chomp! 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 It was the happiest dream ever. 10th tower, 1st floor. Your field, master, has been activated. You have planted the destruction pioneer seed in the body of Delia, the demon of corruption and 8th seat apostle of destruction. Kihihit. Do you like it? Ooh? Do you? Sejun, who had been eagerly planting the destruction pioneer seed into Delia's body where Melpheus had disappeared, glared at Blackie, who was grinning in his sleep inside the sling bag. When it was because of him that he was working without rest. And yet, this guy is just sleeping away. Just moments ago, he had been humming cheerfully, but now, for no reason, he lashed out at Blackie while stroking his head. Then, why are you so damp? Were you too hot? Maintain cleanliness. He washed off the sweat-soaked Blackie, who had been drenched from the nightmare, and resumed planting seeds. Starting today, he decided not to take the Destruction Devourer seeds to Earthworm, but plant them together instead. This was because the number of Destruction Devourers in Earthworm had increased significantly, making it unnecessary to keep bringing seeds from the 10th tower. By the time he was finishing up planting the seeds, Kugugung, the energy of creation produced in the 10th tower has reached 24 million L. The 6th floor of the 10th tower has been unlocked. The 6th floor of the 10th tower has been activated. The 6th floor of the tower had opened. Oh, upon seeing the message, Sejun immediately moved to the 5th floor and placed his hand on the white crystal. You have cleared the 5th floor of the 10th tower. As a reward for clearing the 5th floor, all stats have increased by 300. As a reward for clearing the 5th floor, you have received 40 billion tower coins and 800 billion EXP. Level up! You are moving to the 6th floor of the 10th tower. With the floor clear rewards, he was transported to the 6th floor. You have arrived at the 6th floor of the 10th tower. A vast, empty land stretched before him. He. So, this is all my land? At the same time, an intense passion surged within him to fill this massive land with crops. Plop! Plop! Excited, he started planting seeds. Sejun planted seeds relentlessly. You have created 3.3 million square meters power sweet potato field. You have gained 5 million EXP. Ah. I stayed here too long. Only after seeing the message did he realize he had spent too much time planting sweet potatoes. He quickly got up, because he still had to head to Earthworm to plant more seeds. Growl. On top of that, he had apparently skipped lunch. I should go back to the tower, have lunch, and then move on to Earthworm. Just as Sejun arrived at the Black Tower, you have acquired 100 slaves. Due to the effect of title, Slave King, all stats have increased by 1. A message popped up before Sejun. The number of employees in Sejun Company was increasing rapidly. 87th floor of the Red Tower. What? Vice Chairman Theo has arrived at the 27th floor of the tower. Yes. He's personally conducting an auction there. Is that so? Hearing his subordinate's report, Ben fell into deep thought. He. This is a golden opportunity. Soon, he realized this was a chance granted to him by the heavens. Deputy Manager Red Tower 87F Loser, loyal full-time employee Red Fox Ben, Bullrog Nim, Theo Nim has arrived on the 27th floor of the tower. Don't you think this is a great chance to increase the number of Sejun Company's full-time employees in our Red Tower? A chance to boost his performance and become a manager. No, this wasn't just a chance. This was a divine opportunity granted by Sejun Nim. He. As Ben felt deep gratitude towards Sejun, manager Red Tower 99F boss, battle maniac Bullrog, yeah, things have been dull with too few full-time employees. But how do you suggest we do it? Bullrog asked for a method. Deputy manager Red Tower 87F loser, loyal full-time employee Red Fox Ben, he. I have a great idea. Let's spread a rumor. Ben shared his plan. The rumor? There's a sucker cat named Park Sejun with tons of money on tower floor 27. With just that, full-time employees would start flocking in on their own. The moment someone shouts "Oh Park Sejun, hand over your money," in front of Theo, they were 100% guaranteed to become a full-time employee. Manager Red Tower 99F boss, battle maniac Bullrog, that's a brilliant plan. Battle maniac Bullrog was thrilled. Just then, Red Tower's 22F boss, Flame Squirrel Yoppie, I confessed again, and got rejected again. Yoppie, who had previously received dating advice from Sejun only to be brutally rejected, posted a message in the network. Manager Red Tower 99F boss, battle maniac Bullrog, so that makes it 10 confessions and 35 rejections now. Yoppie, as long as you have perseverance, love is possible. Stay strong. Bullrog encouraged Yoppie. The reason it was 10 confessions and 35 rejections was that 25 times he had been rejected before even getting the chance to confess. Red Tower's 22F boss, Flame Squirrel Yoppie, thank you, Bullrog Nim. Let's both keep trying. Yoppie, assuming that Bullrog was also single, responded with appreciation. However, manager Red Tower 99F boss, battle maniac Bullrog, what are you talking about? I have 5 lovers. Bullrog was a popular monster who received confessions without even trying. Red Tower's 22F boss, Flame Squirrel Yoppie, traitor. Yoppie was heartbroken by Bullrog's words. Deputy manager Red Tower 87F loser, loyal full-time employee Red Fox Ben, Yoppie, I'll set you up on a blind date later. But for now, head to the 27th floor and assist Vice Chairman Theo. Red Tower's 22F boss, Flame Squirrel Yoppie, really? Got it. I'll go right away. Rejuvenated by Ben's words, Yoppie immediately headed toward Theo. Red Tower, 27th floor. Pooh-hoo hut. Another sold-out day. I hope Chairman Park will be pleased, meow. Theo was preparing to finish work after another successful sellout. At that moment, a group of red skunks with red fur surrounded him. Are you the guy named Park Sejun? Pooh-hoo hut. Thank you for mistaking me for the great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. But I'm not Chairman Park, I'm Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo quickly corrected the red skunk's misunderstanding. However, don't be ridiculous. You think we'll fall for that? Park Sejun, if you don't want to die, hand over the money. Thinking that Theo was lying to escape danger, the red skunks pointed their swords at his neck. And then, Did you just say you'd kill my Chairman Park, meow? Theo was far more enraged by the threat to Sejun's life than by the sword at his own throat. POW. Thud. He swiftly knocked the red skunks unconscious. Since you threatened Chairman Park's life, you're obviously a full-time employee, meow. He stamped their foreheads and confiscated their belongings. Just then, are you Park Sejun? New villains appeared, and POW. Thud. Theo knocked them out, stamped them, and looted them as well. Your Park Dash. Before they could finish their words, more villains kept appearing. At that moment, Vice Chairman Theo, hello. Let me help you. Yoppie, who had just arrived from the 22nd floor, rushed over. Pooh-hoo hut. Excellent, meow. Yoppie, you take care of collecting the loot, meow. Yes. With Yoppie's assistance, Theo continued to increase the number of Red Tower full-time employees. Red Monkey Mongpal from the Red Tower's 43rd floor has joined Sejun Company. Red Monkey Mongu from the Red Tower's 43rd floor has joined Sejun Company. As more and more employees entered the Red Tower's full-time employee network, the number of full-time employees from the Red Tower in Sejun Company has exceeded 10,000. Sejun Company's influence in the Red Tower has significantly increased. The full-time employee network of Sejun Company has been expanded. From now on, direct communication between full-time employees of the Black Tower and the Red Tower will be possible. The full-time employee network had been upgraded. Today too, Sejun Company's system grew one step further. Chapter 608, You're the youngest manager now. Black Tower, 99th floor. From now on, direct communication between full-time employees of the Black Tower and the Red Tower will be possible. As the communication networks of the Black Tower and the Red Tower merged, Black Tower 59F Green Goblin Parku, any Red Tower employees ranked below me, introduce accordingly. For reference, I've been employed for 148 days. Parku took the lead in organizing the hierarchy. Then, Red Tower 33F Red Skunk, number 23, who are you to tell us when to introduce ourselves? Red Tower 43F Red Monkey, Mongu, introductions. You should be the ones doing that. We, the Red Lawless Gang, are taking over this place. The new recruits of the Red Tower immediately resisted. Red Tower 87F Loser, loyal full-time employee Red Fox Ben, this is embarrassing. They're newcomers who just joined, so they don't have a clue yet. Give me an hour, and I'll straighten them out. Ben, whose pride was hurt from showing such an unsightly scene to the Black Tower employees, left a message while grinding his teeth and, go educate them. Yes, at Ben's command, the Red Fox members set off for the lower floors. While the Red Fox members were on their way to discipline the newcomers, Black Tower 99F Boss, Minotaur King, Bullrog, you're the youngest manager now. Minotaur King attempted to hand over the youngest manager position to Bullrog. However, Red Tower 99F Boss, Battle Maniac Bullrog, no way. I'm stronger, so you should be the youngest manager, Minotaur King. Bullrog immediately protested. If Minotaur King were right in front of him, he wouldn't have dared to say such things, but Bullrog had never seen Minotaur King in person. Besides, as a battle maniac, Bullrog couldn't accept being designated as the youngest without even having fought first. At that moment, Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Battle, Battler, let me determine which of you is stronger. Seeing that the manager hierarchy dispute was dragging on, Battler, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. That was the real reason Minotaur King had been the youngest manager. Above him were Battler, the God of Battle, and Hunt, the God of Hunting, both approved by Theo. Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Battle, Battler, uses virtual duel. In a virtual space, Minotaur King and Bullrog appeared. The two immediately began to fight. The virtual duel results are in. Black Tower 99F Boss, Minotaur King's win rate, 100%. Red Tower 99F Boss, Battle Maniac Bullrog's win rate, 0%. The result was a complete victory for Minotaur King. Black Tower 99F Boss, Minotaur King, you're the youngest now. Red Tower 99F Boss, Battle Maniac Bullrog, yes, sir. Having been thoroughly beaten in the virtual duel, Bullrog obediently accepted his position as the youngest. By the time the manager hierarchy had been settled, the deputy manager rankings had also been finalized. Red Tower 87F Loser, loyal full-time employee Red Fox Ben, it's an honor to see Pink Fur Nim and Elka Nim again here. Greetings, deputy managers. I'm Ben, the youngest deputy manager, at your service. Ben knew his place and immediately showed respect. Since he had encountered the deputy managers Pink Fur and Elka before on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, he wisely chose not to challenge them. As the hierarchy within the full-time employee network was being established, Red Tower 43F Red Monkey, Mongu, greetings. I'm Red Monkey Mongu. Red Tower 33F Red Skunk, number 23, greetings. I'm Red Skunk. Poof. Sorry for farting. I'm Red Skunk number 23. Messages from the new recruits, who had just received some physical education from their Red Fox seniors, started coming in. And then, Black Tower 63F Boss Stone Lizardman Heater, so that means I don't have to do the morning greetings anymore, right? Heater thought he had escaped from being the youngest sooner than expected, but Black Tower 59F Green Goblin Parku, what kind of lizardman tail-chopping nonsense is that? Of course, you still have to do it. Black Tower 63F Boss Stone Lizardman Heater, yes. Parku wasn't one to let things slide so easily. Eileen, share this with Ace and eat together. After preparing lunch, Sejun sent the food to Eileen. Blackie, eat a lot. Kihihit. King. Hee. Okay. Chomp. 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 Sejun had lunch with Blackie while watching Sejun number 3 swordsmanship training. Sure enough, without Master Bo, there was no progress. Sejun missed Boch's swordsmanship lessons. A little later, after finishing their lunch, Sejun and the Blackie family got ready to return to work. They moved to the dimensional gate connected to Earthworm. Hee. Sejun Nim, I feel like something good is going to happen today. Hee. You think so? Flamey and Blackie, wait here for a bit. Sejun set Flamey and the Blackie family down on the ground and stepped through the gate first, just in case there were any tears of destruction. What if the tears of destruction turned into members of the Blackie family? That'd be a disaster. Where would he even use all those sunfish? He. As Sejun entered Earthworm while laughing foolishly to himself like that. Who? Right in front of him, the tears of destruction wobbled and started transforming into his own image. Flamey had found a new route without the energy of creation. That was why Flamey had hinted at good news earlier. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, 7 destruction Sejuns rushed at Sejun with clumsy punches, but, hey, guys, nice to meet you. Here, take this. Sejun effortlessly dodged their punches and placed destruction devourer seeds into their hands. Plop! Plop! Without a word, the destruction Sejuns began planting the seeds. And then, time to go home. Thanks to the 7 destruction Sejuns helping out, Sejun was able to leave work earlier than Theo and Quenji and return to the Black Tower. Should I have bibimbap for dinner tonight? It's been a while. While waiting for the others to arrive, Sejun boiled some egg fruits for the bibimbap and julienne cucumbers and other vegetables. Just then, Krueng! Dad, Quenji is here. Dad, take this. Quenji entered the kitchen and handed Sejun 3 medicinal herbs. Deep blue kudzu root of potential, 3-month-old magical turmeric, 3-month-old magical peppermint of potential. Oh. Quenji, thanks. I'll eat well. Sejun immediately ate the medicinal roots Quenji gave him. Crunch. Crunch. Since Quenji had washed them thoroughly, there was no unpleasant crunch of dirt. You have consumed deep blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potential has increased by 100. As Sejun was eating the herbs. Sniff sniff. Krueng! Dad, are we having bibimbap for dinner? Quenji sniffed the air and correctly guessed the dinner menu. Ooh? Yeah. How did he know? The fearsome deductive ability of food detective Kunan, who guessed the dinner menu just by smelling the ingredients for the noodles, before the noodle package was even opened. Wash your hands and wait. We'll eat together when Vice Chairman Theo arrives. Hey. Krueng! He. Got it. At Sejun's words, Quenji went to the sink, washed his hands, and set the table with utensils, helping Sejun with dinner preparations. Eileen, you're eating too, right? The tower's administrator says, of course. The tower's administrator says, last time, 1 box of bibimbap wasn't enough, so make 1.5 boxes this time. Okay, got it. He. So even Eileen finds just 1 pack of bibimbap unsatisfying, huh? Feeling a sense of camaraderie with Eileen, Sejun began opening the noodle packets with Quenji and placing them into a giant pot. Just then, as Sejun's vision darkened, you're back? Meow. He removed Theo's hands from his face. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'm off work. Yeah. Good job. Wash up quickly so we can eat. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo hastily licked his front paws, getting ready to eat grilled fish. Sherry, make some ice. Yak. With Sherry's help, Sejun made ice water and placed the boiled noodles in it to make them extra chewy. And then, mix with one hand, and mix with the other hand too. Sejun added the bibimbap sauce and hummed a cheerful tune while mixing the noodles and sauce together. Once everything was well mixed, he generously topped the bibimbap with eggs, julienne cucumbers, and pear slices. Eileen, here. After sending the bibimbap to Eileen, Sejun also started eating happily with Quenji. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, the grilled fish made by the great hybrid Chairman Park is the best, meow, kihihit. King. He. Roasted and dried sweet potato is the best. Theo and the Blackie family also enjoyed the food Sejun had given them. After their enjoyable dinner. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, come quickly and see the achievements of Vice Chairman Theo, meow. I made a huge profit today, meow. Sitting on Sejun's lap, Theo wore a smug expression as he began pulling out his loot from his bag, one by one. He. Let's see. Since Sejun knew through messages that Theo had scored big, he also watched Theo's bag with great anticipation. Pooh-hoo-hut. Here it is, meow. Theo pulled out everything he had obtained from the 27th floor of the Red Tower. The majority were money pouches, followed by various pieces of equipment. None of the equipment was particularly outstanding. Should I send these to Earth? Sejun pondered while thinking about his family back home. By his standards, the equipment wasn't anything special, but on Earth, each piece would easily sell for at least several billion won. Selling them could cover his family's living expenses, and the rest could go into his own account. He. I'm rich. Sejun grinned foolishly as he imagined the massive sum about to be deposited into his bank account. Though he already possessed more wealth than Earth's entire economy, seeing the numbers rise in his Earth account had a different kind of satisfaction. Before entering the tower, his bank balance had been almost non-existent. Chairman Park, snap out of it, meow. Look at me, meow, Theo called out, as his loot showcase wasn't over yet. Okay, Sejun turned his attention back to Theo. Pooh hut. Next is this, meow. Theo took out 3 jewels from his bag. Fire's jewel, water's jewel, wind's jewel. The descriptions were similar to the Earth's jewel they had obtained before. In other words, if each attribute's power was absorbed, the sealed god soul would be unsealed. Who? A great idea suddenly struck Sejun. Most of these sealed gods had been trapped after being defeated by the Apostles of Destruction. Those who tied it should untie it. It seemed only fitting that the Blackie family should be the ones to undo the seals. Guys, you'll be the ones to break these seals. Sejun handed the jewels to the Blackie family. The fire's jewel went to Mubelchill, the water's jewel was given to Sherry, Mukboopal, and Leviathan, and Core. I'll take care of this one. The wind's jewel was claimed by Kararuru. Once the jewel distribution was complete, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, next is this, meow. Theo pulled out another item from his bag. This time, it was 4 land deeds. One for the 28th floor, 60th floor, and 75th floor of the Red Tower, and one for the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. Oh, Vice Chairman Theo, well done. Seeing the Blue Tower land deed, Sejun praised Theo. Lately, he hadn't been able to find a Blue Tower land deed, which had been delaying his exploration of the Creator God's tablet. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am always amazing at everything, meow. Theo immediately puffed up with pride at Sejun's compliment, speaking in an arrogant tone. Yes, our Vice Chairman Theo is truly outstanding. Sejun lifted Theo up by the sides and praised him. Krueng, King, Quenji and Blackie, eager for their turn, raised their front paws expectantly, waiting to be lifted as well. What? Why you guys too? All right. Grumbling, Sejun hoisted Quenji and Blackie up over his head. And then, now let's go. Swoosh! He disappeared from Black Tower's 99th floor using the Blue Tower 77th floor land deed. And the moonlight and starlight of the Black Tower densely filled the space where Sejun had disappeared. Chapter 609, Aha! This is it. Combat Shop Headquarters. So, when Minotaur King and Bullrog were fighting, and as soon as it started, the Minotaur King blew up Bullrog's head. Good thing it was a simulated battle. Otherwise, Bullrog would have been dead for real. Exactly. I had no idea Battler-Nim had such an amazing power. I see him in a new light now. Ha ha. That's nothing special. Battler, the god of battle, and Hunt, the god of hunting, were talking about what had happened on the Sejun Company full-time employee communication network. Bullrog is quite the fearless one. I, as the god of courage, should have witnessed such a scene. I'd like to see it too. In front of Bev, the god of courage, and Thunder, the god of storm. If you're that curious, just get stamped by Theo. Battler subtly tempted Bev. Now. No matter what, I'm still a god. Bev didn't give in so easily. However, well, becoming a full-time employee isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe I could even get closer to Sejun? Internally, Bev was struggling with the decision. The reason? The divine relics that Battler and Hunt had received from Santa Sejun. Although it had been forced upon them, Battler and Hunt, who had cooperated with Theo, received a spear that folded space to stab enemies and a bow that could chase foes beyond dimensions as Christmas gifts. The combat gods at the combat shop headquarters were extremely envious. Of course, Bev and Thunder were among those envious gods. In contrast, Bev had received the right to converse with Sejun, while Thunder had received the right to talk with Quenji as their Christmas presents. It was just a one-time use coupon that lifted the chat restriction once, but was useless if they got blocked again. I want a divine relic, but I don't want to get stamped. Ah, this is tough. As Bev continued to agonize, I'll do it. I'll let Theo stamp me. Thunder was the first to step forward and declare he would become a full-time employee of Sejun Company. I'll join Sejun Company too. Bev blurted it out without thinking. He. Good choice, right, Hunt? He. Absolutely. Both of you made the right decision. Battler and Hunt grinned widely at the two. Bev, you're under me now. Thunder, you're my subordinate now. At Sejun Company, If the power levels were similar, seniority was determined by order of employment. Battler, you're not going to bully us with seniority and make us do weird things, right? Of course not. Our Sejun company doesn't do that at all. Right, Hunt? Of course. We absolutely don't do that. Since they hadn't been stamped yet, they made sure not to show their true intentions. You have arrived at the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. Ooh, why do I smell something salty? A strong scent of salt filled his nose. At the same time, he saw the moon hanging in the night sky, its reflection rippling on the water. Splash! Swish! The sound of gentle waves could be heard. Sejun slowly looked around. Oh, he found himself on one of the many islands of a coastline. He could see waves crashing against the shore before retreating slowly. The entire 77th floor of the tower was in sea. Lucky me, had he teleported to a slightly different spot, he would have fallen into the water. Not that it mattered, since he could dry his clothes quickly. At that moment, clang! Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. The void storage door swung open, and Theo launched himself at Sejun's face. Krueng! King! Following right behind Theo, Quenji and the Blackie family also leaped at Sejun, clinging onto him. Let's just sleep for today and move tomorrow. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Krueng! King! Happy to hear Sejun say it was time to sleep, the group eagerly agreed. Land moving. Using Mila's hoe, Sejun built a house. Crop gigantification. He enlarged an Elixir King oyster mushroom. Schwick! Turning it into a mushroom mattress, placing it in the bedroom, and pulling out a blanket. I've prepared Peacebay's meal too, now let's sleep. After setting out some fruit for Peacebay's next to the mattress, Sejun hugged his companions and threw himself onto the center of the mushroom mattress. At first, the mattress sank deeply under Sejun's weight but gradually regained its cushiony feel. Krr. Gorarong. Kirarong. Meanwhile, Sejun and his companions had fallen asleep. And then, pip. Good night, everyone. Peacebay's woke up and began his activities. Chomp. 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 After eating the fruit Sejun had prepared. Flap. Flap. He patrolled the surroundings while also taking a little sightseeing tour. But most of the islands were rocky, leaving little to see. After finishing his rounds and returning, swoosh, shwa, as the sound of waves echoed and the moonlight shimmered on the water, Peacebay sat by the window, looking down at his companion sleeping on the mattress. An inspiration struck, and, alone on this silent night while everyone sleeps, Peacebay hummed a song he made up on the spot, turning it into a lullaby that brought pleasant dreams to all his companions. If I lay my head on your lap, Pooh hut. Especially Theo, seeming to like Peacebay's song, fell into a deeper sleep while preciously holding Sejun's knee with his front paws. And so, the deep night on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower grew even deeper. The next morning. All right, Sejun stretched his arms and got up energetically. And, meow, Krueng, Keeking. He gathered up the sleepy heads and stepped outside, taking a walk around the island to fully wake up. Nothing really special here. The island was peaceful. Maybe the sea is full of fish that Vice Chairman Theo would love? Sejun focused his eyes and gazed into the blue sea, but he couldn't spot any swimming fish. I'll check after we eat, deciding to fill his stomach before entering the water. Snap! He flicked his fingers, creating a fire, and started cooking. At that moment, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, are you grilling my fish too? Meow. Of course. Vice Chairman Theo gets an extra large grilled fish. Pooh hut. Very nice, meow. Krueng. Dad, what are we eating? He. Today's breakfast is doenjangjigigi with an sea view. Krueng. Krueng. Sounds great. Quenji will mix rice into the doenjangjigigi and eat it. King? Butler? What about the great Blackie's roasted sweet potato? Of course, I've got them right here. If you behave until mealtime, I'll give you 2. Kihihit. King. He. Okay. The great Blackie will behave. Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family, now awake, spoke to Sejun while checking if their meals were being prepared properly. After a short while, once breakfast was finished, nice. Sejun lay on a stone bed, sipping an iced coffee Quenji had handed him, letting his food digest. Now, let's see what's in the sea. It was time to fully enjoy the water. Sploosh! As Sejun dove into the sea with his companions clinging to him, air bubbles automatically formed around their heads. These were air bubble helmets created by Theo's water attribute talent. Thanks to them, Sejun could explore the sea without worrying about suffocating. Sejun swam around the sea for quite some time. What's this? Why is there nothing? No matter how much he searched, all he found were rocks and water, nothing else. No other living creatures were present except for Sejun himself. I need to encounter something for a land deed quest to appear. Is this place some kind of salt farm? Just as Sejun was about to leave the sea and explore other islands, he noticed a massive black shape drifting lazily with the sea currents. At that moment, swish! The black mass spread thinly, dispersing around like delicate strands. What is this? When Sejun touched it, a quest has been generated. Quest: the sea creatures are in distress due to a mutated seaweed corrupted by the energy of destruction, which has turned it carnivorous. Eliminate the mutated seaweed. Reward: recognition as the rightful owner of the seaweed farm on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower, restoration of the marine ecosystem. Finally, a land deed quest had appeared. This was seaweed. Reading the quest, Sejun got excited. His New Year's goal of acquiring seaweed had been fulfilled much earlier than expected. And the mutated seaweed was just as excited. The seaweed wrapped tightly around Sejun's body, attempting to bite off his flesh. Hair. Useless. Sejun's body was protected by power, strong body, rendering the attack ineffective. But how should I deal with this? Taking care of them one by one would be too much effort. Sejun thought for a moment. If it's a marine plant, wouldn't it die if I take it to land? With that in mind, he swam toward the shore, dragging the seaweed entangled around him. You have eliminated the mutant carnivorous seaweed. You have gained 10 experience points. As soon as they reached land, the seaweed instantly withered and died. That was too easy. Sejun, who had considered burning them with fire, felt slightly let down by how simple it was. Now that he had figured out the method to eliminate them. Go, muck boople, poo. Poo. Yes. Incate shadow clones. Sejun had muck boople lure the seaweed, and as they gathered, his companions scooped them up with nets and disposed of them. After about 5 hours of harvesting, you have eliminated all mutant seaweed. Quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the quest, the marine ecosystem is beginning to recover. As a reward for completing the quest, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the seaweed farm on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. The quest was complete. During this time, Sejun washed the dead seaweed in the water, spread it thinly on flat rocks, and let it dry under the sunlight. While Sejun was focused on making dried seaweed, Poo-hoo hut, Theo was clinging to Sejun's lap, happily enjoying his time. Krueng, Quenji caught one. King, brother. The great Blackie caught one too. With the seaweed gone, Quenji and the Blackie family played by catching clams that had been hiding in the sandy seabed. At that moment, gruel. The alarm of Quenji's stomach rang, signaling lunchtime. It's already lunchtime? Hearing Quenji's belly alarm, Sejun headed to the cooking area. Krueng. Krueng. Dad. Quenji caught this with Blackie. Quenji wants to eat this too. Quenji brought over the clams they had caught to Sejun. Oh. These are manila clams. The moment he saw them, Sejun decided on the lunch menu. A refreshing bowl of manila clam kalguksu, enjoyed with the sea's ambience. And seafood scallion pancakes with a glass of samyangju. Ah, perfect. Sejun quickly cleaned the clams, kneaded the dough for the kalguksu noodles, prepared the broth, made fresh kimchi salad, and mixed the seafood pancake batter with squid and other ingredients before frying it. A little while later, guys, let's eat lunch. Sejun called his companions to the meal. All right. Cheers. Sejun raised a glass filled with samyangju. Poo-hoo hut. Cheers, meow. Theo lifted a glass filled with churu. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. Cheers. Quenji held up a glass of honey water. Ki-hee-hit. King. Hee-hee. Cheers. Blackie clinked his glass of roasted sweet potato milk against Sejun's. And then, gulp. Sejun drank the samyangju and took a spoonful of the kalguksu broth. Ah, the refreshing and slightly spicy broth slid down his throat, clearing his stomach. Slurp. He followed it up with a mouthful of noodles and a bite of seafood pancake. The scent of scallions and the chewy texture of squid filled his mouth. Gulp. Time for another shot of samyangju. Aha. This is it. Maybe because he was eating by the sea, he felt great and didn't seem to get drunk easily. Gulp. Getting carried away by the mood, Sejun downed 5 consecutive shots of the strong samyangju. Krurung. Eventually, he drank beyond his limit and passed out. Poo-hoo hut. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Ki-hee-hit. His companions found spots on his body and also dozed off for an afternoon nap. While Sejun and his group slept, the scorching sunlight and sea breeze dried the seaweed perfectly. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, I brought the new full-time employees. Battler arrived in Theo's mental world, bringing Bev and Thunder with him. Chapter 610, Hee Hee. No matter how great the Creator God is, he can't deceive the great detective Sherlock Sejun. Theo's mental world. Thud. Thud. Poo-hoo-hut. Battler Nim, it's been a while, meow. What brings you here, meow? As Theo appeared, clinging to the knee of the ultra-giant Chairman Park No. 2. Ha ha ha. Vice Chairman Theo, these two said they wanted to join Sejun Company, so I brought them. Battler laughed heartily and pointed at Bev and Thunder. I am Bev, the god of courage, who supports the courageous. I am Thunder, the god of storm, who calls upon wind and lightning. The two introduced themselves to Theo. Poo-hoo-hut. I am the great hybrid Chairman Park's right-hand man, the deadly dragon-clawed hybrid golden cat, and the lucky legendary merchant, Park Theo, meow. Not wanting to lose, Theo introduced himself in an equally grand manner. Once the introductions were over, Poo-hoo-hut. Bev Nim, Thunder Nim, put your thumbprints here, meow. Theo handed them a contract that already had the paw prints of himself and Blackie. Since he never knew when a day like this would come, Theo had prepared thousands of contract copies in advance by giving Blackie a single roasted and dried sweet potato. Stamp! Stamp! As the two pressed their thumbprints onto the contract, Poo-hoo-hut. Bev Nim and Thunder Nim, welcome to Sejun Company, meow. Theo warmly welcomed them. And then, ha ha ha. You just stamped the contract, right? Bev, from now on, speak to me respectfully. Got it. Battler immediately established dominance over Bev. What? Where's that rule? Didn't you say Sejun Company doesn't allow seniority-based bullying just because someone joined earlier? Who? Are you trying to rebel against me right now? Vice Chairman Theo, Bev is attempting insubordination here. Wait, when did I ever dash? As Bev tried to argue, Battler tattled to Theo right away. However, Poo-hoo-hut. It's fine, meow. Ooh? I said it's insubordination? Contrary to Battler's expectations, Theo wasn't angry. Because from now on, Bev Nim will be in charge of managing all full-time battle gods, meow. Bev hadn't committed insubordination at all. Yes, who? Bev and Battler had opposite reactions to Theo's decision. For Theo, it was an obvious choice. Battler was a major criminal who had wronged Sejun many times. On the other hand, although Bev had been a nuisance to Sejun, he had also given him many things and had even willingly joined the company. From Theo's perspective, it was only natural to favor Bev over Battler. Well then, God's Nim, time to leave, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, need to sleep early so I can play with Chairman Park, meow. And with that, Theo kicked the gods out of his mental world, and the battle gods returned to the combat shop headquarters. Then, Battler, yeah, lie down, yeah. Without a word of protest, Battler accepted his punishment from Bev. Sejun's mental world. Where is this? After drinking some yangju and losing consciousness, Sejun found himself regaining awareness in his mental world. At that moment, Sejun, what did you eat for your soul to become so enriched? The Creator God descended before Sejun in a dazzling light. Ah? You're that person from last time, right? Sejun asked while looking at the Creator God. Just as the Creator God had said, perhaps because Sejun's soul was particularly full today, the Creator God's form appeared clearer than before. Since their appearance changed every time he saw them, he needed to confirm whether it was the same entity. Yes, it was I-T-L-D-O. The Creator God responded in a benevolent voice and then asked, did you receive the gift sent by the Creator God? Pretending as if it wasn't from them. However, gift? The Creator God sent me a gift. This was news to Sejun. Yes. On Christmas, the Creator God twisted the storm of causality to create Santa Sejun. Eh? No way, Santa Sejun was made by my Theo. Ooh? What are you talking about? That was created by the Creator God. No, it wasn't. My Theo dash. Thus began a debate over who had created Santa Sejun. That damned cat. How dare he steal the Creator God's achievement? The Creator God's fury turned toward Theo. No. I'm telling you, our Theo made Santa Sejun. And if you mess with my Theo, I won't stand by and do nothing. Sejun issued a firm warning to the Creator God, who was fuming at Theo. No, it's not that I intend to do anything to Theo. The Creator God took a deep breath, calming down. What am I even doing? At the same time, a wave of self-awareness hit. It seemed like continuing this conversation with Sejun would only lead to frustration. Actually, the reason I came is to inform you of something. So, they got to the main point. Something to tell me? Yes. What is it? Search the sea floor carefully. There, you will find the Creator God's tablet. Who? The Creator God's tablet is at the bottom of the sea. But I already checked the sea earlier, it is definitely there. And here, this is a gift. With a slightly curt voice, the Creator God sent a glowing blue energy orb to Sejun. And then, SRRK. The light was absorbed into Sejun's body. The power of creation is being converted into the most suitable ability for Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun's survival. All stats have increased by 1,000. Mental strength potential has increased by 10,000. A series of messages appeared. Thank you. But who exactly are you? Sejun expressed his gratitude but then questioned the Creator God, who gave him a gift every time they met. No matter how he looked at it, they were no ordinary existence. I cannot tell you yet. The Creator God shook their head, refusing to reveal their identity. Then, do you know about the first apostle of the Creator God, Emila Nim? I do. But why are you looking for Emila? Well, actually, I have a few drops of incomplete Creator God's tears. Sejun explained that he wanted to ask Emila to refine the incomplete Creator God's tears into an great growth elixir. Oh. You purified them as well. Ha ha ha. Understood. I will tell Emila to issue you a quest. Yes, thank you. But can I ask one more thing? Go ahead. Hearing that Sejun had purified the tears of destruction, the Creator God's voice became benevolent once again. Have you heard anything about the Creator God who ran away? I did not run away. Who? No, why are you getting so worked up? I wasn't talking about you, but about another Creator God. Get out! The Creator God hurriedly expelled Sejun from unconsciousness back to reality. 77th floor of the Blue Tower. HM. As Sejun opened his eyes. Squish. 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 He saw Theo diligently stepping on his face. Vice Chairman Theo, when did you wake up? Pooh hut. I woke up just a little while ago. Meow. Really? Hey, Vice Chairman Theo, listen. Sejun recounted what he had heard from the Creator God and asked if Theo felt any pull toward the sea. Meow. Theo stretched out his front paw toward the sea, trying to sense something. However, there's nothing. Meow. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help to Chairman Park. Meow. Not sensing anything, Theo's ears drooped, and he became despondent. It's fine. Let's go back into the sea and search again. If we can't find anything, we'll just leave. Honestly, I don't fully trust that information. Every time the topic of the runaway Creator God comes up, they act strangely angry. At that moment, who? Something clicked in Sejun's mind like a puzzle coming together. Wait. Could it be? That guy was the Creator God. Sejun suddenly realized that the entity who had appeared in his mental world was actually the Creator God. He. No matter how great the Creator God is, he can't deceive the great detective Sherlock Sejun. Feeling proud of his own deduction, Sejun smirked. Of course, it wasn't that Sejun's reasoning skills had suddenly skyrocketed, it was simply that the Creator God had been dropping way too many hints, making it obvious even to someone as clueless as Sejun. Getting mad as if it was a personal insult when Sejun denied receiving a gift from the Creator God, revealing the location of the Creator God's tablet, being close to the apostle of the Creator God. And most tellingly, every time Sejun asked about the runaway Creator God, they got unreasonably defensive, as if they were the one who had run away. The Creator God had been dropping so many hints that it was almost as if they weren't even trying to hide it. As Sejun was feeling proud after figuring out the Creator God's identity. Squish. Squish. Theo resumed stepping on Sejun's face and spoke in a bright voice. Chairman Park, 2 new full-time employees have joined Sejun Company. Meow. Feeling good after making Sejun's face a little less ugly, Theo sounded quite cheerful. 2. Where are they? Thinking that Theo had encountered some robbers or pirates while he was sleeping, Sejun looked around warily. Pooh hut. They're gods, so they're not here. Meow. Seeing Sejun's reaction, Theo also felt proud. Gods? Pooh hut. That's right. Meow. Bev Nim and Thunder Nim came to my mental world and said they wanted to join Sejun Company. Meow. So I had them stamp the contract and welcome them as full-time employees. Meow. A completely different recruitment process from anything Sejun had seen before. For real? Bev Nim and Thunder Nim personally came to your mental world and voluntarily stamped the contract? They weren't captured? Sejun asked in disbelief. Pooh hut. That's right. Meow. Theo nodded vigorously. Our company is at that level. A company where gods come to apply for jobs. A company that gods voluntarily joined. It suddenly felt like Sejun Company's prestige had skyrocketed. And I am the chairman of such a company. Sejun's chest swelled with pride. Pooh hut. And I'm the vice chairman of Sejun Company, meow. Yeah. Our vice chairman Theo did something incredible. Sejun vigorously patted Theo's head. I should build a monument to commemorate their recruitment. Sejun decided to commemorate the two gods who had previously been a nuisance to him and Quenji by building employment achievement monuments for them upon their recruitment. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, let's put out a full-time employee recruitment notice through Helnim. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. But what should it say, meow? We'll say that anyone who joins Sejun Company as a full-time employee will get an employment achievement monument built in their honor. He planned to use the employment achievement monument as bait to lure more gods into joining Sejun Company. Pooh hut. Understood, meow. Helnim, post a recruitment notice, meow. Theo immediately relayed Sejun's words to Hel. Hel, the god of merchants, is asking if she can also join Sejun Company. Hel had instantly applied for the position. Since things couldn't get any worse for her, she decided to go all in on the Sejun coin and bet everything on Sejun's company. Pooh hut. Of course, meow. Helnim, come find me later when I'm about to sleep, meow. Hel, the god of merchants, says she will visit later to officially apply. After finishing his conversation with Hel, Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park is a genius, meow. Helnim has applied to join, meow. Theo praised Sejun. He. This is nothing. Sejun grinned widely, trying to act humble. Pooh hut. Theo chuckled along with him. Thus, Sejun officially announced a recruitment notice, offering employment achievement monuments to gods who became full-time employees. At that moment, gurgle. The sound of Quenji's stomach rumbled as he slept soundly. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it's time for dinner, meow. Even while sleeping, Quenji's internal food alarm remained perfectly accurate. Guys, let's eat. Sejun woke up his companions and then, has it dried completely? He checked the seaweed he had left to dry on the rocks. Crisp. Applying a little pressure, the seaweed made a satisfying crunching sound. Nice. It's dried perfectly. Sejun lightly brushed a thin layer of sesame oil over the crisp seaweed and sprinkled some salt on top. Then, whoosh, carefully roasting the seaweed at a safe distance from the fire to prevent burning. As the heat touched the oil, the combined aroma of roasted seaweed, sesame oil, and salt filled the air. Krueng. What's that smell? It must be delicious. He. Here, excited by the smell, Quenji opened his mouth and Sejun placed a small piece of roasted seaweed inside. Crisp. Krueng. After tasting the seaweed, Quenji hurriedly brought over his rice bowl. Just like a true food detective, Quenji immediately realized that seaweed was the perfect side dish for rice. Vice Chairman Theo, Blackie, do you guys want to try some? No way, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, I'm waiting for the grilled fish Chairman Park will cook for me, meow. King. No. Give me the roasted and dried sweet potato you made, butler. As expected, Theo and Blackie rejected the offer. Quenji, instead of eating the rice and seaweed separately, try wrapping the rice with the seaweed like this. Krueng. Dad, you're a genius. This tastes even better. Sejun taught Quenji a tastier way to eat seaweed and rice, and they enjoyed their meal together. Ku. Gorarong. Krueng. Kirarong. And then, they all fell asleep again. Meanwhile, what? If you become a full-time employee at Sejun Company, which is run by Trust in Park, you get an achievement monument. Not only that. Hel said the employment achievement monument is on a completely different level compared to all previous achievement monuments. The news of Sejun hiring full-time employees shook the entire seed shop headquarters. Chapter 611, He. Are you scared of me? Seed shop headquarters. I will now begin the drawing to select applicants for Sejun Company. Yes. At Leah's words, the non-combat gods looked at the lottery box with determined expressions. And then, Russell. Leah reached into the lottery box, pulled out a folded slip of paper, and opened it. Wall, the god of walnuts. As Leah called out the name written on the slip. Wow. Wall, congratulations. I'm so jealous that you're becoming a full-time employee at Sejun Company. Wall, congrats. So now you're going to get the achievement monument from Trust in Park. The non-combat gods who weren't selected congratulated Wall. Guys, I'm sorry. Wall, on the verge of tears, felt guilty towards his friends. Hey, Why are you crying? You got in first, so you can help us later. Yeah. Well, you learn first and teach us. You're smart, after all. His friends gave Wall a purpose so he wouldn't feel guilty. Okay. I'll learn diligently and teach you all. While Wall and his friends deepened their bond, Kumu, the god of fluffy clouds, Sedu, the god of rotten wood, Dit, the god of ditch. All around, the non-selected non-combat gods congratulated those who were chosen, and the chosen ones comforted those who were not. The reason for selecting Sejun Company applicants through a lottery at the seed shop headquarters was due to a shortage of divine power. In order to apply for Sejun Company, one had to enter Theo's mental world, but their divine power was insufficient to send all the non-combat gods. Thanks to Sejun, the non-combat gods' circumstances had improved significantly compared to before, but they were still far behind the combat gods. I will definitely become a full-time employee of Sejun Company. I'll earn lots of divine power with the achievement monument. With such determination, the 100 selected non-combat gods departed for Theo's mental world. However, why isn't anyone coming? Unlike the scene at the seed shop headquarters, the combat shop headquarters was completely different. The combat gods showed no interest in joining Sejun Company. If you become a full-time employee, Chairman Park will personally erect an employment achievement monument for you. Bev, who was in charge of full-time employees for combat gods, tried his best to persuade passing combat gods along with Battler, Hunt, and Thunder. What's so special about the chairman doing it? And what do we use achievement monument for? How much divine power does that measly thing even give? Sejun's reputation among the combat gods was too low, and the achievement monument wasn't an appealing enough reward. At this rate, no one will apply. Bev fell into deep thought. If none of the combat gods joined Sejun Company, it would be a disgrace to his role as the combat god employee manager. Combat gods who want to fight strong opponents, gather here. So, he changed the recruitment strategy to match the combat god's nature. Immediately. You mean we can fight strong opponents? Ha ha ha. You just need to pass through that door and fight the largest being. Alright, battle him. I want to challenge a strong opponent. Good. Buko, the god of axes, you're as brave as ever. Ha ha ha. Of course. Without courage, I'd be a corpse. If you pass through that door, you'll find your opponent. One by one, the combat gods began moving towards Theo's mental world. When they got there and charged at Theo, they'd get defeated and be forcefully employed, but that didn't matter to them. What was important was that the number of full-time employees who were originally combat gods would increase. Thus, the combat gods entered Theo's mental world. Non-combat gods were there too. They saw a long line of non-combat gods, each stamping a paper given by a cat clinging to a massive being. HMPH. Begging even here? The combat god sneered at the non-combat god standing in line. Then, fight me. They charged at Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2. Boom! Pooh-hoo hut! Stamp it! Meow! And were forcefully employed into Sejun Company. Then, Pooh-hoo hut! Combat gods, from now on, listen to the non-combat gods. Meow! Hey! Why should I listen to them? Pooh-hoo-hoo! Because you dared to challenge Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2. Meow! So what if I did? The combat gods ended up serving the very non-combat gods they had mocked as their superiors. While Theo was diligently recruiting full-time employees, Blackie's mental world. Everyone, eat this and please forgive our Blackie. Sejun was handing out roasted and dried sweet potatoes to the souls. I'm sorry. Please forgive us. We're really sorry. The Blackie family followed behind Sejun, apologizing to the souls. The sight of the massive Blackie family trailing after the small Sejun was somewhat amusing, but being with Sejun allowed them to offer more sincere apologies, and the souls could better feel the Blackie family's genuine remorse. I forgive you. Thanks to that, the number of souls forgiving the Blackie family quickly increased. Whoosh! Each time, the thoughts of corruption lingering in the souls dissipated under Sejun's gaze. But whenever things go too smoothly, problems always arise. Gururuk. A corruption's resentment appeared, far too thick and ominous to have come from just one soul. And then, Koo-hoo-hoo. So, you're the one who has been destroying me. Corruption, unable to form a solid shape, looked at Sejun with its shifting, unstable eyes and grinned with a grotesque mouth. Sizzle. Even under Sejun's gaze, corruption's body only suffered slight burns and wasn't significantly damaged. Against a corruption capable of maintaining a form without dispersing, Sejun's primordial power was too weak and ineffective. Butler, come here. Sejun Nim, please get behind us. Blackie and his subordinates moved to shield Sejun and the souls, preparing to attack corruption. But, Koo-hoo-hoo. Apostles of destruction, can you ever forget the painful scars of your betrayal? Fenrir, you poor wolf, betrayed by a friend who killed your mother. Halfers, you poor immortal bird who became a death crow after being betrayed by your own brother. Jormungandr, the pitiful serpent, forced to swallow your sister to avoid being devoured yourself. Shut up, no. That's, with just a few words that struck their deepest wounds, corruption shook the Blackie family's resolve. Their traumas ran too deep for them to remain unaffected by such insignificant remarks. And then, Park Sejun, you? What? This guy? Corruption, intending to trigger Sejun's trauma, hesitated in confusion. Timid, deeply insecure about inferiority, envious of others, yet strangely, there was no apparent trauma to exploit. Even gods have at least one small trauma, but this clueless fool has none. How is this even possible? Corruption had encountered an enemy it had no means to manipulate. He. Are you scared of me? Sejun's attitude was so insignificant and frivolous that even his own allies felt second-hand embarrassment, but he didn't seem dangerous at all. At that moment, Sejun Company has achieved a divine-level achievement by bringing together gods from the three great divine factions under one organization. From now on, all achievement rewards earned by Sejun Company will be received by its chairman, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, as the representative. As a reward for achieving a divine-level achievement, divinity increases by 15. As a divine-level achievement reward, the stay fee for the 0th floor of the Black Tower decreases by 0.3%. A message appeared before Sejun. Who? This is possible too. Sejun was shocked as he checked the message. He had started Sejun Company just for fun, yet it had grown to a level recognized by the system. Of course, that was just Sejun's perspective. Sejun Company had actually grown to the point where it was a threat to the system itself. Whoosh! Perhaps due to his increased divinity, a small flame ignited on corruption's body where Sejun's gaze touched. Fizzle! It quickly extinguished, but, whoosh! Sejun widened his eyes and continued to glare at corruption. Unlike before, now his gaze could at least set it aflame. He planned to burn it down little by little until it was completely destroyed. And then, Chairman Park, keep it up, meow. Sejun Company has achieved a divine-level achievement by surpassing 100 divine-level full-time employees. As a reward for achieving a divine-level achievement, divinity increases by 10. As a divine-level achievement reward, the stay fee for the 0th floor of the Black Tower decreases by 0.1%. Outside, Theo was assisting Sejun. Whoosh! Thanks to Theo's assistance, the flames on the parts of corruption touched by Sejun's gaze grew even larger, and this time, they didn't extinguish so easily. Vice Chairman Theo, well done! Knowing that this was Theo's way of helping, Sejun silently expressed his gratitude and continued to focus his gaze on corruption. Whoosh! As Sejun's divine power grew stronger, corruption slowly burned away and disintegrated under his gaze. Phew! After an exhausting day, Sejun sighed in relief. Butler, thank you. Blackie, expressing his gratitude, licked Sejun enthusiastically with his massive tongue. Ooh, it's so wet. Before Sejun could even protest, he lost consciousness. The next morning. Ooh, stretch! Who? A quest has been generated. Quest, send the tear of the incomplete creator god to Emila I. Beans, the first apostle of the creator god. Reward, for each drop of tear of the incomplete creator god sent, receive 5 drops of great growth elixir. As Sejun woke up and stretched, a quest message appeared before him. Emila, under the creator god's instructions, had timed the quest to coincide with Sejun waking up. Here you go. Sejun sent the 12 drops of tear of the incomplete creator god he had. You have completed the quest 12 times. As a quest completion reward, you have obtained 60 drops of great growth elixir. A glass bottle filled with a red liquid appeared in Sejun's hand. Gulp! Sejun immediately drank about half of the liquid from the bottle. Then, you have consumed 35 drops of great growth elixir. You have gained 350 million experience points. Your lowest stat, agility, has increased by 3,500. Proficiency of mastery of farming tools LV1 has increased. Proficiency of transplanting LV6 has increased. Proficiency of bunker LV4 has increased. Bunker LV for proficiency is full. The skill has leveled up. Messages flooded in. His experience and stats increased instantly, while skill proficiency randomly increased 35 times. Ooh? I drank 5 extra drops. Oh well. There's still plenty left. Sejun wasn't bothered by drinking a bit more than intended. Drip, drip. He generously dropped 1 drop each into the mouths of his companions. Just as people become more generous when they have a full storehouse, Sejun, now abundant in elixirs, had no hesitation in sharing. Including Theo, Quenji, Peace Bays, and the Blackie family, he used a total of 15 drops, yet 10 drops still remained in the bottle. He. The rest should go to Flamey. Flamey, at Sejun's call, he. Sejun Nim, you're awake. Flamey, who had been resting atop Sejun's head with her leaves fully spread, responded energetically. Yeah. Flamey, drink this. Sejun handed the bottle of great growth elixir to Flamey while she was still on his head. Oh no. I made a mistake. Flamey pretended to fumble and spilled the entire elixir onto Sejun's head. For Flamey, who was barely maintaining her balance of power, drinking the elixir was absolutely impossible. What dash? Sejun panicked at the sudden dampness on his head. At that moment, you have absorbed great growth elixir through your scalp. Your hair roots have strengthened. Talent, strong hair roots has bloomed. A message popped up in front of Sejun. Talent, strong hair roots. A talent that strengthens hair roots, preventing hair loss. Thanks to this, Sejun would never have to worry about balding for the rest of his life. Flamey, well done. Sejun praised Flamey so she wouldn't feel bad, then had breakfast. Alright, time to go find the tablet. He set off on an underwater expedition. Temple of the Creator God. Creator Godnim, during the process of making great growth elixir from the tear of the incomplete Creator God that Sejun sent, this was formed. Emila handed over small, jewel-like grains of sand that shimmered with a mystical glow. Chapter 6:12, You're in big trouble when the butler arrives. 77th floor of the Blue Tower. I can't see it. Since morning, Sejun and his companions had been searching the sea for hours, but they couldn't find the Creator God's tablet. It's time to eat now. Guys, let's have a contest to see who catches the best one. As mealtime approached, Sejun suggested a hunting contest to his companions. After the mutant seaweed disappeared, creatures that had been hiding in the sand or under rock started moving again, making it easy to catch prey. Pooh-hoo-hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will take first place. Meow. Krueng. Quenji will catch the most. Kihihit. King. Hee. The Great Blackie will win. With Sejun's proposal, the group became eager and scattered in all directions, while Sejun moved to collect something he had already spotted. He. I saw something good earlier. If I get that, first place is mine. In truth, Sejun had suggested the contest with the intention of taking first place himself. A short while later. Thud. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, look at this, meow. I caught something amazing, meow. While Sejun was resting and chatting with Flamey, Theo appeared and placed a massive clam with a dazzlingly colorful shell in front of him. I lost? Jewel pen shell? Just selling the jewels attached to the shell would easily bring in hundreds of billions of tower coins. He. On top of that, I can make buttered pen shell scallops. Oh. As expected of Vice Chairman Theo. Well done. As Sejun thought about the dishes he could make with the pen shell, he praised Theo. Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am always great, meow. Feeling proud, Theo rubbed his head enthusiastically against Sejun's hand. At that moment, Krueng. Dad, Quenji caught a lot of good stuff. Thud. Quenji appeared, carrying an enormous pile of shellfish bundled together with his telekinesis. The pile contained clams, cockles, mussels, and more, easily over 10 tons. Sejun's mind buzzed with images of mussel soup, grilled shellfish, and other delicious dishes. Oh. As expected of my son. Overjoyed, Sejun vigorously ruffled Quenji's head with both hands in praise. Coo-hey. Quenji giggled with a big, satisfied grin at Sejun's praise. But why hasn't Blackie come out yet? As Sejun, starting to get worried, looked toward the sea. King. Butler. Help. Blackie was whimpering and calling for Sejun. Blackie. When Sejun quickly ran toward the source of the sound. King. Let go of me. You're in big trouble when the butler arrives. He saw Blackie family struggling in a fierce battle after being caught by an octopus the size of a forearm. The Blackie family had tried to catch the octopus using the youngest, Cobulto, as bait, but instead, they ended up being hunted by it. Puh-up. Sejun tried to hold back his laughter at Blackie family's sunfish-like antics before stepping in to rescue them. Once everyone had gathered with their catches. He. This here is the ginseng of the sea, a sea cucumber. With a proud expression, Sejun took out a sea cucumber he had picked up from the sea and showed it off. It was long, bumpy on the surface, and wiggled unpleasantly, making it look pretty creepy no matter how one saw it. Meow? What is that? Meow. Krueng. Both Theo and Quenji grimaced at the strange appearance of the sea cucumber. King. This time, I win. Trying to redeem himself from his earlier failure, Blackie lunged at the sea cucumber and took a big bite. Hey! That thing is poisonous, King. Sejun quickly pulled Blackie away, who had gotten his tongue paralyzed by the sea cucumber's toxin. Then, he started cooking with the ingredients everyone had gathered. Somewhere along the way, everyone had forgotten they were even competing. Poo-hoo hut. It smells like delicious grilled fish, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng, hee hee hee. We have a lot of dishes today. Kihihit. King, hee hee. The great Blackie defeated the sea cucumber. The group watched Sejun's back as he cooked, eagerly waiting for the meal to be ready. Using all the ingredients they had brought, Sejun prepared a lavish lunch. Guys, let's eat. And so, they all had a meal together. Oh. This is delicious. Koo hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. That's right. Of course, the only one who ate every dish Sejun prepared with delight was Quenji. Theo and Blackie family only ate grilled fish and roasted and dried sweet potatoes. After lunch, slurp, Sejun lay down on a sunbed, savoring the coffee Quenji had brewed for him, enjoying his rest. At that moment, Sejun Nim. I think I need to go back. Flaney spoke in a gloomy voice. It was because Podori, who had been holding back from evolving into a dimensional tree, had reached his limit. Honestly, the fact that he had endured this long was already close to a miracle, so Flamey couldn't ask him to hold on any longer. Really? Then let's hurry back. Upon hearing Flamey's words, Sejun quickly returned to the Black Tower so that Flamey could rest underground on the 99th floor. He left his belongings behind since he planned to return to search for the tablet again. Return. Thinking it was urgent, Sejun activated the Dragon Horn's return bracelet. Wuong. The golden characters engraved on the bracelet began to glow. The return magic engraved on the Dragon Horn's return bracelet is activating. Calculating the distance between the current coordinates and the return target coordinates. Returning to the designated location, Sejun disappeared from the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. As soon as he returned home, Sejun Nim, then I'll see you next time. Flamey, who had been perched on Sejun's shoulder, spread her leaves as wide as possible and embraced him. Yeah. See you next time. Next time, I'll have plenty of elixirs ready for you. Hee hee. You don't have to. Sejun gently patted Flamey's forehead, soothing the sadness of parting. Then, I'll go now. Sejun Nim, take care. Knowing that it would be uncertain when she'd see Sejun again after this, Flamey forced a cheerful voice before disappearing underground. It's done. I don't have to hold back anymore. At the same time, Podori, who had been desperately holding back, finally began evolving into a dimensional tree. Rumble. Releasing everything he had suppressed for the past 10 days, Podori's 7 roots rapidly stretched out into different worlds. Usually, when a tree becomes a dimensional tree, it initially takes root in 5 worlds, but perhaps because Podori had held back for so long, he immediately planted himself in 7 worlds. Considering that it normally takes around 1,000 years to establish roots in an additional world, this was an astonishingly compressed growth. It was practically the discovery of a new growth method. Shiver. Seeing Podori, Sausage trembled his branches. He had a bad feeling that he might be the next target for testing this new growth method. Just then, a new infrastructure has been established within Sejun Company. The World Tree Communication Network has been launched for Sejun Company. From now on, communication between world trees belonging to Sejun Company is possible. A message appeared before the world trees Flamey had nurtured. Whether it was fortunate or not, Sausage wasn't the only one who would be tested. That's a relief. Sausage felt a sense of relief, thinking he had found comrades in suffering. However, Black Tower 79F, birds bearing world tree, Sparky, hi. I'm Sparky, a tree who dreams of becoming a dimensional tree one day. Silver Tower 82F, great world tree, Pose, hello. I'm Pose, a tree aspiring to become a dimensional tree. Earthworm Destruction Devourer world tree, Eo Seppo, I'm Eo Seppo. Let's work hard together to become dimensional trees. Omid Generous Green Onion World Tree, Omipace, I'm Omipace. By the way, my name was given by Sejun Nim. Let's do our best. The world trees on the World Tree Communication Network were not normal. As the world trees introduced themselves and passionately committed to the shared goal of becoming dimensional trees, Sejun Company's dimensional tree Podori has rooted in 7 worlds. A new subgroup for the Sejun Company Employee Communication Network has been opened. A message appeared stating that a subgroup of the Sejun Company employee communication network had been established. And then, Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Axes, Buko, her. We have a dimensional tree in our company. What the hell? Our company is really amazing. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Peanuts, PP, a dimensional tree. As expected of, don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. Everyone, chant with me. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Walnuts, Wall, don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Stones, Toga, don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. Within the employee communication network, the chants of the non-combatant gods praising Sejun echoed silently. Once again, Sejun Company was thriving day by day. Flamey, rest well. Sejun gently ran his hand over the spot where Flamey had disappeared and spoke softly. Then, since I'm back, I should take care of some work. Having spent a long time on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower to make memories with Flamey at the sea, Sejun stopped by the 10th tower, an earthworm, to take care of his backlog. There was nothing particularly special at the 10th tower, so he simply planted the seeds that had accumulated there. Meanwhile, at Earthworm, which he reached via the dimensional gate, Sejun found 10 new drops of the Tear of Destruction waiting for him. Gulp! Gulp! The Tears of Destruction transformed into Sejun's appearance. Thanks to this, 10 Destruction Sejuns worked hard in Sejun's place, planting Destruction Devourer seeds. Tui! 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 At this point, even the Destruction Devourers, who had gotten used to Destruction Sejun, naturally spat out seeds to them, ensuring that the work continued smoothly even in Sejun's absence. Meanwhile, the 7 previous Destruction Sejuns had been completely purified, turning into 7 drops of Tear of the incomplete Creator God. Here you go. Sejun immediately sent the tears to Emila and, in exchange, received 35 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. Gulp! He drank them all at once, and as a result his mastery of farming tools, fire field, and crop miniaturization skill levels increased by 1 each. After finishing work and returning to the Black Tower, brother-in-law, Ace welcomed Sejun. Brother-in-law. These were harvested at dawn yesterday. Ace handed him blue-colored crops. Ah, yesterday was a blue moon, huh? These were crops harvested during the blue moon. Poohee-hee-hee. Brother-in-law, please cook with these. Ace looked at Sejun with eyes full of anticipation. The taste of crops harvested during a blue moon was significantly enhanced. All right, time to show off my skills. Determined to meet Ace's expectations, Sejun took the crops and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. A short while later. Oh. Sejun, when did you get here? Sejun, you've been too busy lately. Take it easy, will you? The 4 Dragons Council's dragon stealthily took seats at the kitchen table, eager to eat Sejun's food. And then, ho ho ho. Hello, Sejun. Sejun, have you been well? Even the 5 Dragons Council's dragons, who normally wouldn't even greet the 4 Dragons Council's dragons, greeted Sejun and sat across from them. Zap! The dragon statues at the table glared at each other. At that moment, Sejun, you've been doing well at the Blue Tower, right? If anything is inconvenient, just let us know right away. The Great Blue Dragon, Kin, spoke to Sejun, trying to flaunt his close relationship with him. Yes. I'll probably be heading back tomorrow morning. The Creator God told me where the tablet is, so I need to find it. Oh. Our Sejun even talks with the Creator God. You're really amazing. Wait. While it's true our Sejun is amazing, what do you mean our Sejun? Kin, Sejun is going to be my grandson-in-law. That's right. And he's our Arjux's sworn brother. Right. Only we can use the term our Sejun. That's right. The 4 Dragons Council's dragons claimed that only they had the right to call Sejun our Sejun and directed their arguments toward the 5 Dragons Council's dragons. TL, I think I explained it in an earlier chapter. If not, the use of our in Korean is equivalent to the use of smy. What? He's not even married yet, then what do you mean grandson-in-law? Sejun, how about meeting our Ophelia? We have our Sylvia too. The 5 Dragons Council's dragons also began making proposals, trying to strengthen their ties with Sejun. However, no. My heart belongs only to Eileen. Unlike his usual indecisive attitude, Sejun firmly rejected their offers without hesitation. There was not even a moment of uncertainty or awkwardness from considering the dragon's reactions. Kehehehe. As expected of our Sejun. I knew I could trust him. TL, Eileen, it was really fortunate. if Sejun had even pretended to consider it. Guys, thank you. Sejun raised his glass high toward the stars that had been flickering unusually much today, conveying his gratitude. Chapter 6:13. It's a clean sweep, meow. Forest of Creation. Candidate for the Tree of Creation. You have successfully nurtured a dimension tree. You have passed the third trial. Yes. Does this mean I will become the Tree of Creation now? Flamey drooped her leaves weakly, speaking in a dejected voice as she asked the trial statue. Not a chance. What? Did you think becoming the Tree of Creation would be that easy? There are still more trials left. The trial statue scolded Flamey for trying to become the Tree of Creation so easily. Oh. Why you rewrite? I also think becoming the Tree of Creation shouldn't be easy. Yay! There are more than just 3 trials. Flamey's voice brightened up instantly. That's right. Becoming the Tree of Creation isn't so simple. There are still 2 more trials left. Then, will I have to seal my power again for the next trial? Thinking about sealing her power and going to Sejun, Flamey asked eagerly. No. There will be no more seals. What? Why not? Why? Sealing my power should make the trial more difficult. Didn't you say becoming the Tree of Creation shouldn't be easy? Flamey protested against the trial statue, who was now saying something different from before. It's because you've become too strong. The trial statue was frustrated, unable to admit the truth due to pride. Originally, sealing her power was the right course, but Flamey had grown so powerful that sealing her was no longer possible. In fact, even this time, the seal had nearly broken midway. Had it been just a little later, Sejun would have ended his life as an eternal bachelor. Without knowing it, he had danced on the edge of life and death multiple times. Candidate for the Tree of Creation. But don't worry. I will raise the difficulty of the trial in another way. The trial statue, admiring Flamey's enthusiasm for high-difficulty trials, reassured her. How will you make it harder? Flamey's excitement rose again. Before the trial, there is something you must learn. Something to learn. Yes. You'll learn how to create divine avatars. Normally, this is something learned after becoming the Tree of Creation, but, well, you're practically already there. The trial statue thought it wouldn't hurt to teach Flamey a few of the techniques that the Tree of Creation should know in advance. After all, there were no other candidates, and honestly, with just her current strength, Flamey was already the strongest Tree of Creation in history. Divine avatars? Yes. It's like a clone that carries a portion of your power. Oh, a clone of me? Flamey imagined a clone of herself playing joyfully with Sejun every day. Hee. Please teach me quickly. All right. Thus, Flamey began learning the method to create divine avatars from the trial statue. Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun was busy cooking in the kitchen. Breakfast was already prepared, and now he was making lunch. He planned to return to the sea on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower and enjoy a picnic-style lunch there. Sejun placed a bamboo mat on the floor, laid a sheet of seaweed on top, and spread a thin layer of rice over it. Then, he added a rolled omelette, julienned carrots, cucumbers, spinach, burdock root, crayfish meat, and seasoned radish, rolling everything up tightly. For the cucumber, he only used the crunchy outer skin for better texture, and since he didn't have pickled radish, he made seasoned radish instead. Mom used to do this when she was too lazy to go buy pickled radish, and it turned out delicious. Hee. Is this our family's secret recipe? Sejun thought this dish was an improvised recipe by Kim Miran, but in reality, it was a creation of the famous franchise owner, Chef Beck. Completely unaware of this, he proudly said, Quenji, say ah. This is our family's secret recipe, seasoned radish kimbap. After brushing sesame oil over the kimbap, he sliced off the end pieces and popped them into Quenji's mouth. Krueng! It's delicious! Quenji beamed with a big smile, happily shaking his body. And then, our family's secret recipe. Quenji will inherit it. Krueng! Dad, how do you make seasoned radish? Well, that's... Quenji was burning with determination to master the family's secret recipe, bombarding Sejun with questions. While answering Quenji's questions, Sejun diligently rolled hundreds of kimbap. Here, Eileen, brother-in-law, take some to the dragons of the 4 Dragons Council and the 5 Dragons Council grandfathers, and have some yourself. After distributing the kimbap to Eileen and the other dragons, Sejun and his group had breakfast together. Then, all right. Let's head out. Sejun and his companions packed the lunchboxes filled with kimbap and set off once again for the 77th floor of the Blue Tower to search for the Creator God's tablet. You have arrived on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. Upon arriving at the 77th floor of the Blue Tower, who? Meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park, our jewel pen shell is missing, meow. Theatson, this is a theft case. They were greeted with a robbery. Everyone, check if anything else is suspicious. At Sejun's command. Pooh Hut. Understood, meow. Leave it to Detective Theatson, the famous assistant of Sherlock Sejun, meow. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Detective Cunin will also search for evidence. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. The Great Blackie will catch the culprit for you. Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family began searching for traces of the culprit who had stolen the jewel pen shell. Was anything else stolen? Sejun also checked for any other missing items. Who? My seaweed. He discovered that the dried seaweed he had carefully laid out on a rock was also gone. What the hell? Who steals seaweed? It takes hours to dry this properly. Grumbling, Sejun quickly started laying out more seaweed on the rock to dry. A moment later, da. King. Butler. Blackie came dashing towards Sejun in a hurry. Blackie, did you find something? King. No. That's not important right now. Then what is it? King? Butler. What was the Great Blackie's detective name again? Was it Detective Blackie? Detective Kiobungi. TL, it's a play on words, and Kiobungi here means clumsy or slow-witted, etc. It is just a slight modification of the Korean name for Blackie. King? Who? Was it that? Blackie tilted his head in confusion, completely oblivious to the fact that Sejun was teasing him. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Detective Theatson, the famous assistant of Sherlock Sejun, has found a clue, meow. Theo returned, holding a single strand of blue fur. Sniff. Krueng. The scent continues this way. Quenji started tracking the scent from the fur Theo had found. However, Krueng. The trail ends here. Since the area was surrounded by the sea, further tracking was impossible. There's no helping it. Kinnim, please help us. He had clearly said to ask if anything was troubling them. Recalling Kin's words from yesterday, Sejun requested the help of Kin Aster, the great blue dragon. And then, find every being that has passed through the 77th floor of the tower between last night and this morning. Kin Aster's order, issued in response to Sejun's request, resounded throughout the entire Blue Tower. The Wandering Merchant Guild in the Blue Tower was thrown into chaos. After all, anyone moving between floors of the tower would have used the merchant routes managed by the guild. As the floor bosses and wandering merchants scoured the area for the jewel pen shell thief, Sejun and his companion spent the entire morning searching the sea floor for the Creator God's tablet. However, why can't I find it? Once again, they had no success. They definitely said to search the seabed. Mulling over the words of the Creator God, Sejun surfaced and began preparing lunch. He. Cold kimbap needs hot soup. Sejun placed a pot of water on the fire and opened a ramen packet. Kimbap and ramen. The perfect combination. Just like us. Sejun looked at his companions and smiled. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad is a genius. Experiencing the combination of ramen and kimbap for the first time, Quenji was in awe and once again praised Sejun. After their delightful lunch, this is nice. Sejun lay back on a sunbed, sipping his coffee. At that moment, Pooh Hut, Ku hey. Theo and Quenji climbed onto Sejun's body, settling into place. However, Kirarong. Blackie was sound asleep, a piece of roasted and dried sweet potato dangling from his mouth. Our Blackie must be cold. He. The sea breeze is quite harsh. Seeing Blackie like that, Sejun's playful side kicked in. He covered Blackie with a thick blanket of sand, then lay back on the sunbed, pretending to know nothing and resumed his rest. A short while later, King. Blackie woke up, whimpering as he struggled to free himself from the sand. King? Who did this? Who dared to cover the Great Blackie with sand? Detective Kiobungi will find the culprit for sure. He set off to investigate. But then, Blackie, do you want some roasted and dried sweet potato? King. Completely distracted by food, Blackie instantly forgot about the investigation. While Sejun and his party were enjoying a peaceful moment, Sejun Nim, we found something. Zelga, the tower farmer of the Blue Tower, arrived with a clue about the jewel pen shell thief. So, you saw a ship carrying a huge object moving from the 77th floor to the 82nd floor? Yes. Fortunately, the 82nd floor was one of the floors where Sejun had registered a waypoint while searching for the Creator God's tablet in the past. I was already frustrated from not finding the tablet, now I have a way to relieve some stress. Alright, everyone, let's go. Sejun and his party set off for the 82nd floor of the Blue Tower to catch the jewel pen shell thief. Markio, the port town on the Blue Tower's 82nd floor. Move it carefully. Inside the largest mansion in Markio, a massive jewel pen shell covered in jewels was being transported. Meanwhile, where did that come from? Watching from a mansion window, Bochiel, the legendary merchant of the Blue Tower, asked his subordinate, Tobers. He. Some fool only ate the meat and left the shell behind. Really? There's actually an idiot who would abandon a jewel pen shell? Bochiel asked, sounding a bit skeptical. Within Bochiel's merchant group, Tobers was known as Tobers the Empty-Handed because most of his trade ventures resulted in little to no profit. Bochiel had continued to entrust Tobers with trade, believing that his diligence would eventually pay off. But now that Tobers had struck a big deal, Bochiel felt a bit uneasy. Yes. And here, try this. I found it drying near the jewel pen shell. Dip it in this sauce, it's absolutely delicious. Tobers handed Bochiel a piece of dried seaweed, which he dipped into Sejun's soy sauce seasoning before offering it to him. Even Sejun hadn't noticed that his seasoning had gone missing. Tobers? You knew someone was drying this, yet it never crossed your mind that they might come back for it. Realizing Tobers' mistake, Bochiel scolded him. Where is it? Go return that jewel pen shell immediately and apologize. Yes, sir. Tobers, who had just thought he had finally lived up to Bochiel's expectations, became dejected as he opened the door. And then, he. Gotcha. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, the great detective Sherlock Sejun is incredible, meow. It's a clean sweep, meow. Sejun and Theo grinned wickedly as they looked at Tobers and Bochiel, who stood behind him. A short while later, thud. Theo stamped Bochiel's forehead with a seal, adding 2 more votes to Theo's impeachment tally. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. From now on, Bochiel will oversee the Sejun Company's Blue Tower branch, meow. If you ever need help, seek assistance from the 99th floor boss or Zelga, meow. Yes. I'll do my best. Bochiel had just gained the most powerful connections possible. After recovering the jewel pen shell and plundering half of Bochiel's treasure vault. I'm hungry, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, grill some fish for me, meow. All right. I'll use the kitchen too. They made themselves at home in Bochiel's mansion, eating dinner there as if it were their own place. Then, let's head back. They returned to the 77th floor of the Blue Tower and resumed searching the darkened night sea. To be honest, the search was more of an excuse to digest all the food they had eaten. As they swam through the pitch-black sea, Sejun's eyes caught a glow rising from the distant seabed. Chapter 614, Show Your Sincerity, meow. Red Tower Administrator's Area. Part. All 8 growth conditions for the Great Red Tower have been met. The Red Tower has begun its growth into the Great Red Tower. 10,000 days remaining until the Great Red Tower's growth is complete. You have grown 5 more world trees beyond the Great Red Tower's growth conditions. The time required for Red Tower's growth has been reduced by 5,000 days. The crystal orb shone golden as the Red Tower began its transformation into the Great Red Tower. And then, Pwahawa! We did it! The Red Tower Administrator, Ramtur, cheered as he read the messages in the crystal orb. Out of the 9 towers, 4 had already become Great Towers, the Great Black Tower, the Great Blue Tower, the Great White Tower, and the Great Green Tower. Though they were late, they weren't too late. Since the Great Red Tower was the 5th out of 9, it was right in the middle. Behind the Great Red Tower, there were still 4 towers that had yet to undergo their transformation. Sejun, thank you. Ramtur thought of Sejun, who had made the greatest contribution to the Red Tower's growth. Thanks to Flamey, Beanie, and 7 other world trees had grown in the Red Tower, far exceeding the requirement of cultivating 3 world trees. Recently, Theo had sold divine relics in the tower, allowing them to surpass the requirement of collecting 3 divine relics. Additionally, lowering the Red Tower's heat energy below 70% was a condition that Sejun's watermelon wine helped achieve, bringing it down to 55%, exceeding the requirement. Sejun had also driven locusts to extinction using his green onions, completing the achievement of accomplishing a great feat. Since exceeding a condition counted as completing 2 growth conditions, Sejun family had met 7 out of the 8 required conditions for the Great Red Tower's growth. The last condition was fulfilled when Udon became a B-rank tower farmer. As expected of our Sejun. I should give our Sejun some kind of gift. Crack! To express his gratitude for Sejun's immense contribution to the Great Red Tower's growth, Ramtur cut off a small piece of his own horn and, bestowal, he began crafting a gift for Sejun. 77th floor of the Great Blue Tower. As Sejun swam toward the glowing light, under a massive rock, he spotted a small passageway partially covered in sand. There was a place like this? If not for the light, it would have been nearly impossible to find the passage. Could the Creator God's tablet be here? Lying on his stomach, Sejun cleared the sand and entered the passageway. Whoa! From deep within the trench, an intense light was rising from below. It was like an enormous cliff had been flipped upside down, with the brilliance of the noon sun pouring out from its depths. I need to check it out. Sejun picked up a rock from the surroundings and leaped down into the trench, sinking rapidly along with his companions. However, this is getting boring. The trench was so deep that even after 30 minutes of descending, they hadn't even reached halfway down. Quenji, Krueng. With Quenji's help, they used telekinesis to quickly reach the bottom. It's really bright. He discovered the source of the blinding light. The light was coming through a passage at the bottom of the trench. What's in here? Trusting his companions, Sejun fearlessly stepped forward to enter the passage. At that moment, the orb of death's energy warns of imminent death. The orb of death's energy formed ominous red letters in front of Sejun, issuing a warning. Even with everyone here, I'll die. A shiver ran down Sejun's spine as he realized the formidable danger ahead. But he was mistaken. Chairman Park, be careful, meow. This passage leads to the dimensional sea, meow. The orb of death's energy had issued its warning because the passage led to the dimensional sea. Really? Having been educated by the great dragons about the dimensional sea, Sejun quickly retreated. He then picked up a rock from the ground and tossed it into the passage. Krueng! A set of massive, fang-like teeth snapped shut like a bear trap, shattering the rock into dust. Only then could Sejun identify what was giving off the light. An anglerfish. It was a giant anglerfish with a round body and a glowing lure on its head. It had been luring prey with its light. At that moment, meow? Chairman Park, I feel a pull from that giant fish. Let's catch it, meow. Theo, feeling an intense pull, stared at the anglerfish and spoke. Really? Could it have swallowed the Creator God's tablet? It seemed likely that the tablet had fallen into the trench and was swallowed by the giant anglerfish. That would explain why Theo's golden front paw hadn't been able to find it. The trench was extremely deep, and if the anglerfish spent the day elsewhere and only came here at night to hunt, it made sense. Guys, it's a fishing competition. Whoever catches that thing first wins, Sejun shouted, pointing at the giant anglerfish. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will catch that giant fish, meow. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Quenji has gotten good at fishing now, too, you know. Kihihit. King. He. Kabulto, get ready. Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family all started pulling out their fishing rods, ready to catch the anglerfish. After the ice fishing on the 89th floor of the tower, Sejun felt the need for better fishing rods, so he had asked the dragons to make them using elastic dragon scales. By the way, Sejun had also sent a fishing rod made of dragon scales to his father Park Chunho, who loved fishing. Park Chunho went fishing every weekend, enjoying being the envy of everyone at the fishing spot, but stop wandering around so much. In the end, his wife, Kim Miran, confiscated the fishing rod after he started going fishing every weekend. Alright, let's begin. Meow. Krueng. King. At Sejun's call, his group swung their fishing rods toward the anglerfish, casting their bait. The anglerfish reacted, and the bait that caught its attention was Yol. I'm getting eaten. Great Blackenim, pull me up quickly. It was none other than Kabulto, the youngest member of the Blackie family, dangling at the end of the fishing line. But a bait's job is to be eaten. King. Kabulto. Move quickly and get inside. Blackie ordered Kabulto to dive into the anglerfish's stomach. Yol. Yes. With teary eyes, Kabulto charged into the anglerfish's mouth. The youngest in the Blackie family truly had the toughest job. Boom. Fortunately, Kabulto wasn't chewed up and safely entered the anglerfish's stomach. King. Pull. Now. The Blackie family pulled with all their might, but the anglerfish didn't budge. Instead, the anglerfish began slowly pulling backward. King? Dragging Blackie family along with it. Blackie! Sejun dropped his own fishing rod and grabbed onto Blackie, trying to stop them from being pulled away. Meow. Krueng. Theo and Quenji also dropped their fishing rods and rushed to help. Now, Sejun's entire group was gathered, pulling on a single fishing rod together. Whoosh! The giant anglerfish twisted its head sharply. And then, who? Meow? Krueng. King? Just like fish caught on a hook, Sejun and his companions were yanked into the anglerfish's mouth. The master of the push-and-pull game, the anglerfish, had superior fishing skills. The final winner of the fishing competition was the anglerfish. Did we just get eaten? Pooh-hoo-hut. It seems so, meow. Theo replied cheerfully to Sejun's question. Nothing scared Theo as long as he was with Sejun. As Sejun and Theo chatted, yol. Great black in him, you've come to save me. Cabolto, misunderstanding the situation, was moved to tears, thinking Blackie had come to rescue him. Let's find the tablet first. Sejun got his team together and began exploring the anglerfish's stomach. As they wandered around inside the anglerfish's belly, Chairman Park, the strongest pull is coming from over here, meow. Theo pointed to the bottom of the stomach, where acidic digestive fluids had pooled. Underneath that? Quenji, Krueng. At Sejun's call, Quenji used telekinesis to part the digestive fluids. Like the miracle of Moses, the fluids split apart, revealing various objects that had sunk to the bottom. Most of them were severely corroded by the digestive acids. However, some objects remained completely undamaged, even by the anglerfish's powerful stomach acid. Soul-slicing jet black fang. Indomitable iron wall. Magic stream fragment. They were legendary weapons or items imbued with powerful magic. He. Vice Chairman Theo, let's collect them. Pooh-hoo-hut. Sounds good, meow. As Sejun and his companion searched through half of the stomach's floor, collecting valuable items. Found it. At last, the Creator God's tablet was revealed. At that moment, sploosh! The digestive fluid suddenly shook. The giant anglerfish had begun moving away from the passage connected to the 77th floor of the Blue Tower to another location. Forest of Creation. This should be enough. The trial statue spoke while observing the avatar created by Flamey. However, not yet. I can still do more. Flamey refused to give up. It wasn't because Flamey hadn't mastered what the trial statue had taught. The avatar holds 5% of your power. That's more than enough to take the trial. No. I need an even weaker avatar, but simply because Flamey was trying way too hard. This World Tree candidate is really serious about the test. The trial statue looked at Flamey with admiration. However, this isn't enough to stay with Sejun Nim. Flamey's true goal was to create a weaker avatar to play with Sejun. What Flamey wanted was an avatar with only 1/1,000,000th of her power. There was still a long way to go. As Flamey continued pouring effort into making an avatar. Oh, Sejun Nim is in danger. The tree magic cast on Sejun alerted Flamey of his danger. Why is Sejun in the dimensional sea? Flamey discovered that Sejun was in the dimensional sea. Although confused, there was only one priority, getting Sejun back to the tower. Boom! Flamey hurriedly moved her roots. Dimensional sea. Rumble. Suddenly, a massive current formed, pushing everything away. The giant anglerfish, which had been about to move elsewhere, was also swept up in the current, dragged back into the passage connected to the 77th floor of the Blue Tower. The anglerfish was helpless against the powerful sea currents, being forced back through the deep trench, up through the sea, and then into the sky. The sea on the 77th floor of the Blue Tower reversed its flow. No, it wasn't just this floor. Most floors connected to the dimensional sea experienced a similar phenomenon, albeit to different extents. A short while later, boom! As the current weakened, the anglerfish crashed onto a rocky island. Ugh! And with the impact of the fall, Sejun and his party were spat out from the anglerfish's mouth. Who? This is? The 77th floor of the Blue Tower? As Sejun regained his senses, he looked around in shock. He was sure they had been at the very bottom of the trench, but now they were back on land. What just happened? Sejun was completely confused about how they had ended up here. Pooh-hoo-hut. Flamey, thank you, meow. He. Thanks, Flamey, you saved us, you know. Theo and Quenji expressed their gratitude to Flamey. Kihihit. King. He. The great Blackie has won. At some point, Blackie had climbed on top of the anglerfish's body, declaring victory. A little while later, Kinnim, what does this say? Sejun asked Kin to read the inscription on the Creator God's tablet. 7th commandment, when all tower farmers gather, the abilities of all tower farmers will be enhanced. So if everyone gathers, all their abilities increase? Not just mine? That would make more sense balance-wise. Sejun felt slightly disappointed. Alright, let's head back. After securing the Creator God's tablet, Sejun returned to the Black Tower. Of course, he compensated Kin by giving him watermelon wine and Transcendence black beans as payment for reading the tablet. When Sejun arrived back at the Black Tower, Sejun, I need your help. Tia suddenly called out to him. Who? What do you need help with? Sejun, I need you to turn our Purple Tower into Great Purple Tower. because now the Purple Tower was the only one in the 4-Dragon Council that wasn't a great tower. If left as it was, it could end up last among the 9 towers. And then, Pooh Hut. Tiernim, if you want the help of our great hybrid Chairman Park, you need to show your sincerity, meow. Theo, clinging to Sejun's knee, boldly extended his front paw toward Tyr. Chapter 6:15, Pooh Hut. What is humility, meow? Black Tower, 99th floor. Alright, let's do it that way. Good. Here's the advance payment. Tyr gave Sejun 1 trillion tower coins, 10 L of dragon blood, 5,000 dragon scales, and 1 kilogram of dragon claws as advance payment for helping make the Great Purple Tower. Other than the money, he didn't particularly need the rest, but there was no reason to refuse since Tyr was offering. Since Tyr was giving it, he accepted it without hesitation. For reference, if the Purple Tower successfully grew into the Great Purple Tower, he would receive a success bonus 3 times the advance payment, and the Purple Tower's legendary merchant would be hired as a full-time employee at Sejun Company. Once Sejun received the advance payment, Pooh Hut. Thank you, Tyr Nim, meow. Unlike the way he had boldly extended his front paw, demanding sincerity, Theo now politely expressed his gratitude to Tyr. Indeed, not just anyone could become a legendary merchant. Do ha ha ha. Then, I'll leave it to you. Yes. Don't worry. Trust us, we'll make it the 6th Great Tower for you. After Tyr left, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, did I do well, meow? Theo quickly asked Sejun. He seemed eager to have his achievement recognized. Yeah, you did well, as Sejun patted Theo's head and praised him. Pooh Hut. I know, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Theo puffed up with pride, feeling elated. Yeah. Our Vice Chairman Theo is doing great. Sejun continued to praise Theo. Pooh Hut. I'm so happy, meow. Inside Theo's mind world, the ultra-giant Chairman Park number 2 grew even bigger. As Sejun kept patting Theo's head, Krueng, King, Quenji and Blackie also pushed their heads under Sejun's remaining hand. Alright, Sejun used both hands to pet all 3 of them evenly. Gorarong, Krueng, Kirarong. Soon, the group drifted off into a happy dreamland. Sejun carefully placed the Blackie family into the sling bag and gently picked up Quenji as he stood up. Theo had already clung to his knee, so there was no need to carry him separately. Holding the sleeping Quenji in his arms, Sejun went to find Pink Fur. Quenji must have been tired today, he said as he handed Quenji over to Pink Fur. Kwong. Sejun Nim, thank you. It's nothing. There's no need for thanks between us. Sejun replied to Pink Fur's gratitude, but Pink Fur just stared at him intently. In Pink Fur's large eyes, emotions like sadness, anger, and resignation swirled together, making it impossible to tell exactly what she was thinking. Pink Fur, is something wrong? Sensing that something was off, Sejun cautiously asked. Kwong. Kwong. It's nothing. Please get some rest. Pink Fur quickly brushed off her emotions, cradled Quenji in her arms, and closed her eyes. What was that about? Unable to ask further, Sejun headed home. The moon and stars were hidden behind clouds, making the night darker than usual, but Sejun didn't mind. He was familiar with the path and surrounded by trustworthy beings, so he felt no anxiety at all. After a while, Peacebase's meal preparation complete, Sejun prepared the fruits that Peacebase would eat. As soon as he lay down on his pillow in the bedroom, Kueo, he fell asleep instantly. The next morning, slurp. Let's see. After finishing breakfast, Sejun sipped his coffee while reviewing the paper Tyr had left earlier. Purple Tower's growth conditions, 2/8. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create 10 or more new crop varieties, not achieved, 0-10. Neutralize 50% or more of the tower's poison, not achieved, 45%. Grow 2 world trees, not achieved, 0-2. Secure at least 10,000 pieces of world's energy, not achieved. Possess 15 divine relics, not achieved, 3/15. Achieve 3 great accomplishments, achieved, 3/3. Expand the Purple Tower's entrances to 120, not achieved, 81-20. Where should I start? Sejun pondered as he examined the growth conditions for the Great Purple Tower. World's energy needs purification first, so exclude that. Creating 10 new crop varieties and expanding the tower's entrances to 120 would take too long, so those were also out. He decided to set aside the tasks that would take a long time, since what Tyr wanted was for the Great Purple Tower to be completed in the shortest time possible. With those options eliminated, conditions remained for Sejun to fulfill the growth requirements of the Great Purple Tower. He. Then let's start with the easiest one. Vice Chairman Theo, take out 13 divine relics. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. At Sejun's command, Theo rummaged through his bag and pulled out the divine relics. However, meow, we're short 3, meow. There were only 10 divine relics in his bag. I, Vice Chairman Theo, need 3 more divine relics, meow. Gods, hurry up and send me 3 divine relics, meow. Theo urgently issued an order to the full-time gods of Sejun Company. Hell, the god of merchants, sends the divine relic automatic calculation abacus. Wol, the god of walnuts, sends the divine relic acupressure walnut. Buko, the god of axes, sends the divine relic ultimate battle axe. The gods hurriedly sent their divine relics to Theo. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, here are 13 divine relics, meow. Thanks to this, Theo did not disappoint Sejun. Pooh hut. Thank you, everyone, meow. Theo expressed his gratitude to the gods. However, there was another reason why the gods responded so quickly to Theo's request. Just a moment ago, a first-come, first-served emergency quest for 3 divine relics for Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company has appeared. Manager God of Merchants, hell, the hand is faster than the eye. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Walnuts, wall, oh. Success! It was worth waiting since yesterday. Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Axes, Buko, splitting it cleanly in one strike is the essence of axe techniques. For the full-time employees here, I'll sell my secret skill book, One Chop, One Kill, at a 10% discount. The first-come, first-served emergency quest for 3 divine relics for Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company has been completed. As soon as Theo made his request, a first-come, first-served quest message appeared on the full-time employee communication network, and it was quickly claimed. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Stones, Toga, ah. Too late. Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Spears, Spy, so close. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Sprouts, Bud, why did it have to be when I was washing my face? The gods who missed out on Theo's quest regretted it. Hell, the God of Merchants, Wol, the God of Walnuts, and Buko, the God of Axes, have completed Vice Chairman Park Theo's emergency quest and will each receive 5 Sejun Company welfare points. The reason they were so eager was because of the welfare points they could earn from completing the quest. These welfare points could be used in various ways, but 5 Sejun Company welfare points have been exchanged for 5,000 divine power. Most gods used welfare points to purchase divine power. 1 welfare point equals 1,000 divine power. For hastily made divine relics, the reward was quite generous. At that moment, Black Tower, 40F Black Orc King, Ulrich, Bukonim, I'd like to bulk purchase 100 copies of the One Chop, One Kill skill book. Ulrich, taken in by Buko Sales Pitch, Center Message. Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Axes, Buko, originally 9 points after 10% discount, but since it's bulk purchase, I'll give it for 8 points. Black Tower, 40F Black Orc King, Ulrich, thank you. Black Tower, 40F Black Orc King, Ulrich, has sent 8 Sejun Company welfare points to Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Axes, Buko. The transaction was completed. Thus, a new, infinitely producible weapon known as welfare points had emerged. Meanwhile, Vice Chairman Theo, thank you. The gods have been working hard making divine relics lately. Pooh hut. That's because Great Hybrid Chairman Park is amazing, meow. No. It's because our Vice Chairman Theo is competent. Pooh hut. That's true, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am very competent, meow. Wow. This cat has 0 humility. Pooh hut. What is humility, meow? I don't know such a thing, meow. More importantly, Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. It is not rotting, it is, meow. Rot. Chairman Park, I'm sorry, meow. Completely unaware of that fact, the chairman and vice chairman of Sejun Company spent yet another day playfully praising and teasing each other, cherishing these seemingly insignificant but precious moments. After spending time punishing and enjoying happiness by thoroughly stretching Theo's cheeks, Sejun let him go, and, meow, Theo rubbed his own cheeks and immediately clung back onto Sejun's knee. Tiernim, here you go. Sejun quietly called Tyr over and handed him the 13 divine relics. The reason Sejun quietly called Tyr over was that Tyr had asked him to keep it a secret from the other dragons. Is this enough? Sejun asked Tyr. Do ha ha ha. Yes. Now, the requirement of divine relics is exceeded. Tia checked the Great Purple Tower growth conditions using the crystal orb and laughed in satisfaction. That means, out of the 8 conditions, for are now complete, Sejun crossed out or possess 15 divine relics on the paper with the Great Purple Tower growth conditions. And then, the answer was always at the site itself. For the remaining tasks, he decided to head to the Purple Tower and solve them there. Guys, Sejun gathered his group and used Waypoint to teleport to the Purple Tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Purple Tower. As soon as Sejun arrived, Sejun Nim, welcome, welcome. Veronica greeted Sejun enthusiastically, while beside her, a slender female elf greeted him with an expression as if she had just swallowed something bitter. Unlike Veronica, who was happy to see him, the elf looked as if she had absolutely no desire to be here. And, why am I in this place? Just as Sejun suspected, Choba, the Purple Tower's legendary merchant, was feeling quite wronged. With the growth of the Great Purple Tower, it was her fate to become this man's subordinate. At that moment, clang! Pooh hut! Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo jumped out of the void storage and latched onto Sejun's face. Krueng! King! Quenji and Blackie also leaped out and threw themselves at Sejun. Maybe he's not so bad? Seeing how affectionate his companions were with him, Choba felt a little reassured. Pooh hut! Legendary merchant of the Purple Tower, nice to meet you, meow. I am Dash. Scary. That is, until Theo, while introducing himself, started fondling a stamp with a sinister grin. As Choba began worrying about her future. Veronica, why hasn't the detoxification rate here surpassed 50%? Sejun asked Veronica, thinking this would be the easiest problem to solve. That's because, Veronica began to explain. After planting the detoxifying green onion Sejun had given them, most of the Purple Tower's land had been purified of poison. However, the 66th floor, that was the problem. No matter how much detoxification they did, the percentage never exceeded 50%. And as time passed, the poison spread again, causing the percentage to drop instead. We searched every corner of the 66th floor, but we couldn't find the cause. Is that so? Veronica, do you have the land deed for Tower 66th floor? Yes. Here it is. Veronica, who had prepared in advance, handed Sejun the 66th floor land deed. Guys, get back inside. After making sure his companions entered the void storage. All right, I'll be back soon. Swoosh! After saying goodbye to Veronica and Choba, Sejun unfolded the land deed and vanished. Will Sejun Nim be all right? Choba asked worriedly, her voice filled with concern as she looked at Veronica. She knew how dangerous the 66th floor was. Don't worry. Theo Nim went with him. Wait, what? That sinister-looking cat from earlier? Yes. As long as Sejun Nim and Theo Nim are together, there's nothing they can't solve. Ooh? Just as Choba was trying to process Veronica's words. You have arrived at the 66th floor of the Purple Tower. Sejun had arrived at the 66th floor. And, you have been poisoned by lethal poison. You are in an invincible state. You do not take damage. Vice Chairman Theo, Green Onion. Clang! Seeing the message, Sejun hurriedly opened the void storage. Chairman Park. Here, meow. Waiting right by the entrance, Theo swiftly grabbed a green onion and shoved it into Sejun's mouth. You didn't have to give it to me like that. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun chewed on the green onion while glaring at Theo. Vice Chairman Theo, did nothing wrong, meow. Theo averted his gaze as if he were innocent. King. Butler. The great Blackie is dying. Blackie the sunfish, who was afflicted by the poison, called for Sejun. Chapter 616, Quenji. That's dirty. 66th floor of the Purple Tower. King. It tastes bad. Having barely survived, Blackie grimaced deeply as he chewed on the green onion. Is it really that bad? Watching Blackie struggle made Sejun uneasy. But there was no choice. If they wanted to survive, they had to eat it. Blackie, do you want to go back first? Sejun asked Blackie. Staying here meant having to keep eating green onions, and Blackie looked like he was having a really hard time. But that was Sejun's mistake. King. Not going back. The great Blackie can eat lots of green onions. Sejun's words had hurt both Blackie's pride and triggered his trauma. Crunch. Crunch. To prove that he could eat green onions just fine, Blackie chomped down on several at once. Sniff. The pungent spiciness of the green onion made his eyes and nose run simultaneously. Crunch. Crunch. Even so, Blackie kept chewing on the green onion. Sejun found the sight both pitiful and endearing. All right. Just eat one at a time. After taking the green onions from Blackie's mouth, snap, whoosh, Sejun snapped his fingers, creating fire, and began roasting the green onion over the flame. Krueng! Dad, are you making roasted green onions? Yeah. It's been a while, hasn't it? Krueng! When Sejun made grilled green onions, Quenji, remembering memories of eating grilled green onions with Sejun, also clumsily snapped his fingers to create fire. Whoosh! Of course, despite the clumsy snap, the power of his fire was far stronger than Sejun's. Oh. I should use this side instead. Seeing that Quenji's fire was bigger and stronger, Sejun immediately extinguished his own flame and started roasting the green onion over Quenji's fire. He briefly wondered, since when could Quenji create fire? But isn't this something everyone can do? Having lived as the weakest among his party, Sejun had seen many of his companions' incredible abilities, so he simply accepted it. Once the roasted green onion was ready, Blackie, it's better when it's roasted, right? Sejun peeled off the charred outer layer of the roasted green onion and put it into Blackie's mouth. However, just because it was roasted didn't mean it stopped being a green onion. King! Butler! It's better than before, but green onions still taste bad. Give me some roasted and dried sweet potato too. Blackie whined, demanding roasted and dried sweet potato as well. All right, such a cute little thing. Sejun gave Blackie the roasted and dried sweet potato. Kihihit. Only after stuffing the sweet potato into his mouth did Blackie finally regain his smile. And then, here, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun fed Theo a churu mixed with green onion that he had prepared for a moment like this. Chomp chomp chomp. Poo-hoo hut. Chairman Park, your churu is delicious, meow. Fortunately, thanks to Sejun's effort, Theo found the churu with green onion delicious. It tastes good since I haven't had it in a while. Krueng! That's right. It's tasty. Sejun also ate the roasted green onion with Quenji, enjoying the meal while looking around. The 66th floor of the tower was nothing more than a black plain, completely barren, with an unsettlingly mushy ground beneath them. Additionally, the distinctively fishy stench of poison, mixed with a putrid rot, constantly assailed them with an almost hostile presence, threatening to invade with every breath. You have inhaled a lethal S-rank poison. Due to the effects of the S-rank detoxifying green onion, you are not poisoned. Of course, it had no effect on Sejun and his companions. After everyone had eaten 5 S-rank detoxifying green onions and gained resistance to poisons below S-rank for 5 hours, plop! Sejun stepped out of the void storage and planted an S-rank detoxifying green onion in the ground. You have transplanted a detoxifying green onion into highly toxic soil. The roots of the detoxifying green onion suffer severe damage. Your proficiency of transplanting LV5 has slightly increased. At least it can be planted. According to Veronica, S-rank green onions would die immediately when planted here. But thanks to Sejun's superior farming skills, the detoxifying green onion didn't perish right away. That didn't mean it was a complete success, though. Within 10 minutes of being planted, the detoxifying green onion's leaves turned yellow and withered away. It seemed that a single S-rank detoxifying green onion was not enough to purify the overwhelming amount of poison in the ground. Then, how about this one? Plop! This time, Sejun planted an SS-rank detoxifying green onion, something he usually saved and only used when eating delicious food. As soon as it was planted, the SS-rank detoxifying green onion began absorbing the surrounding toxic energy, and within moments, the poison in a 10-meter radius visibly disappeared. As expected of an SS-rank green onion, Sejun planted one SS-rank green onion at the center and then, guys, help me plant more green onions. Poo-hoo hut. Got it meow. Krueng. King. Along with his companions, he expanded their purified area by planting multiple S-rank green onions around the SS-rank one. It would have been ideal to plant only SS-rank detoxifying green onions, but Sejun only had about 1,000 of them. The crops he harvested followed the rank of his tower farmer status, meaning that even if he planted SS-rank green onion seeds, they would only yield S-rank green onions, not SS rank. Occasionally, the harvesting skill produced crops of a rank higher than usual, allowing him to obtain SS rank green onions, but that only happened about once every 10 days. The rest were increased using the pouch of abundance crafted with utmost sincerity, a divine relic given to him by Leah. Plop! You have uprooted a detoxifying green onion. Your proficiency of transplanting LV5 has slightly increased. Due to the effect of transplanting LV5, the roots have not been damaged. Due to the effect of transplanting LV5, the detoxifying green onion will maintain its condition for 5 hours. Once the area was stabilized, Sejun relocated the SS rank detoxifying green onion from the center to another spot. As they steadily expanded their territory and managed to purify about 10% of the 66th floor of the tower, the poison began resisting. From the outermost edges of their purified zone, black liquid started gushing out, rapidly withering the S-rank detoxifying green onions upon contact. I won't lose. Guys! Plant even more. Sejun ordered his companions to counter the poison's assault by densely planting S-rank detoxifying green onions in a sheer numbers strategy. At the same time, he deployed 100 of the 500 SS-rank detoxifying green onions he had kept in reserve, quickly stabilizing the situation. On top of that, detoxifying green onion that suppressed deadly poison, the SS-rank detoxifying green onions that had absorbed a massive amount of poison evolved, increasing their detoxification capabilities. Thanks to these detoxifying green onions that suppressed deadly poison, the purification process accelerated, and by evening, they had managed to cleanse half of the 66th floor. I'll take care of the rest tomorrow. Sejun moved the SS-rank detoxifying green onions planted in the rear to the front lines and then leisurely prepared dinner. A little while later, tonight's dish is stir-fried locust stew. After preparing food for Theo and Blackie, Sejun placed the bright red, seasoned stew on the table. Krueng! It looks delicious! Quenji cheered, throwing his paws up in excitement. He. The joy of watching Quenji's reactions is what makes cooking fun. Sejun, smiling contentedly as he watched Quenji eagerly enjoy his cooking, scooped some stew onto his own plate. As everyone enjoyed their meal, Poohoo hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish is delicioso, meow. Theo, who had been savoring a piece of grilled fish, suddenly jumped and swatted an object flying towards Sejun's head with his front paw. Ooh? Why is a green onion here? Sejun, reacting a beat too late, glanced at the object Theo had deflected and then turned to look at the area where the green onions were planted. And then, plop! Plop! He saw black, poison-formed hands yanking out green onions and tossing them away. TSSSSK. The poison quickly dissipated upon contact with the green onions, but the black hands, maintaining their form with an even greater concentration of poison, continued their actions. The areas where the green onions had been uprooted were rapidly reclaimed by the poison. I worked so hard to purify this place. Watching the scene filled Sejun with rage. At the same time, he realized that the poison he was detoxifying was not just ordinary poison. No normal poison could form hands and pull out green onions. At that moment, title, one who has gazed upon the primordial for a long time identifies the opponent's true nature. A faint golden hue flickered in Sejun's eyes, allowing him to grasp the exact nature of his enemy. A hand imbued with the will of Nekma, the poison of slaughter, an embodiment of malice formed from countless toxins. Nekma, the poison of slaughter? So, it has a will of its own? Nekma, you bastard! Not even a dog disrupts someone while they're eating. Realizing that Nekma had deliberately interrupted their meal, Sejun began to seethe with genuine fury. Hark! Great Hybrid Chairman Park said that you must never disturb someone while they're eating. Meow. Krueng! Quenji is angry because his meal was interrupted. King? Did you dare to interrupt the Great Blackie's mealtime? Following Sejun's lead, Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family all erupted in rage. Sejun's entire family was filled with those who took their meals seriously. Guys, let's show them our wrath. Meow. Krueng! King! Fueled by their anger, Sejun and his companion suppressed their hunger and started catching the uprooted SS-rank detoxifying green onions mid-air, replanting them to push back the toxic energy. Sejun also deployed the remaining 400 of his reserved SS-rank detoxifying green onions, going all in. Thanks to this, all 1000 SS-rank detoxifying green onions he had grew into detoxifying green onions that suppress deadly poison, further enhancing their detoxification power and making them taste even better. 3 hours later, found you, Nekma, the poison of slaughter, malice formed from countless poisons. Sejun finally came face to face with Nekma, a colossal demonic figure born from poisonous energy. How dare you interfere with me? Die! The moment Nekma saw Sejun, it charged at him without hesitation. Hey? Do I look like the easiest target here? Sejun was instantly irritated. Crunch! Crunch! You have consumed a detoxifying green onion that suppressed deadly poison. For 1 hour, you are immune to all poisons below SSS rank. After eating the green onion, Sejun prepared to fight Nekma. Tastes good. With its enhanced detoxification power, the green onion had also become even more flavorful. Lick! As Sejun licked the remaining green onion juice off his lips. Hew up! Quenji took a deep breath and inhaled sharply toward Nekma. No! Nekma fiercely resisted, but in the end, it was sucked straight into Quenji's mouth, completely and effortlessly. Quenji! That's dirty! Spit it out right now. Panicked, Sejun shook Quenji and shouted. Gulp. Quenji deliberately swallowed it. And then, ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji protected Dad. Quenji proudly placed his front paws on his waist, puffed out his belly slightly, and beamed with a bright, triumphant smile. Quenji, are you really okay? Krueng. Quenji nodded energetically in response to Sejun's question. Now that I think about it, Quenji has never had any problems no matter what he eats. Sejun suddenly felt confident that Quenji would be fine. Just in case, let's eat a few of these. Sejun fed Quenji some detoxifying green onions that suppressed deadly poison, just to be safe. A short while later, burp. As Quenji was eating his warmed-up locust stir-fry stew, he let out a small burp. Advanced herbalist Park Quenji has defeated Nekma, the poison of slaughter, malice formed from countless poisons. You have gained 100 billion experience points, 50% of the experience points Advanced herbalist Park Quenji acquired. Nekma was completely eradicated. Purple Tower Administrator's Area. You have exceeded the required purification of more than 50% of the Purple Tower's poison, a condition for the growth of the Great Purple Tower. All 8 conditions for the Great Purple Tower's growth have been met. The Purple Tower has begun its transformation into the Great Purple Tower. The Purple Tower had started evolving into the Great Purple Tower. And, ha ha ha. As expected of our Sejun. Really fast. Tyr was amazed at Sejun's speed in accomplishing tasks. However, this was a misunderstanding on Tyr's part. Originally, it wasn't yet time for the Purple Tower to evolve into the Great Purple Tower. Out of the 8 required conditions, only 6 had been fulfilled. However, while Sejun was purifying Nekma's poison on the 66th floor of the tower, he take this nutritional supplement and grow into a world tree quickly. Flamey, the world tree maker, who always supported Sejun, had secretly grown 3 world trees inside the Purple Tower, fulfilling the condition for raising world trees beyond the required amount. Pooh hut. Choba, you need to receive the seal, meow. Yes. Thus, thanks to this, Theo stamped the Great Purple Tower's legendary merchant, Choba, and once again increased the number of impeachment votes against the system. Chapter 617, Ram Tur Nim, Are You Angry, Meow? Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. He, I'm a complete rich man now. Opening his eyes, Sejun recalled the rewards he had received from Tyr yesterday and grinned widely. Just thinking about the upfront payment and success fee combined, for trillion tower coins, 40 liters of dragon blood, 20,000 scales, and 4 kilograms of claws, filled his heart with satisfaction. All right. Time to get to work. Thanks to this, Sejun got up with more energy than usual. Meow, King. After taking care of Theo and Blackie, he began his daily routine. Starting with a walk around the farm. Doesn't he ever get tired? While strolling, Sejun commented as he watched Sejun number 3 diligently swinging a sword again today. A swordsmanship that showed no growth despite the sheer amount of training. Feeling sorry for Sejun number 3, who seemed to have inherited his lack of talent, Sejun couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. After passing by Sejun number 3 and continuing his walk. Krueng. Dad, did you sleep well? Quenji woke up and came to find Sejun. Yeah. Did you sleep well too, Quenji? Sejun carried Quenji, who clung to him, on his side and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A little while later. After breakfast. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I will go earn lots of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will gather lots of herbs too. All right. Have a good day. After sending Theo and Quenji off to work, Sejun finished the rest of the farm tasks. Your field, master, has been activated. You have planted a destruction pioneer seed in the body of Delia, the demon of corruption, and 8th seat apostle of destruction. Afterward, he stopped by the 10th floor of the tower and planted the accumulated destruction pioneer seeds and destruction devourer seeds. Kihihit. King. He. The great boss Blackie has arrived. Meanwhile, Blackie was busy playing boss. King. Have you ever eaten green onions? They're insanely spicy. But the great boss Blackie ate 5 of them. Kiki? Blackie proudly boasted to his subordinates about his achievement of eating 5 green onions. While Blackie was bragging to his underlings, you have defeated Delia, the demon of corruption and 8th seat apostle of destruction. You have gained 4.7 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You have obtained 1 bonus stat point. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. As Sejun planted the seed, Delia's body disappeared, and the level up message appeared 4 times in a row. He. Nice. I'm level 166 now. Sejun grinned at the message. Now, only 2 remain. The remaining bodies of the Apostles of Destruction were the Kraken on the 2nd floor and Leviathan on the 3rd floor of the tower. Blackie, I'm going to the 3rd floor of the tower for a bit. He needed to bring Leviathan's body down to the 1st floor. As soon as Sejun told Blackie, King! No! I'm coming too. Blackie immediately decided to tag along. A little while later, ugh! After eating the binset, Sejun's strength was boosted 16 times, allowing him to load Leviathan's body into the void storage. King! Our butler is doing great. Keep it up. Blackie, nestled in his sling bag, cheered Sejun on with his mouth. King! Butler! Cheering made me hungry. Give me roasted and dried sweet potato. He boldly demanded food. Hey! If you're just going to make noise with your mouth, why did you come along? Sejun gave Blackie a glare while sneakily putting dried roasted sweet potato in his mouth. Kihihit! Chomp! While Blackie happily munched on the sweet potato, Sejun transported Leviathan's body to the 1st floor. And then, kihihit! King? Hee. Where was I in my story earlier? Kia. Kiki. Blackie excitedly resumed boasting to his underlings about his achievements. Thud. Meanwhile, Sejun continued planting the remaining seeds. 27th floor of the Red Tower. Poohoo hut. Then, let's start the auction. Meow. As Theo began the auction for the merchants and Grima tribe hunters gathered on the 27th floor of the tower. Kong. Fist-sized beanworms cheered excitedly. These were Grima tribe hunters from the 3rd level world Grima. To protect their soft bodies, they used a unique combat technique, carrying sturdy yet flexible folding armor on their backs and curling up to defend themselves. And then, Poohoo hut. Today's item for sale is chestnut burrs. Meow. Kong. The hunters grew excited at Theo's words. The chestnut burrs Theo sold were lightweight yet sturdy, making them a recent favorite among the Grima tribe hunters. A short while later, Poohoo hut. Sold out. Meow. Once again, Theo had completely emptied the hunters' wallets. Poohoo hut. Now, the next crops for sale. Continuing on, he swept up the merchants' money as well with Sejun's other crops. Poohoo hut. Now it's snack time. Meow. Just as Theo, with a bright expression, was about to take out some churu from his bag. Ahoom. Greetings. Black Tower's legendary merchant, Park Theo Nim. I am Brings, the legendary merchant of the Red Tower. Brings, a flame leopard with beautiful yellow spots on his magnificent red fur that looked like flames, spoke to Theo in a polite voice. Poohoo hut. Brings, what is it? Meow? Do you want to become Vice Chairman Theo's subordinate? Meow? Poohoo hut. For the legendary merchant of the Red Tower to come to me personally, Sejun Company's reputation must have spread all the way here. Meow. This is great. Meow. Theo took out his seal while thinking whatever he wanted. What? He's asking if I want to be his subordinate. Brings' eyebrows slightly furrowed inward at Theo's words, displeased. However, he made sure not to show it. He couldn't give his opponent any justification. Park Theo, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Another name he was known by, Slave Hunter. There was no one who had ever confronted Theo and not ended up stamped as a slave. On top of that, Brings hadn't come with good intentions, so he had to be even more careful. Coo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That won't be happening. I still have many things I wish to accomplish on my own. Brings shook his head leisurely with a chuckle. Meow? Then what is it? Meow. Theo asked with a slightly disappointed look. I'm here because I'm concerned about you taking too much of the Red Tower's money. If you keep taking so much, the Great Red Dragon might grow angry. Brings spoke as if he was genuinely worried about Theo. In truth, it simply irked him that Theo was sweeping away the Red Tower's wealth. However, there was something Brings hadn't accounted for. Meow? Would Ramtur Nim get angry over this too? Ramtur Nim, are you angry? Meow. What? Who is Ramtur Nim? Theo was someone who could communicate directly with Ramtur. The administrator of the Red Tower asks why they would be angry. Meow? If Vice Chairman Theo takes a lot of the Red Tower's money, wouldn't Ramtur Nim be angry? Meow? The administrator of the Red Tower says that the money will end up with Sejun anyway, so why would they be angry over a little bit of money? The administrator of the Red Tower tells you to ask for whatever you need. On top of that, Poohoo hut. Ram turn Nim, then I, Vice Chairman Theo, want to stamp the legendary merchant of the Red Tower, meow. Theo, being Sejun's right-hand man, was someone who could even make demands of the mighty dragons without hesitation. The administrator of the Red Tower says to stamp him as you please. Pooh hut. Brings, Ram turn Nim has granted permission to stamp you, meow. Come here and receive the stamp, meow. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? As Theo suddenly threw out his statement, Brings was completely flustered. The administrator of the Red Tower tells you to hurry up and receive Theo's stamp. It was the first time in his life that Brings had received a direct message from the administrator of the Red Tower. Normally, such a moment would be considered an honor for his family, but today was not that day. Yes, Brings resigned himself to his fate and quietly presented his backside. Living in the Red Tower, he could not go against the orders of the Great Red Dragon. And then, Pooh hut. One more vote for system impeachment, meow. Press. With a bright smile, Theo stamped Brings' backside. Earthworm. As Sejun entered through the dimensional gate, slosh. Slosh. 15 drops of destruction's tears, which had been still, transformed into Sejun's appearance and, hey guys, how's it going? Sejun greeted the 15 destruction Sejuns. Meanwhile, Tui, the destruction devourers, now ready to spit out seeds, released them into the hands of the destruction Sejuns. Plop. Plop. As if it were the most natural thing, the 15 destruction Sejuns accepted the seeds and began planting them into the ground. And, you gathered them here. Sejun collected the 10 tear of the incomplete creator god left behind by the 10 previous destruction Sejuns who had disappeared. Here you go. Sejun immediately sent the collected tears to Emila. You have completed the quest 10 times. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained 50 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. He received a glass bottle, half filled with a liquid that emitted a soft red glow. 2 drops each for Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and the Blackie family. And 20 drops for me. He. Since the first digit is the same. This is perfectly fair. Feeling a slight pang of guilt, Sejun muttered as if justifying himself. Gulp. And swallowed 20 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. You have consumed 20 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. You have gained 200 million experience points. Your lowest stat, agility, has increased by 2,000. Your proficiency of Farmer's Warm Touch LV8 has increased. Although his skill proficiency increased 20 times, unfortunately, none of his skills leveled up. Alright, time to get to work. Sejun, alongside the destruction Sejuns, planted more destruction devourer seeds. Kihihit. King. He. Guys, yesterday, your great boss Blackie ate something called green onions, and they were super spicy. Blackie gathered the destruction devourers to boast about his achievement of eating green onions. King. But the great boss Blackie ate 5 green onions in one go. Thinking that simply eating 5 separately might sound weak, he exaggerated, claiming he ate them all at once. Western herb field on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Kooah. Boom. Pink Fur was tearing out rocks and tree root that obstructed Quenji's herb field expansion and smashing them into dust with her front paws. At that moment, gruel. Quenji's and Pink Fur's stomach simultaneously sounded the lunch alarm. Krueng. Mom, it's time for lunch. Quenji, who had been tending to the herb field, hurried over to Pink Fur and began unpacking the lunchbox that Sejun had prepared. Hey. Krueng. He. Mom, eat well. Quenji sat between Pink Fur's legs and started eating, while Pink Fur used her body to shade Quenji's head from the sun as she enjoyed Sejun's food. At that moment, Pink Fur's eyes caught sight of a single black strand of fur on Quenji's head. Upon seeing it, Pink Fur was overwhelmed with sadness. Has the time finally come to let go? Silently, she began preparing her heart. Hey. Krueng. He. Dad's cooking is the best. Completely oblivious to Pink Fur's feelings, Quenji happily devoured his lunch. As Pink Fur watched Quenji mention Sejun, a brief surge of jealousy arose within her. But this isn't Sejun Nim's fault. Just like the flow of nature, it's simply time to let Quenji go. She quietly calmed her emotions. She thought that would make it easier. But, coo-hoo-hoo. Time? Are you really going to just hand over your son, Quenji, to that guy Sejun without a fight? A sticky voice whispered to her, and her heart wavered violently, like a boat caught in a raging storm. He's not being taken away. Just like there's a beginning, there's an end, it's just time to let Quenji go. Pink Fur forced herself to regain her composure. But deep down, she knew those were just excuses, not her true feelings. And with every word, she wounded her own heart. You can really let Quenji go that easily? Ah. I see. It's because Quenji isn't really your son, isn't it? The voice sneered, digging deeper into her pain. No. Not even once have I ever thought that Quenji wasn't my son. Pink Fur desperately denied the voice's words, but her pupils slowly began to take on a red hue. Coo-hoo-hoo. Is that really true? If you truly saw Quenji as your child, then why are you so willing to give him up? In the end, you never truly. Dash. That's not true. Dash. Enraged by the voice's provocation, Pink Fur let out a deafening roar. Her eyes had turned as red as blood. And then, Krueng! A single black strand of fur on Quenji's head, which had been singed while playing with fire, was carried away by the wind and disappeared. Chapter 618, Just Tell Quenji that you love him. The now destroyed Level 9 world Beatrice. Pink Fur was the sole survivor of Beatrice. No, to be precise, there were two of them until they entered the tower, but in the end, Pink Fur was left alone. Just before Beatrice was destroyed, Pink Fur had entered the tower with her son. Pink Fur and her son both had suffered fatal injuries and barely managed to enter the tower, but her son did not last long and passed away first, while Pink Fur survived due to her tenacious vitality. The destruction of the world she lived in and the death of her child. Having lost everything she loved, Pink Fur could not accept this cruel reality. So, she decided not to acknowledge that her child had died. She did not want to be alone. My son can recover if he gets treated. Clutching the cold, lifeless body of her child dearly in her arms, she wandered aimlessly through the tower. One day, while frantically searching the tower for an unattainable cure, something happened. As she looked down at her son's corpse, now broken beyond recognition, the fragile thread holding her sanity together snapped. Cooing. Pink Fur refused to eat or drink and cried for days. There was no longer a reason to live. And then? Why is she crying so sorrowfully? Is losing a child that painful? The Beast of Apocalypse watched Pink Fur with interest. It was purely by chance and curiosity. The Beast of Apocalypse had noticed Pink Fur carrying around her dead child's corpse. Why is she carrying that? Curiosity was piqued. The Beast of Apocalypse was a being that awaited the end of worlds. It had an abundance of time, more than it could ever use. Because of that, it was always bored, always idle, always languid, and never interested in anything. But now, for the first time in thousands of years, a curiosity had stirred within it. And that curiosity was too precious to ignore. To satisfy that curiosity, it began following Pink Fur. If she is grieving this much, just how deeply must she have loved her child? Its curiosity deepened. And after days of watching Pink Fur sob her heart out, the Beast of Apocalypse developed a desire. I want to be loved like that too. I want to live as that bear's child. A desire stronger than mere curiosity. It was a desire unbefitting of the Beast of Apocalypse. But dreaming of the unattainable is the fate of all beings. Driven by its yearning to experience love, the Beast of Apocalypse read Pink Fur's memories and then, Krueng! Sealing away its own power and mind, it transformed into Pink Fur's son. It did not matter if Pink Fur rejected him and killed him for not being her real child. The only consequence would be that the world's end would arrive about 1,000,000 years sooner. My son. When the dark crimson liquid suddenly took the form of her deceased son, Pink Fur was utterly bewildered. But then, my son, you're healthy again. She quickly embraced the Beast of Apocalypse, now in the form of her child, as her own. She knew he was not truly her son, but she still wanted to believe. She did not want to be alone, and she wanted to give to this being all the love and care she had been unable to give her deceased child. And so, Quenji grew up as Pink Fur's son, receiving abundant love and living a happy life. Even when a great famine struck the tower and food was scarce, Pink Fur managed to find whatever she could for Quenji to eat. Tree bark, fire ants. Thanks to that, Quenji never went hungry. At night, they would share the warmth of their fluffy fur, exchanging meaningless stories of their day until they laughed so hard their bellies ached before drifting off to sleep. Then, one day, they encountered Sejun, who had been stranded on the 99th floor of the tower. With his presence, food became plentiful, and their happiness grew. Quenji considered Sejun his father, but Pink Fur did not think much of it at first. Not until Quenji began effortlessly imitating Sejun's abilities. That was when Pink Fur started to worry. What if, one day, Quenji no longer resembled her but instead took after Sejun? She began to feel that her happy dream was coming to an end. As a mother, she wanted to send Quenji off properly. Pink Fur's mind slowly began sinking into the abyss. Black Tower, 99th floor. He. Off work, Sejun stepped out of the dimensional portal with the Blackie family. King, butler. Since we worked hard today, let's eat some roasted and dried sweet potato. We? What do you mean we? I did all the work while you just went around bragging. When have you ever eaten 5 green onions at once? King. Butler is stupid. Sulking at Sejun's words, Blackie hid inside the sling bag. Just then, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I have returned, meow. Theo popped out of his bag and shouted. And then, get off, meow. He clung to Sejun's face with light-speed meow step but was grabbed by the scruff of his neck and placed on Sejun's lap. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, today, thanks to Ramtur Nim's help, I managed to stamp Brings, the legendary merchant of the Red Tower, making him my subordinate, meow. And also, money, as Theo was boasting about his achievements for the day. Quang! A deafening explosion shook the ground. What was that? I don't know, meow. Sejun and Theo turned toward the direction of the sound. King? What's going on? Even Blackie, who had been pretending to sulk, jolted in surprise and raised his head. Kuoring dash. Krueng. Moo. Moo. The sounds of Pink Fur, Quenji, and the Black Minotaurs followed. Something was wrong. Let's go, Pooh Hut. Understood, meow. King. Sejun hurriedly ran toward the source of the disturbance. And then, what in the? Sejun witnessed a horrifying scene. Kuoring. Krueng. Mom, calm down. Moo. Pink Fur, get a hold of yourself. A massive Quenji and the Minotaur King, both covered in wounds, were struggling to pin down Pink Fur. The Minotaur King pressed down on her hind legs with his knees while holding each of her front paws, barely restraining her. Meanwhile, the other black Minotaurs surrounded her, prepared for the worst. Why Pink Fur? Sejun couldn't comprehend the situation. Then, that's, through Pink Fur's large, red-stained eyes, Sejun saw it, a dark, ominous energy lurking behind them. It was the same thing he had seen in Blackie's mental world. Corruption. How did corruption? Sejun didn't know, but a fragment of corruption's will had escaped from the world's energy he possessed, searching for a host to parasitize. It had found Pink Fur. Just as Sejun realized this, corruption also noticed Sejun. Kuoring. A red aura surged from Pink Fur, and she slowly began to move. Krueng. Moo. Even with Quenji and the Minotaur King's strength, it wasn't enough to hold her down. This is bad. Sejun instinctively knew. Letting Pink Fur move was dangerous, but what was even worse was that if she completely succumbed to corruption, she would never return to being the real Pink Fur again. No matter what, this had to be stopped. Vice Chairman Theo, feed these to them. Sejun handed Theo a bin set and dashed toward Pink Fur. Understood, meow. Using light-speed meow step, Theo swiftly moved. Eat this, meow, and shoved the bin set into Quenji's and the Minotaur King's mouths. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, mission accomplished, meow. Good job. Theo returned to Sejun's lap as Sejun rushed toward Pink Fur. Thanks to the buff, Quenji and the Minotaur King, with their strength now multiplied by 16, managed to restrain Pink Fur once again. Guys, we're going into Pink Fur's mind. Sejun informed his companions and headbutted Pink Fur. But, thud, ugh, wasn't this how it worked? Sejun had no idea how to enter someone's mental world. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. It's time for the great Blackie to step up for the worthless butler. Butler? Follow me. Thud. Blackie headbutted Pink Fur and fainted. Follow him? Sejun headbutted Pink Fur again. Cool. Gorarong. Sejun and Theo lost consciousness. And then, Krueng. Master Minotaur King, please take care of Mom. Moo. Understood. Quenji pressed his forehead against Pink Fur's and fell unconscious as well. Pink Fur's mental world. Grr butler. Stay close behind me. I'm not that weak. You're totally a sunfish. Pooh Hut. Super Giant Chairman Park number 2, launching, meow. Who? There's a number 2 as well? Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Sejun and his companions conversed while approaching Pink Fur's mental world that emitted bright light. All I see is Quenji. Sejun looked around and spoke. Quenji eating, Quenji sleeping, Quenji yawning, and so on. As expected of a mother, Pink Fur's entire mental world was filled with nothing but Quenjis. And then, Pink Fur, wearing a sorrowful expression, was quietly stroking a small grave. But her body was not normal. Gull lung. Corruption had already taken over half of her body and was constantly whispering to her. No, that never happened. Each time corruption's words tore at Pink Fur's wounds, more of her body succumbed to it. We need to destroy corruption quickly. Guys, let's go. Seeing how dire Pink Fur's condition was, Sejun hurried toward her with his companions. But, he's here. Park Sejun is here. Go kill him. No. Quenji likes Sejun Nim. I can't harm him. Then are you just going to let Quenji be taken from you? I don't want that. So Quenji really is your son? No, he's not. That was exactly what corruption wanted. Moreover, corruption had grown stronger by parasitizing Pink Fur's mind, making it immune even to the primordial power imbued in Sejun's gaze. Pink Fur, snap out of it. Snap out of it, meow. Pink Fur, think about how sad Quenji will be. If you go any further, this will really be the end. Sejun and his companions desperately called out to Pink Fur, who was being swallowed by corruption. But, just leave me alone. Pink Fur's condition only worsened. Rumble. The Quenjis that had been standing idly around suddenly shattered, and skeletal bears rose from their remains. And then, I have to stop this myself. Blackie, hold off the enemies. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go. Understood, meow. Sejun, riding Theo, and Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2, rushed toward Pink Fur. If his gaze couldn't purify corruption, he decided to make direct contact instead. Since merely looking at it had an effect, touching it directly should deal even more damage. As Sejun closed in, don't come near me, Pink Fur swung her front paw to attack Sejun. Boom! Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 blocked the attack and firmly grabbed Pink Fur's front paw. Click! Got it! In that moment, Sejun placed his hand on the part of Pink Fur's body infected by corruption. But, it had no effect. Contrary to his expectations, touching corruption did nothing. Cake-a-keek. How foolish. Instead, corruption began crawling up Sejun's arm, trying to consume his body. Don't you dare touch Chairman Park, meow. Theo quickly struck corruption with his front paw. Ugh. A meerkat who can't do anything alone. Corruption, enraged, tried to exploit Theo's trauma. But, pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am nothing without Chairman Park, meow. Theo coolly accepted his trauma, making corruption's attack completely ineffective. Vice Chairman Theo, let's just tear it off, pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Sejun and Theo forcibly grabbed corruption and tried to rip it away from Pink Fur's body. Eek! Let go of me. Corruption struggled violently. Boom! Gah! Butler must not get hurt. Understood? Yes. Meanwhile, the Blackie family held off the approaching skeletal bears while keeping an eye on Sejun's condition. As the chaotic battle raged on, rumble. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and an overwhelming pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Sejun, the weakest mentally, instantly lost consciousness and was forcibly expelled into his own mental world. And then, Quenji is angry. Thud. Thud. A massive Quenji appeared, exuding a blackish-red aura. This time, even the Beast of Apocalypse did not hold back and lent its power to Quenji. That bear is not your real mother. Don't you understand? Corruption spoke to Quenji, trying to provoke Pink Fur. Pink Fur's resistance had grown stronger ever since Quenji appeared. However, Quenji's real mom is the one right here. And Quenji cannot forgive you for making mom cry. That only shortened corruption's lifespan. Boom! The moment Quenji's fist touched corruption, it vanished as if it had never existed. That was the power of the Beast of Apocalypse. And then, Quenji, I'm sorry. The truth is, you are actually my. Pink Fur tried to reveal the truth she had kept in her heart all this time. But, that's not important. Just tell Quenji that you love him. Quenji shook his head and cut off Pink Fur's words. Sniff. Quenji. Mom is, sniff, my only mom. Sniff. Quenji is the same, sniff. Crimson giant bear like mom, sniff. Quenji, sniff, cannot live without mom. He threw himself into Pink Fur's arms and started crying. Yes. Mom loves Quenji too, and I'm sorry. Pink Fur, also shedding tears, tightly embraced Quenji and gently patted his back. When she thought about it, what did it matter if Quenji resembled her or Sejun? He would still be her son no matter what. Go. Should we get going now? Blackie and his subordinates disappeared, leaving only Pink Fur and Quenji together. Ho ho ho, hee hee hee. For a long time, the two couldn't stop laughing, and they truly became mother and son, an unbreakable bond. Like that, Pink Fur returned to reality. Krueng. Krueng. Mom, look at this. Quenji can make fire really well. Whoosh. Quong? It was only then that she realized the black fur on Quenji's head had been singed by the flames. Quong. Son, no fire for a week. Krueng. Quenji was now banned from using fire for an entire week. Chapter 619, Hee Hee Hee. Then it's okay for Dad to be weak? Black Tower, 99th floor. Guys, good morning. Meow, King. Sejun gathered his companions and stepped outside. Krueng. Pink Fur quietly appeared, holding the still sleeping Quenji in her mouth. Pink Fur, good morning. Kwong. Kwong. Kooing. Sejun Nim, keep your voice down. You'll wake up our Quenji. And good morning to you too, Sejun Nim. At Sejun's energetic morning greeting, Pink Fur hushed him while responding. And then, Kooong. Sejun Nim, here's Quenji. Ooh? Oh, Pink Fur very confidently entrusted Quenji to Sejun. Not that she wasn't confident before, but today, she seemed even more so. After handing over Quenji, Pink Fur moved on, not towards the west where their home was, but north, where the Minotaur King was. Is she going to confront him about getting hit during the Minotaur King's attempt to subdue her yesterday? Pink Fur, where are you going? Worried that the two might end up fighting, Sejun hurriedly asked. But such petty concerns were only something Sejun would have. Kuoong. Kuung. A strong body harbors a strong mind. I'm going to train my stamina under the Minotaur King and become stronger. I want to be a mother that our Quenji won't be ashamed of. Pink Fur was determined to undergo special training under the Minotaur King and grow stronger. As Pink Fur left for the north, mothers are truly strong. Sejun was moved by Pink Fur's deep maternal love. He. Then it's okay for Dad to be weak? If Pink Fur found out, he'd be in for a smack on the back. Right, Quenji? It's okay for Dad to be weak, isn't it? Boo-boo-boo-bop. Sejun playfully blew raspberries on the sleeping Quenji's belly. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Dad, good morning. Quenji woke up slowly, smiling brightly. Perhaps due to the emotional change from yesterday's experience with Pink Fur, Quenji's smile was radiant. And then, he. Did our Quenji sleep well? Sejun, seeing Quenji's sunshine-like smile, felt his mood lift as well. Of course, Sejun had no idea that Quenji had entered Pink Fur's mental world yesterday. He had passed out and gotten kicked out before realizing anything. Krueng. Dad, do the raspberry again. Quenji is still sleepy. Quenji closed his eyes again, requesting another raspberry. All right. Boo-boo-boo-bop. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Sejun once again buried his face in Quenji's belly and blew raspberries. As Sejun played with Quenji, meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park. Why are you blowing raspberries without including me, Vice Chairman Theo? King. Butler, you're mean. Do it for me too, quickly. Having just woken up, Theo and Blackie complained as they stuck out their bellies. So, Sejun gave them raspberries too. Thus, another peaceful morning passed. While Sejun was cooking in the kitchen, poo-hoo-hut, ku-hey-hey-hey, ki-hit. The companions sat quietly at the table, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma of the delicious food they would soon eat. Then, Quenji, light this fire for me. As Sejun needed another brazier, he asked Quenji for help. Krueng. Quenji can't use fire. Mom banned me from using fire for a week. Quenji replied in a gloomy voice. Who? Why? Krueng. Don't know. Mom said not to use it. Really? By the way, Quenji, who do you like more, Mom or Dad? Sejun, feeling playful, suddenly hit Quenji with a surprise question. Krueng. Quenji loves both Mom and Dad. Quenji answered without hesitation. Oh, come on. But surely, there's one you like just a little more. I won't tell Mom, so just tell Dad. Since Sejun wasn't looking for a textbook answer, he coaxed Quenji. Clearly, despite Quenji purging corruption yesterday, there was still some corruption here too. At that moment, meow. Chairman Park, my grilled fish is burning, meow. Theo, catching the smell of his burning grilled fish, shouted in a panic. Oh no. Sejun snapped back to his senses and resumed cooking. Naturally, the burnt grilled fish became his portion. After finishing breakfast, Sejun took his companions to work on the farm. And then, poo-hoo-hut. It's nice not going to work today and spending time with Chairman Park, meow, ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji thinks so too. Having gone through a rough day yesterday, Theo and Quenji were working remotely, today. Ki-hit. King. He. Being with my Hyungs makes the great Blackie happy too. Thanks to that, Blackie was also in high spirits for no reason. After finishing up the farm work with his companions, summon door. Sejun summoned a door leading to the 10th tower. Clang. He opened the door and stepped inside, arriving at the 10th tower. As soon as Blackie family arrived, Kihihit. King. He. Guys, yesterday, our butler acted like such a fool. He gathered his subordinates and began boasting about his achievements, how he had taken Sejun into Pink Fur's mental world and protected him. And then, your field, master, has been activated. You have planted a destruction pioneer seed in the body of Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis and 12th seat of the apostles of destruction. Sejun planted a seed in Leviathan's body. A few hours later, let's go home and eat. After finishing the planting, Sejun spoke to his companions. Poo-hoo-hut. Sounds great, meow, Krueng. Theo and Quenji were delighted by Sejun's words. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Let's go eat quickly. Blackie excitedly wagged his tail and ran over, but why? Shouldn't the great Blackie stay here and keep bad-mouthing me? He had underestimated how petty Sejun could be. King. Butler, you're so unfair. Blackie grumbled. But Blackie, the noble wolf who once made gods tremble in fear, the god-hunting wolf, never easily gave up on food. Watch this. Witness my cuteness. King. Butler. Give me food. Give me food. Blackie stood up on 2 legs and desperately waved his front paws, showing off his cuteness to Sejun. Ahoom. I'll let it slide just this once. Giving in to Blackie's cuteness, Sejun reluctantly put the Blackie family into his sling bag. And then, as expected of the great Blackie, Kiruk. Sharalang. The great wolf park Blackie, who moved Sejun Nim's heart. Blackie basked in the praises of his subordinates. When Sejun returned to the Black Tower, brother-in-law, Ace's dragon statue came looking for him. HM? Baby brother-in-law, did you sleep well? Yes. Did you eat? We're about to have lunch. Want to join us? Pooey-hee-hee. Yes. I want to eat with you. Then wait a moment. Okay. After finishing his conversation with Ace, Sejun started cooking and asked, Eileen, is there anything you want to eat? The tower's administrator says she wants tteokbokki. Spicy? The tower's administrator says, of course. The tower's administrator declares that the essence of tteokbokki is its spiciness. What? Poo-ha-ha-ha. Hearing a dragon talk about the essence of tteokbokki caught Sejun completely off guard, making him burst into laughter. Ha-ha-ha. Eileen, I'll make instant tteokbokki for you today. Sejun decided to introduce Eileen to a broader world of tteokbokki. Eileen, wait a bit. After telling Eileen to wait, Sejun prepared the ingredients for instant tteokbokki and fried some yongari chicken for Ace. A little while later, Eileen, here. Sejun ladled some tteokbokki into a bowl and handed it to Eileen while it was still simmering. Tteokbokki is best enjoyed when shared like this. The tower's administrator exclaims excitedly that it is incredibly delicious. Really? That's good to hear. Let me know when you finish. I'll give you more. And we can stir-fry rice with this later too. Sejun spoke as if frying rice in the leftover sauce was something amazing. The tower administrator says to definitely stir-fry rice too. He. Got it. The tower's administrator complains that there aren't enough ramen noodles and asks for more. Okay, Quenji had already torn open 10 packs of ramen even before being asked. Hey. It seemed Quenji really liked the ramen noodles in the instant tteokbokki. As Theo ate his grilled fish, the Blackie family munched on roasted and dried sweet potatoes, and Ace enjoyed his yongari chicken. Sejun, Eileen, and Quenji were happily eating the instant tteokbokki. Brother-in-law, I want to try that too. Ace, betraying his yongari chicken, showed interest in the tteokbokki. Sure, but my dear brother-in-law, you don't have to betray your yongari chicken. Tteokbokki, like me, is generous and embraces everything. Sejun added yongari chicken to the tteokbokki sauce, let it simmer, and then gave it to Ace. Pooey-hee-hee. Brother-in-law, it's delicious. Ace delightedly ate the chicken, now coated in tteokbokki sauce. Alright, now I'll fry some rice. Sejun added rice and seaweed flakes to the nearly empty tteokbokki pot, creating fried rice. The tower's administrator exclaims that it is incredibly delicious. Krueng. Dad, this is delicious too. Pooey-hee-hee. Brother-in-law, you're the best. Ha. Eat as much as you like. The group ate as if they had just started their meal. After lunch, the tower's administrator says Ace should stop playing now and help me. Yes. Brother-in-law, I have to go now. All right. Go help your sister a lot. Ace was summoned away by Eileen. Slurp. Ah. Barista, see you. Today's coffee tastes even better than usual. Is it a different variety? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. He he he. That's right. Chairman Park really knows his coffee. Today's coffee is a top-grade selection from across the sea. Sejun played along with the act as he sipped the coffee Quenji brewed. Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, know that sea very well, meow. There's an enormous, ultra-giant fish there, and one day, I'll definitely catch it and make grilled fish out of it, meow. Theo also joined the pretend play and added a spoonful of plot, but, kihihit. King. Hee hee. Actually, the great Blackie has already eaten that ultra-giant fish. Before the plot could even develop, Blackie ended it abruptly. And then, Kueu, Gorarong, Krueng, Kirarong. Sejun and his companions took a short afternoon nap. At that moment, Sejun, a quiet voice called out to him. Millimeter. Chryselenim? Waking up, Sejun saw the silver dragon statue and spoke. Yes, it's me. What brings you here? I heard that 2 days ago, you upgraded the Purple Tower into the Great Purple Tower. Could you also upgrade our Silver Tower into the Great Silver Tower? When Sejun asked, Chrysela Hisron, the leader of the Great Silver Dragon clan, spoke in a desperate voice. Currently, only 3 towers remained that had not yet become great towers. It had become a battle for the lower rankings. If things went poorly, the Silver Dragons might end up at the bottom among the 9 dragon clans, so Chrysela had come to Sejun in secret, without informing the other dragons. Pooh hut. Then show your sincerity, meow. Woken by their conversation, Theo held out a plump pink jelly to Chrysela. Here it is. Chrysela handed over a prepared box. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, Chryselenim's sincerity is sufficient, meow. After checking the contents of the box, Theo nodded in satisfaction. Chryselenim, then please check the conditions required for upgrading the Silver Tower to a Great Tower and let me know. All right. Give me a moment. Chrysela hurriedly checked the Silver Tower's administrator crystal and began writing down the conditions on paper. Krueng. King? Meanwhile, Quenji and Blackie woke up as well, curiously observing the situation. At that moment, Sejun. From afar, a golden dragon statue flew toward them. It was Artemisiel, the leader of the great golden dragons. He had been hesitating about whether to approach Sejun or not, but upon spotting Chrysela by Sejun's side, he hurriedly flew over. At least Grave isn't here. It seemed he wouldn't be last place. Sejun, I also request the growth of the Great Golden Tower. Here, take this. Artemis handed over a box. Pooh hut. Artemis Nim's sincerity is sufficient, meow. Artemis Nim, please check the conditions for the tower's growth and let me know as well. Understood. With that, Sejun received the request for the Golden Tower's growth in addition to the Silver Tower. And then, who? When did you two get here? Grave, noticing Chrysela and Artemis beside Sejun, belatedly realized the situation and hurriedly flew over. Grave, you're late. Grave, you should have come sooner. Thus the Brown Tower's last place was confirmed, but, Pooh hut. Grave Nim, show your sincerity as well, meow. Theo boldly extended his front paw toward Grave. If you want to remain the only ordinary tower, you don't have to give anything. Sejun, standing beside him, added indifferently in a teasing tone. Chapter 620, hee hee hee. I don't negotiate with sunfish. Pooh hut. If the Golden Tower becomes a great tower, Yuto and Marine's votes will increase the vote count by 1 each. And if we also secure the legendary merchants of the Silver Tower and the Brown Tower, while Theo, who had received permission from Chrysela and Grave to stamp the legendary merchants of the Silver Tower and Brown Tower if they succeeded in growing the Great Tower, was excitedly calculating impeachment votes. Sejun, this is the condition for our Silver Tower's Great Tower growth. Yes. Sejun checked the Great Silver Tower growth conditions on the paper Chrysela had given him. Great Silver Tower growth conditions, 1/8. Tower Farmer, be achieved. Creating more than 5 new crop varieties, not achieved, 0 Luan. Weakening the tower's wind by more than 50%, not achieved, 35%. Growing 3 world trees, not achieved, 1, pose, 3. Securing more than 10,000 pieces of the world's energy, not achieved. Possessing 7 divine relics, not achieved, 0.7. Achieving 3 great feats, not achieved, 2/3. Increasing the entrances to the Silver Tower to 120, not achieved, 85/120. Just 1. Out of 8 conditions, only 1 had been achieved. Moreover, most of the other conditions were barely progressed. A far worse situation than with the Great Purple Tower. The situation is really bad, Sejun candidly told Chrysela. Sejun, you're not thinking of giving up, are you? Chrysella worried that Sejun might abandon the request. However, come on. Giving up? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Though Sejun was a sunfish, his persistence was strong. But I'll need more sincerity. He was also extremely money-minded. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chryselanim, show more sincerity, meow. Excited by Sejun's words, Theo also demanded money. Understood. Chrysella hurriedly prepared the money and handed it to Sejun. He. Thank you. Then, let's start right away. Vice Chairman Theo, give me 8 divine relics. Sejun requested divine relics from Theo. Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Gods, our great hybrid Chairman Park needs 8 divine relics, meow. Hurry up and hand them over, meow. Thus, Sejun's request was relayed through Theo via the full-time employee communication network. A priority emergency quest for 8 divine relics from Sejun Company's Vice Chairman, Park Theo, has been issued. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Battle, Battler, Uhaha. First place. Manager Hell's Pawn Shop, God of Merchants, Hell, Ah. My first place. Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Spears, Spy, third place. The priority emergency quest for 8 divine relics from Sejun Company's Vice Chairman, Park Theo, has been closed. The god swiftly sent 8 divine relics to Theo. And, Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Sprouts, Bud, I failed again. Bud failed once more today because he was distracted. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, here you go, meow. When Theo handed the 8 divine relics to Sejun, Chryselanim, here. Sejun passed the 8 divine relics to Chrysella. Then, does this mean possessing 7 divine relics is overachieved? Nod. At Sejun's question, Chrysella nodded. Already? This easily? Artemis and Grave, who had been watching, were amazed at Sejun's capability. In such a short time, Sejun had overachieved one of the great tower growth conditions. Next, he looked at the paper and pondered, then said, that's it for today. The rest will take some time. He dismissed the dragons. Then, he headed toward the dimensional portal that connected to Earthworm. Follow me in a bit. Sejun left his party behind and entered Earthworm first. Hey guys, hello. He greeted the 3 newly arrived Destruction Sejuns. Only 7 of the previous Destruction Sejuns remained. The other 8 had turned into 8 drops of tears of the incomplete creator god. Kia. One of the Destruction Devourers handed Sejun the 8 drops of tears it had been holding on its leaf. Thanks. Here you go. As soon as Sejun received the tears, he sent them to Emila. You have completed the quest 8 times. You have obtained 40 drops of the Great Growth Elixir as a quest completion reward. He received the reward, adding 1 more drop to the 2 he had planned to give earlier. While Sejun was calculating the elixirs to feed his companions. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng. King. His companions crossed the dimensional portal and joined Sejun. All right. Vice Chairman Theo, open your mouth first. The elixir is going in. Sejun tried to feed Theo the elixir first, but, pooh-hoo-hut. The weak Chairman Park should drink it instead, meow. Theo refused, his expression clearly indicating he would not back down. It was vaguely, no, just blatantly offensive. I'll definitely make you drink it. Sejun, who got angry at being disrespected. Ha. If you drink this, I'll extend your exclusive knee rights by a week. Could he refuse this offer? Sejun tempted Theo with his ultimate move. Meow? Hurry and give it to me, meow. My mouth is open, meow. Theo immediately gave in to the exclusive knee rights that no one else coveted and opened his mouth. Ha. You were going to drink it anyway. Drip. 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 With a victorious look, Sejun dropped 3 drops of the Great Growth Elixir into Theo's mouth. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, then how long can I, Vice Chairman Theo, monopolize your knees now, meow? Theo, having swallowed the elixir, asked Sejun. Since I added another week, it's now 10 years, 8 months, and 24 days. Sejun calculated the period and gave an answer. Theo had been steadily accumulating his exclusive knee time, and the total had grown considerably. Pooh-hoo-hut. I'm so happy, meow. At Sejun's answer, Theo clung to Sejun's knees with a blissful expression. All right. Now it's Quenji's turn. When Sejun turned to his next target, Krueng. Quenji is fine, Dad should drink it instead. Like a true filial child, Quenji tried to yield the Great Growth Elixir to the weaker Sejun. Quenji won't fall for it like Big Brother did. Having just seen Theo succumb to Sejun's trick, Quenji steeled his resolve even more. Dad has his own share to drink. So, Quenji, you should drink, too. Sejun tried to persuade Quenji again, but, Krueng. 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 No. Even if Dad drinks 5,000 drops of the great growth elixir, Quenji is still way stronger. So Dad should drink it instead. Quenji firmly refused, stating the biggest number he knew. It felt unfair somehow, but it was true, so Sejun had no rebuttal. Thankfully, the largest number Quenji knew was only 5,000. If it were bigger, Sejun would have been even more hurt. Quenji's strong resistance. It can't be helped. Then Quenji, instead of the elixir, how about some honey? Ku hey hey hey. Quenji. He he he. Sounds good. At Sejun's words, Quenji happily ate the honey Sejun gave him. Krueng. Quenji ate honey, but why does it say Quenji consumed the great growth elixir? He he he. I mixed the elixir into the honey. Quenji unknowingly ingested the great growth elixir along with the honey. Thus, Sejun successfully fed Theo and Quenji the elixir. Kihihit. King. He he. Butler. The great Blackie demands 10 roasted and dried sweet potatoes before opening his mouth. Having watched his older brothers, Blackie tried to bargain, though in a rather strange way. However, he. I don't negotiate with sunfish. King? Why only us? Sejun forcefully pried open the mouths of the Blackie family and fed them the great growth elixir without any negotiation. After successfully feeding all his companions the elixir, gulp, Sejun swallowed the remaining 25 drops himself. You have consumed 25 drops of the great growth elixir. You have gained 250 million experience points. Your lowest stat, strength, has increased by 2,500. Your proficiency of seed shop LV, 5 has increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV 9 has increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV 9 is maxed, and the level has increased. You have mastered harvesting. This time, as the level of the harvesting skill increased, it finally reached the master level. Oh. It's at master level. The effect is, the master level effect of harvesting was that the harvested crops would have an increased grade effect, which would trigger every 1,000 times the same crop was harvested. With this, I should be able to get more than 10 SS grade crops a day, right? He. The SS grade green onion was delicious, but what about other crops? Sejun was thrilled at the thought of eating SS grade crops. Kihihit. King. He. SS grade. Next to him, Blackie was also excited at the thought of eating SS grade roasted and dried sweet potatoes. After finishing drinking the elixir, summon Quinn. Sejun suddenly summoned Quinn, the tower farmer of the Silver Tower. Summoning Quinn Beretta, honorary full-time employee of the Silver Tower. Who? Sejun Nim. Hello, Quinn, who was suddenly summoned, greeted Sejun. Yeah. Nice to see you. After greeting him, Sejun said, here, and handed Quinn a destruction devourer seed. Why this? From now on, you're going to stick with me until you become an A-rank tower farmer. Ooh? The reason Sejun summoned Quinn was to train him into an A-rank tower farmer, thereby exceeding the requirement for Sejun to become a B-rank tower farmer. After doing the calculations, he realized he might fall short on one great tower growth condition. He. Time to put him to work. With a sly grin, Sejun looked at Quinn and started planting the destruction devourer seed. King? Hey! Can't you see my butler is working? Hurry up and get to work. Blackie barked fiercely, well, as fiercely as he could, at Quinn, urging him to start working. After about 2 hours of planting, flash! A blue light flashed from Quinn's body before quickly fading away. Quinn had become an A-rank farmer. He had already accumulated a lot of job experience points. Already? This was bad news for Sejun, who had planned to put Quinn to work for a long time. Oh. Sejun Nim, thank you for making me an A-rank tower farmer. Quinn expressed his gratitude to Sejun for promoting him to A-rank farmer. Kihihit. King. He. As expected, things go fast when the great Blackenim is around. Blackie puffed himself up proudly. Ahoom. Quinn, congratulations on becoming an A-rank tower farmer. Now, you can return. Trying to act cool, Sejun congratulated Quinn and sent him back to the Silver Tower. Guys, let's go. When Sejun returned to the Great Black Tower, Sejun, thank you. Just now, one of the Great Tower growth conditions changed from achieved to overachieved. Thanks to you, 4 out of 8 Great Tower growth conditions have already been met. What? That means half of them are done. You said it would take time, but it only took 2 hours. Sejun, if you ever want to use Auric, feel free to take him anytime. The lower-ranked dragons in Great Tower ranking who had come looking Sejun spoke in excited voices. Once again, Sejun had unintentionally earned recognition from the dragons. Sejun must be tired, so let's stop bothering him and leave now. After Chrysella spoke to the other two dragons, Sejun, this is the Great Tower growth condition for our Golden Tower. And this is for our Brown Tower. Artemis and Grave discreetly handed Sejun pieces of paper listing the Great Tower growth conditions. You guys need to follow proper order? Sejun, don't accept those. Chrysella was furious, worried that it might interfere with the Great Silver Tower's growth. I'll just hold on to them for now. Sejun accepted the papers. Since it would take time, it was better to be aware of things in advance. Once the 5 Dragons Council's dragons left, Sejun went to the kitchen, prepared, and ate dinner. After finishing dinner, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. The great Blackenim is ready. Blackie held a piece of the world's energy in his mouth and urged Sejun. It was a signal that it was time to go apologize together. All right. Quenji, let's take you to Mom. Sejun carried Quenji, who was drowsily nodding off while clinging to his side, and went to find Pink Fur. And then, Pink Fur, here, Krueng. He handed the sleeping Quenji over to Pink Fur. Quenji had fallen completely asleep on the way. Kuong. Sejun Nim, thank you. You've worked hard. Pink Fur carefully received Quenji and spoke in a gentle voice. What's this? Sejun found it strange. It had only been a day since their special training, yet Pink Fur's aura had grown significantly stronger. The curious thing was that, despite this newfound strength, Pink Fur still felt incredibly gentle. Once again, the 99th floor residents of the tower were pulling further ahead of Sejun. Then, see you tomorrow. Leaving behind Pink Fur, who was waving a paw at him, Sejun returned home, lay down on his bed, and immediately fell asleep. Then, will you forgive my guys if I gave you these roasted and dried sweet potatoes? He helped Blackie family apologize. As time passed and dawn approached, SRRK, the name of the world's energy Blackie was holding changed to world's energy freed from corruption. He, poo-hoo-hut, kihihit. Sejun and his companions drifted into deep sleep, indulging in truly happy dreams. He. Kneel before me, all of you. In his dream, Sejun happily forced many destruction Sejuns to kneel before him. Chapter 621, Oh ho. So you think I'm easy to deal with? Temple of the Creator God. There's a lot today as well. Swish. Emila poured tiny, jewel-like beads that emitted a brilliant color into a container. These were byproducts from the process of transforming the incomplete Creator God's tears into the Great Growth Elixir. Even the Creator God did not know what these beads actually were. So Emila continued to collect them. They might be useful someday. At that moment, click! The bead Emila had just added adhered to an existing one. Who? Emila picked up the fused beads to examine them. What is this? There was nothing particularly special about them, except that they clung together as if they had found their perfect match. She could forcefully separate the two beads, but the moment she brought them close again, they clicked back together like magnets. Could the others be the same? Curious about the bead secret, Emila picked up the container filled with them and gave it a shake. Then, click! Chak-chak! The beads began to combine with one another. As she kept shaking the container, the clicking sounds eventually ceased, as if all the beads had found their respective pairs. Emila peered inside. Inside, there were still a few beads that remained unmatched, but several had formed into flat, plate-like shapes. The beads only combined in a two-dimensional manner. Emila picked up one of the plates to examine it. This is a drawing? She discovered that something was drawn on the plate. However, even the largest plate was no bigger than a palm, and since it had holes scattered across it, she couldn't discern what the picture was. She had no idea how large the full image was or how many pieces it consisted of. The only thing she could tell was that the drawing was created with dark, muted tones, giving it a rather somber and gloomy atmosphere. Perhaps the Creator God might know more? Creator God, please take a look at this. Emila grabbed the container of beads and ran to the Creator God. And then, this is that child's memory. The moment the Creator God laid eyes on the plates, they immediately recognized that the images depicted the memories of destruction. A single fragment from an unimaginably vast memory made up of trillions of pieces, something that could not be understood just by looking at the powerless beads on their own. It had clearly been hidden away to escape someone's sight, yet at the same time, it was also meant to be revealed to someone. That child's favorite thing was solving puzzles. So, I shouldn't give up just yet? Recalling the child who used to play puzzles with them, the Creator God began shifting and arranging the bead-formed plates. However, I have no idea. They couldn't even begin to guess what kind of memory it was. What in the world happened to you? With a sorrowful expression, the creator god gazed at the empty spaces where the beads had not yet been filled in. The gaps were as vast as the distance between them and destruction, and they contained countless untold stories. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Guys, make sure to guard the house well. Quick! At Sejun's words, the poisonous bees and mushroom ants responded enthusiastically, as if to assure him that he could count on them. Moo! Even the black minotaurs joined in. It was unlikely that anyone reckless enough to attempt stealing from the 99th floor of the tower even existed, but Sejun had been raised with the habit of always locking up securely before leaving. At that moment, the tower's administrator, in a serious voice, tells you not to worry, as she will also keep a close watch. Eileen also responded to Sejun's words. Okay. Then I'll trust you, Eileen, and be back soon. Sejun exchanged farewells with Eileen and moved to the waypoint with his companions. And then, you have arrived at the 99th floor of the Silver Tower. Sejun Nim, welcome. Having been informed in advance by Chrysella of Sejun's visit, the boss of the 99th floor of the Silver Tower, the giant silver monkey Darius, greeted Sejun warmly. Yeah. Hello. After exchanging greetings with Darius, all right, I'm heading off now. They moved back to the 82nd floor of the tower. While gathering information yesterday on how to weaken the winds of the Silver Tower, I know something. Pose had claimed to know something. You have arrived at the 82nd floor of the Silver Tower. As soon as Sejun arrived on the 82nd floor of the tower, Sejun Nim, welcome. One of Pose's massive vines waved towards Sejun in greeting. Around them, the residents of the Silver Tower were busily picking grapes from Pose's vines. Pose was still maintaining Sejun's policy, harvesting 1,000 green grape clusters would earn them 3 grapes. Yeah. Pose, have you been doing well? Yes. Of course. As long as I have Sejun Nim and FLA. FLA? No. I meant I was unhappy because you weren't here, Sejun Nim. Pose, who was about to say Flamey's name, quickly corrected itself. He. Well, no need to be that dramatic. Feeling pleased by Pose's words, Sejun scratched his head. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, is your head itchy, meow? That's why you need to wash thoroughly, meow. Where, meow? I, Vice Chairman Theo, will personally groom Chairman Park's hair, meow. Theo quickly climbed onto Sejun's head and started licking his hair. Hey! Get off. I washed my hair today, meow. I can do a great job, meow. Just trust me, meow. Of course, thanks to Sejun's protests, Theo didn't get to lick much. And so, Pose managed to avoid the crisis. I overheard some of the employees talking. There's a storm that appears suddenly and vanishes just as quickly. Pose shared what it knew with Sejun. A storm? Yes. It's said to be so powerful that it devastates everything around it whenever it appears. If we get rid of that storm, wouldn't that weaken the winds of the Silver Tower? Pose's words made a lot of sense. On top of that, ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Pose's fruit is delicious. Really? Quenjinim, please eat as much as you like. They had Quenji, who wielded the power of storms. He. A mere storm is nothing. So, do we just have to wait for the storm to appear? Sejun, having finished his calculations, was considering how to encounter the storm. Greetings. I am Charlie, the legendary merchant of the Silver Tower. A silver-furred weasel appeared. Since I'll become a subordinate anyway, I should make a good first impression. Determined to become a full-time employee voluntarily, Charlie had a very positive mindset. However, nice to meet you, Charlie. I'm Park Sejun. It's not Charlie, it's Charlie. Please don't change my name as you please. He couldn't tolerate his name being altered. Hack! Did you just raise your voice at our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow? Unforgivable, meow. Since you did wrong, come here and get stamped, meow. No. Sejun Nim changed my name. Hack, yes, thud. And so, contrary to his plans, Charlie was forcibly turned into a full-time employee instead of voluntarily becoming one. And then, pooh-hoo-hut. Charlie, if you have lots of money, give me some, meow. It's Charlie, not Charlie. Hack, yes, he even had to pay tribute. While Charlie went home to get money. If I do this right, I might be able to achieve 2 great achievements. As he waited for the storm, Sejun contemplated how to fulfill another Silver Tower condition. Previously, he had achieved great achievements when he commanded 1 million employees and fed 1 million people. If he recruited more employees and fed them well, he could quickly rack up 2 great achievements. Currently, Sejun Company had about 1.7 million employees. He only needed 300,000 more to reach the achievement. Moreover, this place had many residents eager to become employees of Sejun Company. It was an opportunity to achieve the great accomplishment swiftly. Vice Chairman Theo, let's hire some employees. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. From now on, I will be recruiting employees for Sejun Company, meow. Come and get stamped, meow. Excited by Sejun's words, Theo shouted enthusiastically. Who? They're hiring for Sejun Company? Does this mean we can finally eat as many green grapes as we want? The residents of the Silver Tower, who had been working by harvesting Pose's green grapes, quickly lined up in front of Theo. And then, stamp! Stamp! They received a stamp from Theo and became 1-year contract employees. You have acquired 1 slave. Due to the effect of title, Slave King, all stats increase by 0.01. Thanks to this, Sejun was getting 3 benefits at once, achieving great achievements, recruiting Sejun Company employees, and increasing his stats. Everyone, come over and eat. Quenji, let's start. Sejun called out while preparing food. Krueng. Quenji distributed the food Sejun had made to the employees. Kihihit. King. 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 Hee. Butler. The Great Blackie will help. The Great Blackie knows how to make rice balls. Yap! Yap! Blackie also tried hard to make rice balls by stepping on rice, but of course it wouldn't work, and, that's your lunch now, Blackie, King. The Great Blackie didn't make it to eat for himself. In the end, Blackie had to eat the rice he had stepped on. Several hours passed like that. Theo Nim, I'm back. Here, Charlie, who had gone home, returned with his fortune and handed it to Theo. Pooh Hut. Charlie, good job, meow. Now go over there and help Chairman Park, meow. No. It's not Charlie, it's Charlie. Hack, yes. Charlie ended up helping distribute food with Sejun. Thanks to this, the food supply rate increased. Charlie, thanks for helping. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Charlie. Yes, Charlie decided to just give up on correcting his name. Then, after a day passed and it became noon the next day, you have achieved the great achievement of commanding 2 million slaves. 1 great achievement was completed, and after another 2 days, late at night, you have achieved the great achievement of feeding 2 million people to fullness. The remaining great achievement was also achieved. As a result, Sejun's title, Slave King and title, Saint of Feeding were both doubled in effect as rewards for achieving these great accomplishments. Moreover, in the process of completing these accomplishments, all his stats had increased by about 10,000 due to the effects of his titles. Ah, sweet. So sweet. He had worked so hard that his exhaustion tasted almost sweet. Guys, let's take a break now. As Sejun flopped down, Pooh Hut, Ku-hey, Kihihit. One by one, his companions climbed onto Sejun's body, and even Charlie, after hesitating, curled up beside him and lay down. Even washing up and preparing a proper sleeping area felt like too much effort. Kui, Gorarong, Krueng, Kirarong. Swish! As everyone, exhausted from fatigue, fell into a deep sleep and began snoring. Whoosh! A cool breeze suddenly began to blow. And then, Sejun Nim, wake up! The storm has appeared. Pose hurriedly woke Sejun. The long-awaited storm had finally arrived. Millimeter, storm. Then we need to catch it. Let's go. Quenji, after Sejun quickly rubbed his eyes to clear away his sleepiness. Then, clack! He grabbed Quenji by both sides and lifted him up, charging toward the storm. Kui-eng. Krueng. Still groggy, Quenji yawned widely, then grabbed his thunderbolt staff and roared toward the storm. At that moment, who? Hey! Why is it running away? Krueng! It's coming this way! The storm began retreating, slowly inching away from Quenji. Stop right there, meow. We need to catch you quickly and go back to sleep, meow. Pip pip. Stop. Our Sejun Nim needs to sleep. Theo and Peacepays, who had woken up a little earlier, joined in, surrounding the storm to prevent its escape. Theo used the effect of title, One Who Subdues the Wind, while Peacepays simply created counterwinds to restrict the storm's movements. King! 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 Because of you, the Great Blackie can't sleep. Butler! Chase it quickly! The Great Blackie will headbutt it. Blackie, furious at having his sleep disturbed, barked in anger. Surrounded by Sejun's enraged companions, the storm began to shrink in size under their siege. Windron the Storm King, tyrannical ruler who imprisoned free wind spirits. Like the poisonous Nekma in the Purple Tower, Windron transformed into a small silver bead. It was trying to shrink its body and escape. However, inhale. No, stop. Slurp. On this side, there was Quenji, who could swallow anything. Quenji promptly gulped Windron down. Krueng. You are all free now. Burp. With a burp, Quenji released the wind spirits that had been trapped by Windron. Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji has defeated Windron the Storm King, tyrannical ruler who imprisoned free wind spirits. You have gained 130 billion experience points, 50% of the experience points Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji acquired. At the same time, a message appeared before Sejun. You have acquired the demonic sword Stormbringer, which was dormant inside Windron, the Storm King. A message also appeared before Quenji, indicating that he had obtained a demonic sword. Despite being called a demonic sword, Stormbringer was unexpectedly docile. Oh. Quenji, what's that? Sejun asked as he looked at Quenji holding the impressive sword. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji got it after eating Windron. This is for Dad to use. Ha ha ha. I'll make good use of it. Grinning excitedly, Sejun accepted the demonic sword Stormbringer from Quenji. However, Wung. The moment Sejun gripped it, unlike when Quenji had held it, Stormbringer began radiating killing intent and fiercely resisted. Oh ho. So you think I'm easy to deal with? Blackie, teach this thing a lesson. Sejun entrusted Blackie with disciplining the sword. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Butler. Leave it to the great Blackie. The great Blackie will educate it. Thunk. Blackie headbutted the sword's handle. But then, King. Butler, I'm sorry. I didn't even scold it properly, and it disappeared. Blackie had been a little too enthusiastic, and as a result, Stormbringer's consciousness was completely erased, turning it into an ordinary sword. Ah. Right. My Blackie isn't just any regular wolf. Thanks to this, Sejun was once again reminded that Blackie was a dangerous one. Chapter 622, got delayed because he was busy stuffing his face. Silver Tower Administrator's Area. You have exceeded the requirement of weakening the Silver Tower's wind by more than 50%, which was one of the conditions for the growth of the Great Silver Tower. You have achieved all 8 growth conditions for Silver Tower. The Silver Tower is beginning its transformation into the Great Silver Tower. The Silver Tower began its transformation into the Great Silver Tower. And then, it's done! Our tower has finally become a great tower. Chrysella cheered as she looked at the notifications in the crystal orb. At that moment, Mother, what's going on? Stella, who had just woken up from a long sleep, came looking for Chrysella and asked. Stella had taken a month-long vacation and was spending her days lounging around. Stella, our Silver Tower has finally become the Great Silver Tower. Really? Mother, congratulations! Ho ho ho! It's all thanks to Sejun. Stella, if you ever meet Sejun, be nice to him, okay? Yes. But I wonder when I'll get to meet Sejun. Well. Sejun is still quite weak. Yes, the atmosphere suddenly grew somber. Mother, on a day as great as today, we should have a party. Stella brightened the mood by suggesting they hold a party to celebrate the growth of the Great Silver Tower. Ho ho ho. You're right. Stella, go to the Dragon Market and buy some drinks and snacks. Yes. I'll be back quickly. A smile returned to Chrysella's face. Thus, a celebration party for the growth of the Great Silver Tower was held at the Silver Dragon's domain, leading to increased sales at the Dragon Market, and Sejun earned more money once again. 82nd floor of the Great Silver Tower. Guys, wake up! Sejun, who had woken up in the morning, woke up his companions. Today was the day they would return home. Now that the Great Silver Tower's transformation was complete, it was time to go back. Of course, before leaving, he planned to hire the residents who had arrived late on the 82nd floor after hearing about Sejun Company's recruitment. Since his stat potential was still abundant, there was no reason to be selective like before. After finishing breakfast, Pooh Hut. Receive my stamp, meow. While Theo was stamping the residents of the Great Silver Tower who wanted to become employees of Sejun Company, the Great Silver Tower's administrator says this is the promised reward. Sejun received a success bonus 3 times the amount of the advance payment he had received from Chrysella. With that, Sejun received 3.6 trillion tower coins, 36 liters of Great Silver Dragon's blood, 18,000 scales, and 3.6 kilograms of claws. He. Quite the hefty reward. Sejun beamed as he stored the rewards from Chrysella in his void storage. But it's still not enough. Chrysella Nim, since Charlie attacked us and got stamped, please let another legendary merchant get stamped instead. Sejun requested another legendary merchant from Chrysella. When did I ever attack you? I just protested that you called me by the wrong name. Charlie, who had been quietly listening, once again felt wronged. The Great Silver Tower's administrator says she sent the most well-behaved legendary merchant but never expected this to happen. The Great Silver Tower's administrator says she cannot forgive a legendary merchant who was rude to Sejun. The Great Silver Tower's administrator says if Sejun wishes, she will erase that legendary merchant. Charlie was now even facing the threat of annihilation. What? Annihilation? Not just death, but annihilation? No. Absolutely not. Sejun was startled by Chrysella's words and quickly responded. Though the great dragons usually seemed like kind old men and women in the neighborhood, moments like these reminded him of how terrifyingly arrogant and formidable they truly were. I'm just glad I haven't earned their contempt. Sejun sighed in relief. However, he was unaware that he was actually the subject of their sympathy and one of the great dragon's greatest concerns. The Great Silver Tower's administrator says she will allow 2 other legendary merchants to get stamped instead. Oh. 2 of them. Theo will be thrilled. He. Thank you, Chrysella Nim. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Chrysella, and she ordered 2 legendary merchants from the Great Silver Tower to go to the 82nd floor and receive Theo's stamp. As a result, Sejun and his group's return to the Great Black Tower was delayed a bit longer. 99th floor of the Great Black Tower. This is the place? Where Sejun Company's Chairman Park, the richest man in the Great Black Tower, lives? What's this? Why does the building look so shabby? Are you stupid? That building is obviously just a decoy. There must be a ridiculously lavish facility underground. He. I'm hungry. Shut up. We need to loot the place and get out quickly. 5 sugar gliders were gliding through the air with their 4 limbs fully spread, flying over Sejun's farm to scout the area. 2 HT for 74J. TL? This guy. They were a group of 5 professional burglars who had recently been released from prison and had snuck onto the 99th floor of the tower to make some money. But why would they target the extremely dangerous 99th floor when there were plenty of other places to earn a living? If we succeed with this one job, we can live the rest of our lives without working. It was because they were die-hard one-shot opportunists. We just need to be careful of the guy swinging a sword, the poisonous bees, and the mushroom ants. All right, let's split up. Got it. Shack. The sugar gliders landed on the ground and swiftly, stealthily began inspecting Sejun's house, the cooking area, and the storage room. However, what the hell? There's no way down to an underground area. That can't be. So, this is it? No way. They said Chairman Park has an insane amount of money. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the treasure they were looking for. Which made sense. Sejun actually didn't have as much money saved up as one might think. Every time he managed to accumulate wealth, an incident would occur, or Theo would burn through it, using the money for his abilities. The thieves, flustered by the lack of anything valuable, began to panic. It's fine. Since Shurik, who went to check the storage, hasn't returned yet, there must be something valuable over there. Yeah, that makes sense. Then let's head to the storage too. Just as the thieves were about to move toward the storage. Guys, look at this. This stuff is really delicious. Shurik, who had been searching the storage, appeared with his arms full of corn kernels. His belly was also stuffed, having eaten a lot of corn before coming back. Got delayed because he was busy stuffing his face. Seeing Shurik's bloated stomach, the other thieves realized that their last hope, the storage, had also yielded nothing. At that moment, Shurik tripped over a small rock and fell flat on his face. And then, amplifying great sword, he found a sword lying right in front of him. What the? There's an item just discarded on the ground? Plop. Shurik placed his hand on the greatsword to check its options. Who? Guys, this is S grade. He urgently called his teammates over. What? That thing? It looks like trash no matter how you look at it. Yeah. At best, it's probably C grade. I'm serious. This is an S grade weapon. The other sugar gliders, doubting Shurik's ridiculous claim, checked the greatsword themselves. Who? It really is S grade. They just left an S grade greatsword lying around. Then what about the other stuff? Realizing this, they quickly scattered and searched through Sejun's house again. What the hell? Everything is S grade. The seemingly cheap-looking tools scattered around Sejun's house and farm all turned out to be S grade or higher items, leaving them in shock. Since the dragons had been crafting and giving Sejun whatever he needed, most of his everyday items ended up being S-grade or better. There were items worth at least tens of millions of tower coins just lying around on the ground. Eomdol sturdy dulcet. This is a mythical grade divine relic. They say real rich people use money as firewood, but do all true wealthy people live like this? Excited, the thieves hurriedly gathered up the valuable items scattered on the ground. And then, let's get out of here now. If we sell just this, we'll each get at least 10 billion tower coins. 10 billion. We can easily make 100 billion tower coins. Should we just buy an entire floor of the tower? He. Should we? Chattering excitedly about their soon-to-be extravagant future, the thieves left the farm and took to the skies once more. However, because they had gathered too much loot, they couldn't fly high. What awaited them was not an adventurous future but the dark shadow of pink fur. Koom! Pink fur blocked their path with a roar. The poisonous bees had discovered the intruding glider gang and reported it to Eileen, who had immediately dispatched Pink Fur to capture the thieves. The tower's administrator says to ensure that Sejun never finds out about this. And just like that, the thieves disappeared from the 99th floor of the tower without a trace. Quack! The mushroom ants restored all the stolen items to their original places, leaving no evidence that a theft had ever occurred. 95th floor of the Great Silver Tower. What? Burin, you have to receive a stamp from that guy Theo and become his subordinate. Yes. That's how it turned out. It's an order from the Great Silver Dragon. I can't accept this. Theo, that bastard. How dare he claim my wife? Ho Jin, Burin's husband and the leader of the Silver Lightning Mercenary Corps, exploded in rage and stormed off. And then, sigh. He can't be stopped. Burin sighed as she watched Ho Jin, but a faint smile lingered on her lips. She had married him because she liked his fiery personality, so she couldn't really blame him. Looks like we'll be joining the company as a couple. Burin wasn't particularly worried about Ho Jin running off to confront Theo. Theo, the infamous slave hunter whose name was well known across the 9 towers. He knocked out those who challenged him and made them his subordinates, but he never took their lives. I should hurry and get going too. Burin quickly packed her things and followed her husband to the 82nd floor of the Great Silver Tower. 82nd floor of the Great Silver Tower. Pooh hut. Receive my stamp, meow. Theo was stamping employees while sitting on Sejun's lap as Sejun rested with his legs crossed. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, give me a churu treat, meow. Sure, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, rub my belly, meow. All right. At the same time, he made demands of Sejun, who complied without hesitation. Since Theo was working hard, Sejun was more than willing to grant his requests. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, I brought you coffee. Quenji came over with a cup of coffee, having prepared it just for Sejun. As expected, my son is the best. After complimenting Quenji, Sejun took a sip of the coffee. Ku hey. Quenji then quietly clung to Sejun's side, concentrating deeply. He had sensed something yesterday while absorbing Windran's power. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Bring me some roasted and dried sweet potato. Following Theo's example, Blackie also started making demands of Sejun. All right, Kihihit. Chomp. PTO. King. Butler. This isn't roasted sweet potato, it's green onion. What Sejun had put in Blackie's mouth was a detoxifying green onion. He. Consider it revenge for my sword, King. That was because it was weak. Just as Sejun was teasing Blackie. Greetings. I am Kadan, a legendary merchant of the Great Silver Tower. A giant hawk descended from the sky and greeted Sejun and Theo. Yes, Kadan, nice to meet you. Pooh hut. Kadan, welcome, meow, stamp. After exchanging greetings, Sejun and Theo accepted Kadan as a full-time employee of Sejun Company. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my sincerity. Kadan handed Theo a hefty pouch of money and then departed. Now, just one more, and we can go home. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. As Sejun and Theo quietly chatted while recruiting more employees. Who is this Theo guy? Come out right now. From afar, a towering 3-meter-tall, muscular tiger warrior, Ho Jin appeared, shouting furiously. Behind him stood 10,000 subordinates. Silver Lightning, the largest mercenary corps in the Great Silver Tower, was an immensely influential force. Pooh hut. I am the great hybrid Chairman Park's right-hand man, the deadly dragon Claude, the hybrid golden cat, the lucky legendary merchant, Park Theo, meow. Of course, the moment they picked a fight with Theo, that influence effectively became Sejun companies. A short while later, stamp, stamp, stamp. The number of full-time employees from the Great Silver Tower in Sejun Company has exceeded 10,000. Sejun Company's influence in the Great Silver Tower has significantly increased. The full-time employee communication network has expanded. From now on, direct communication between full-time employees in the Great Black Tower and the Great Silver Tower is possible. The Great Silver Tower's employee communication network merged with that of the Great Black Tower. Hello. I'm Burin, a legendary merchant of the Great Silver Tower. My husband is kind-hearted but a bit hot-tempered. Thank you for sparing him. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Arriving late, Burin approached Theo to introduce herself and checked on her husband. The unconscious Ho-jin had a deeply satisfied expression on his face. Losing to a strong opponent was not a disgrace, but an honor. Poo-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Ho-jin seems like a good guy, meow. Ho-jin gave a lot of money, meow. What? My husband had money, poo-hoo-hut. He had 10 billion tower coins, meow. Ho ho ho. Is that so? Burin smiled, but only with her lips. Her eyes, however, were glaring fiercely at the unconscious Ho-jin. There was no way Ho-jin, who lived off an allowance, could have such a large sum. He had definitely taken on requests in secret and saved up money behind her back. Burin approached Ho-jin with a cold expression. Was it a secret stash? From Burin's reaction, Sejun realized that the money Ho-jin had was indeed a hidden stash. If your wife is a legendary merchant, why not just ask her for money instead of secretly saving up? Why would he even make a secret stash? Sejun thought about the reason Ho-jin would go to such lengths. In cases like this, it's always the same. Obviously, it was to buy a limited edition collection that his wife wouldn't approve of. I have to help him. Oh? Now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't Ho-jin's money. Right, Vice Chairman Theo, meow? That's right, meow. It doesn't seem like Ho-jin's money, meow. Feeling a strange sense of camaraderie with Ho-jin, Sejun signaled to Theo and quickly stepped in to help him. However, HMPH secretly saving 10 billion tower coins behind my back? Burin had already made up her mind and stood before Ho-jin. Russell. She slipped 10 billion tower coins into Ho-jin's arms. It was obvious why he had been trying to save up. Our wedding anniversary is coming up soon. Keep it a secret from my husband. Burin gave a faint smile before returning to her usual expressionless face, and, who? Sejun, who had slightly expected something else, suddenly felt an odd sense of betrayal. Chapter 623, Then, the Great Blackie will rip it off himself. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Eileen, I'm back. Appearing on the waypoint, Sejun announced his return to Eileen. The tower's administrator says to come quickly. Yeah. Nothing much happened, right? The tower's administrator says something big did happen. Who? What happened? The tower's administrator says the Great Silver Dragons bought a lot of alcohol and snacks from Dragon Market, greatly increasing sales. Oh. Really? I thought it was something serious. Eileen, good job. Hearing that something had happened, he thought maybe there had been a thief. Eileen covered up the truth with another fact. Without lying to Sejun, she naturally hid the fact that thieves had infiltrated the 99th floor of the tower. While Sejun and Eileen were talking, Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng, King, Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family emerged from the void storage and leaped towards Sejun. Sejun took his companions and, Kururung, went to Pinkfur who was sleeping soundly, and then, Quenji, sleep well. Krueng, Dad, good night. Puch. He exchanged good-night greetings with Quenji. After greeting Sejun, Quenji, Ku. Eng. Carefully pushed aside Pinkfur's leg without waking her, creating a cozy sleeping space before snuggling inside. Then, Kuong. Ku hey hey hey. Half asleep, Pinkfur saw Quenji nestled in her embrace and rubbed her cheek against him affectionately. A peaceful sight. Sejun watched the two for a moment before heading home. And then, Sejun number 3, use this. On his way, he stopped by Sejun number 3 and handed him a sword that had once been a demonic sword, Stormbringer, but had become an ordinary blade after losing its consciousness. Even though it was now an ordinary sword, it was still better than the one Sejun number 3 was currently using. Bow. Sejun number 3 lowered his head in gratitude and accepted the sword. Barn. Apparently satisfied with it, he stared at the sword for quite a while before starting to swing it again. Time to lie down. Arriving home, Sejun embraced his companions and collapsed onto the soft bed. A short while later, Koryo Ryong, Gorarong, Kirarong. Sejun and his companion soon fell asleep, snoring. Meanwhile, in Blackie's mental realm, eat this roasted and dried sweet potato and forgive my little guys, okay? Pooh hut. Eat this grilled fish and forgive my little siblings, meow. I'm really sorry. Sorry. The second round of battle in Blackie's mental realm had begun. Forest of Creation. Hee. Now I can create an avatar with 0.5% power. Flamey was diligently practicing making avatars again today. The trial statue quietly observed, refraining from interfering, though its gaze looked slightly fatigued. Hee. Flamey number 100, go to the Brown Tower. Hee. Yes. Flamey number 100, heading to the Brown Tower. The 100th avatar of Flamey set out to search for a World Tree candidate in the Brown Tower. Hearing that Sejun had received a request from the Great Dragons to create great towers, Flamey had been sending avatars to the Silver Tower, the Golden Tower, and the Brown Tower to search for World Tree candidates. The grand plan was to nurture a World Tree just in time to aid Sejun when his request was nearing completion. However, the plan had failed in the Silver Tower because Sejun Nim was just too competent. Flamey had a dejected expression for not being able to help create the Great Silver Tower. At that moment, hee. I found a World Tree candidate on the 67th floor of the Golden Tower. The 70th avatar of Flamey returned. Good job. Flamey number 70. Then, I'll be off. Flamey number 70, thank you. Great work. Goodbye. SRRK. With a bright expression, Flamey number 70 waved its leaves before vanishing. Avatars had a limited lifespan. Only the body disappeared. Since Flamey number 70's consciousness had merely separated from Flamey's main consciousness, there was no sense of loss. Thus, Flamey continued using her avatars to find trees that could become world trees. There are no more tears of destruction nearby to lure. At the same time, the main body was working day and night to lure tears of destruction using Earthworm. She was employing a two-track strategy, weakening her own power while strengthening Sejun's. I need to move to another location. Thump. Thump. Flamey gently tapped Jormungander's body with her roots, directing it toward an area with a higher concentration of tears of destruction. The next morning. Great Golden Tower's growth conditions, 1/8. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create at least 3 new crop varieties, not achieved, 0 L1. Weaken the tower's thunderstorm by at least 50%, not achieved, 40%. Grow 1 world tree, not achieved, 0 L1. Secure at least 100 pieces of world's energy, not achieved. Own 11 divine relics, not achieved, 0 to 11. Achieve 7 great achievements, achieved, 3/7. Expand the Golden Tower's entrances to 120, not achieved, 95 120. Sejun walked through the farm while reviewing the Golden Tower's growth requirements. Owning 11 divine relics would contribute 2. Weakening the thunderstorm by 50% would contribute 2. Securing 100 pieces of world's energy would contribute 2. Next. This is tricky. He couldn't quite visualize how to complete the final requirement. It seemed extremely difficult to promote Cecilia from an A rank to an S rank tower farmer. Achieving 2 more great achievements was possible using the method he had employed in the Silver Tower, but the remaining 2 were uncertain. Moreover, there was no guarantee that growing a world tree would be as lucky as last time. At least, unlike other towers that required 10,000 pieces of world's energy, the Golden Tower only needed 100, which was a relief. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. For now, I should catch up on overdue tasks today. Just as Sejun was finalizing his thoughts. Thud. Thud. Pink Fur came walking carefully with sleeping Quenji in her mouth. As usual, she was entrusting Quenji to Sejun before heading off to train under the Minotaur King. Krueng. The moment Quenji was handed over to Sejun, he instinctively clung to Sejun's side. Thud. Thud. After entrusting Quenji to Sejun, Pink Fur moved north without hesitation. It wasn't that she had no attachment to Quenji, it was just that there was no need to hesitate. They were family. With Quenji now in his care, Sejun said, "Shall we go eat?" He led his companions into the kitchen and began cooking. Me, Kuing, King. Drawn by the aroma of Sejun's cooking, his companions woke up, stretching and yawning. And then, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, are you grilling my fish properly? Meow? Of course. Coo hey. Krueng. He. Dad, what's for breakfast today? He. Today, it's fried eggs and sausage stir-fry with white rice, your favorite, Quenji. Kihihit. King? He. Butler. You dried my roasted and dried sweet potato properly, right? Ah. What should I do? I forgot today. Kuang. King? King. What? How could you forget? Butler, you're the worst. Oh? Blackie, did you just call me the worst? He. Then I guess I'll eat yesterday's batch of dried sweet potatoes myself. King. King. No. Butler, you're the best. His companions checked the breakfast menu. Once the cooking was finished, they all enjoyed their meal. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'll go earn lots of money, meow. Krueng. I'll work hard too, Dad. Theo and Quenji headed out, Theo to the 27th floor of the Red Tower and Quenji to the Western Herb Field. Having spent the past few days in the Silver Tower, both had a backlog of work. After sending Theo and Quenji off to work, Sejun also began his farm tasks. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. I'll help. Having gained strength from a few drops of the Great Growth Elixir, the Blackie family was now capable of doing a fair share of the work. Once the farm tasks on the 99th floor were completed, summon door. Blackie, let's go. Sejun took the Blackie family to the 10th tower. Kihihit. King. He. The great boss Blackie has arrived. Kia. Kiki. The Blackie family was enthusiastically welcomed by the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. King. This time, in the Silver Tower, the great Blackie began boasting about his exploits, how he had obliterated the demonic sword in the Silver Tower. Thump. Thump. Meanwhile, Sejun was planting seeds. At that moment, Kugugum. The energy of creation generated in the 10th tower has reached 36 million liters. The 7th floor of the 10th tower is now open. The 7th floor of the 10th tower has been activated. The 7th floor of the tower had been unlocked. And that meant the 6th floor could now be cleared. Sejun hurried to the 6th floor of the tower and, tap! He placed his hand on the white crystal. You have cleared the 6th floor of the 10th tower. As a reward for clearing the 6th floor, all stats have increased by 500. As a reward for clearing the 6th floor, you have obtained 50 billion tower coins and 1 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You are now moving to the 7th floor of the tower. As the reward message for clearing the 6th floor appeared before him, Sejun was transported to the 7th floor. Who? Unlike the other floors, the 7th floor had no vast land. Surrounding him were steep cliffs, and a single beam of light from the sky illuminated a small temple in the center with an open ceiling, casting a glow over the area. Is this not a place for farming? Step. Cautiously, Sejun entered the temple. Inside, 9 pillars of different colors surrounded the temple's center. At the very center of the temple was a crystal-clear pond, so transparent that its depths could be seen, except that beyond a certain depth, it was pitch black, revealing nothing. That must be dangerous. Frightened by the dark abyss, Sejun averted his gaze from the pond and looked around. Then, he noticed a golden and a brown pillar that were thinner and shorter than the others. It resembled the situation of the 9 towers. Upon closer inspection, the arrangement of the 9 pillars matched the layout of the 9 towers. Why are the 9 towers represented here? As Sejun pondered, a quest has been generated. Quest, turn all 9 towers into great towers. Reward, create a God's tablet. A quest message appeared before Sejun. Despite the quest's high difficulty and incredible reward, the message was absurdly brief. Ha. Easy. Finally, he could collect all of the Creator God's tablets. Of course, for Sejun, this wasn't a difficult quest, nor was the reward particularly impressive. After all, he had already turned 7 of the towers into great towers and possessed 9 Creator God's tablets. I'll be back soon. Acting cool, Sejun descended to the 1st floor alone. King? Butler? Where did you go alone? If you're going somewhere, you have to take the great Blackie too. I was worried. He had to endure a scolding from Blackie for disappearing without saying a word. All right. I'll take you with me next time. Sorry. Sejun soothed Blackie by patting his head, appreciating his concern. A warm, soft atmosphere settled between them for a brief moment. But that moment didn't last long. Kihihit. King. He. If you're really sorry, give me 5 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato. Suddenly, I'm not sorry anymore. King. You just said you were sorry. The great Blackie heard it loud and clear. Hand over the roasted sweet potatoes now. He. When did I say that? The two quickly started bickering again. King. If a man says two different things with one tongue, his tongue falls off. TL, something along the lines of, oh, the man who takes back his words loses credibility. He. Not me, Sejun teased Blackie with a smug grin. Teasing Blackie was still the most fun. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot. King. Then the great Blackie will rip it off himself. That Blackie was a terrifying creature. Blackie, the wolf who hunts gods, could certainly hunt other things too. Snap. Hey. Were you really about to bite me? All right. I'll give it to you. I said I'll give it to you. Panicked, Sejun quickly surrendered and handed over the roasted and dried sweet potatoes to Blackie. Kihihit. Chomp. 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 Wearing a victorious smile, Blackie happily munched on his reward. He. This is delicious. The roasted and dried sweet potatoes, won through battle with Sejun, tasted even better with the added seasoning of victory. Chapter 624. I hey. Where are you going? How am I supposed to get home? Black Tower, 99th floor. Clang. As the exit of the 10th tower opened. Da-da-da. Kihihit. King. He. The great victor, Blackie, has arrived. Blackie ran out proudly. I can't believe I lost to that sunfish, Blackie. Sejun trudged out behind him. It seemed that losing to Blackie, whom he had thought was beneath him, had hurt his pride quite a bit. He. But so what? I still control your food supply. Of course, he quickly got over it. With that, Sejun regained his composure. HMPH Eileen, what do you want to eat? The tower's administrator says she want to eat pancakes today. Pancakes? Got it. Sejun chatted with Eileen in the cooking area while making pancakes. Kirarong. Rorong. Kirurung. Having just feasted on roasted and dried sweet potatoes, the Blackie family dozed off and eventually fell asleep inside the sling bag. A little while later. Eileen, here. Enjoy your meal. The tower's administrator says she'll eat well. After sending Eileen a stack of 30 pancakes. Arjux, have some pancakes. He also sent a stack of 20 pancakes to Arjux, who loved them. And just as he was about to sit at the table and eat his own pancakes, suddenly, his vision darkened, and it became hard to breathe. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. It was because Theo had latched onto his face. You finished early? As Sejun pried Theo off his face and asked. Pooh-hoo-hut. Brings was doing well, so I came back quickly. Meow. Did you have lunch? Pooh-hoo-hut. I didn't eat so I could have lunch with Chairman Park. Meow. Theo stared at Sejun intently as he answered. What are you waiting for? Meow. Hurry up and grill some fish. Meow. That was the kind of look he was giving. You have the grilled fish lunchbox I packed for you. Just eat that. No way. Meow. I'm saving that for later. Meow. You've got a lot of things stored away for later already. That's for emergency situations. Meow. What kind of emergency? Just eat it. No. Meow. Grill me some fish. Meow. Fine. Sejun and Theo bickered over lunch. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Mom, it's lunchtime. Quenji and Pinkfur also took their lunch break in the herb field. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Mom, here. Kueng. Quenji placed a rice ball into Pinkfur's open mouth. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Now it's Quenji's turn. This time, Quenji opened his mouth and Pinkfur fed him a rice ball. It was a rather peaceful lunchtime on the 99th floor of the tower. Earthworm. Oh. There's a lot today. Squirm. Squirm. After finishing lunch, Sejun entered Earthworm through the dimensional gate and was pleased to see the tears of destruction morphing into his own appearance. Thanks to Flamey skillfully dribbling Jormungander's body, she had positioned herself in a good spot and lured in many tears of destruction. Hey, guys. Hello. Sejun greeted the 20 newly created destruction Sejuns. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I missed you. Meow. Theo, who had crossed the dimensional gate carrying the sling bag with the Blackie family inside, clung to Sejun's knee. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park. Here. Meow. Yeah. Sejun took the sling bag Theo handed him and slung it over his shoulder again. Then, after collecting 10 drops of tears of the incomplete creator god that had formed as the previous destruction Sejuns vanished. Here. He immediately sent the collected tears to Emila. You have completed the quest 10 times. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained 50 drops of the Great Growth Elixir. A glass bottle appeared in Sejun's hand. Today, he decided to divide it up evenly, 2 drops each for the others, and 20 drops for himself. After distributing the elixir, Sejun set aside 2 drops for Quenji and had everyone drink theirs, including himself. Of course, there was some resistance along the way, but he dealt with it through persuasion and force. He. Where do you think you're going, Sunfish? King. But I won earlier. Especially after subduing Blackie by force, Sejun's self-esteem had been greatly restored. As Sejun drank the elixir and diligently planted seeds with the destruction Sejuns, Sejun Nim, I have something to tell you. Taoyong came to find Sejun. Why? What's going on? Well, according to Taoyong, Sejun had planted so many destruction devourers that they now occupied a quarter of the land in Earthworm. As a result, the movements of the other Earth Dragons were becoming restricted. I see. Though he hadn't counted them exactly, the current number of destruction devourers in Earthworm had surpassed 10 billion. In the beginning, the mushroom ants had planted them in massive numbers, and afterward, Sejun and the destruction Sejuns had continued to plant them diligently. Considering the speed at which destruction devourers produce seeds, their growth rate would only accelerate further. There really are a lot of them. All right. I'll find a way. Yes. Thank you. Oh, and recently, there have been unknown external shocks occurring outside, so please be careful. Shocks? Got it. Thanks for letting me know. After finishing his conversation with Taoyong, Sejun pondered. What should I do? He contemplated how to handle the destruction devourers. Then, I can just send them up. He quickly came up with a good idea. Originally, the best method was to plant destruction devourers in the bodies of the apostles of destruction. With his Aura field skill, he could drain their life force, while simultaneously eliminating the energy of destruction. However, when he first arrived here, the external situation wasn't favorable, so he had been planting them here instead. That was no longer necessary. But for this, I need Quenji. He didn't have a way to send the destruction devourers into the sky. Wait, no. He. I have this. Thud. Sejun proudly pulled out a massive box and opened it. Inside, it was filled with beans. Sky-reaching beans. Eating them would make a person grow 3 centimeters taller, so Sejun had stockpiled a huge amount, intending to sell them for a living when he returned to Earth. Although Sejun had more than enough money to never worry about living expenses, he still always worried about survival. You never know when everything might suddenly go downhill. And so, he decided to plant the sky-reaching beans to send the destruction devourers outside of Earthworm. Vice Chairman Theo, tell Hell to get 10 drops of the harvest elixir from Leonim. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. He asked Theo to obtain the harvest elixir. The plan was to use it to rapidly grow the beanstalks. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. Hellnim, go to Leoniman. Theo relayed Sejun's request to Hell exactly as he had heard it. A designated quest has been issued by the vice chairman of Sejun Company, Park Theo. The designated recipient is Hell, the god of merchants. Manager Hell's pawnshop, god of merchants Hell, accepted. Thus, the request was formally turned into a quest for Hell. Leah, I'll buy 10 drops of the harvest elixir. Hell quickly went to Leah, purchased the harvest elixir, and sent it to Theo, and Hell, the god of merchants, has received 5 welfare points as a quest completion reward. Received the reward. He. This is really nice. Hell grinned, pleased with her reward. Although she had bought 10 drops of the harvest elixir from Leah for 2,000 divine power, since I can buy 1,000 divine power with 1 welfare point, so she had effectively gained 3,000 divine power in profit. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Battle, Battler, Vice Chairman Theo, give me a quest too. I can do it well. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Sprouts, Bud, I'm jealous. Seeing this, the employee gods were envious. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, here are the 10 drops of the harvest elixir, meow. In the meantime, Theo handed the harvest elixir to Sejun. Thanks. As soon as Sejun received the elixir, plop. Plop. He planted the sky-reaching beans. Drip. Drip. Then, he dripped the harvest elixir onto the spots where he had planted them. And then, crack. The beans rapidly grew, shooting up toward the sky. Guys, climb up. Sejun had the destruction Sejuns and destruction devourers latch onto the skyward growing bean stalks. As the stalks continued to grow and neared the sky, Eo Seppo. Fire the seed cannon. Yes. PTO. Sejun had World Tree Eo Seppo shoot a hole in the sky using the seed cannon. Thus, the beanstalk successfully pierced through Earthworm press walls and continued to rise, creating a path that connected Earthworm to Jormungander's stomach. Then, Kiki. The remaining destruction devourers also started climbing up the beanstalks toward the sky. Meanwhile, huff. Huff. The destruction devourers that reached the sky first diligently absorbed and processed the dense energy of destruction. Burp. They then released the energy of creation. All right. Watch carefully. This is how you do it. Plop. Plop. You're a field master has been activated. You have planted the destruction pioneer seeds in the body of Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent and third seat of the apostle of destruction. Sejun demonstrated for the destruction Sejuns. However, plop. Plop. The destruction devourer seeds planted by the destruction Sejuns in Jormungandr's stomach failed to grow. The gap between the dimensional energies was too narrow, meaning Flamey had only been able to lure in the smallest destruction tears. And while the destruction Sejuns had barely learned magic seed sowing and harvesting, they didn't know how to use your field. What? You can't do this? An unexpected obstacle. Well, there's no helping it. Then you guys just focus on harvesting. Sejun began planting other crops in Jormungandr's body for the destruction Sejuns to harvest. Normally, he didn't mind if others rested while he worked, but he couldn't stand the sight of destruction Sejuns, who looked just like him, idling around. As Sejun diligently planted crops, the bored destruction Sejuns clumsily tried to attack him. Kihihit. King. Hee. The great Blackie will protect Butler. Everyone, attack! Blackie family swiftly subdued the destruction Sejuns. Thanks to the great growth elixir, all of Blackie family had stats exceeding 1000. On top of that, they had exceptional combat instincts, specialized combat powers, talents and skills. In contrast, the destruction Sejuns, who were merely copies of Sejun with terrible combat sense and farming specialized skills, had far higher total stats but were no match for Blackie family. I fed them well. Sejun watched them fondly. However, Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, let's punish them even more. Thwack. Thwack. Hey. Stop hitting them. Seeing the destruction Sejuns continuously getting beaten up started to put him in a bad mood. Time passed chaotically like that and, Krueng. Dad, why haven't you gone home yet? Quenji came looking for Sejun, wondering why he hadn't finished for the day. Ah. Is it that late already? Krueng. Krueng. Yes. Quenji's belly clock rang 5 times already. Really? Then you must be really hungry. Let's go quickly. Just as Sejun hurried to wrap things up. Who? A blue energy started visibly manifesting around them. What is this? It was a phenomenon that occurred when the energy of creation accumulated and thickened. Unfortunately, this was happening in a completely enclosed space with no external connection. The area was becoming saturated with the energy of creation emitted by the destruction devourers. Is this okay? Sejun, feeling complacent, thought, last time, Earthworm evolved, which was dangerous, but this shouldn't be that bad, right? But then, rumble. Boom. Earthworm suddenly moved and was expelled out through Jormungandra's mouth. The expanding energy of creation had forcibly pushed Earthworm outside. Hey! Where are you going? How am I supposed to get home? Sejun stood there, stunned, watching Earthworm disappear into the distance. No, wait. As long as we have Peace Bays, we can make another dimensional gate. Vice Chairman Theo, where's our Peace Bays? Is he on my back? He quickly regained his composure and started looking for Peace Bays. However, meow? Peace Bays went to the bathroom a little while ago. Meow. What? Where? Over there. Meow. Theo pointed with his front paw to the spot where Earthworm had disappeared. Peace Bays was drifting away along with Earthworm. No. Peace Bays, come back. Sejun, growing anxious, desperately called out to Peace Bays. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, don't worry. Meow. We can return using Kaiser Nim's bracelet. Meow. Oh. That's right. He had the Dragon Horn's return bracelet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sejun put on a nonchalant expression and resumed planting crops as if nothing had happened. Just another peaceful day for the Sejun family. Chapter 625, Hack. Blackie follow me, meow. Inside Jormungandra's stomach. Kiki. Guys, don't worry. I'll stay with you until the rescue team arrives. Sejun reassured the destruction devourers, who were anxiously watching him. Sejun and his group could leave whenever they wanted, but the destruction devourers had to remain here, making them uneasy about whether Sejun and his group would return. It should take about 3 days, right? So, they decided to wait together until Peace Bays could create another dimensional gate here. Earlier, amidst all the commotion, Sejun hadn't thought about it, but with Peacebay's skills, it wouldn't take long to open a portal connecting this place to the Black Tower. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Guys, don't worry. The great boss Blackie will never abandon you. Blackie also stepped in to soothe the destruction devourers. Then, Kiki. King? You want to hear about the great boss Blackie's heroic tales? The destruction devourers eagerly begged Blackie to tell them his stories. Kihihit. King. Hee. All right. Then, let me tell you the fresh and glorious tale of how the great boss Blackie triumphed over Butler today. Proudly, Blackie began boasting about how he had defeated Sejun on the 10th floor of the tower earlier that day. While the destruction devourers were engrossed in Blackie's story, since we're camping out tonight, Sejun pondered the evening menu, considering the environment. Let's start with some meat. To create a proper camping atmosphere, he lit 3 fires, one for cooking rice, another for grilling fish for Theo, and a third to heat a frying pan. As he flipped the fish, ensuring it cooked evenly, the frying pan reached the right temperature. Sizzle. He placed some slime meat on the pan to grill. It would be a little lacking if he only grilled meat. Sizzle. So, he added sausages, sweet potatoes, onions, and other vegetables to grill alongside. Sejun moved back and forth, flipping the fish and meat to prevent them from burning. Eventually, the meal was ready. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called his companions. Poo-hoo-hut, ku-hey-hey-hey, kihihit, a delightful and delicious dinner. After the meal, crop gigantification. Sejun enlarged king oyster mushrooms to use as mattresses and took out blankets, preparing for sleep. A little distance away, Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family watched over Sejun. Then, kihihit. King. Hee. Brothers, I beat Butler earlier. Excited, Blackie once again boasted to Theo and Quenji about defeating Sejun, just as he had with the destruction devourers. Today's victory was just too thrilling for him to keep to himself. Meow? How did Blackie defeat our great hybrid chairman Park? Meow. Crueng. Curious, Theo and Quenji asked. Then, kihihit. King. Hee. If you want to know how the great Blackie won, proudly confessing his own crime, Blackie began explaining. Hark! Blackie, follow me, meow, Crueng, King. In the end, Blackie was dragged away by his brothers and given a long overdue lesson. A little later, let's sleep now. Sejun lay down with his companions, and a second round of battle began inside Blackie's mental world. This honey is delicious. After eating this, I forgive little brother. Tonight, Quenji also joined in. Since the pink fur incident, Quenji had almost completely separated himself from the beast of apocalypse, allowing him to create an independent mental form. And so, another familiar day came to a close in this unfamiliar place. The next morning. All right. As Sejun got up, pip. Sejun Nim, you're awake. Peacebays excitedly greeted him. Who? Peacebays, how did you? Just as Sejun was about to ask Peacebays, Bayhem. Looking smug, Peacebays lifted a wing and pointed to the side. And there it was, a dimensional gate. A newly created dimensional gate stood before them, made by Peacebays. Sejun had assumed it would take at least 3 days for Peacebays to connect this place with the Black Tower, but he had overlooked one crucial factor. The moment Sejun was in trouble, his family members displayed several times their usual abilities. Peacebays, well done! As Sejun placed Peacebays on his hand and stroked its head. Bahee. I did it for you, Sejun Nim. Peacebays enjoyed Sejun's touch and then, Bererong. It fell into a deep sleep. Sejun placed the sleeping Peacebays on his shoulder. Swoosh! Peacebays camouflaged itself and disappeared from view. Eileen, I'm back. Sejun stepped through the dimensional gate and returned to the Black Tower. The tower's administrator asks in a worried voice if you are okay. Yeah. But what happened? Sejun asked Eileen, since the great dragons outside would have a better grasp of the situation. The tower's administrator. Eileen's explanation was as follows. Suddenly, Earthworm had burst out of Jormungander's mouth, releasing an enormous amount of blue energy, which the great dragons witnessed. The dragons excitedly hunted down the tiers of destruction that had been touched by the energy of creation. And with the tower coins they earned from the hunt, the dragons spent lavishly at the dragon market, causing its sales to skyrocket. So, Eileen had been waiting, planning to boast about it to Sejun. However, before she could do so, she had learned from Peacebays, who had returned alone, that Sejun and his companions were stranded inside Jormungander's body. After that, Eileen had anxiously watched over Peacebays all night as it worked on creating the dimensional gate. Apart from the previous events, Eileen had mainly been worried about Sejun, and that fact made him even happier. The idea that someone was sincerely worrying and waiting for him. He had vaguely thought it might feel overwhelming, but the more he listened to Eileen's words, the more oddly comforted and happy he felt. Of course, he felt guilty for making Eileen worry, but rather than feeling indebted, he simply wanted to repay her kindness. More than anything, knowing that Eileen had been concerned about him made him incredibly happy. So much so that he even entertained the mischievous thought of making her worry from time to time. Of course, if Kaiser, the doting grandfather, ever found out about Sejun's foolish idea, Sejun would be sent straight to hell. No matter how much Kaiser cherished Sejun, Eileen was always his top priority. Eileen, I'm sorry for making you worry. The tower's administrator tells you not to apologize. The tower's administrator says that instead, she is grateful that you returned safely. He. Thanks for worrying about me. As Sejun and Eileen exchanged heartfelt words. Kuang! Thud! Thud! A slightly exhausted Pink Fur came running. Pink Fur had also stayed up all night, unable to sleep, worrying about Quenji. Krueng! Mom! Quenji jumped off Sejun's side and ran toward Pink Fur. Kuang! Ku hey. Mother and child rubbed their faces against each other, relishing their reunion. I miss my mom too. As Sejun watched Quenji and Pink Fur reunite, his own mother came to mind. Brother-in-law. I was so worried. Ace, who had fallen asleep while worrying about Sejun, had just heard the news of his return and hurriedly flew over. Yeah. Thanks for worrying about me too, baby brother-in-law. Sejun comforted Ace, who clung to him. Eileen, what happened to the earthworm? While waiting for Ace to calm down in his embrace, Sejun asked Eileen about Earthworm's situation. He was worried about the earth dragons left in Earthworm, especially Taoyong. The tower's administrator tells you not to worry. The tower's administrator says that the other adults safely returned Earthworm to its original place. Really? That's a relief. Feeling reassured by Eileen's words, Sejun began his day on the 99th floor of the tower. Guys, let's eat. Of course, the first task of the day was preparing breakfast. After finishing breakfast, is it time for the Golden Tower now? Artemis Nim, here. Sejun handed Artemis 12 divine relics and 101 pieces of the world's energy, achieving 2 additional achievements and fulfilling for growth conditions for the Golden Tower in one go. Thanks to this, the full-time employee gods also completed their quests with excess divine relics and earned welfare points. Alright, I'll be back. After bidding farewell to the 99th floor residents of the tower. Step. Sejun stepped towards the waypoint, which had now been moved right next to his home, and traveled to the Golden Tower to complete the remaining growth conditions. A short while later, you have arrived at the 86th floor of the Golden Tower. Arrived! Passing through the 99th floor of the Golden Tower, Sejun arrived at the 86th floor, where Demon Family was located. I'll relax and work here for a few days. While gathering information, Sejun planned to enjoy a comfortable stay in Demon Family. At the Silver Tower, he had unknowingly worked too hard, and even yesterday, he had ended up overworking again. Park Sejun, 100 hours a week is too much. That's right. I deserve to rest. He. With that thought in mind, Sejun arrived at Demon Family, ready to take it easy. However, his plans fell apart before they could even begin. Pio. Sejun Nim. Theo Nim. Hello. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Hello. Mo-hee-hee. Hello. He encountered Pio, Uran, and Poyo in Demon Family. This feels ominous. As a bad feeling crept over Sejun. Meow? Chairman Park, I sense an attraction. Meow. Theo pointed his paw at Uran. Crash. A massive lightning bolt struck toward Uran. And then, I am Rayton, the fleeting spark that illuminates the world, a great force of destruction, an unfortunate coincidence. Since misfortune has led me here, so today, you all shall perish. A bolt of lightning had possessed Uran's body. Sadly, Sejun's bad premonition was right on target. It was clearly someone who would weaken the lightning energy of the Golden Tower. With Theo and Uran synergy, things were spiraling out of control. I never get to rest. Grumbling, Sejun slowly approached Uran, holding Quenji in front of him. Quenji hit him with the Thunderbolt Staff first. Krueng! Got it! Quenji pulled out the Thunderbolt Staff. Thud! You brat! Gah! Thump, thump, thump! How dare you strike me! And began beating Uran. More precisely, he was hitting Rayton, the entity possessing Uran's body. A little while later, Quiwick! As Uran's occasional screams of consciousness began to echo. Zap! Unable to withstand Quenji's exorcism, Reitan emerged from Yuren's body in the form of a yellow orb. Slurp. And just like last time, Quenji devoured it. Quenji, are you okay? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It tastes like a slightly tangy lemon. I see. I wasn't asking about the taste, but so it was lemon-flavored. And with that single-line flavor review, Reitan was completely erased. Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji has defeated Reitan, the fleeting spark that illuminates the world, a great force of destruction, and an unfortunate coincidence. You have gained 150 billion experience points, 50% of the experience points Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji acquired. Sejun received his share of the experience points. Mohihi. Delicious. Lick, lick, lick. Meanwhile, Poyo, the sand fairy that devours misfortune, licked away the well-aged misfortune from Yuren. But there's still one condition left before the Golden Tower can evolve. Sejun had not yet given up on his plan to rest in Demon Family. At that moment, Sejun Nim did it. Now's the time. Eat this and become the World Tree. Yes. Flamey number 101, which possessed 0.499% of Flamey's power, provided nutrients to the Lemon Tree World Tree candidate on the 67th floor of the Golden Tower, allowing it to become a World Tree. Unaware of this, Sejun Nim, it's time for lunch now. Hee hee hee. All right. As he was getting up to eat lunch after lounging in the room provided by Yuto, the head of the Demon Family, the administrator of the Golden Tower says you've done well. Ooh, for what? Wait, why the Golden Tower? Sejun belatedly realized that the Golden Tower had evolved into a great tower. The administrator of the Golden Tower says this is the promised reward. Ah, thank you. Of course, he wasn't unhappy about receiving a reward. But what just happened? It just felt a bit unsettling. Now I have to go to the Brown Tower right away. He was a bit disappointed that his rest time had disappeared. Just openly resting didn't suit Sejun's personality. Thus, after having lunch, he returned to the Black Tower in just 3 hours. Sejun is truly a powerhouse. A great tower in 3 hours. What? 3 hours. Once again, the great dragons acknowledged his abilities. And then, Kelkakle. Sejun Nim will be here soon. Hurry and prepare the food. Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, was preparing a traditional dish of the Red Goblin tribe while eagerly awaiting Sejun. Something feels off. Once again, it seemed like his bad premonition would prove accurate. Chapter 626, Quenji, aren't you eating? 99th floor of the Black Tower. Isn't this a bit too much? Grave Nim, this is too much. Sejun grumbled to himself while looking at a piece of paper detailing the growth conditions for the Brown Tower. Brown Tower growth conditions, 0-8. Tower farmer, A not achieved. Create at least 9 new varieties, not achieved, 0-9. Increase the soil fertility of the Brown Tower by at least 50%, not achieved, 40%. Grow 5 world trees, not achieved, 2/5. Secure at least 10,000 pieces of world's energy, not achieved. Possess 9 divine relics, not achieved, 2/9. Achieve 5 great achievements, not achieved, 3/5. Expand the Brown Tower's entrances to 120, not achieved, 65/120. Not a single one of the 8 growth conditions had been met. At least the number of divine relics and great achievements had somewhat progressed, which was a small comfort. Vice Chairman Theo, I need just 8 more divine relics. Pooh-hoo heart. Got it, meow. God Nims, we need 8 divine relics, meow. Theo requested the gods, and the gods who received the quest sent divine relics to Theo. Pooh-hoo heart. Chairman Park, here they are, meow. Theo handed over the divine relics he had received from the gods to Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, thanks. Good job, Pooh-hoo heart. That's right, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, worked hard, meow. Be very grateful, meow. Yeah, Sejun patted Theo's head in praise as he basked in the recognition. Grave Nim, here are the divine relics. Sejun handed over the 8 divine relics he received from Theo to Grave. Gwe-ha-ha-ha. Thank you. With that, 2 of the tower's growth conditions were instantly fulfilled. As for the rest, Sejun pondered how to fulfill the remaining conditions. If he took Auric around and trained him to be an A-rank tower farmer, that would be 1. Why didn't the fertility increase when I have the kidney beans of soil fertility? There had to be something interfering, just like in the other towers. If he could just eliminate that obstacle, reaching 50% fertility should be more than possible, likely surpassing it, making 2 conditions fulfilled in total. That would bring the count of fulfilled growth conditions to 5. The great achievements I can definitely achieve 2 more, so that's covered, but exceeding that is uncertain. After a rough calculation, Sejun realized he was still short by 2 growth conditions. The rest would have to be resolved by going to the Brown Tower. Guys, gather around. Sejun called his companions to prepare for departure. Pooh Hut gathered. Meow. Theo was already clinging to Sejun's lap long before he called. Krueng. Mom, Quenji is heading out. Chew. Quenji, who had been enjoying the warmth in Pink Fur's embrace, gave her a kiss before flying over to Sejun. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Let's hurry up and go. The Blackie family came running, holding a sling bag to carry themselves in. Once everyone had gathered, all right, we're off. Sejun bid farewell to the tower residents and set off for the Brown Tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Brown Tower. Kelkulkul. Sejun Nim, welcome. Upon arrival, Sejun was greeted by Auric, the Brown Tower's tower farmer. Yeah. Did you find out what I asked you to, Kelkulkul? Yes. But there are no monsters or phenomena disrupting fertility in our Brown Tower. Really? Then why wasn't the fertility increasing? Sejun pondered in confusion. At that moment, Kelkulkul. Sejun Nim, our Red Goblin tribe has prepared a feast for you on the 77th floor. Let's go together. Here is the land deed for the 77th floor. Hoo. Shall we? Sejun chuckled as he accepted the land deed Auric handed him. He had regretted not getting to rest in the Golden Tower, but it seemed like he could take a break here. However, what is this smell? Kelkulkul. This is the traditional cuisine of our Red Goblin tribe. Just as Auric proudly introduced the food, that hope was completely shattered. Sejun then remembered, the Red Goblin tribe ate even normal food after letting it rot. On top of that, he recalled the ominous feeling he had earlier. A rank poison is abundant in the surroundings. Your talent, C rank poison resistance attempts to resist. Resistance failed. You have been poisoned by an A rank poison. Life force decreases by 0.5% every second. Due to exposure to strong poison, your talent, C rank poison resistance has been upgraded to C rank poison resistance. He wasn't wrong. Though his talent strengthened, he wasn't happy at all. G green onion. Pooh Hut. Here it is, meow, puck. The kind-hearted Theo shoved a detoxifying green onion into Sejun's mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun hurriedly chewed the green onion to detoxify himself. Ah. I'd rather go home and eat the food Eileen makes. Just as Sejun was overwhelmed with the desire to go home. Krueng. This is not food. The cry of Quenji, who was greatly disappointed after thinking he would eat something delicious, was heard. Even Quenji, the glutton who ate almost everything, was rejecting it. No, calling this food was a mistake. It was food waste. This won't do. Grave Nim. Just as Sejun was about to tell Grave that he wouldn't accept any requests unless the Red Goblin tribe's traditional cooking was banned. What? Sejun witnessed a shocking sight. The Red Goblins were touching food with their hands, then touching their feet, scratching their butts, picking their noses, and then grabbing the food again to eat. Grave Nim, add weekly hygiene education to the list too. If they wanted the Brown Tower to grow into a great tower, Sejun made it a condition that the Red Goblin tribe's traditional cooking be banned and that they receive hygiene education once a week. A short while later, under the stern command of the Great Brown Dragon, the Red Goblins hurriedly cleaned up the food and attended Sejun's hygiene class. Of course, Sejun wasn't an expert in hygiene education, so he wasn't the best teacher. But I'm still 100 times better than them. The Red Goblins' hygiene awareness was so atrocious that anyone from Earth could have come and taught them, and it wouldn't have been strange. Who? What's wrong with eating something that fell on the ground? Why do we have to eat it within 3 seconds? They were so shocked that even the 3-second rule, where food is supposedly safe to eat if picked up within 3 seconds, felt like a culture shock to them. After the basic hygiene lesson was completed, Puck, you have planted kidney beans of soil fertility in the mana-infused soil. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing, master, increases slightly. Kelkulkul. It's nice working together with you, Sejun Nim. Auric, instead of moving your mouth, move your body. Kelkulkul. But I can talk while moving. Just shut up and work. Kelkulkul. Then you should say it like that from the start. Sejun, accompanied by the sneaky and irritating Auric, planted the kidney beans of soil fertility in the soil. By training Auric to become an A-rank tower farmer and increasing fertility at the same time, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After about an hour, when nearly 150,000 square meters of kidney bean fields had been cultivated, Grave Nim, has the fertility increased? Sejun asked Grave. The administrator of the Brown Tower reports that fertility has increased to 40.5%. Really? So roughly 0.1% per 30,000 square meters if they cultivated another 3 million square meters. It would take some time, but it was definitely achievable. But why hasn't anyone done this before? As Sejun pondered, the administrator of the Brown Tower reports that fertility has suddenly dropped to 35%. What? The fertility had decreased. Worse, it had dropped below what it was before planting the beans. No way. Why is the fertility decreasing? An inexplicable phenomenon. It's time for Detective Sherlock Sejun to step in. Sejun spoke in a serious voice while putting an elegant red pipe with smoke billowing from it in his mouth. It was a gift from Ramtur for helping with the growth of the Red Tower. Its name, Flame Devourer. Inside the pipe was a fire seed that created the essence of flames, allowing it to absorb all fire attribute attacks. It was a 3-star item. As Sejun's detective act began, Pooh Hut. Then, the great assistant of Detective Sherlock Sejun, Theo Sun, will also step in. Meow. Slurp. 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 Theo licked the end of his pipe, which was filled with churu. Krueng. He. Detective Cunan is stepping in too. Quenji also bit down on a pipe filled with honey and declared enthusiastically. And then, Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Detective Kapang is on the case too. Blackie, holding an empty pipe in his mouth, shouted as well. Originally, the pipe had been filled with pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato, but as soon as they received it, the Blackie family had devoured them all. When Sejun received the Flame Devourer from Ramtur, I, Vice Chairman Theo, want the same thing as Chairman Park. Meow. Krueng. King. Everyone wanted a pipe just like Sejun's. Ramtur Nim. Sejun asked Ramtur to make pipes that had the same shape and color but no actual abilities. He then filled them with things his companions liked. And so, with their pipes in their mouths, Sejun and his party set out to find the cause of the declining fertility. They started by investigating the area around the Red Goblin village. What's that smell? Soon, they noticed something suspicious. A terrible stench was coming from the stream flowing beside the village. Is there something upstream? Detective Cunan, let's fly. Krueng. Using Quenji's telekinesis, Sejun flew toward the upper reaches of the stream. What the hell is this? A massive pile of rotting food waste came into view. Or rather, it should be called the Red Goblin's food storage. No wonder the fertility was low. With such an enormous amount of rotting food waste, it would have been stranger if the fertility had remained high. In the end, the Red Goblins were the main culprits behind the decline in fertility. How should we deal with this? Sejun pondered for a moment. Bubble, bubble. Then, he noticed bubbles rising from the stagnant water near the food waste pile. Gases were escaping from the fermentation of the rotting food. I should just blow it up. Snap. Sejun snapped his fingers to create a flame and ignite the waste dump. Whoosh! But the fire was immediately extinguished. Instead, the Flame Devourer, which had absorbed Sejun's fire, glowed red on the surface. Oh, right, it absorbs fire. Sejun stored the Flame Devourer in his void storage and, snap, created another flame. Whoosh! He lit a piece of firewood and threw it into the waste dump. And then, boom! A fiery explosion erupted. Kaboom! This was followed by a massive secondary explosion. The first explosion was from the gases on the surface. The second was from the gases trapped underground. Thud, thud, thud. Chunks of rotting food waste were blasted in every direction by the force of the explosion. Krueng! Of course, Sejun was protected by Quenji's telekinesis, so he was safe. Hoo hut. KCL, just as Sejun thought the job was done. How dare you destroy my home? A small dung-colored orb shot out from the pile of rotting food waste. Decane, the vile stench hidden in trash, the sin of decay. Quenji, you wanna eat that? Sejun turned to Quenji. Shake. Shake. Krueng. 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 No way. Don't want to eat that. That's disgusting. Quenji vigorously shook his head. Yeah, I guess that's a no. The stench was unbearable. All right, then Kabi can eat it. Sharalang. Kabi was visibly horrified at Sejun's words. What? You use the power of decay, so you're similar to that thing, right? Sharalang. Sharalang. No way. That thing and I are on completely different levels. Completely different. Kabi vehemently protested Sejun's statement. Then, King? King. Kabi, did you just raise your voice at our butler? Guys, hold Kabi's mouth open. Sharalang. Sharalang. No. Just kill me instead. Blackie, enraged, forced Kabi's mouth open, just like when Sejun had made him drink the great growth elixir. This was why you need to be mindful of their behavior in front of the others. Thus, within Sejun's family, it was decided that Kabi would eat Daikane. You bastards! How dare you mock me? Poof! Daikane, enraged, released a putrid stench in all directions. A visible yellow miasma spread outward. And then, I can't take this. Quenji, just get rid of it. Krueng. Boom. Advanced herbalist Park Quenji has eliminated Daikane, the vile stench hidden in trash, the sin of decay. You have gained 70 billion experience points, 50% of the experience points Advanced herbalist Park Quenji acquired. Daikane was struck by Quenji's thunderbolt staff and was completely annihilated. As soon as Daikane, the source of the foul stench, disappeared, the fertility of the Brown Tower began rising rapidly, even though Sejun hadn't done anything. The administrator of the Brown Tower joyfully reports that the tower's fertility has increased to 55%, exceeding the required amount. 2 of the Great Tower growth conditions had been fulfilled. Hoo-hoo hut. Case closed. With a smug expression, Sejun declared the resolution of the incident. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, let's start recruiting employees. Poo-hoo hut. Understood, meow. Sejun began working on achieving a great achievement. This will take some time, right? Since Sejun Company wasn't well known in the Brown Tower, he assumed the process would take a while. However, was it you? The bastard who destroyed our food storage. Kill him. Don't let him live. Residents from various floors of the Brown Tower began swarming toward him in anger. It turned out that the place Sejun had blown up wasn't just the Red Goblin tribe storage, it was a communal food warehouse. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Guys, start hiring employees. Seeing how riled up they were over food, Sejun figured they'd be excellent eaters. A short while later, the Black Tower's full-time employee network and the Brown Tower's full-time employee network merged into one. Chapter 627, Just Drink It. Brown Tower, 77th floor. Poo-hoo hut. Stamp. Stamp. You have acquired 1 slave. Due to the effective title, Slave King, all stats increase by 0.01. As Sejun stamped the unconscious Brown Tower residents, who had fainted due to Theo, once. Wake up and come eat. You have fed 1 person to fullness. Due to the effective title, Saint of Feeding, all stats have increased by 0.2. He raised his stats once more by feeding the full-time employees who had woken up after being stamped. Sejun's stats steadily increased. As a bonus, the number of people left to achieve a great achievement was also gradually decreasing. Moreover, this is really delicious. I never knew eating could be so enjoyable. What I've been eating until now was trash compared to Sejun Nim's cooking. The most rewarding part was introducing the full-time employees of the Brown Tower to the world of real flavors. It was only natural. After consuming only rotten food, they had skipped the step of merely decent meals and jumped straight to the highest level of cuisine. Ha ha ha. It's like rising from the very bottom of hell straight into the heavenly realm. Sejun swelled with pride as he watched the full-time employees. Meow. Chairman Park's face is getting ugly, meow. Seeing Sejun like this, Theo quickly ran over and kneaded Sejun's face. Your soul becomes greatly fulfilled by the high praise from beings who have awakened to the taste of food. Mental strength has increased by 10. King, our butler is dying. As the full-time employees showered Sejun's cooking with praise, filling his soul with satisfaction, the Blackie family hurriedly absorbed the excess mental strength pouring into Sejun, converting it into his potential instead. While Theo and Blackie were taking care of Sejun. Krueng, where do you think you're running off to? Kelkulkul. I wasn't running away. Quenji caught Auric, who was trying to escape, and made him plant the kidney beans of soil fertility again. Krueng, if you try to run again, you'll be in trouble. Kelkulkul. I wasn't running away. Krueng. Krueng, talking back will also get you in trouble. This is how you get punished. Boom. Crackle. As Quenji struck the ground with the thunderbolt staff to demonstrate what punishment looked like. Yes, sir. Auric finally shut his mouth and diligently resumed his work. After a day had passed, Sejun, who had been taking it easy by hiring employees and providing meals, hit his limit. All stat potential has reached its maximum limit. You can no longer gain stats. All acquired stats will be returned to nature. The once available stat potential had completely filled up, and the stats began to revert. And then, Guys, give me a massage. As the reverted stats reinforced his battle aura, muscle pain set in. Chairman Park's face is getting twisted, meow. You can't lose to muscle pain, meow. Theo kneaded Sejun's face. Krueng. Krueng. Dad, hang in there. Quenji will make it not hurt. Quenji also worked hard to relieve Sejun's muscles. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Butler. Hang in there. Since you're a sunfish, this is the only way for you to get stronger. Blackie also cheered Sejun on from the side. However, Blackie, no roasted and dried sweet potatoes for a week. What came in return was a ration ban. King. Butler, you're mean. Thud. Thud. An enraged Blackie pounded Sejun with his front paws, but, oh wow. That feels great. Our Blackie is really good at massages. There was no defeating Sejun, the master of teasing. King. So exhausting. In the end, after exhausting himself in a solo fit of anger, Blackie climbed onto Sejun's chest and fell asleep. Meanwhile, as Sejun's muscle strengthening technique leveled up, all stat potential increased by 9,000. A little while later, Kerr. Exhausted from muscle pain, Sejun dozed off. Gororong. Krueng. Theo and Quenji also curled up beside Sejun and fell asleep. The next morning. All right. Let's work hard again today. The group started their business again and, guys, by the afternoon, Sejun suffered from muscle pain again as his stats reverted to nature, and he desperately called out to his companions. Press. Press. As he received massages from his companions again that day, Sejun's muscle strengthening technique leveled up once more, and his total stat potential increased by 11,000. The next day. Not many are coming anymore. The number of Brown Tower residents visiting the 77th floor had significantly decreased. Since no one who had gone to the 77th floor had returned, others became fearful. In reality, they simply hadn't gone home because they were too busy enjoying Sejun's food. A little while later. You have achieved the great achievement of commanding 3 million slaves. You have achieved the great achievement of feeding 3 million people to fullness. Sejun had finally achieved 2 great achievements, completing the goal of accomplishing 5 great achievements. And, now is the time. Eat this. The time has come. You're going to grow into a world tree. There's plenty, so eat a lot. Flamey number 91, 92, 93, and 95 simultaneously gave birth to 4 world trees on the 22nd, 54th, 72nd, and 86th floors of the Brown Tower. The administrator of the Brown Tower asks in an excited voice how you managed to grow 4 world trees so quickly. Thanks to this, Grave praised Sejun and was overjoyed. However, it was not yet a great tower moment. There was a small mistake. Flamey had assumed that Auric, who had been with Sejun, must have naturally become an A-rank tower farmer by now. But Auric was still at B rank. Hey! I told you not to slack off, Kelkulkul. I'm not slacking off, I'm just lying down for a moment. His mindset was completely hopeless. There was no choice. Until now, Sejun had been patient since other conditions had yet to be met, but he could no longer let the reputation of Park Sejun, the 3-hour great tower maker, be tarnished. He couldn't wait any longer. It was time to reprogram Auric's mind. Blackie, teach Auric closely. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Got it. Leave it to the great Blackie Nim. Da. Thud. At Sejun's words, Blackie crept up sneakily and headbutted the resting Auric. Ki-eek. The response came immediately. A moment later. King. Auric, deploy. Deploy. At Blackie's command, Auric immediately ran to the field and started planting kidney beans diligently. He'll reach a rank soon enough. Watching Auric work hard, Sejun smiled in satisfaction. Hell's Pawnshop. Earth Dragon Park Toryong, the demigod guard of the Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun, has visited for career guidance. Welcome. Toryong. Hell, the god of merchants, welcomed Toryong, who had come for a tour. Yes, hello. I'm Park Toryong. I heard my eldest brother has been indebted to you a lot. This is my gift of gratitude, so please accept it. Thud. Feeling sorry for Hell, who was constantly harassed by Theo, Toryong carefully handed over a box containing 30 bottles of alcohol. Yes. Thank you. I'll drink it well. Expressing gratitude, Hell picked up one of the bottles to inspect it. Well-aged golden Samyangju. Samyangju? What is this? Hell examined the unfamiliar liquor. And then, oh. This is? Drinking this liquor increased divine power by 100. Hell was shocked upon seeing the effects. On top of that, it was made by Sejun. Don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park brand liquor. Just drink it. Gulp. Gulp. Kuwa. It tasted amazing. Toryong, listen carefully. From now on, your big sister will. As the alcohol kicked in, Hell struggled to put an arm around Toryong's enormous body and started explaining about the 2 divine realms he would visit next. They're super tricky. Don't get tempted by them. Seriously. You'll be in big trouble. Hiccup. Got it. Squirrel. He. What do you think? My rhyme? However, since Hell had a weak tolerance for alcohol, the conversation quickly became incoherent. Brown Tower, 77th floor. You can make stir-fried spicy pork perfectly now, right? Yes, good. Then that's it for today. Thank you for your hard work. At Sejun's words, the full-time employees of the Brown Tower bowed at a 90-degree angle. It had been 3 days since Auric had undergone mental training under Blackie's watch while diligently working. During that time, Sejun had nothing to do, and Sejun Nim, please teach us your cooking. Just in time, the full-time employees had asked Sejun for cooking lessons, so he had been teaching them 1 dish per day. Spreading proper cuisine throughout the Brown Tower, Sejun was in the process of changing its residents' eating habits, achieving yet another accomplishment. However, Auric's issue was still unresolved. That did not mean Auric was bad at farming. Even by Sejun's standards, there was nothing to criticize. What was the problem? Calculcal. Grow well. Sejun closely observed Auric as he grinned slyly while carefully planting the kidney beans of soil fertility. Maybe that laugh is the problem. Though his laugh was highly irritating, the good-natured crops endured Auric's grating voice and grew well. As Sejun watched Auric and pondered for a long time. Oh, something suddenly came to mind. The top tower farmer. There was definitely something about being able to pass on farming skills to other tower farmers. This might work. Auric. To test his hypothesis, Sejun called Auric. Calculcal. Sejun Nim, did you call for me? Auric quickly ran over. He had been hoping to slack off, so when Sejun called him, he wasted no time getting there. Tap. Sejun placed his hand on Auric's head. He did this because when Bochi had passed a skill to him, he had done it this way. And then, I want to pass it on. As he thought about transferring his farming skills to Auric, which farming skill would you like to pass on to Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower? Magic seed sowing. Harvesting, seed harvesting. A list of transferable skills appeared. The result was somewhat disappointing. Simply passing on skills wouldn't make Auric an A-rank tower farmer. As Sejun scrolled through the list, hoping for something more. D-rank tower farmer's enlightenment. A rank tower farmer's enlightenment. Oh, this was it. At the very bottom was exactly what Sejun had been looking for. Without hesitation, Sejun selected a rank tower farmer's enlightenment. You will pass on a rank tower farmer's enlightenment to Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower. Auric's limit as a tower farmer is B rank. To forcibly promote him to a rank using the enlightenment, you must consume 5,000 from all stats. Would you like to proceed? So tower farmer rankings had limits? There was a reason Auric hadn't been able to reach a rank despite working so hard. Yes, I'll do it. Sejun's total stats were around 400,000. Losing 5,000 from all stats wouldn't have much impact. Auric, the tower farmer of the Brown Tower, has been promoted to a rank. With Sejun's enlightenment, Auric became an A-rank tower farmer. A little while later, the administrator of the Great Brown Tower speaks in a joyful voice, saying, "Well done." The administrator of the Great Brown Tower says, "This is the promised reward." Overjoyed that the tower had become a great tower, Grave handed Sejun a reward. He. Thank you. After receiving his reward, Sejun said, "Guys, let's go back." He took his companions and returned to the Black Tower. And then, Kuahahaha. It's party time today. The Great Brown Dragons threw a party to celebrate the growth of the Great Brown Tower, once again causing the sales of the dragon market to soar. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun, who returned home. After informing Eileen, Ace, the dragons of the 4 Dragon Society and 5 Dragon Society, as well as the farm family of his return, he went to find Pink Fur. Quenji, sleep well. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Dad, sleep well too. Chew. After exchanging goodnight greetings with Quenji, Sejun returned home and lay down on his bed. But where does my limit as a tower farmer end? Sejun suddenly became curious about his own limits. However, Kihihit. King. He. Butler. It's ready. Blackie, holding the world's energy in his mouth, pestered Sejun to go with him to apologize. Ker, Gorarong, Kirarong. And so, as everyone departed for Blackie's mental world, only the sound of snoring filled the bedroom. The starlight of the night sky illuminated Sejun and his companions, providing an answer to his question. It was not blindingly bright, but a gentle light that pushed back the darkness. The light spread widely across the 99th floor of the tower, passing through the cave where Sejun had first stayed and reaching into the pond. As the light entered the pond, it grew weaker, yet it steadily advanced, traversing the bottom of the pond and eventually reaching the dimensional sea. Hee. I'm basking in the same light as Sejun Nim. Gliding through the dimensional sea, the light even reached Flamey. The light seemed to be speaking. This is you, and as long as you do not lose your light and keep moving forward, your limits will cease to exist. Thus, the stars in the night sky offered their own kind of answer. Guardian of fine cuisine, Park Sejun Nim, please get stronger quickly. Among them, Delicious twinkled especially brightly, cheering for Sejun. Delicious had been deeply moved by Sejun, who had spread gourmet culture to the Brown Tower. And, like Sejun Nim, I'll also spread the world of fine cuisine. Decided to shine and spread fine cuisine in other worlds too. The limits of Delicious were expanding as well. Chapter 628, Our Sun One. Morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Huam. Sejun stretched out lazily as he woke up. Meow, King. After getting Theo and the Blackie family ready, he stepped outside. Then, step. He took a slow stroll around the farm. A long-awaited moment of leisure. Hearing Sejun's footsteps, the crops radiated a fresh glow and grew rapidly. As Sejun walked, breathing in sync with the crops. Who? He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. The quest to turn the 9 towers into grand towers had not yet been completed. What's going on? It was like not receiving a paycheck on payday, something that should naturally be given but wasn't. Well, then I'll have to ask the boss about it. Deciding to visit the administrator, Patrick, at the 10th tower later to ask, Sejun continued his walk around the farm. At that moment, thud. Kuong. Sejun Nim, good morning. Pink Fur appeared, carrying Quenji in her mouth. Yeah. Good morning, Pink Fur. Our Quenji sure sleeps well, Kuong. Sejun took the still deep in dreamland Quenji and brought him to his side, and, Ku hey. Quenji giggled and clung to Sejun's side on his own. Pink Fur watched Sejun and Quenji with a warm smile, then said, Kuong. See you in the evening then. Yeah, thud. And with that, Pink Fur headed north. Shall we go eat? Sejun led his group toward the cooking area. What should we eat today? He pondered over the breakfast menu. A little while later, guys, let's eat breakfast. Having prepared the meal, Sejun called his companions. Poohoo Hut. As expected, the grilled fish made by the great hybrid Chairman Park is the best, meow, hee. Of course. I made it after all, Poohoo Hut. That's right, meow, ku hey. Krueng, hee. Dad, the soybean paste stew is delicious. Quenji, if you mix the soybean paste stew with rice and eat it, it tastes even better. Krueng. Wow. Dad, it tastes even better when I do it your way. Dad, you're a genius. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Today's roasted and dried sweet potatoes are even sweeter. Hee. I brushed honey on this batch of dried sweet potato and dried it again. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, you're amazing. Hee. I know. The enjoyable breakfast continued. Once the meal was finished, ku hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, I made you some coffee. Thanks. Sejun sipped the coffee Quenji had brewed and started packing lunchboxes for Theo and Quenji. Today was a work day for both Theo and Quenji. At that moment, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, give me money, meow. I need to open another location, meow. Theo demanded money. The bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers connected to a new floor every 30 days, but it cost 1 trillion tower coins each time. Here, since he had plenty of money these days, Sejun handed Theo 1 trillion tower coins without hesitation. Poohoo Hut. Thanks, meow. The moment Theo received the money, he deposited it into his bag and connected to a new floor. Where is it this time? Poohoo Hut. The 53rd floor of the White Tower, meow. All right. Take care. Poohoo Hut. I'll earn lots of money, meow, as Theo disappeared into the bag. Ku hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, Quenji will gather lots of herbs too. All right. Have a good trip. Quenji also headed to the western herb field. And then, Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. What about my lunch? Blackie trotted over and asked. Here. But if you eat it in advance again, you won't get any more lunchboxes in the future. King. Got it. This time, I won't forget. The great Blackie always keeps promises. With a firm resolution, Blackie put the lunchbox bag onto his back. After finishing packing the lunchboxes, Sejun said, All right, let's go. Summon door. Thud. A door leading to the 10th tower appeared before Sejun. And then, click. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. Without doing anything else. Now, Sejun had reached a pure physical strength stat of 100,000. Hee. Park Sejun, the man with 100,000 strength. Feeling immensely proud, Sejun pushed open the door and entered the 10th tower. If Big Bro were here, he would have stepped on the butler's face for that smug look. Following behind, Blackie felt a bit regretful. Sejun's cocky expression was incredibly annoying. Thus, Sejun entered the 10th tower. The quest has been completed. As a quest completion reward, you have earned the right to obtain the Creator God's tablet. Please proceed to the 7th floor of the 10th tower to claim your reward. Before Sejun could even ask Patrick about the quest, it had been completed. It turned out that the quest could only be finalized by entering the 10th tower. Go to the 7th floor? Reading the message, Sejun moved to the 7th floor of the tower. The 9 pillars in the temple on the 7th floor, now that all 9 towers had been converted into great towers, were all of equal size. Oh. There it is. Floating gracefully above the central pond of the temple was the Creator God's tablet. Hee. I finally gathered them all. After gazing at the tablet for a moment, Kugugum. He carefully lifted it and placed it into his void storage. Then, Blackie, let's go home. King? Then when do I eat my lunch? With Blackie, who only thought about eating lunch, Sejun returned to the Black Tower with a beaming face. What will happen now that all 10 Creator God's tablets have been gathered? With great anticipation in his heart. 53rd floor of the White Tower. Pooh Hut. I've arrived, meow. Having reached the new location, Theo looked around. There was a city wall nearby, and many residents were streaming into it, suggesting that this was a large city. Pooh Hut. I should do business over there, meow. After choosing a place to set up shop, Theo hurried toward the city gate. However, stop right there. Guards blocked Theo's path. Meow? What's the problem, meow? This is the territory of the Snow White legendary merchant, the 9-tailed fox Iriel Nim. If you wish to enter, you must pay a toll, meow? There's a legendary merchant here too, meow? At the guard's words, Theo suddenly became excited. That's right, Pooh Hut. Perfect, meow. Kellyan Nim, Vice Chairman Theo wants to stamp the White Tower's legendary merchant, Iriel, meow. What? What kind of nonsense is that? How dare you talk about stamping? More importantly, who are you even talking to? The guards were bewildered as Theo suddenly looked up at the sky and spoke. Just then, step. Are you Theo Nim? Without making a sound, a 9-tailed fox with snow-white fur, Iriel, suddenly appeared before Theo. The White Tower's administrator says you should go to the East Gate right now to receive Theo's stamp and become his subordinate. One word from the Great White Dragon. That was enough. Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Then please stamp me right away. Iriel bowed her head and closed her eyes in front of Theo. Press. Theo stamped Iriel's shoulder, which was about the same size as his own. Pooh Hut. Welcome to Sejun Company, meow. Thank you. And just like that, Theo smoothly gained another merchant under his command. At that moment, you have achieved the achievement of Great Legendary Merchant who commands all legendary merchants of the 9 towers. As a reward for this achievement, you have obtained 9 trillion tower coins. As a reward for this achievement, all of your stats have increased by 90,000. As a reward for this achievement, your talent, Worthless Wealth, is enhanced to even more worthless wealth. A series of achievement messages appeared before Theo. Having recruited Red Goblin Merchant Groll from the Brown Tower yesterday and Iriel from the White Tower today, Theo had now brought all the merchants of the 9 Black Towers under his command. Pooh Hut. This is all thanks to the great hybrid chairman Park, meow. Now that my talent has been upgraded, I can burn even more money, meow. While Theo once again dedicated all his success to Sejun, a new infrastructure has been established in Sejun Company. A merchant communication network has been installed in Sejun Company. From now on, communication between merchants affiliated with Sejun Company is possible. With the establishment of the merchant communication network, the Sejun company system was upgraded once again. And then, Brown Tower legendary merchant, master of recycling, Grohl, I got extorted for 3 trillion tower coins by Vice Chairman Theo yesterday. Anyone who lost less than me, stay quiet. They started establishing a hierarchy on the legendary merchant communication network, based on who had lost the most money to Theo. Purple Tower legendary merchant, poison immunity master, Choba, I lost 5 trillion tower coins. Silver Tower legendary merchant, gambler, Charlie, HMPH. Just 5 trillion? I lost 7 trillion tower coins. Green Tower legendary merchant, Golden Land Turtle, Turbo, amateurs. I lost 20 trillion tower coins to Theo Nim. Green Tower legendary merchant, the one who betrayed once, Shark, I lost 22 trillion. Merchants from other towers, keep quiet before me from now on. As the Green Tower merchants dominated the communication network, 2 groups remained silent, the Black Tower and Golden Tower merchants. From their perspective, the amounts the others had lost to Theo were mere pocket change compared to what they knew. Black Tower legendary merchant, walking ATM, urine demon, he. What are you all even talking about with such small amounts? I gave about 3,000 trillion? If you gave less money to Theo Nim than me, stay quiet from now on. The moment Urine spoke, the merchant communication network fell completely silent. 86th floor of the Golden Tower. Hamey, our son won. Ho ho ho. He really did, didn't he? Watching the merchant communication network, Urine's parents, Uto Demon and Hamey Demon, rejoiced at their son Urine who had raised the family's reputation. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Thud. Sejun placed the Creator God's tablet he had brought from the 10th tower in front of his house. Then, Eileen, what does it say here? He asked Eileen to translate the inscription on the tablet. The tower's administrator says to wait a moment. Hurriedly, Eileen began reading the inscription. 10th commandment: if you gather and combine all 10 Creator God's tablets and offer a price, you can create a new law of the world. What? A new law of the world? Eileen was shocked after reading the text. The implications were tremendous. Creating a new law of the world, it was something that had to be decided with extreme caution. For example, if someone established a new world law stating, from now on, gravity does not exist, then everything would float endlessly in midair. Gravity would vanish. And, of course, that wouldn't be the only consequence, the world would fall into utter chaos. Because a single law could have such a profound impact, it had to be chosen carefully. Then if I make the world law the Park Sejun is the best, does that mean I become the strongest in the world? He. That sounds awesome. Sejun was lost in his ridiculous fantasies. The tower's administrator says that in that case, she can stay with you, so it sounds like a great idea. Of course, Eileen was just as irresponsible. The world was facing a crisis. He. Then let's assemble the tablets. Thud. Since stacking them vertically would make it difficult to pile them up high, Sejun instead laid them flat on the ground, starting with the tablet inscribed with the first commandment. Once he had fully assembled all 10 Creator God's tablets, flash! A blue light shone from between the tablets, and they merged into one. And then, you have achieved the supreme creation achievement by gathering and completing all 10 Creator God's tablets. As a reward for achieving the supreme creation achievement, you have earned the right to create a new law of the world. As a reward for achieving the supreme creation achievement, the stay fee for the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 20%. A new quest has been generated. To create a new law of the world, a great price must be paid. Offer the following tributes to the Creator God's tablet: Happy Smiley, 10,000 quadrillion tower coins, 10 quadrillion liters of energy of creation, 10 billion L of blood from each of the 9 dragons, 1 trillion scales from each of the 9 dragons, 1 trillion divine power, 10 billion divine relics. Reward, creation of a new world law. A quest message appeared before Sejun. Why is there so much? The path to becoming the strongest being in the world was not easy. Chapter 629, You damn system. At least leave me some money for business. Hell's pawnshop. Water. Hell, who had lost consciousness after drinking soju and samyangju given by Toryong and getting drunk, struggled to crawl out from under the blanket. Roll. As Hell moved, the empty liquor bottles nearby rolled across the floor. Hell ignored them and walked to the table. Gulp. Gulp. She chugged water straight from the bottle. Ah. Refreshing. With her thirst quenched, Hell finally took in her surroundings and, who? What happened to my pawnshop? Who did this? She got agitated upon seeing her pawnshop in a state of utter chaos. Oh, oh. Gripping her head in pain from a splitting headache, she quickly held onto her head. A moment later. What did I do? Hell, belatedly recalling the words and actions she had taken while drunk, slumped down onto the floor with a vacant expression. Going to the seed shop headquarters and singing loudly. Dancing wildly, though it could hardly be called dancing, at the combat shop headquarters. All of that was fine. She could handle being teased and embarrassed. But, I shouldn't have said that. The slip of the tongue she made to Toryong was too fatal. You have leaked a celestial secret. A fine of 10 billion divine power has been imposed. You are short by 300 million divine power. 300 million divine power from future earnings will be forcibly seized. I'm ruined. Drinking all the liquor Toryong had given her only increased her divine power by 3,000, yet she had lost 10 billion divine power. A complete loss. As she sat there in gloom. No. That's not right. I am Hell, the god of merchants. I never take a loss. Think of a way. Hell, the god of merchants. As she stared intently at 10 bottles of well-aged, golden Samyangju she had yet to open. Who? A sudden idea struck her. Who made this? Trust in Park made it. That's it. This is a liquor made by none other than Trust in Park. That meant it had collectible value. This would work. Hell's merchant intuition told her it absolutely would. He. Time to make some money. With a confident expression, completely different from just moments ago, Hell packed the liquor and headed to the seed shop headquarters, where Trust in Park fanatics were overflowing. Black Tower, 99th floor. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Theo had returned from the White Tower. Meow? Chairman Park, what is this? Meow, he asked upon seeing the massive monument that had appeared in front of the house. A money-eating hippo. Meow? This is a hippo, meow. There's something like that. As Sejun was explaining the Creator God's tablet to Theo. Kihihit. King? He. Butler. Can I eat my lunch now? Blackie wagged his tail excitedly and asked in an eager voice. No, it's still far from lunchtime. King. Blackie looked disappointed at Sejun's response. Pooh Hut. Money-eating hippo, surrender the money you took to our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. In the meantime, Theo had approached the Creator God's tablet, attempting to extort money from it. Good job, Vice Chairman Theo. Take some of it back. Sejun smiled in satisfaction as he watched Theo. It felt refreshing to see someone boldly demand money from a target that was supposed to be taking his money. Sejun laughed heartily, watching Blackie whining for lunch and Theo trying to rob the Creator God's tablet. Then, let's go to the herb field and have lunch with Quenji. Pooh Hut. Sounds good, meow. Kihihit. King. He. Let's go, hurry. They headed to the herb field, where Quenji was after a long time. Upon arriving, wow. It's gotten much bigger. Compared to Sejun's last visit, the herb field had expanded dozens of times. Ah. Quenji is over there. Hey. Sejun spotted Quenji diligently tending to the herbs. Swoosh. Swoosh. Flying squirrels? A group of 5 white sugar gliders could be seen darting around at an incredible speed, diligently tending to the herb field. These were the very same 5 sugar gliders who had come to rob Sejun's house, only to be caught by Pink Fur. Pink Fur had no desire to see blood spilled on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, so, Kuong. I'll kill you if it's revealed that you're thieves. I'll kill you if you escape from here, and I'll kill you if the herbs die. With these conditions, Pink Fur spared the sugar gliders' lives. Thanks to that, the sugar gliders these days were looking after the herbs while running around until their feet were sweating with the desperate mindset of if the herbs die, we die too, and, surprisingly, they had a natural talent for growing herbs, and the plants were flourishing under their care. At that moment, Krueng, Dad, you're here. Having caught Sejun's scent, Quenji excitedly waved his front paws at him. Then, Krueng, Quenji's herb squad, assemble. He called for the sugar gliders. Hey. Krueng. He. Dad, these are Quenji's herb-raising subordinates. Mom brought them here. Greetings, Sejun Nim. That guy is Sejun Company's Chairman Park, the richest person in the Black Tower. The sugar gliders, feeling both fear and resentment, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in a show of utmost respect. Meow, to Theo. Because among those present, Theo looked the wealthiest. Of course, if other members of Sejun's family had been around, the outcome might have been different. Among them, the ones who looked the richest were Theo, Black Rabbit, and Peacebays. The bar for looking rich was just set incredibly low here. Krueng. Krueng. No, no. Quenji's dad is this one. As Sejun's face soured, Quenji quickly corrected the sugar gliders. Ack. We're sorry. Chairman Sejun Nim, greetings. The sugar gliders hastily apologized and rebowed to Sejun. HMPH. I need to check if you're even worthy of working in my Quenji's herb field. Of course, Sejun's pride was already completely bruised by that point. Who? What? If we get kicked out of here, Pink Fur will kill us. The sugar gliders of the herb squad panicked at Sejun's words. However, if you fail 3 tests, you're disqualified. Let's start the first test. Sejun, the strictest man in Sejun Company, announced the test with a solemn voice, paying no mind to the sugar glider's distress. Gulp. Even Quenji swallowed dryly, feeling nervous about whether his subordinates could pass Sejun's test. And then, first test passed already, because they were cute. The herb squad easily passed the first test. If they were Quenji's subordinates, they had to be cute. Who? What just happened? The sugar gliders were completely bewildered, not understanding why they had passed. Now, let's begin the second test, Sejun declared, pulling various ingredients from his void storage and sizzle. Started cooking. To be Quenji's subordinates, they needed to eat well. After all, if someone didn't eat properly when Quenji was eating, his appetite would drop, and he'd eat 1 portion instead of 2. Anyone who spoiled Quenji's appetite could not become a subordinate. And so, Sejun began cooking. Here. Eat. He set up an unlimited buffet for the sugar gliders. What? Thank you for the meal. The sugar gliders, who had only been eating weed roots lately, felt like they had hit the jackpot and eagerly devoured Sejun's food. At that moment, thud. Thud. Pink Fur, who had been training with the Minotaur King, arrived for lunch with Quenji. Shiver. The sugar gliders trembled uncontrollably at Pink Fur's presence. Good. You pass both the second and third tests. Since the sugar gliders ate well and didn't try to flee even at the sight of Pink Fur, Sejun decided to let them pass the test. Of course, the real reason they didn't run was that they had nowhere to escape within the herb field, but Sejun wasn't aware of that. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Mom, eat this. Kuong. You try some too, son. While Quenji and Pink Fur happily ate the lunchbox Sejun had packed for them. Kihihit. King? Hee hee. Butler. Can I eat my lunch now? Blackie, excited, asked eagerly. Yeah, go ahead. Kihihit. Blackie quickly took off the bag he had been carrying and started eating his lunch. Then, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, grill my fish too, meow. Theo, ignoring his own lunchbox as usual, asked Sejun to grill some fish for him. All right. Sejun had already given up on trying to persuade Theo otherwise, so he just grilled the fish while preparing more food for himself and the others. Before he knew it, their gathering at the herb field had turned into a picnic. Once they finished eating, Krueng. Dad, lean on me. Quenji enlarged his body, making a comfortable spot for Sejun to lean on. Ah. This is nice. Sejun leaned against Quenji's soft fur. Then, Pooh Hut. Kihihit. Theo and Blackie snuggled up to Sejun, finding their own spots. Kura. Krueng. Kirarong. They all fell into a deep nap. Hee hee hee. Should we sleep too? Sounds good. The sugar gliders tried to sneak into the cozy spot between Sejun and Quenji, but, Kura. Pink Fur let out a low growl. Ah. Right. I just remembered, I have unfinished work. Me too. Suddenly, I feel like working. They jumped up and rushed off to work. Once the sugar gliders left, Pink Fur carefully lay down to provide shade so that Quenji and the others could sleep comfortably. She watched over Quenji and the rest of the group with a gentle smile, but when it was time for her special training, she quietly left. A little while later, Millimeter. Sejun opened his eyes, and the others also woke up. Just then, meow, Theo suddenly started waving his front paws around. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? I feel a pull, meow. A pull? It's here. At Theo's words, Sejun's eyes lit up as he watched Theo. Chairman Park, this way, meow. Following the pull he felt, Theo led Sejun to the ginseng field. Then, it's here, meow. Theo pointed at a single ginseng plant growing in the soil. Krueng. This one. Quenji carefully pulled up the ginseng Theo pointed to. Then, pa. A faint, breathy sigh escaped as a small golden ginseng emerged from the ground. Krueng. Krueng. Dad, take this. But I don't think we should eat it right away. Baby ginseng? Quenji handed the freshly harvested ginseng to Sejun. At the same time, you have discovered a clue to becoming an SS rank tower farmer. A promotion quest has been issued. Promotion quest, grow baby ginseng, baby hisho wu, baby extreme ice herb, baby extreme flame herb, and baby 10,000 poison herb into fully matured elixirs. Reward, SS rank tower farmer promotion. A quest message popped up before Sejun's eyes. Grow them well? Sejun carefully examined the baby ginseng Quenji had handed him. Baby ginseng? A ginseng that has gained spiritual energy through an extremely rare occurrence, significantly increasing its medicinal properties. However, it has not yet fully matured, so its medicinal effects are weak. When consumed, all stats increase by 1,000, but the consumer will be cursed by the baby ginseng, causing all growth to halt for 1 year. Usage restriction, level 70 or higher, all stats must be at least 10,000. Grade, SS. I should replant it after all. Not only did the quest require it, but the curse that stopped all growth for a year was far too dangerous. Even now, Sejun struggled to keep up with the rapid growth of his allies on the 99th floor. Losing a year of progress would be devastating. Carefully, Sejun stored the baby ginseng in his void storage. Then, all right, guys, let's go. Sejun and his group headed home to replant the baby ginseng with care. At that moment, the tower's administrator says to receive these dragon blood and scales. Eileen collected blood and scales from the 9 dragon clans and sent them to Sejun. She was offering either attribute liquor or black beans to the dragons visiting Dragon Market, in exchange for 1 liter of blood or 10 scales. Eileen was even more dedicated than Sejun when it came to completing the Creator God's Tablet quest. Yes. Thank you. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Eileen and took the dragon blood and scales to the Creator God's Tablet. The tablet instantly absorbed the dragon blood and scales, and for a moment, a faint red aura flickered across its surface before fading away. Seed Shop Headquarters. Now, we will begin the auction for this well-aged, golden Samyangju crafted by Trust in Park. The starting bid is 100 million divine power, the bold declaration of Hell, the god of merchants, marking the start of the auction. However, the non-combat gods all stared at the liquor with deep longing, but no one placed a bid. No, they couldn't. The Seed Shop Headquarters was growing rapidly, but none of the non-combat gods had that much divine power to spare. Then how about a starting bid of 10 million? She lowered it to 1/10 of the original price, but still, no one responded. 1 million? Silence. 100,000? With an expression on the verge of tears, Hell continued to lower the starting bid. Starting bid 10,000. I can't go any lower. Also, I'll accept any unwanted divine relics, valuing them at 100 divine power each. This was her last resort. Finally, 10,000. 10,000 plus 5 divine relics. At last, there was a response. A little while later, sold out. Hell successfully sold all 10 bottles of the well-aged, golden Samyangju. He. I earned 679,000 divine power and collected 300 divine relics. She was thrilled as she calculated the divine power she had earned. But then, forcibly seizing 679,000 divine power. Remaining amount to be seized, 299,321,000 divine power. No. You damn system. At least leave me some money to do business. Hell lost every last bit of her earnings to the forced seizure, leaving her broke once again. The system should be impeached. Hell officially joined the movement to overthrow the system. Chapter 630, get rid of that quickly. Black Tower Kitchen. Soak the leech seaweed. Pip stir fry the slime meat with garlic, add some sesame oil too. Sejun had woken up early at dawn and was boiling seaweed soup while singing the seaweed soup song with peace bays. Best seaweed is from Gihang, TL, it is considered one of the best seaweeds. Pip, but ours is leech seaweed. Sejun made some weird jokes in between, but peace bays responded well. The reason Sejun was suddenly making seaweed soup at dawn was to help the dragons who had donated blood recover their blood quickly. That way, they could donate more often. As Sejun and peace bays sang and cooked. Gororong. Sejun's clingy shadow, Theo, was sleeping, clinging to Sejun's knee. Meanwhile, the Blackie family had completely taken over the bed, sprawled out in deep sleep. A little while later. It's done. The large pot was now filled with a milky white broth of seaweed soup. Cooking. Sejun began to replicate the seaweed soup using the ingredients he had prepared. Thanks to this, a huge pot of seaweed soup was made in no time, enough for hundreds of bowls. Eileen, from today, serve a bowl of seaweed soup to the dragons who donated blood or scales. He sent the seaweed soup to Eileen. The tower's administrator says okay. The tower's administrator cautiously asks if she can have some too. Of course you can. Just wait a moment. For my dear Eileen, I'll make it with love and lots of extra meat. Sejun quickly made a seaweed soup with plenty of meat and sent it to Eileen. After sending out all the soup, oh? The sun is rising now. Morning had come. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, I'm going to sleep now. Let's make another song next time. Pippi hee hee. Peacebays yawned deeply, suggesting they create another song next time. It seemed Peacebays had really enjoyed making and singing together with Sejun today. All right. Next time, let's make a cabbage soup song. Pippi hee hee. Yes. Peacebays, sleep well. Pip pip. Okay. As soon as Peacebays climbed onto Sejun's shoulder, Bearerong, it immediately started snoring. Just like Sejun, the entire Sejun family would fall asleep the moment their heads touched something. Once Peacebays was asleep, step. Sejun strolled around his farm as usual. He's still swinging that sword so diligently, Sejun commented as he watched Sejun number 3 practicing his sword swings tirelessly. Sejun number 3 had only 2 days left to live. It made Sejun feel oddly sentimental. Yes. Swing to your heart's content. Sejun watched Sejun number 3 for a while before continuing his walk. Kwong. Soon, Pinkfur arrived, dropping off Quenji before leaving. A little later. All right, let's go. Summon door. After finishing breakfast, Sejun and his party headed to the 10th tower. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Hey guys, Great Boss Blackie is here. While Blackie proudly announced his arrival to his subordinates, clang. Sejun opened his void storage. Immediately, the blue energy of creation was sucked into the void storage. No, to be precise, it was being drawn into the Creator God's tablet stored inside the void storage. Sejun had placed the Creator God's tablet inside to conveniently offer tributes. As the Creator God's tablet absorbed the surrounding energy of creation, Puck, your field, Master, has activated. You have planted the Destruction Devourer seeds into the body of Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis and 12th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Sejun planted seeds. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Yesterday, Great Boss Blackie secretly stole a piece of roasted and dried sweet potato from the lunchbox without Butler noticing. Blackie boasted to his subordinates about his daring feat from the previous day. In the end, he had simply stolen from his own lunchbox. Blackie was bragging as if he had done something incredible, even though it was something utterly trivial. Kiki. Kia. His subordinates, however, were wildly enthusiastic. They gazed at Blackie with eyes full of admiration, listening intently so as not to miss a single word. Once their business in the 10th tower was finished, Sejun and his companions returned to the Black Tower, had lunch, and took a break. And then, guys, come in after a little while. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. King. Leaving the others behind, Sejun entered the dimensional gate connected to Jormungan's stomach alone. And then, squirm. The tears of destruction were transforming into destruction Sejuns. How many are there this time? This time, there were too many to count at a glance. Thanks to Flamey luring a large number of tears of destruction, their numbers had significantly increased. 1, 2, Sejun started counting the destruction Sejuns. 98. That's the last one, a total of 98 destruction Sejuns. All right. Go and harvest those crops. Sejun skillfully lured the destruction Sejuns and made them harvest the crops he had planted. At that moment, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng, King, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie ran up and clung to Sejun. Meow? There are way too many ugly Chairman Parks, meow. This is dizzying, meow. Theo belatedly noticed the nearly 100 destruction Sejuns and made a big decision. It's time to fix the original, meow. Theo decided to spend money to fix Sejun's face once again. Lately, he had been earning a lot, so if he burned through his fortune, he could probably upgrade Sejun's face to a slightly less ugly version. However, meow? Where did all the money go, meow? The money Sejun had stored in the void storage was nowhere to be found. That was because Sejun, fearing Theo would recklessly burn through it again, had already offered it all to the Creator God's tablet. Meow. Theo was disappointed but still used the 100 billion tower coins of pocket money he had to create golden shining front paws and stepped on Sejun's face. But, it's not enough, meow. The amount was far from sufficient to satisfy Theo. While letting Theo knead his face, Kiki. Thank you. Sejun collected 20 incomplete Creator God's tears that had appeared after the previous 20 destruction Sejuns disappeared. Then, here you go. He immediately sent them to Emila, the first apostle of creation, in exchange for 100 drops of great growth elixir. With 100 drops I guess I'll do for 4 today, for drops each for the others, and 40 for himself. Guys, open your mouths. Sejun once again used persuasion and force to make his companions drink the great growth elixir. Gulp. Then, he drank the remaining 40 drops himself. You have consumed 40 drops of great growth elixir. You have gained 400 million experience points. Your lowest stat, agility, has increased by 4,000. Your proficiency in mastery of farming tools LV2 has increased. Your proficiency in mastery of farming tools LV2 has been filled, and the level has increased. Your proficiency in farmer's warm touch LV8 has increased. Your proficiency in farmer's warm touch LV8 has been filled, and the level has increased. He. I leveled up 2 skills today, after Sejun happily checked the messages. Time to get to work. Your field master has activated. You have planted the Destruction Devourer seed into the body of Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent and 3rd seat of the Apostle of Destruction. Sejun planted the Destruction Devourer seed. This time, he did not open the void storage. Since Jormungandr's body was surrounded by energy of destruction, it would be dangerous without energy of creation. While Sejun was diligently planting seeds, Puck! Who? Suddenly, the ground beneath Sejun collapsed. As Jormungandr's life force dwindled, its body's durability weakened, and unfortunately, the spot Sejun had stepped on was fragile and crumbled. Krueng! Thankfully, Quenji used telekinesis to catch Sejun before he fell further, but, who? Sejun's body was already outside of Jormungandr's body. And then, wow, so that's the Black Tower. For the first time, Sejun saw the grand appearance of the Black Tower from outside. He could also see the other towers. From this central vantage point, the 9 towers seemed to be encircling destruction, and the 10th tower beneath his feet appeared to serve the same purpose. In reality, Sejun didn't realize it, but the distance between him and the towers was over a light year, an incredibly vast distance. Meaning, the actual size of the towers was far more immense than he had ever imagined. Oh. So that's the Black Moon. He could also see the Black Moon at the center of destruction. Although it was the same black color as the Black Tower, it felt so different that it seemed like an entirely separate shade. For reference, Flamey had quickly withdrawn its roots the moment Sejun entered Jormungandr's body, since her power could unintentionally harm Sejun. But is there no up? When Sejun looked upward, who? Thud! A massive portion of Jormungandr's body came into view. It was so enormous that it couldn't be taken in at a single glance. Quenji, let's step back a bit to get a better view. Krueng! Got it! At Sejun's request, Quenji moved to a better vantage point where they could properly see Jormungandr's body. After traveling several dozen kilometers, Sejun was finally able to take in the sight of the enormous, pure white serpent. Wow! It's truly massive. Sejun was in awe as he admired Jormungandr's enormous form. He had seen Kobolto's true body within the mental world before, but witnessing something this grand in reality was an entirely different experience. King, I was actually even bigger? Core! If only my body was here. Blackie and Kararuru watched Sejun's admiration with regret, wishing they could show him their own once gigantic forms. Yol. Ahum. This is me. On the other hand, Kobolto, the youngest and smallest of the group, puffed up proudly, feeling on top of the world for the first time in ages. At that moment, boom! With a loud explosion, blue gas burst from both Jormungandr's mouth and tail. It was the energy of creation that had been accumulating inside, all released at once. There was no actual smell, of course, but, meow, Krueng, King. Witnessing the massive burp and fart gas, the entire group instinctively hurried to cover their noses. And then, yol, a burp and even a fart in front of everyone. Get rid of that quickly. A moment ago, Kobolto had been full of pride, but now, overcome with shame, he wanted to disappear from existence. Temple of the Creator God. This time, there are a lot more than before. Emila observed the beads produced during the process of transforming the incomplete Creator God's tears into the Great Growth Elixir. Compared to before, the number of beads created had multiplied several times over. This was because, during the Great Dragon's hunt for Tears of Destruction, the beads within the destroyed Tears of Destruction were absorbed by other surviving ones. With the gathered beads in hand, Creator God, here they are. Emila presented them to the Creator God. Well done. The Creator God poured the beads onto the ground. Find your pair, Judgejack. At the Creator God's command, the beads began to roll rapidly across the floor, merging with other beads that were already spread out. Once assembled, the image was about 10% complete. There were still too many missing parts, making it impossible to discern the memory of the incomplete Creator God. However, This place? The location was somewhat identifiable. So it's here. The image depicted the very place where the Creator God currently resided, the temple of the Creator God. More specifically, it was one of the many rooms inside the temple, a place where the two of them often played puzzle games together. What are you trying to tell me? There were still far too many missing beads to answer the Creator God's question. Outskirts of destruction. Quenji, over there. Krueng. After taking in the sights, Sejun moved around with Quenji, exploring the surroundings. Squirm. He personally captured a destruction Sejun. Unlike the smallest tears of destruction that Flamey had been luring in, Sejun targeted slightly larger ones, about 1.5 times bigger. Once transformed, the destruction Sejun, Krueng. Quenji used telekinesis to lift it back through the hole Sejun had fallen through, sending it inside. It immediately became a diligent worker. Even though its level was low, it was still a highly capable worker, especially since it could even use your field skill. Quenji, let's catch that one next. Krueng. Excited by their success, Sejun continued searching for tears of destruction of manageable size, turning them into destruction Sejuns. At that moment, boom! Once again, blue gas erupted from both Jormungander's mouth and tail. Kihihit. King? Hee. Kabulto, did you fart again? No manners. Kiruk. Sharalang. Sensing an opportunity, the Blackie family enthusiastically teased their youngest. That's it. From today on, Kabulto is Fart Captain Kabulto. Sejun too joined in. Pooh-hoo-hut. Fart Captain Kabulto sounds great, meow. Krueng. King. And, as always, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie immediately threw in their votes in agreement with Sejun. The surroundings were filled with an ominous energy of destruction, but as usual, the Sejun family was having a great time. Yol. Well, except for Kabulto, who seemed a bit unhappy. Chapter 631, then hurry up and vacate the room. 99th floor of the Black Tower. The fourth field trip location is a place called Tartarus, the prison of the gods. The guards who watch over the prison will kindly tell us about the incredible benefits of becoming a guard. But don't be fooled. It's all lies. Buying? Lies? Even gods lie? Yeah. Actually, the guards there are also gods who have committed crimes. If we become guards, the current guards can leave. Buying? Really? Then we must not become guards. Right, never. If you become a guard, you can never leave Tartarus, which means you'll never be able to see Sejun Nim again. Buying. That's scary, I don't want to go. Don't worry. We can't decide our career path during the field trip anyway. The guards can't do anything to us. Buying. Okay. And the fifth field trip location is a place called the Resting Grounds of the Forgotten Gods, where dead gods stay briefly before disappearing. You need to be wary of the Gravekeeper here. Buying? The Gravekeeper? Yeah. They tempt you by saying you can obtain a vast amount of divine power or powers left behind by the gods' lingering thoughts. But in reality, the divine power is barely a trickle, and so far, only one power has ever appeared. In a million years. Buying. Then we absolutely must not become Gravekeepers either. Right. Plus, if you work for 100 years, they only give you a 12-hour break. Buying. That's really pitiful for the Gravekeepers, and I'm truly grateful to Helnim for telling us this. Exactly. None of the other gods told us about this, but Helnim is truly a kind god. Sweetie, when you go see Helnim later, bring some alcohol. Helnim seems to like drinking. Buying. Okay. I'll bring about 100 bottles. And so, Toryong relayed the confidential information Hel had leaked directly to Sweetie. Since Toryong had also revealed classified information, the confidential information has been passed on to another. An additional fine of 7 billion divine power has been imposed. Remaining forcibly seized divine power, 7,299,321,000. The entire responsibility was shifted to the original informant, Hel. A price too heavy for being a kind god. This damn system. I will definitely impeach it. Thanks to this, Hel's resolve to impeach the system burned even stronger. Thunk. A sword fell and lodged into the ground at an angle. Sejun number 3, good job. Sejun number 3, good job. Meow. Krueng. King. Sejun and his companion spoke as they looked at the lone sword left behind. As time ran out, Sejun number 3 ultimately vanished. Despite making great progress through training with Bochi, he had hardly achieved anything on his own. He had merely swung his sword tirelessly. Because of that, Sejun felt heavy-hearted. He felt guilty, but at the same time, he resolved to live even more diligently. as he was lost in thought and picked up the sword embedded in the ground. A quest has been generated. Quest, Sejun number 3 wished to cut through a storm with this sword. As his original self, fulfill Sejun number 3's aspiration by cutting through a storm with this sword. Reward, the enlightenment Sejun number 3 could not convey. A quest message appeared before Sejun. You want me to cut through a storm? It was a ridiculous quest, but since it was his wish, he wanted to grant it. For now, he would keep it on hold. Maybe one day, when he had truly become strong, he might be able to cut through a storm. After bidding farewell to Sejun number 3's last moments, Sejun had a simple breakfast with his companions. And then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'll go make lots of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will go too. After sending Theo and Quenji off to work, summon door. Let's go, Blackie, King. Got it. Sejun took Blackie family and moved to the 10th tower. Another day as usual. He diligently planted the destruction pioneers and destruction devourer seeds. About 2 hours later, Kugugum. The amount of energy of creation generated in the 10th tower has reached 48 million liters. The 8th floor of the 10th tower is now open. The 8th floor of the 10th tower is now activated. The 8th floor of the tower had been unlocked. Blackie, follow me. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Got it. Guys, I'll tell you the rest later. After taking Blackie to the 7th floor of the tower, you have cleared the 7th floor of the 10th tower. As a clear reward for the 7th floor of the 10th tower, all stats have increased by 1,000. As a clear reward for the 7th floor of the 10th tower, you have obtained 100 billion tower coins and 1.5 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You are now moving to the 8th floor of the 10th tower. After receiving the 7th floor clear rewards, he proceeded to the 8th floor. This time, it's land again? What lay before him was a vast stretch of land. However, unlike the previous floors, there were 9 transparent crystals in the center. What is this? Tap. As Sejun placed his hand on one of the crystals, this is the position of the tower farmer of the Green Tower. A quest has been generated. Quest, the 8th floor of the 10th tower requires all tower farmers from the 9 towers to work together to solve it. Each tower farmer must place their hand on their respective crystal. Reward, unlocking the 9th floor of the 10th tower. A message appeared. So, we just have to place our hands? That's easy. Tap. Tap. Sejun found his position and placed his hand on the crystal. Then, you have been identified as the tower farmer of the Black Tower. The transparent crystal turned black. So, this is how it works. Auric, summon. Veronica, summon. Sejun summoned the other tower farmers and had them place their hands on their respective crystals before sending them back. And then, only 2 left now. He had left behind Arjux and Ophelia. Arjux, Ophelia, summon. Move. Sejun summoned the 2 and quickly moved down to the 7th floor, because staying together would mean death. Lately, Arjux had also been growing stronger, making it impossible for them to stay in the same place. A short while later, all tower farmers of the 9 towers have placed their hands on their respective crystals. The quest has been completed. As a quest completion reward, the 9th floor of the 10th tower has been unlocked. A quest completion message appeared before Sejun. The honorary employee of the White Tower says the job is done. Arjux had also signaled that the task was finished. All right. Arjux, good job. You guys can go back. After sending them back and returning to the 8th floor, he found that there was now only a single white crystal at the center of the floor. Tap. When Sejun placed his hand on the crystal, he received his clear rewards and was transported to the 9th floor of the tower, where yet another temple appeared. Ooh? What's that? It wouldn't start moving all of a sudden, would it? The ever-cautious Sejun muttered as he carefully approached the massive statue standing at the center of the temple. At that moment, do not worry. I cannot move. The roughly sculpted statue, which depicted a figure in prayer with both hands together, suddenly spoke. Sejun, startled, froze in place. Come closer. I am the one who verifies qualifications. If you are worthy, you will be able to ascend to the final floor of the 10th tower. The final floor? Does the 10th tower end at the 10th floor? That is correct. What happens if I don't have the qualifications? Then you simply have to leave. You're not going to kill me for failing, right? You're not suddenly going to stand up and throw a punch, are you? Sejun continued to doubt the statue. You have quite the imagination. No such thing will happen. Hardly anyone makes it this far, so killing them would be a loss for me. It's easier to just send them back and let them requalify. Are you sure? I am sure. Really? Really? Swear it on the Creator God. I swear. Only after confirming multiple times did Sejun finally approach the statue. Place your hand upon me. Okay, tap. Following the statue's instruction, Sejun placed his hand on it. Now, I shall verify whether you have the qualifications. Light rippled across the statue's body, flowing like waves as it scanned Sejun. The light didn't just examine his physical body, it traced the entire history of his achievements. How did he even build these kinds of connections? The statue witnessed things that were simply unbelievable. Its role was to determine how much support the person could receive from other forces in the fight against destruction. Normally, just being barely tolerated by the Great Nine Dragons and receiving some minor favor from the gods would be enough. But what the statue had just seen, Sejun's influence was so immense that a single word from him could move entire worlds. Your affinity with the Great Nine Dragons is at the highest possible level. You have far exceeded the qualification requirements. Though you lack religious faith, you are deeply loved by the gods, and your affinity with them is at the highest level. You have far exceeded the qualification requirements. Sejun had overwhelmingly surpassed the required conditions. Truly remarkable. The statue, having verified Sejun's qualifications, exclaimed in admiration. Then can I go to the final floor now? Of course. Park Sejun, if not you, then who else could go? Heh. Well, that's true. Sejun puffed up with pride at the statue's words. Then, I shall grant you the reward for passing the qualification test and send you to the final floor. Yes. Hearing the word reward, Sejun responded enthusiastically. You have cleared the 9th floor of the 10th tower. As a clear reward for the 9th floor of the 10th tower, all stats have increased by 2,000. Moving to the 10th floor of the 10th tower, just as he was about to ascend to the top floor of the 10th tower, Patrick, the god of earth, urgently tells you not to go. Who? Why? Patrick, the god of earth, says that Harmer, Stella, and himself are all inside the 10th floor of the tower. Oh. Really? Then hurry up and vacate the room. Patrick was speechless at Sejun's response. Patrick, the god of earth, says that Harmer and Stella are still working, so they can't leave right away. They're making enhancing elixirs, so I guess there's no helping it. But when did Stella Nim arrive? Patrick, the god of earth, says that Stella returned from vacation yesterday. Got it. After finishing his conversation with Patrick, Sejun muttered, but wow, I really climbed a lot today. Thinking about his own achievements, he couldn't help but admire himself. In just 1 hour, he had ascended from the 7th floor to the 9th floor. Considering that it normally took more than 10 days to unlock a single floor, this was insanely fast. Normally, the 8th floor alone should have taken several times longer, but for Sejun, progress had been exponentially faster. Sejun then returned to the 1st floor, finished planting the remaining seeds, and went back to the Black Tower for lunch. And then, while he was preparing lunch, plop, something soft and fluffy wrapped around Sejun's face. You're home early? Pooh-hoo hut. That's right, meow. I made a lot of money today, so I left work early, meow. Meow. While chatting with Theo, Sejun grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, detached him from his face, and placed him on his lap. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji is home too. In the meantime, Quenji also entered the kitchen. Theo had left work early, while Quenji had finished on time. In the afternoon, Sejun usually used the dimensional gate to enter Jormungander's stomach. When hunting destruction Sejun's outside, he always needed Quenji's telekinesis support. You never knew when the ground might collapse again. After they all had lunch together, all right, come in a little later. Sejun left first and stepped through the dimensional gate. Lately, there had been days when no tears of destruction entered Jormungander's stomach, but just in case, Sejun always went in first. If someone else mindlessly entered and something other than Sejun got copied, it would be a disaster. Nothing today. Unfortunately, there were no tears of destruction today. It was because Sejun had stepped outside of Jormungander's body, and Flamey had been keeping watch. Kiki. The destruction devourers extended leaves filled with tears of the incomplete creator god towards Sejun. A total of 120 drops of tear of the incomplete creator god. Oh. Thanks. Here you go. Sejun immediately converted the tears into great growth elixir, and 3 glass bottles filled with a great growth elixir appeared. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng. King. Meanwhile, Theo, Quenji, and Blackie jumped through the dimensional gate and clung to Sejun. At that moment, meow. Chairman Park, I feel a pull, meow. Theo suddenly raised his front paw and exclaimed. Oh? Where? Pooh-hoo hut. This way, meow. He pointed with his paw in the direction of the pull. It was a hole leading to the outside. Stepping through the hole. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, over there, meow, Theo shouted while looking at a massive tear of destruction in the distance. Chapter 632, Don't come. Outskirts of destruction. It's too big, Sejun muttered as he closely observed the tear of destruction that Theo was pointing at. If the tears of destruction he usually dealt with were considered a size of 1, then this one was over 10,000. Considering the distance, it was probably even larger. On top of that, how do we even get there? The place Theo was pointing at was far away, and in between, there were numerous tears of destruction much larger than the one Sejun had faced before. Would it be okay? Sejun wore a worried expression. Pooh hut. If we go there, I can teach that system bastard who tormented our Chairman Park a lesson, meow. Theo couldn't hide his joy at the thought of finally being able to punish the system. Let's start by dealing with a smaller one first. Quenji, send me over there. When Sejun spoke, leaving his companions behind and instructing Quenji. Krueng. Quenji used telekinesis to move Sejun toward the tear of destruction he had indicated. As he got closer, wriggle. A tear of destruction, twice the usual size, transformed into Sejun's image. Apparently, due to its inherent abilities, the destruction Sejun didn't fall. Unlike Sejun, who needed Quenji's help, the destruction Sejun charged at Sejun, but, ha. How dare you attack Master Park Sejun? Whack. Thud thud. Sejun mercilessly pummeled the destruction Sejun. And just like that, the destruction Sejun immediately became obedient. What the? Sejun felt strange seeing destruction Sejun's cowering appearance. Unknowingly, Sejun was receiving mirror therapy. Even if it's timid, it should still work well, right? Shaking off his uneasy feelings, Sejun led the cowering destruction Sejun to Jormungander's stomach. Plop. Plop. Destruction Sejun planted destruction devourer seeds more skillfully than the previous destruction Sejuns. He. Nice. Gaining confidence, Sejun then aimed for a tear of destruction 3 times the usual size. Ha. I won. Once again, he subdued it easily. From then on, Sejun gradually increased the difficulty level as he cleared a path toward the place that Theo was drawn to. And then, when he faced a destruction Sejun that had transformed from a tear of destruction 30 times the usual size. Thud thud. Huff I won. Sejun was no longer able to overpower the destruction Sejun so easily. Yet, once defeated, it still became docile. Don't you have an unbreakable spirit? Watching the obedient destruction Sejun reflected on himself. And then, against the 40 times size destruction Sejun, if we fought on the ground, I would have won. He lost? Whoosh. Because it had swung its hand and released an aura attack. Why can it do something even I can't? The destruction Sejun was using a skill that was of a higher level than any of Sejun's own abilities. Pooh hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park is protected by me, Vice Chairman Theo. Hey. Krueng. He. Quenji will protect Dad. Of course, thanks to Theo and Quenji, the ultimate victor was Sejun. Unfortunately, from the 40 times size destruction Sejun onward, they could no longer capture them for farming. Their temperament became too violent, leaving no choice but to eliminate them. By directly eliminating them, no incomplete creator god's tears were produced, but Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji has defeated the secretion of destruction. You have gained 40 billion experience points, 50% of the experience points Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji acquired. Clink. Instead, they earned experience points and tower coins. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Hide behind me. Blackie stepped forward, pretending to act tough for Sejun, but his words and actions didn't match. His trembling legs and the tail tucked between them clearly showed how scared he was. He. You sunfish. Getting scared over this? Sejun felt a surge of pride as he watched. But then, a new problem arose. You have been exposed to the energy of destruction. All abilities decrease by 50%. Your life force is rapidly depleting. You will die soon. As soon as they left Jormungander's body and entered an area without the energy of creation, they were blocked by the energy of destruction and could go no further. This made Sejun realize that traveling directly would be difficult. I can send you there. From afar, Flamey watched Sejun with a look of regret. At that moment, Pwung, blue gas was once again released from Jormungander's mouth and tail. And then, Kihihit. King. He. Fart Captain Kabulto just farted. Ha. Didn't we just move a little because of the fart? Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie family didn't miss the chance to tease the youngest. And then, ooh? We moved? Hearing their conversation, a good idea struck Sejun. A little while later, Kabuto, aim properly. Okay. At Sejun's words, Jormungandr responded. Currently, Kabuto had re-entered his main body and was moving it, just enough to be effective, but not too much. If he used too much of his main body's power, he risked once again being drawn to the power of destruction and reverting to an apostle of destruction. Of course, this didn't mean that Sejun would be in danger. I just don't want to get beaten again. Kabuto was the one at risk. Inside Kabuto's mental world, the rest of the Blackie family surrounded him. He. Just try to change. Good, Kabuto, stay focused. Kararuru. You know what happens if you lose focus, right? The moment he showed even a hint of turning back into an apostle of destruction, they were ready to beat him down. It was like telling someone they could drink but not get drunk, but Kabuto had no choice but to succeed. Otherwise, he would get beaten. All right. Fart ship, launch, Sejun shouted. Pwung. With the sound of fart capturing Kabuto's fart, Jormungandr's body began to move little by little. This time, because his mouth was closed, even the energy of creation that would have escaped through his mouth was expelled through his tail, producing an even stronger fart and generating greater propulsion. PW boo boom. Jormungandr's body advanced, farting as it went. I want to die. Whether it was fortunate or not, Kabuto felt so humiliated that the thought of desiring the power of destruction didn't cross his mind at all. Thus, carrying Sejun and his companions, Jormungandr's body leisurely drifted through the space filled with the energy of destruction. Pooh hut. Chairman Park is truly a genius, meow. We're getting closer to the pool without even moving, meow. As the distance to the gigantic tear of destruction decreased, Theo's sense of attraction grew stronger. Hugh hut. From now on, call me Genius Park Sejun. Sejun smirked proudly under Theo's admiring gaze. Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. Seeing Sejun's smug face, Theo hurriedly stomped on it with his golden glowing front paw. No, it's not. Yes, it is, meow. It's really rotten, meow. Kihihit. King. Hee. That's right. Butler's face is rotting. So the great Blackie will stomp on it too. Krueng. Quenchi will give Dad a massage too. As Sejun and his companions bickered, a pure white serpent glided through a crimson galaxy, leaving behind a trail of blue foam. No. Park Sejun, why does he keep getting stronger? Why is he getting stronger? System 371 couldn't understand it. Park Sejun, who had entered the tower due to a system error when the administrator of the Black Tower, the great black dragon Eileen Pratani, lost consciousness. No. Why are you entering that portal? That portal was connected to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Originally, the portal should have simply disappeared, but when Sejun jumped in, things escalated. At first, System 371 was flustered, but upon checking Sejun's pathetic talents and strength, utterly incapable of surviving on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, it quickly relaxed. It assumed Sejun would die soon and paid no further attention to him. It thought the error would vanish on its own. However, contrary to System 371's expectations, Sejun stubbornly clung to life on the 99th floor like a cockroach. And before it knew it, he began to strain the system. Causing strain on the system meant that each of his actions was affecting the world. At first, the strain was small, but it gradually grew, to the point that even System 371 could perceive it. And then, HMPH. You entered as an error. He. Did you think you were going to get stronger this time? System 371 found amusement in subtly making Sejun's life harder. Even though Sejun and Theo said they would impeach it. What? Impeach me? HMPH. Try it if you can. He. What are you going to do? System 371 wasn't afraid at all. To impeach it, they needed to access the system through one of only two system terminals. One was in the hands of the Apostles of Destruction, and the other was hidden in a place no one knew. Thus, while diligently working and occasionally messing with Sejun, System 371 began to feel something strange. Lately, things seemed more relaxed. At some point, the strain it had been receiving had decreased. But, what is this? Less work is always a good thing. System 371 didn't pay much attention to it. However, it never could have imagined. Who? What is that? System SJC. Where did that come from? Sejun Company's System SJC, had been handling tasks related to Sejun Company's employees in place of System 371. If it had been discovered early on, System 371 would have immediately erased it. But by the time System 371 noticed System SJC, it had already grown too large. Large enough to handle 10% of the world's system burden. There should only be one system, me. Still, since System SJC was relatively weak, System 371 intended to eliminate it, even if it meant suffering some damage. But then, what? Why are the gods? While handling urgent matters, some of the gods affiliated with it had transferred their allegiance to System SJC, and, on top of that, as the number of Sejun company employees surged, System SJC became too powerful. Now, System SJC was handling 25% of the total system burden. At this point, even System 371 could no longer recklessly erase it. Thus, all it could do was watch as System SJC grew stronger, siphoning away its power as the number of Sejun company employees increased. Still, I'm the main system, so my 51% share is safe. Thinking complacently, System 371 kept an eye on System SJC. Then, who? The system felt a chilling golden energy brush past it. No way. Hurriedly, System 371 checked on the location of the system terminal. The one it had hidden was still secure, but no. Sejun and Theo were closing in on the system terminal held by the Apostles of Destruction. Don't come. System 371 screamed in fear, but there was nothing it could do. No, even if they have the system terminal, they can't access. Clinging to its last shred of hope, System 371 refused to give up. However, Pooh Hut. Time to impeach the system bastard that tormented Chairman Park. Meow. Such obstacles were meaningless before Theo, the devoted fanatic of Sejun's knee. As always, let's call it a day. Sejun stopped moving. It was time for dinner. And so, Sejun returned to the Black Tower. Quenji, what do you want to eat for dinner today? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. I want Grandma's Kim Kai stew today. Oh, Kim Kai stew is a great choice. Wait a second. Mom's Kim Kai? Sejun searched for Kim Kai in void storage. Every time the seasons changed, Kim Dong-sik delivered Kim Mi Rant's Kim Kai to the first floor of the tower, and Elka and the other wolves transported it to the 99th floor. Quenji, should we put tuna in the Kim Kai stew today? He thought about making tuna Kim Kai stew for the first time in a while, but Krueng. No. The essence of Kim Kai stew is meat Kim Kai stew. Quenji was a purist. I was just joking. Dad was planning to use slime meat anyway. Sejun smoothly went along with it as he started cooking the Kim Kai stew, set the rice to cook, and grilled some fish. A little while later, guys, let's eat. Sejun called his companions to join him for dinner. Pooh Hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best. Meow. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Grandma's Kim Kai stew is delicious. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. Give me more roasted and dried sweet potato. All right. Here. Kabulto, you should eat a lot too. You'll need strength for tomorrow. Yol. A somewhat peaceful dinner time. But then, crack. The black moon began to open. Chapter 633, How is this guy even alive? Sa. From the open black moon, blood-red mist flowed out. The red mist gradually gathered and transformed into the forms of the 8 calamities. Go and destroy everything. Bring destruction to the world. With a cry filled with the wrath of destruction, they disappeared into the thousands of holes that had formed before them. After the Apostles of Destruction disappeared, destruction came to personally take command. Once again, crisis descended upon the peaceful world. Early morning, 99th floor of the Black Tower. I'm out of seaweed, and now, there are no more blood-sucking leeches either. Sejun, who had taken out the leech seaweed to make seaweed soup for the dragons today, wore a troubled expression. On top of that, the slime meat was also running low. And there was barely any locust meat left to make the Yongari chicken that Ace liked. There are no calamities either. What should I do? While pondering, Sejun used the last remaining seaweed to make seaweed soup. Bererong. Peacebays had fallen asleep early and was snoring on Sejun's shoulder. A little while later. Eileen, here's the seaweed soup. I don't think I'll be able to make it anymore since I'm out of seaweed, Sejun said as he sent the seaweed soup to Eileen. The tower's administrator speaks in a flustered voice, saying this is a big problem. Ooh? Eileen, what do you mean? Why are you so flustered? Not being able to eat seaweed soup isn't such a big deal, is it? Sejun, confused by Eileen's reaction, also became flustered. The tower's administrator says that the great green dragon, Kelly Nim, has recently become pregnant and has only been craving seaweed soup lately. What? Is it like morning sickness? The tower's administrator says yes. What? Dragons really experience morning sickness. The tower's administrator says that, according to Grandpa, it is very rare, but sometimes dragons do experience morning sickness. The tower's administrator says that if there's no seaweed soup, Kelly Nim might have to starve continuously. Really? Then should I bring seaweed from Earth? The tower's administrator says that probably won't work. Ooh? Why not? It's the same seaweed, isn't it? The tower's administrator says that they have tasted the food you brought from Earth, and for some reason, Earth's ingredients lack the original taste and taste of magic power. Dragons could perceive not only the sweet, bitter, and other common tastes, but also the taste of magic power. That makes sense. But if there's no seaweed, what should I do? After pondering for a moment, Sejun spoke. Eileen, let's give today's seaweed soup entirely to Kelly Nim and explain the situation to the other dragons, while offering them a different meal. It was enough seaweed soup for tens of thousands of dragons, so Kelly alone could eat it for several decades. The tower's administrator tells you not to overdo it too much. Yeah. I won't push myself too hard. Sejun took out ingredients from the void storage, baked bread, and started melting all the chocolate bricks he had. A little while later. It's done. Ha. This is the best after donating blood. Sejun looked at the round, thick choco pies coated in chocolate and spoke. Now, all that was left was to mass-produce them. Cooking. As Sejun gathered the ingredients and used his skill, the materials combined, and choco pies started being made. In an instant, Sejun had produced tens of thousands of choco pies. I should tell Theo later to ask Mudnim, the god of mud, for more chocolate bricks, he muttered while looking at the nearly empty chocolate container. And then, ears perking up. Pooh-hoo hut. Hell Nim, please go to Mudnim and get some chocolate bricks, meow. Theo, who had been listening to Sejun's words even while sleeping, relayed the message to Hell. A designated quest has been issued from Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company. The designated target is Hell, the god of merchants. Manager Hell's pawnshop, god of merchants Hell, yes. Sir. Recently under pressure to repay debts, Hell hurriedly accepted the quest. Mud, can I get 10,000 chocolate bricks? Sure. Here, thanks. Mud, I don't have any divine power right now, so can I pay with welfare points? As Hell was about to pay with divine power, she suddenly realized she had none left and hastily took out welfare points instead. The system had seized her divine power, but it hadn't taken her welfare points. No, it couldn't. That was because Sejun Company's welfare points were a currency exclusively issued by the System SJC. System 371 had no authority to take them. Yes. Of course you can. So these are welfare points. Mud, who received the welfare points from Hell, looked at them with an excited expression. Having repeatedly failed to win the Sejun Company full-time employee lottery, Mud had never even seen welfare points before. And so, using just one welfare point, Hell, the god of merchants, has received 5 welfare points as a quest completion reward. Hell received 5 welfare points. He. Try taking this away too. I'll only trade with welfare points from now on. Feeling triumphant after discovering a way to keep her wealth safe from the system, Hell returned to her pawnshop. Who? Dio, what are you doing here? There was already a customer inside the pawnshop. A tall, handsome man with long golden hair. It was Dio, the god of alcohol. Hell, I heard you've been selling alcohol to non-combat gods. Is that true? Yeah, why? Bang! When it comes to alcohol, it's us combat gods who should have it. Especially me, the great god of alcohol, Dio. Hell, sell me some Yangju. Dio, getting excited at Hell's response, slammed the wall. Crash! Of course, the wall couldn't withstand the strength of Dio, one of the 5 executives of the combat shop headquarters, and it collapsed. Dio, despite being the god of alcohol, couldn't make alcohol himself. However, because he had various powers, talents, and skills such as power, heavy drinker, which made him stronger the better the alcohol he consumed, he was always eager to acquire the finest drinks. This is for repair costs. After saying that, Dio handed divine power to Hell. But, no. I'm not accepting divine power anymore. What? Hell refused the divine power Dio was offering. There was no point in accepting it since it would be seized immediately anyway. If you want to trade with me from now on, bring Sejun Company's welfare points. Welfare points? What's that? Ask Battler or Bev. They'll know. So if I bring welfare points, you'll sell me some Yangju? Yeah. I don't have any right now, but when I get some, I'll sell it. However, if someone else offers me more welfare points, I'll sell it to them instead. He. Of course. Alright, I don't know what these welfare points are, but I'll get them soon. Thus, with Hel, the god of merchants, declaring that she would only accept Sejun company welfare points instead of divine power, welfare point transactions among the gods became even more active. And inevitably, that further weakened the power of System 371. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, here are the chocolate bricks you mentioned earlier, meow. Theo, who had been clinging to Sejun's knee while sleeping, suddenly began pulling chocolate bricks out of his bag. Who? Theo, you weren't asleep? Pooh Hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always listen to the great hybrid Chairman Park's words, even in my sleep, meow. Theo proudly answered Sejun's question with a smug expression. Our Vice Chairman Theo, working even in his sleep. I should give you a raise. Pooh Hut. Of course, meow. Pay me with exclusive knee rights, meow. All right. I'll give you a 1-month exclusive knee rights as your salary. Pooh Hut. Sounds great, meow. Now Chairman Park's knee rights will never be taken away, meow. Theo felt like he had just obtained an endless treasure trove. Since we have more chocolate bricks now, I should make more choco pies. Sejun started replicating choco pies again. Gororong. Theo fell back asleep, while Sejun was busy making a mountain of choco pies. Thud. Thud. Quoeng. Sejun Nim, good morning. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, good morning. Pink Fur and Quenji, who was clinging to Pink Fur's chest, appeared together in harmony. Today, Quenji had woken up early and hadn't arrived in Pink Fur's mouth like usual. Yeah, good morning. I made something new, try it. Sejun offered choco pies to Quenji and Pink Fur. For Pink Fur, he handed over 100 choco pies at once. That was the amount needed for her to actually taste them. And then, Kuung. Sejun Nim, this is really delicious. Krueng. Dad is a genius. Pink Fur and Quenji showered Sejun's choco pies with praise. Who? Feels good. He heard compliments often, but no matter how many times, he never got tired of them. Pink Fur, take these and enjoy them. Feeling good, Sejun packed plenty of choco pies as snacks for Pink Fur. Kuung. Thank you, Sejun Nim. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Mom has a snack pouch just like Quenji now. Pink Fur, carrying a pouch full of choco pies, went to Minotaur King. Eileen, take these. Blackie, stop sleeping and get up for breakfast. Sejun sent the choco pies he had prepared to Eileen and then woke up Blackie, who was sleeping on the bed. Kihihit. King. He. Butler, feed me breakfast. Blackie, reluctant to wake up, whined. All right. Blackie, if you don't get up in 3 seconds, you'll miss breakfast. 1, 2, King. No. Of course, such tricks didn't work on Sejun. Once everyone was awake, Sejun had a simple breakfast. Theo had churu, the Blackie family had roasted and dried sweet potato, while Sejun and Quenji had choco pies with coffee and milk. After breakfast, shall we get going? Sejun led his party, not to the 10th tower, but to Jormungander's stomach. For the time being, he planned to focus on the giant tear of destruction that Theo had been sensing. Sejun was the first to pass through the dimensional gate, followed by his companions. Then, Kabulto, to the location. Yoliol, to the location. Kabulto slammed headfirst into the ground and lost consciousness, and the Blackie family, surrounding him, also banged their heads against the ground and fainted. I'll take off now. Okay, Pububong. The fart ship set sail again. Quenji, that one. Krueng. As they moved, Quenji used telekinesis to bring the tear of destruction that Sejun had pointed at closer to him. And then, wriggle. All right, guys, come on out. Sejun summoned the destruction Sejuns and put them to work. Whenever a destruction Sejun turned into an incomplete created god's tear. Here you go. He swapped it for a growth elixir and drank it. Even though the fart ship moved all day, the distance they had to cover was vast, and they only managed to travel 1/5 of the way. It'll take another 4 days. Vice Chairman Theo, are you still feeling the pull? Pooh Hut. Of course, meow. The pull has gotten even stronger, meow. Good. Sejun patted Theo's head. Pooh Hut. I like this, meow. Theo lifted his head high to make it easier for Sejun to pat him. While Sejun was stroking Theo's head, what would happen if I brought urine here? A sudden curiosity struck him. If he brought Uran, it would either be a complete disaster or a major success. So far, Theo's luck had always been stronger, leading to major successes, but this time, the opponent wasn't easy, so he needed to be careful. Wait! What if the Tear of Destruction replicated Uran's misfortune as well? Who? There couldn't be a better outcome than this. Sejun hurried back to the Black Tower, searched for Uran's whereabouts, and started preparing dinner. Then, Pio! Pio? Sejun Nim. Theo Nim. Hello. Were you looking for us? Ooh hee hee hee. Something smells delicious. Mo hee hee hee. Hello. Pio, Uran, and Poyo arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower just in time for dinner. Uran, come with me for a moment. Who? Can't I eat first? No. Instead, I'll make you whatever you want to eat later. Ooh hee hee hee. Okay, then, I'll go. Sejun lured Uran in and moved to Jormungan's stomach. Quenji, send Uran over there. Krueng. Quenji used telekinesis to send Uran to the area where the Tears of Destruction were gathered. Wriggle. 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 The Tears of Destruction began replicating Uran. Then, boom. Kwa gwa gwang. Some of the Tears of Destruction started exploding. As they attempted to replicate Uran, misfortune intervened, preventing them from even forming a complete shape before they were annihilated. As expected of the King of Misfortune, of course, even the Tears of Destruction that had successfully replicated Uran were immediately struck by their next misfortune. They either died from being hit by the fragments of their exploding comrades or were struck by attacks from fellow clones in the ensuing chaos. It was complete mayhem. In particular, the larger the Tear of Destruction, the more it seemed to amplify Uran's misfortune, causing them to perish even faster. In an instant, the surrounding area was completely cleared of the Tears of Destruction. Ooh hee hee. Can we eat now? Uran, seemingly unaware of what he had just done, casually asked for food. How is this guy even alive? Feeling pity for him, Sejun made everything Uran wanted to eat. Uran's very existence was a mystery. Chapter 634, hee hee hee. So, am I finally becoming a building owner? The next morning. Ultimate weapon Uran, wait for my call. Ooh hee hee hee. Okay, after finishing breakfast, Sejun had Uran stay behind in the tower. He did not know what kind of unexpected variables might arise if he took him along. Uran was the fastest at handling the Tears of Destruction, but there was nothing left except tower coins. Since he was self-destructing due to his own misfortune, there was no experience points, and naturally, no incomplete Creator God's Tears. So, Sejun decided to keep Uran as his trump card. Let's head out now. Ooh hee hee hee. Travel safely, mo hee hee. Have a safe trip. Leaving Uran behind along with Poyo, who would manage Uran's misfortune, Sejun and his party moved toward Jormungan's stomach. Pio, I will assist Theo Nim well today. Pio, who was with Theo after a long time, spoke in a voice full of enthusiasm. Pooh-hoo hut. I'll leave it to my right front paw man then, meow. Pio. Pio, yes. Just leave it to me. Pio sat on Theo's right shoulder, who was clinging to Sejun's lap, and diligently scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Kabolto, move out. Yol-yol. Yes, thunk. The Blackie family began moving the fart ship. Pewbubung. As the fart ship set sail, Quenji, that one. Krueng. Sejun, along with Quenji, fished out an easy Tear of Destruction and turned it into a destruction Sejun. Now, go to work. He had it plant the destruction devourer seeds. It was a very smooth sailing. Let's eat before we go. When lunchtime arrived, Sejun and his party returned to the tower for lunch. And even took a nap. Despite their busy schedule, the Sejun family made sure to enjoy everything. Time to go back to work. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Butler. Just trust the great boss Blackie. As Sejun and his party were about to return to Jormungan's stomach, the administrator of the 10th tower says the 10th floor of the tower has been vacated. Patrick spoke to Sejun. Yes. Who? Patrick Nim, how are you speaking to me? Since such conversations were normally impossible outside the tower, Sejun was surprised and asked Patrick. The administrator of the 10th tower says that it became possible when the 10th floor of the tower was opened. I see. Which floor will you be on? The administrator of the 10th tower says that for now, he will use the 9th floor, while Harmer and Stella plan to use the 7th floor, and asks if that is okay. Those are the floors with temples. Yes, go ahead. Since he had little reason to visit the temple floors, Sejun readily agreed. But why is the administrator of the 10th tower, Patrick Nim, asking for my permission. Come to think of it, when he previously told him to vacate the room, it was strangely easy for him to say, as if he was being unusually subservient. What's going on? Sejun realized something was off. Guys, I think we need to go to the 10th tower first. Summon door. He moved to the 10th tower with his companions. And then, you have arrived on the 10th floor of the 10th tower. Finally, they reached the top floor of the 10th tower. As expected of the highest floor, the entire ground was covered with luxurious marble, and in the center stood a massive circular white building. Upon entering the building, wow! There's nothing here, Sejun spoke in a disappointed voice. Inside, there was nothing but empty space. At that moment, the building transformed into a massive pillar of light, and, welcome, one who shall become the master of the 10th tower. A being made of light appeared in front of Sejun, who was now trapped within the pillar of light. It clearly had a human shape, but it was definitely not human. Its entire body was composed of countless rays of light. Wow! As he observed the being more closely, Sejun let out a gasp of awe. Inside its body, there was not only light, there were the sun, the moon, stars, black holes, and more. Inside its body, planets were continuously being destroyed and recreated. A whole universe was contained within it. It is impolite to stare at another's body so intently. One who shall become the master of the 10th tower, the being that held a universe lightly reprimanded Sejun. I'm sorry. But where did my companions go? Sejun belatedly realized that his companions, who had been by his side, had disappeared and asked. Do not worry. They are safe. I merely separated them briefly because I wish to see and speak with the one who shall become the master of the 10th tower directly. Who? I'm going to be the master of the 10th tower? But there's already an administrator and a deputy administrator in the tower. Only after the being had referred to him as the one who shall become the master of the 10th tower 3 times did Sejun finally ask back. That was how flustered he was. They are, quite literally, just the ones who manage the tower. They are not the tower's master. Is that not so? That's true. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. So that's why Patrick Nim was so subservient to me. He. So, am I finally becoming a building owner? Sejun grinned with excitement. It is too early to celebrate. You must pass the trial to become the master of the 10th tower. The being that held a universe poured cold water on Sejun's delusions. A trial? What kind of trial? Sejun asked in an eager voice. This is the trial. Completely caught. The being that held a universe smirked as it answered. And then, a Tower Master Quest has been generated. Tower Master Quest, if you wish to become the master of the 10th tower, prove your qualifications. Eliminate 500 billion locusts of destruction, the first calamity, 500 billion. Eliminate 50 billion giant blood-sucking leeches, the second calamity, 50 billion. Eliminate 100 billion flesh eaters, the 8th calamity, 100 billion. Reward, recognition as the master of the 10th tower. A message appeared before Sejun. The quest required him to eliminate a designated number of the 8 calamities. Who? What kind of quest is this? Where am I supposed to kill them when there are no calamities? Still unaware that the invasion of destruction had resumed, Sejun protested to the being that held a universe. He was determined to become the master of the 10th tower and secure his status as a building owner. Do not worry. There will be more than enough calamities to hunt. More than enough? Sejun could not understand it at all, but, and this is a gift for clearing the 10th tower, the being that held a universe had no intention of explaining. He would come to understand in due time. With those words, boom! Suddenly, a torrential downpour of light rained from the sky and engulfed Sejun. Sizzle! Unfathomable characters were engraved onto Sejun's irises as the light touched his eyes. It's hot! Sejun screamed, unable to endure the burning sensation in his eyes. Clang! Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow! Did you just scream, meow? A part of the pillar of light shattered, and Theo rushed out. Krueng! King! Pio! Following Theo, the other companions entered through the hole he had made. And then, Great Hybrid Chairman Park, are you hurt anywhere? Meow! Krueng! Dad, are you okay? King! King! Butler! Who did this? The Great Blackie will punish them. The companions hurriedly examined Sejun to check if he was injured. Vice Chairman Theo, take a look at my eyes. They felt really hot just now. Sejun widened his eyes and spoke. Meow? Understood, meow. Theo quickly leaned in to examine Sejun's eyes. But, Chairman Park, Everything seems fine, meow. The letters engraved in his irises had already disappeared. Look again. It really felt like my eyes were burning. They're completely fine, meow. Chairman Park, how many paws are these, meow? 2. Pooh hut. Correct, meow. Chairman Park's eyes are perfectly normal, meow. Sejun's eyes were perfectly fine, and Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park is a true master of exaggeration, meow. Theo sincerely praised Sejun's tendency to exaggerate. I'm not exaggerating. Of course, Sejun thought Theo was mocking him and got angry, but, at that moment, kihihit. King. King. Hee. That's right. The butler isn't exaggerating. Surprisingly, Blackie took Sejun's side. King. King. Kihihit. He's really in pain. The butler is like a sunfish, even the slightest injury hurts him. Hee. It was all just a setup for teasing him. Who are you calling a sunfish? You sunfish, King? King. Who else? You're the sunfish, butler. While the two sunfish bickered over who was actually the sunfish. How did you break through my barrier? The being that held a universe, the remnant of the primordial god, looked at Theo in astonishment. Even though it was just a remnant, it was by no means weak. Not even the creator god could forcefully break through its barrier. Yet Theo had managed to break through it. What was going on? Curious, the remnant of the primordial god focused its gaze on Theo. Its golden eyes gleamed brightly. So that's what it was. After discovering the reason, the remnant of the primordial god chuckled in disbelief. How could someone possess such unshakable faith and obsession? The barrier had been broken for an utterly ridiculous reason. It seems my time is up. Then, I leave the 10th tower in your hands, one who shall become its master. Ooh? How can you just leave like that? Change the quest requirements before you go. Sejun desperately tried to stop the remnant of the primordial god from leaving, but, my time is up. Farewell. The remnant of the primordial god vanished coolly. As it disappeared, the pillar of light also faded, and Sejun and his party found themselves back inside the building. Then, you have cleared the 10th floor of the 10th tower. As a reward for clearing the 10th floor of the 10th tower, all stats have increased by 3,000. As a reward for clearing the 10th floor of the 10th tower, you have acquired 500 billion tower coins and 2 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. A message confirming the 10th floor clearance appeared. And then, congratulations! You have achieved a great achievement by clearing the 10th tower after conquering the 9 great towers. As a reward for this great achievement, you have obtained the title, one who has reached the summit of all towers. As a reward for this great achievement, the stay fee for the Black Tower's 0th floor has been reduced by 0.1%. By climbing the top of all 10 towers, Sejun earned the complete title one who has reached the summit of all towers. Hee. Let's see how good this is. Sejun grinned as he checked the title. Title, one who has reached the summit of all towers. A title granted only to those who have reached the top of all 10 towers. Allows instant teleportation to any tower where a waypoint is saved. Grants 10 seconds of invincibility after teleporting. Enhances the effective title, retrogressor by 10 times. The stay fee reduction, 56.3%, now applies to all worlds connected to the towers. The biggest change was that the stay fee reduction, which had previously only applied when returning to Earth, now extended to all connected worlds. I don't even need that. Of course, for Sejun, who only needed to return home, it was a mostly useless feature. Additionally, there was no longer a need to go through the 99th floor of a tower when going to another tower, and his invincibility duration increased from 5 seconds to 10 seconds, while the retrogressor effect was amplified from 9 times to 10 times. Guys, let's go home. Having conquered the 10th tower, Sejun returned to the Black Tower. Sejun Nim. Hello. Elka greeted Sejun, carrying something massive on his back. They were the legs of the 4th calamity, the petrifying spider. Who? Elka, where did you get that? Sejun asked in an excited voice. The presence of a calamity's corpse meant that someone had hunted it, which in turn meant that a calamity had appeared. I can become a building owner. Hee. If I've already filled the 7th and 9th floors, I just need to fill the rest and start collecting rent. Sejun started daydreaming again, forgetting that he was the only one who could even enter the 10th tower. Chapter 635, we also wanted to try it. 99th floor of the Black Tower. What? A new world has been connected to the Black Tower? Yes. And this petrifying spider was brought from that world. The name of that world was by something. As Elka tried to recall the name of the world that had slipped his memory, The tower's administrator says it is a world called Bix. Eileen answered in place of Elka. Really? When was it connected? The tower's administrator says it was connected 3 hours ago and that it's a level 8 world. Level 8? That's quite high? Well, that made sense. Being a level 8 world, they could quickly capture these petrifying spiders. For reference, the higher the level of a world, the greater the weight that can be brought into the tower. But why did you bring this? Sejun asked Elka. While it was useful, there was no particular reason for Elka to bring it to him. We also wanted to try it. Elka answered Sejun's question with a slightly resentful voice. They had heard plenty of rumors about delicious food being eaten, yet they had never been invited, which made them feel left out, especially when they hadn't been invited while taking care of the children. Ah, I'm sorry. Sejun's conscience pricked at Elka's words. A little while later, the other wolves appeared, carrying the first to the 5th calamities on their backs. Just wait a little. Sejun quickly began cooking with the calamities the wolves had brought. With locusts, he made fried chicken, chicken stew, and spicy braised chicken. With the giant blood-sucking leeches, he made seaweed soup. With fire moths, he prepared spicy squid salad, deep-fried squid, and raw squid in cold broth. As for the petrifying spider, whose body and legs had different flavors, he made steamed king crab legs with the legs and butter-grilled lobster with the body. With slime meat, he cooked stir-fried spicy pork, sweet and sour pork, and pork kim kai stew. Thanks to that, dinner became a grand feast. Let's eat. Sejun Nim, this is truly delicious. Watching the wolves enjoy their meal, Sejun felt slightly less guilty toward them. Once dinner was over, Sejun Nim, we'll be heading off now. The wolves packed up the remaining food and prepared to leave. Why? Stay and have breakfast tomorrow before you go. Sejun tried to stop them, but, no, we should get going now. Our families are waiting. The wolves hurried down the tower, imagining their families enjoying the food they had brought. Once all the wolves, who had filled the farm, had left, an unexpected emptiness filled the surroundings. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, if you have nothing to do, rub my belly, meow. Krueng. Quenji wants to do a but dance with Dad. Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. Want to hear what the great Blackie did today? Of course, thanks to the companions, that empty feeling disappeared in no time. As he spent time with them, the hours flew by. Gorarong. Krueng. Kirarong. His companions fell asleep. Sejun also wanted to sleep, but he had something to do. Pink Fur, here. First, he sent Quenji to Pink Fur. Eileen, are you awake? He called out to Eileen. The tower's administrator says she's not sleeping in a sleepy voice. Oh, you were sleeping? The tower's administrator vigorously shakes her head, saying no. A strong denial is an affirmation. However, really? Then shall we have a chat after a long time? Sejun decided to take Eileen's words at face value. They didn't often get a chance to talk one-on-one. He. Eileen, when I become a landlord, I'll buy you delicious food every day. The tower's administrator says that's fine. The tower's administrator says that the food you make is the most delicious for her. Really? Then what do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? Feeling pleased by Eileen's words, Sejun asked. The tower's administrator shouts in an excited voice that it must be meat. He. All right, I'll cook some meat dishes tomorrow. The tower's administrator says she's very happy. Me too. Eileen, but I should also make Ace's favorite yongari chicken, right? Their light-hearted yet enjoyable conversation continued as the night deepened. Theo's mental world. Pooh hut. Line up, meow. At Theo's shout, which came from where he clung to the knee of the super-giant Chairman Park No. 2, the non-combat gods formed a line. Stamp! Stamp! They pressed their seals onto the contract that Theo held out. I finally joined the don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park's company. Whom? Now we're officially employees of Sejun Company. As the non-combat gods stamped their contracts and were overwhelmed with emotion. So, you're that guy called Vice Chairman Theo. Dio, the god of alcohol, suddenly appeared and attacked Theo without warning. Dio had previously asked Bev and Battler how to earn welfare points. Oh, welfare points? You can get them by fighting and defeating that guy called Vice Chairman Theo. Really? So I get welfare points every time I win? What? Poo-ha-ha-ha. If you beat him just once, Vice Chairman Theo will give you welfare points whenever you need them. Well, that's convenient. Where do I find him? He. Just head that way. Knowing that Dio would never sign an official employment contract with Sejun Company, Bev and Battler tricked him into going to Theo instead. And so, the battle began. Kwang! Dio was sent flying, crashing into the ground after taking a powerful punch from the supergiant Chairman Park No. 2. HMPH. Not bad. Gulp. Gulp. To erase the pain, Dio hurriedly chugged an entire bottle of liquor. You've drunk 100-year-aged whiskey. Power, heavy drinker is activated, increasing all stats by 30%. Due to talent, alcoholic, all abilities increase by 10%, and pain resistance is significantly boosted. Skill, drunken fist, master, is activated, making your body more flexible and enhancing evasion skills. With his power, talent, and skills related to alcohol, Dio's combat strength skyrocketed. All right. Here I go. Dio charged in again. Quang! Of course, the result was the same. Pooh-hoo-hut. Welcome, meow, stamp. Theo pressed Dio's unconscious thumb onto the contract in the employees section. Then, by the way, what's this god's name, meow? He is Dio, the god of alcohol. Pooh-hoo-hut. Di.o it's complete, meow. By asking another god for his name, Theo completed the contract. With this, 3 out of the 5 high-ranking executives of the combat shop headquarters had become official employees of Sejun Company. For reference, none of the 4 high-ranking executives of the seed shop headquarters had joined Sejun Company yet. They had lost the employee lottery. Pooh-hoo-hut. Press your thumbprint here, meow. Anyway, with the number of employed gods increasing once again today, Sejun Company's influence continued to grow. And so did the abilities of System SJC. The next morning, I should head to Bix first, right? Sejun prepared to leave for the first floor of the tower. He felt reluctant to ignore the pull Theo sensed, but he couldn't just stand by and let Bix be destroyed either. According to Elka, ogres and planet-destroying turtles had been sighted in Bix. Although the residents of Bix and Level 8 world were strong, they were not powerful enough to handle the 6th calamity, the ogre, or the 7th calamity, the planet-destroying turtle. The fact that Bochi, who was from a Level 7 world, had fought an ogre was simply because Bochi was exceptionally strong. Bochi, the hero of Hamk. The title of hero was not something just anyone could obtain. Many worlds didn't even have a single hero. While Sejun was packing his belongings, Pooh-hoo-hut. I'll bring Chairman Park's crops to sell, meow, ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. Quenji is stocking up his snack pouch. Theo and Quenji also gathered their things. Ki-hee-hit. King. King? Hee-hee. Nice. Now no one will know, right? Meanwhile, the Blackie family secretly moved their food storage to a new location before their departure. A little while later, Vice Chairman, you need to come out right away. Got it? Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. After warning Theo, Sejun moved to the first floor of the tower. You have arrived at the first floor of the Black Tower. As soon as Sejun arrived on the first floor, clank, he opened his void storage. Pooh-hoo-hut. I missed you, great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Theo shot out like a bullet and clung to Sejun's knee. Then, he fully activated his talent, Energy Absorber. If he didn't, the sheer force of Sejun's presence alone could endanger the residents of the tower's first floor. In the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun might be considered weak, but at the level of the first floor, his mere existence was a calamity. Thanks to Theo, Sejun was able to prevent causing unnecessary harm to his surroundings. He immediately made his way to the exclusive passage and placed his hand on the black hole that led to other worlds. Then, there are 3 destinations available. Please select your destination. Earth, LV1, Hamk, LV7, Bix, LV8. A message appeared before Sejun. Earth. Sejun selected Earth. He wasn't planning to go there just yet, he just wanted to check the current stay fee. Since the cost had been reduced by nearly half, it should be much cheaper now, right? Sejun was hopeful. However, 3,000 quadrillion per hour. The stay fee had increased 10 times compared to before. No, if he factored in the halved cost, it had actually increased 20 times. This was due to multiple reasons. First, the Blackie family, who had previously hidden inside Blackie's fur to evade the cost, could no longer do so after consuming the Great Growth Elixir, which had significantly increased their stats. Second, Sejun and his companions had become far too powerful, or rather, his companions had. While Sejun himself had grown significantly stronger, his contribution to the 3,000 quadrillion stay fee was less than 1%. I'm strong too. Thanks to this realization, Sejun was hit hard with reality shock. After a brief moment, Bix, Sejun shook off his thoughts, placed his hand back on the exclusive passage, and selected his destination. There are currently 15 individuals attempting to use the exclusive passage. Would you like to pay the stay fee for all 15 and travel to Bix? Yes. Since Bix was 7 levels higher than Earth, the stay fee was 1/10,000,000th of Earth's, a mere 300 billion tower coins. With your current funds, you can stay for over 100 days. Transferring to Bix. With that message, Sejun and his companions were transported to Bix. Phew. What a relief. At least he won't come back for a while. System 371 sighed in relief as it sent a message to Sejun, who was leaving the tower. However, I bought myself some time, but what do I do now? Worry started creeping in again. Once Sejun returned, he would inevitably obtain a system access device. And when that happened, I'd be impeached. It had hoped to prevent system access, but, considering Theo's incomprehensible luck and the growth of System SJC, it seemed like only a matter of time before he broke through. Should I try to stay on his good side now? But I still have my pride. To grovel before some error, System 371 fell deep into thought. A moment later, no. I've decided. Does pride put food on the table? System 371 decided to swallow its pride. You have arrived in Bix. Arrived in Bix? TL, well, as you know, English doesn't have an honorific system, so it is harder to convey in English, but the system is being overly polite in the message. You can think of it as like the system is adding the sir at the end of the message. What's this? Sejun was slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of an extremely polite system message. As he looked around, Kwang! A massive fortress wall stood in the distance, barely holding up against the attacks of 2 ogres. Theo, take care of that first. Pooh hut. Understood. Meow. Bang. Bang. The moment he finished speaking, Theo appeared behind the ogres and smacked them on the backs of their heads. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it's all cleaned up. Meow. Good job. In an instant, Theo was back on Sejun's knee. All right, everyone, let's go. Sejun led his companions toward the fortress wall and then spoke to the defenders. I'll take you to your king. Come this way. He placed his hand on the unconscious ogres, summoning the battle aura residing in their bodies. As soon as Sejun absorbed the battle aura, thud! Theo immediately finished off the ogres. At that moment, how absolutely splendid that you receive half the experience points from the 6th Calamity Ogre killed by Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo without lifting a finger. You have gained 250 billion experience points. TL, again in polite tone. A message popped up in front of Sejun. What the hell? Is it mocking me for getting free experience without doing anything? Sejun felt irritated by System 371's so-called compliment. Chapter 636, oh my, our Blackie's face has gotten quite ugly. Temple of the Creator God. SHRRK. The Creator God was once again combining beads to complete the picture. At that moment, the Creator God was startled upon seeing the picture that was almost 80% complete. The picture contained an image of himself. He was depicted in a competition against the next Creator God, racing to see who could complete their puzzle first. It was undoubtedly an important memory, but this I lost here. Seeing the picture, the Creator God recalled the outcome from that time. He had won. Then why? The Creator God could not understand. What was the message behind this? The next Creator God's intentions were unclear just from the picture alone. However, one thing was certain. This event seemed to have had a tremendous impact on the next Creator God's corruption. Bix, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, will be back soon. Meow. Krueng. Quenji will be back soon. As soon as Theo and Quenji finished speaking, boom. Boom. Explosions rang out from the formation of calamities charging toward the city walls. In an instant, the two reached the enemy's ranks and began dealing with them. Follow Theo Nim. Follow Quenji Nim. Even the citizens of the city-state of Meppel threw open the gates and rushed forward. Just moments ago, the 2 ogres Theo had taken down had been attacking Meppel's walls. Sejun and his group, after defeating the ogres, had been welcomed and treated with the utmost hospitality by Meppel's king, Messias. But then, 5 more ogres had marched toward Meppel, leading more calamities, prompting Theo and Quenji to step forward to handle them. This place, Bix, had no large nations and was mostly composed of city-states. Kihihit. King. Hee. Follow Great Boss Blackie. Blackie, excitedly playing leader, followed the citizens of Meppel. A little while later, once again, without lifting a single finger, you have effortlessly received half of the experience points from Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo and advanced Herbalist Park Quenji's kills. Truly remarkable. In total, you have gained 531.2 billion and 31.71 million experience points. Once again, System 371 irritated Sejun. By now, my favorability should be skyrocketing, right? I don't need to worry about impeachment anymore, do I? Unaware that Sejun's hostility toward it was growing, the system was simply pleased with itself. You guys did well. Now, let's load them into the void storage. Poohoo hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. Sejun and his group collected the corpses of the calamities and returned to Meppel. And then, Messias Nim, would you like to purchase the calamity extermination package? Poohoo hut. If you have any shame, you should buy it, meow. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Everything Dad sells is good. If you don't buy it, Quenji will get mad. They officially started their sales pitch. The first calamity, the locust swarm, could be countered with sturdy blade green onions and detoxifying green onions. The second calamity, the giant blood-sucking leech, could be dealt with using grape wine made from vitality-infused fragrant grapes. For the third calamity, the fire moth, the solution was sticky corn. Unfortunately, there were no countercrops for the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider, or the fifth calamity, the slime. Instead, they suggested using triple-ripened pineapples and scorching cherries as makeshift bombs. Of course, the level 8 world residents of Bix were capable of handling the fifth calamity, but the issue was their sheer numbers. Even now, the calamities were devouring everything edible in Bix and multiplying rapidly. Very well. I will purchase everything. Whether it was because of Sejun's persuasion or Theo and Quenji's intimidation, Messias agreed without a second thought. After selling the crops necessary for eliminating the calamities to Messias, all right. Now, I'm selling food. Sejun began preparing and selling dishes to the citizens of Meppel. And, Poohoo hut. By the great Chairman Park's cooking, meow, ku hey hey hey. Krueng, hee hee hee. Dad's cooking is delicious. Theo and Quenji were helping Sejun attract customers. Ga King, go. If you buy the roasted and dried sweet potatoes, Great Blackie won't stand for it. On the other hand, the Blackie family was growling at any customers who even approached the roasted and dried sweet potatoes, preventing them from making a purchase. I'll take this braised spicy chicken, please. The minimum price for dishes made from the first calamity, the locust swarm, starts at 10,000 tower coins. They have stat boosting effects. What? That's way too expensive. Hack! Our great hybrid Chairman Park's food prices are extremely reasonable, meow. Buy quickly, meow. All right. I'll take it. There was a bit of intimidation involved, but in the end, Sejun made money, the citizens of Meppel became safer from the calamities, and they got stronger, a win-win for everyone. As Sejun continued selling the calamity extermination package and calamity-based dishes in the city-state of Meppel, the sky darkened. Sejun and his companions then retired to the rooms provided by Messias, lying on their beds, preparing for round 2. Blackie's mental world. Guys, take this and forgive my guys, okay? Sejun distributed roasted and dried sweet potatoes to the souls emerging from the world's energy, seeking forgiveness for the Blackie family. I'm really sorry. We're sorry. The Blackie family also followed behind Sejun, offering their sincere apologies. Poohoo hut. Please forgive us after eating the grilled fish personally cooked by our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Eat this honey and forgive us. Theo and Quenji also assisted Sejun in seeking forgiveness for the Blackie family. We forgive you. But could I have one more of those? I forgive you too. I'd like one more grilled fish. Thanks to Sejun and his party's efforts, the souls forgave the Blackie family. The corruption energy lingering in the souls began to dissipate under Sejun's gaze and vanished. At that moment, Gururuk. A single corruption energy did not disappear under Sejun's gaze and instead began to take form. However, flash! As Sejun's pupils glowed intensely in golden light. Whoosh! Kr! Letting out nothing but a scream of agony as its body burned, the corrupted thought was completely obliterated. Unlike before, Sejun had now gained the ability to erase even powerful corrupted thoughts. It was a gift from the lingering will of the Creator God. Ha ha! Acting all tough. Feeling proud after eliminating the corruption, Sejun smirked. Meow? Normally, Theo would have immediately pounced on Sejun, saying his face had gotten ugly again. But this time, Theo simply stared at him in a daze. Chairman Park looks so cool, meow. Was it that Sejun had actually become cool? Or had Theo's standards dropped? It was hard to tell. While Sejun and his party continued apologizing to the souls, now free from the threat of corruption. Kerr. Gorarong. Krueng. Kirarong. Creak. The door to the room where Sejun and his party were sleeping opened cautiously. And then, Your Majesty, they are all asleep. King Messias of the city-state of Meppel, along with his subordinates, carefully entered the room. Good. They're definitely asleep, right? Yes. We have released a large amount of sleep-inducing agents, strong enough to put even giant beasts to sleep. They won't wake up for days. Excellent. Begin preparations for the master-servant contract magic. Yes, sir. Messias intended to cast a master-servant contract spell on Theo and Quenji to make them his subordinates. To maintain his power and protect Meppel, he had deliberately treated Sejun and his party with the utmost hospitality to lower their guard. However, there was something Messias had overlooked. Daytime words are heard by Theo, and nighttime words are heard by Peacebays. Pip pip. Who are you? Did I just hear something about forming a master-servant contract with our Sejun Nim? Peacebays, who had been standing guard near Sejun, turned to Messias and questioned him. There's nothing you need to know. Restrain it quietly. Messias dismissed Peacebays, thinking he looked weak and unthreatening. Yes. Wind press. Paralyze. Slow. Following Messias' orders, the mags cast their spells on Peacebays. However, Peacebay's skin was that of the great golden dragon, granting it immense magic resistance. The spells had no effect whatsoever. And then, pip smash. Pip smash. Peacebay's counterattack. Thud, thud, thud. With a single body slam from Peacebays, everyone was knocked unconscious. Pip pip. Now I need to stamp them. I've really wanted to do this. Piffihai. Peacebays eagerly stamped its paw print onto the foreheads of Messias and his subordinates. Of course, it had no effect. The next morning, Ulrich who, as soon as Sejun woke up, he saw Messias and his subordinates tied up, dozing off. Why are these people? While Sejun was wondering, pip pip. Sejun Nim, these guys tried to put a master-servant contract on you. They're bad people. A master-servant contract? They tried to enslave me. Sejun was furious after hearing Peacebay's words. To be fair, Messias felt slightly wronged in this situation. The master-servant contract required an enormous amount of resources, so Sejun and the Blackie family, whom they could easily suppress, had never been his focus. A little while later, hack! 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 How dare you try to make our great hybrid chairman Park a slave? Unforgivable, meow. Theo expressed his anger with a 3-stage hack and stamp. 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 He stamped Messias and his subordinates' foreheads. And just like that, Messias and his men became full-time employees of Sejun Company. You all will be the eternal rookies, meow. Theo added an extra punishment, eternal rookie status. Apparently, attempting to make Sejun a slave enraged him more than just trying to kill him. Vice Chairman Theo, that's too harsh. Really, meow? Then they can be rookies for just 100 years, meow. Thanks to Sejun's intervention, their rookie period was reduced from eternity to 100 years. Now that Messias had officially become a Sejun Company employee, Pooh Hut. Messias, take us to your treasure vault, meow. Yes, Theo proudly raided Messias' assets. He. Let's see what we've got here, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, let's take everything valuable, meow. Of course. Thanks to this, Sejun's family extended their stay in Bix by a week. 5 days later. Once we take care of these, we're done, right? Sejun asked, looking at 3 planet-destroying turtles in the distance. Pooh Hut. Looks like it, meow. Quenji, go bring them here, meow. Krueng. Quenji flew toward the planet-destroying turtles. Shrink, shrink. The planet-destroying turtles hurriedly shrank themselves and started groveling before Quenji, the beast of apocalypse. Once the battle was over, Kihihit. King. He. It's all thanks to the great Blackie. Blackie was puffing up with pride. Oh my, our Blackie's face has gotten quite ugly. Sejun teased as he kneaded Blackie's chubby cheeks. King. No. Great Blackie's face is not ugly. Blackie barked insistently in protest. A little while later. All right, let's head back. Sejun gathered his companions and returned to the Black Tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. There were fewer calamities than I expected. He had only filled half of his void storage. I want to become a landlord quickly. Sejun was frustrated that he hadn't been able to eliminate more calamities. Eileen, I'm back. He informed Eileen of his return. The tower's administrator says she's relieved that you have returned safely. The tower's administrator says you did well and that the other leaders are waiting for you. The leaders? The tower's administrator says they'll come to see you soon. While Sejun was talking with Eileen, flap! Flap! The dragons of the 4 Dragons Council and 5 Dragons Council flew towards Sejun. And then, Sejun, hurry over! Would you mind coming to our Golden Tower for a moment to deal with some calamities? Our Red Tower needs help too. Our White Tower as well. The great dragons were asking Sejun to handle the calamities that had invaded the worlds connected to their towers. Without Sejun's help, it would take far longer to deal with the calamities, and ultimately, the probability of destruction was high. He. Of course. I should definitely take care of it for you. Fortunately, it seemed there were still plenty of calamities left to handle. Chapter 637, Blackie, starting today, you're on a diet. Early morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun stretched energetically and got up. Flap! Flap! Pip pip! Sejun Nim, did you sleep well? Peacebays hurriedly flew over. Yeah. What were you up to, Peacebays? Pip pip. I soaked the seaweed. What? Really? I completely forgot about it, KRR. As expected, there's no one like my Peacebays. Sejun exaggerated his reaction and praised Peacebays. Pa he hey. At Sejun's compliment, Peacebays beamed and perched on Sejun's palm. Sejun stroked Peacebay's head. They're wrong. Peacebays quickly fell asleep under Sejun's touch. Thanks to my Peacebays, I've gained some time. I should check on the pool. Meow. Sejun took Theo and moved to Jormungander's stomach to check with his own eyes that the giant tear of destruction was still there. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, how is it? He grabbed Theo's front paw and stretched it toward the giant tear of destruction as he asked. Pooh hut. The pull feels strong, meow. Once Theo's cross-check was complete, Sejun returned to the Black Tower, prepared seaweed soup, and started getting breakfast ready. A little later, Eileen, here's the seaweed soup. Sejun sent the seaweed soup to Eileen. The tower's administrator asks if there are any choco pies. Choco pie? Aren't there still plenty left? With 10,000 chocolate bricks, he had made millions of choco pies. Since cooking replication only required ingredients and magic power, Sejun practically had factory-level manufacturing capabilities. The tower's administrator says there are less than 10,000 choco pies left. What? They already ate that much. According to Eileen, choco pies were incredibly popular. So much so that dragons were donating blood and scales multiple times a day just to eat more, to the point that many of them were weak and groaning. No way. You reckless dragons. How much blood and how many scales did you donate to end up groaning like that? Sejun was shocked by Eileen's words. Eileen, from now on, limit blood and scale donations to once per day, no exceptions. Also, send some seaweed soup to the dragons that are groaning. The tower's administrator says she understands. After hurriedly instructing Eileen, Vice Chairman Theo, I need 10,000 chocolate bricks. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Helnim, please get me 10,000 chocolate bricks, meow. At Sejun's request, Theo asked Hel, and Hel quickly found mud and purchased 10,000 chocolate bricks. Hel, the god of merchants, has received 5 welfare points as a quest completion reward. He. Vice Chairman Theo, thanks. Having earned 4 welfare points with minimal effort, Hel expressed gratitude to Theo. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, here you go, meow, thanks, Pooh hut. If you're grateful, hurry and rub my belly, meow. As soon as Sejun spoke, Theo flopped over, exposing his belly. All right, Sejun set the chocolate bricks to melt in a double boiler and began rubbing Theo's belly. And then, kihihit. King. He. Butler. Do me next. Blackie also flopped over in front of Sejun, waiting for his turn. But, wow. Blackie, look at your belly. You need to go on a diet. From now on, let's cut back on the roasted and dried sweet potatoes. That gave Sejun the perfect excuse to reduce Blackie's supply of roasted and dried sweet potatoes. King? What are you saying? A diet? The great Blackie Nim does not need a diet. Nope. Your belly fat is this thick when I grab it. As Sejun grabbed Blackie's belly fat, which was as thick as 2 fingers. King, that's not belly fat. It's the great Blackie's dignity. Who? Not dignity, just fat. Blackie, starting today, you're on a diet. King, no. At Sejun's words, Blackie clutched his face with his tiny front paws and let out a wail. Kiok. Too cute. Seeing Blackie like that, Sejun's resolve wavered. Ahoom. Let's try adjusting things with exercise first, rather than changing the diet. He decided not to reduce the amount of roasted and dried sweet potatoes. And then, kihihit. King? King. Hee. Did you see that? The great Blackie has swayed the butler's heart. As expected of the great Blackie Nim, Kiruk, Sharalang. Once again, Blackie received the praise of his subordinates for yet another trivial achievement. Poohoo-hut, kihihit. As Sejun relaxed, stroking both Theo and Blackie's bellies, the chocolate melted. He then baked bread and made choco pies. And then, cook, while Sejun was producing choco pies. Thud. Thud. Kuong. Sejun Nim, good morning. Good morning to you too, Pink Fur. Pink Fur appeared, holding Quenji in his mouth. Kuong, please take care of Quenji. Pink Fur handed Quenji over to Sejun. Sure. Sejun took Quenji and held him at his side, and Krueng. Quenji clung to Sejun's side. Gulp. Meanwhile, Pink Fur, staring at Sejun, swallowed her saliva. More precisely, she couldn't take her eyes off the pile of choco pies beside Sejun. Ah. Would you like some? Kuong. At Sejun's question, Pink Fur eagerly nodded and held out her massive snack pouch. Here you go. Sejun filled Pink Fur's snack pouch with choco pies and handed it back. Kuong. Kuong. Sejun Nim, thank you. I'll enjoy these. Pink Fur cradled her snack pouch like a treasure, her face glowing with joy. At that moment, Krueng. That looks delicious. Quenji, now awake, stared at Pink Fur's snack pouch, drooling. Quenji, here, eat this. Sejun placed a choco pie in Quenji's mouth, ensuring that Pink Fur's snack pouch remained safe. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. It's delicious. Quenji happily munched on the choco pie. Meanwhile, Pink Fur quietly disappeared without a word. A little while later, after breakfast, all right, let's head out. Sejun prepared to leave. His destination, Avian, a level 3 world connected to the White Tower. The White Tower was first on the list because Sejun only had saved waypoint locations for the first floors of the White Tower and the Green Tower. Additionally, Sejun owed a lot to Kellyan, so he decided to visit the White Tower first. Next was Migros, a level 6 world connected to the Green Tower. The other towers would be visited based on the order in which he obtained the first floor land deeds. Upon arriving on the first floor of the White Tower, Sejun used the exclusive passage. For reference, the Great Dragons had agreed to cover his travel allowance and accommodation costs, so all Sejun had to do was take care of the calamities and return. Hee. This feels just like I'm going on a vacation at the company's expense. It was as if he had planned a trip, and his company sent him on a business trip to the same place. Tap. With a joyful heart, Sejun placed his hand on the exclusive passage. A moment later, you have arrived at Avian. Sejun arrived in Avian. Ooh? This place? It's a desert. The surroundings were covered in sand. Whoosh. At that moment, the wind carried sand into Sejun's mouth. P2E. Sejun hurriedly spat out the sand that had entered his mouth. Not a good start. Sejun had a bad feeling. Then, ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji will protect Dad from eating sand. Whoosh. Quenji created a downward blowing wind, like an air curtain, to block the sandstorm. Ooh? Quenji, you can control wind too. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji ate Windron and can use wind now. What? He could use the wind attribute after eating Windron. Then, did that mean he could also use Nekma's poison and Raitan's lightning attributes? As expected, my son is a genius. Sejun praised Quenji. A slight sense of jealousy arose, but as the saying goes, if a crow tit walks like a stork, it will break its legs. TL note, it's a Korean proverb meaning something like if you overdo something or try to imitate someone better than you to make yourself look more better than you are, you will just bring more hardship upon yourself. So, he simply accepted it. If he had eaten them himself, he wouldn't even be here right now. Alright, time to get to work. Thanks to Quenji's wind, Sejun no longer had to eat sand as he and his party moved forward in search of the calamities. At that moment, stop right there. Hand over everything you have. From afar, a group of mounted bandits charged towards Sejun and his party. Whether it was Sejun's bad luck or Theo's good fortune, these bandits had chosen to block their path. Badine, hero of Avian, the brilliant star of the desert. Ooh, a hero? Leading these bandits was none other than Avian Bress Hero. And then, a quest has been generated. Quest, Badin, hero of Avian, the brilliant star of the desert, has yet to come to his senses and continues to cause havoc as a bandit. Teach Badin a lesson. Reward, all stats 100. If you complete the quest within 10 minutes, your reward will be doubled. As usual, you can quickly complete this quest with the help of Park Theo, the Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant, and advanced herbalist Park Quenji. A quest notification appeared before Sejun. System 371 had added a time limit to increase the quest reward by twofold, all in an effort to impress Sejun. It even suggested he seek help from Theo and Quenji. However, are you seriously looking down on me? Constantly saying he doesn't lift a finger, telling him to get help. Sejun felt unnecessarily offended and, I can handle a level 3 world hero on my own. After all, he was the disciple of Master Bo, the hero of the level 7 world Hamk. Sejun's rebellious spirit flared up, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. At worst, he had dragon scales, power, strong body, and power, extra life, so he wasn't worried about dying. Guys, I'll take care of the boss. Pooh hut. Got it, meow, Krueng. Understood. His companions weren't particularly worried either. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Just say the word if it gets tough. Great, Blackie will help. Only Blackie seemed to be eagerly anticipating Sejun getting beaten up. Here I go. With a battle cry, Sejun charged straight at Badin. Boom! Guck! Badin took a punch straight to the face and was thrown off his horse, tumbling across the ground. But, you bastard! The impact didn't seem too severe, as Badin immediately got up and charged at Sejun. Boom! Kaboom! Sejun and Badin relentlessly swung their fists at each other, exchanging blows. Sejun had far superior physical abilities, but Badin made up for it with his combat skills. Neither side was gaining the upper hand. However, thud! Badin started to recognize Sejun's simple attack patterns, gradually putting Sejun at a disadvantage. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Krueng. Quenji is back too. Fortunately, Theo and Quenji, having defeated the other bandits, returned just in time, turning the tide. Thud. As attacks came towards Sejun, Theo and Quenji moved along his body, taking the hits for him. KRGH. Each time Badin struck them, he ended up in pain instead. A moment later, wham! Sejun landed a punch to Badin's stomach, bringing the fight to an end. You cowardly! Badin wore a frustrated expression, clearly feeling wronged. But, Pooh hut. This isn't cowardly, meow. We are one, meow. Krueng. That's right. We are one. For Theo and Quenji, who had been well educated by Sejun, fighting this way was only natural. He. The loser sure talks a lot. Thwack! Sejun landed another punch on the back of Badin's head, knocking him out. Heh. I won. Feeling proud of himself for winning, mostly, on his own, Sejun wore a smug expression. Pooh hut. Stamp. Meanwhile, Theo stamped Badin, officially making him a full-time employee. You have completed the quest. As a reward, all stats have increased by 100. You exceeded the time limit and did not receive the doubled reward. The quest completion message appeared. If things had ended there, Sejun would have been in a good mood and let it slide, but, next time, please make sure to seek assistance from Park Theo, the Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant, and advanced herbalist Park Quenji, instead of fighting alone. System 371 just had to add an extra remark, ruining Sejun's mood. Why did it even add an exclamation mark to make sure? Once again, Sejun's likability of the system worsened. Chapter 638, is that something to be proud of? Black Tower, 99th floor. Black Park RE Wizard Tower. Master's Chamber. Kayut. From now on, Black Park RE Wizard Tower's master is Blackster. Iona, having completed the handover to Blackster, spoke in an extremely bright voice. Blackster, who had exceptional talent in magic, had significantly improved his skills while carrying out the tasks assigned by Iona. Kayut. I found a successor. Kayut. Blackster, within a month, you'll become the Tower Master. Who? Me. Kayut. Yes. Just accept it as it is. Iona had forcibly enhanced Blackster's magic skills, grooming him as her successor to take over as the Wizard Tower Master. Finally, Iona was free from simultaneously serving as both the chairman of the Wizards Association and the Black Park RE Wizard Tower. In her current mood, she felt she could smile through any insult thrown her way. Of course, the consequences of actually insulting her would be the insulter's responsibility. But where there is light, there is also darkness. I'll do my best. Unlike Iona, Blackster's voice was extremely gloomy. It was only natural. Things were already tough for him, and becoming the Wizard Tower Master would make them several times harder. Blackster, who had been assisting Iona, knew all too well just how much work the Wizard Tower Master had to do. Why is my talent so exceptional? While for some, becoming the Wizard Tower Master might be a dream come true, I already only sleep 10 hours every 3 days. Will I even be able to sleep in the future? For Blackster, actually becoming the Wizard Tower Master brought no joy at all. Kayut. Then, good luck. With that, Iona left Blackster stuck in the tower and cheerfully departed. Now I have more time to be with Theo Nim. Eager to share this joyous news, she immediately went to find Theo. However, Theo Nim isn't here. Theo was not in the Black Tower. Searching. He must be near Sejun Nim. Hurriedly, Iona focused her mind and searched for Sejun's void storage. Using his void storage as a medium for dimensional teleportation minimized magic consumption while greatly increasing spell stability. Moments later, found him. Kayut. Gate of Dimensions, open. Iona cast a dimensional teleportation spell and disappeared from the Black Tower's 99th floor. Avian, guys, it's time for dinner. Tonight's dinner is fried squid. Thud. As Sejun placed a massive plate of fried squid at the center of the table. Krueng. Quenji wiggled his hips in a celebratory dance, raising his arms in excitement. You all come eat too. Yes, thank you. At Sejun's call, Badin and his subordinates, who had been hesitating at a distance, reluctantly took their seats. They had been anxiously watching Sejun cook with the fire moths they had just hunted. Though the aroma was tempting, cooking a calamity, they knew exactly what the ingredients were. However, crunch. The sound of Quenji biting into the fried squid, what, shook their resolve. Gulp. Badin and his subordinate swallowed their saliva. Maybe just one bite? Hesitantly, they picked up a piece of fried squid, dipped it in soy sauce like Quenji, and carefully put it in their mouths. And then, crunch. The moment they tasted Sejun's cooking, Badin and his subordinates were stunned. This is actually delicious. Contrary to their expectations, the fried squid was unbelievably tasty. On top of that, it granted a special effect that enhanced fire-based attacks. While they were eating dinner, Sejun Nim, if we head north, we can take down the petrifying spider, then move east to deal with the flesh-eaters. Badin explained their next movement route to Sejun. With a vast intelligence network covering almost all of Avian, Badin used it to track down calamities. Then tomorrow morning's breakfast will be king crab ramen. Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji cheered while munching on his fried squid. Then let's depart right away. Yes. Sejun and his party rode horses through the dark desert. Flying would have been faster, but I want to tour the desert on horseback. Sejun wanted to experience traveling through the desert on horseback. The reason this was possible was that most of Avian's residents were nomadic tribes. Having received Badin's information, they had moved away from areas affected by the calamities, so the damage caused by them was minimal. Without realizing it, Badin was building a positive reputation among Avian's residents. And so, Sejun mounted his horse for the desert tour. Giddy up, nay. In response to Sejun's command, the horse completely ignored him. But then, Pooh Hut. Obey the words of Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Move out, meow. Krueng. Stay still, you. If you don't listen to Dad, you'll be in trouble. Nay. I will listen. As soon as Theo and Quenji stepped in, the horse suddenly began to understand commands. Tremble. Though it did shake its legs slightly in nervousness. Kihihit. King. He. Too bad. Great Blackie was about to punish you. Blackie added a comment with a smug expression. It sounded like bravado, but it was not. If Blackie had stepped in, the horse's soul would have been erased. After riding north for about 5 hours, they spotted the petrifying spiders. Sejun Company full-time employee, Avian's hero, the radiant star of the desert, Badin, has slain the petrifying spider. You have obtained 250,000 experience points, which is 25% of the experience points acquired by Badin, the full-time employee of Sejun Company, Avian's hero, the radiant star of the desert. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant, Park Theo? Advanced herbalist Park Quenji. Come on, everyone, Fighting! Sejun cheered on his team while staying on his horse. Hey, stay still! Nay, I was staying still, he randomly yelled at his still-standing horse just for the sake of it. A little while later, you have leveled up. Sejun leveled up and reached level 170. And then, a job quest has been generated. Job quest: 1,000 years ago, Avian was a vast, lush grassland. However, due to an unknown heat, the land lost its vitality and turned into a desert. Find and eliminate the unknown heat and make 10,000 flowers bloom in Avian. Reward: level 171 unlock, 30 billion tower coins, all stats 1000. A job quest message appeared before Sejun. Find and eliminate the unknown heat and make 10,000 flowers bloom. Create thundercloud. After confirming the quest, Sejun used the rain thunder skill to form thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble. The sky within a 60 km radius around Sejun was covered with dark clouds. Moreover, gulp. Sejun ate a magical blue bean and a transcendent black bean at the same time, causing the thunderclouds to grow even larger. With his magic power amplified 16 times, the radius of the clouds also expanded 16 times, completely engulfing the surrounding area in darkness. And then, let it rain. Sejun started a light drizzle. He didn't need to pour too much rain, he only wanted to moisten the soil for future farming and locate the unknown heat. King! Butler! I'm getting all wet! Blackie grumbled as he got drenched. All right, clank! To avoid the rain, Sejun opened the door to his void storage and went inside, watching the battle unfold outside. Meow! Krueng! Theo and Quenji took down 95% of the petrifying spiders. Die! Badine took care of the remaining 5%. Badine's subordinates merely stood by in the rain, watching. The petrifying spiders were not an enemy they could take down without getting hurt. A little while later, as Sejun ran out of magic power, he stopped the rain. Pooh hut! Chairman Park, it's over, meow, Krueng! Quenji want to eat king crab ramen quickly. Theo and Quenji returned after finishing off the petrifying spiders. Hurry up and load them, make sure the legs don't break while loading. Badine and his subordinates began loading the petrifying spider corpses into the void storage. He. Just wait a moment. Meanwhile, Sejun set the water to boil for the ramen and prepared the petrifying spider legs to be added to the dish. He also grilled 3 fish for Theo to eat. Once the ramen was ready, slurp, the group began eating. Make it rain. Sejun again began a light drizzle, eating king crab ramen inside the void storage while watching the soft rain fall outside. The atmosphere was perfect, and the rich aroma of ramen carried through the damp air, stimulating their appetite. He. This looks delicious. Sejun quickly scooped up a spoonful of broth and brought it to his mouth. Gulp. Krr. The cool yet spicy broth slid down his throat, instantly refreshing him. He hadn't even been drinking, but it felt like the perfect hangover cure. Slurp. Slurp. Sejun fully immersed himself in devouring the ramen. After finishing his bowl, who wants to mix in some rice? Krueng! At Sejun's call, Quenji eagerly raised his front paw. Seeing this, Badine and his subordinates also followed suit and raised their hands. They had realized something: the best way to eat was to copy Quenji exactly. All right. Here you go. Sejun handed out the pre-cooled rice he had prepared. Slurp. The group mixed the rice into the ramen broth and resumed their meal. Once breakfast was finished, they set off eastward toward the flesh-eaters. 2 hours later. Keek! A horde of flesh-eaters appeared, moving through the desert. We'll handle these ones, sir. Step. Badine stepped forward confidently. Wait. Sejun stopped him. And then, summon door. Thud. Sejun summoned a gate leading to the 10th tower. Click. He inserted the key into the gate and opened it. Guys, come on out. He called into the door. At that moment, Kiki. Destruction devourers poured out in response to Sejun's call. Kiki. They immediately fixed their gazes on the flesh-eaters, sensing their aura of destruction. Keek. Sensing the threat instinctively, the flesh-eaters reacted with hostility toward the destruction devourers. But, Kiki. The destruction devourers kept coming. There was no end to them. Soon, the flesh-eaters were completely surrounded. Chomp. The destruction devourers began devouring the energy of destruction from their foes. Since assimilating the enemy still counted as an elimination for quest completion, there was no need to slay them outright. A short while later, Kiki. The entire area was filled with nothing but destruction devourers. All right, time to go back. Sejun sent the destruction devourers back, and Kiki. In an orderly line, the destruction devourers marched back into the 10th tower. And then, Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Listen up, everyone. Great Boss Blackie will now tell you of his glorious achievements. Earlier, my butler tried to. Before returning, Blackie started boasting to the destruction devourers in line, recounting his latest feat. How Sejun had tried to make him diet, but he had successfully protected his roasted sweet potato snack. Is that really something to be proud of? While Sejun looked at Blackie in utter disbelief. Meow. Suddenly, Theo started looking around frantically. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? Iona is here. Meow. Clank. Theo hurriedly opened the void storage. And then, Kayut. Theo Nim. Just as she was about to step out of the gate, Iona flung herself toward Theo. Pooh hut. Iona, be careful. Meow. You might get hurt. Meow. Theo caught Iona gently as he spoke. Kayut. Okay, there was no way she would actually get hurt from falling from this height. She could simply use flight magic. But, Kayut. Theo Nim is worried about me. Feeling overjoyed by Theo's concern, Iona nodded with a blissful expression. Iona, welcome. Kayut. Sejun Nim, hello. With that, Iona joined the group, immediately clinging to Theo's tail, and, Badine, where do we head next? There are reports of giant blood-sucking leeches appearing to the southwest, sir. Oh yeah? Then let's go right away. Yes. Sejun and his group set off toward the next calamity. A short while later, Kayut. Power of gravity. Drop the floating stones from the sky upon the enemy. Meteor. The giant blood-sucking leeches were instantly turned into perfectly dried seaweed. Make it rain. Guys, load the seaweed over here. Sejun summoned thunderclouds, made it rain over the area, and directed Badine and his subordinates on where to put the dried leech seaweed. At that moment, sizzle. Unlike other areas, one spot immediately evaporated the rain upon contact, producing a sharp hissing sound. Krueng. Curious about the sound, Quenji approached the spot. Sniff. This smells like herbs. There was a faint smell of medicinal herbs coming from underground. He. Quenji will get praised by Dad. Excited, Quenji dug tens of kilometers into the ground in search of the herbs. And, a lava lake appeared. And in the center of the lake, baby extreme flame herb. On a small island in the middle of the lava lake, there was the rare herb Sejun needed to become an SS-rank tower farmer. Krueng. Quenji found it. Delighted at the thought of getting praised by Sejun, Quenji flew toward the island. But at that moment, who dares awaken my slumber? Rumble. The small island began to rise. Chapter 639, Oh no. It's all burnt. There was an unspoken rule in the Black Tower. That was, urine is banned from entering. A law prohibiting urine's entry. The moment urine arrived, the country would be thrown into chaos, so banning him was the only option. However, the ban was not absolute. There were two conditions under which urine could enter. One was if he was accompanied by Poyo, the sand fairy who consumed misfortune. However, even then, he could only stay for up to 3 days. As urine grew stronger in the wrong way, he developed an ability where, if he stayed in the same place for more than 3 days, a great misfortune would occur. This calamity appeared instantly without any warning, making it impossible for even Poyo to stop. It was, quite literally, a disaster. When Sejun met Urine at the House of Demon, Urine had hesitated on the 3rd day, not wanting to leave, which led to Rayton descending. Had Sejun and his companions not been there, it would have been a disaster. The other condition allowing Urine to enter was if he was with Theo. Because of this, Urine led a wandering life. I miss Theo Nim. While walking, Urine suddenly longed for Theo. At least when Theo was around, things always ended well somehow. On top of that, ooh-hee-hee-hee. Sejun Nim is by Theo Nim's side. If he stayed by Theo's side, he could enjoy 3 good meals a day. Pio, I miss Theo Nim too. I want to serve Theo Nim up close. Mo-hee-hee. Me too. The misfortune Theo Nim creates has a unique flavor. While Urine spoke, Pio and Poyo responded with entirely different thoughts. As they continued walking, they arrived at the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the Black Tower. Urine Nim, your entry has been confirmed. Since Poyo Nim is with you, you must leave within 3 days. Ooh-hee-hee. Got it. Hearing the grey rabbit conducting the immigration check, Urine grinned happily and entered the city. And then, Urine Nim has entered. From now, dispatch 2 pink pigs. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Kingdom entered a state of emergency. Avian, We won't have to worry about seaweed for a while. Sejun smiled contentedly as he looked at the pile of seaweed in his void storage. And then, Badine, where are we going next? There have been reports of a locust swarm appearing in the west. Then should we have chicken for dinner? Who? There was no reaction. Sejun looked around in confusion. Where's my Quenji? The pro-reaction master, Quenji, was nowhere to be seen. Realizing Quenji was missing, Sejun didn't feel immediate anxiety. Quenji wasn't the type to get into trouble or be beaten up somewhere. Quenji! Sejun called out loudly for Quenji. Normally, no matter how far away he was, he would respond with a "Krueng" and come flying over. But there was no response. Where did he go? Sejun's heart suddenly pounded, and his palms grew sweaty. He knew logically that Quenji wasn't in danger, but he couldn't help feeling uneasy. What if he was somewhere alone, crying? Quenji, Dad's coming. Everyone, spread out and search for Quenji. Yes, Sejun gave orders to Badine and his subordinates. Quenji, Quenji, where are you? Kaiut. Quenji, where are you? King? Quenji Hyung, where are you? Together, they started searching for Quenji. As they searched for a long time. Is it this way? Sejun's instincts pointed in one direction. This is a Quenji detector? He thought he only had a Theo detector, but he realized he also had a Quenji detector. Hurriedly, Sejun activated the Quenji detector and ran toward where he sensed Quenji's presence. SSSHHH. Unlike the other areas, there was a suspicious spot where the ground wasn't wet despite Sejun's rain. And Quenji's presence was coming from beneath his feet. Vice Chairman Theo. Got it. Meow. Boom. Reading Sejun's thoughts, Theo struck the ground with his front paw, creating a massive hole. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Sejun jumped into the pitch-black hole. The hole was incredibly deep, and Sejun continued falling down. The deeper they went, the stronger the heat became. However, for Sejun, who possessed the title, Reborn from Flames, it wasn't hot at all. Theo, of course, was perfectly fine as well. Keeking, Butler, it's too hot. P-yak. P-yak. Great Blackie Nim, I will cool you down. Hup. Sherry was working hard for the Blackie family, but, Keeking, Great Blackie is dying from the heat, but the surrounding heat was too intense for it to be of much help. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Iona, help them out. Meow. Kaiut. 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 Yes. Power of ice, lower the temperature. Cooling. Iona cast magic around the Blackie family, relieving them from the scorching heat. A short while later, light. The bottom of the hole began to come into view. Meow. As they neared the end of the hole, Theo dug his claws into the wall to slow their fall. Arrived. Sejun and his companions safely touched the ground. And then, who? It's Quenji. Krueng. Boom. They spotted a giant Quenji fighting a lava giant inside the molten lava. Krueng. Krueng. Dad, just wait a little. Quenji is gathering herbs. Boom. Crash. Uoo. Quenji, upon confirming Sejun's arrival, called out to him while fiercely pounding the lava giant. My Quenji, you haven't been gathering herbs like this all along, have you? The lava giant quickly regenerated its damaged parts with molten lava after each of Quenji's attacks. Oddly enough, Quenji wasn't touching the giant's head, making it difficult to completely subdue. Why is he doing that? Sensing something unusual, Sejun focused his gaze on the lava giant's head. And then, ooh? That's baby extreme flame herb. Why are you there? He figured out why Quenji wasn't touching the lava giant's head. It's because of me. Quenji couldn't bring himself to hit the lava giant's head because the baby extreme flame herb was growing there, and he didn't want to damage it. Quenji, use a headlock. Krueng. What's a headlock? Pooh Hut. I know what a headlock is, meow. It's done like this, meow. King? King. What the? Let me go, or the Great Blackie will get mad. Having experienced many headlocks from Sejun himself, Theo demonstrated by wrapping his front paws around Blackie's neck. Krueng. Following Theo's lead, Quenji applied a headlock on the lava giant, successfully restraining it. And then, Pooh Hut. Quenji, keep holding it down, meow. Krueng. Got it. At some point, Theo had already leaped onto the lava giant's head and, thud, stamped it. Pooh Hut. Welcome to the company, meow. And with that, the lava giant officially joined Sejun company. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Pyok. Quenji then shrank his body and carefully harvested the baby extreme flame herb growing on the lava giant's head. Krueng. Dad, here it is. Millimeter. Thanks. But, Park Quenji, you know you're in trouble, right? Krueng. Krueng. Ooh? Quenji's in trouble. Quenji tilted his head innocently at Sejun's words. After all, he had been gathering herbs for Sejun, so he thought there was no reason to be scolded. Of course you're in trouble. You have to tell me if you're going somewhere. Imagine if Dad disappeared without telling you. Hearing this, Quenji imagined a scenario where his dad disappeared without a word. Of course, the disappearance of Sunfish Sejun and the disappearance of Apocalypse Beast Quenji couldn't really be compared, but Krueng. 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 Quenji would be worried. Quenji would feel uneasy. Quenji did wrong. The lesson was effective, and Quenji quickly realized his mistake. You won't do it again, right? Krueng. Krueng. Quenji won't do it again. Next time, I'll tell Dad if I'm going somewhere. Good. You must always do that from now on, okay? Dad was really worried. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Got it. Quenji snuggled into Sejun's arms as he responded. But you still have to be punished. Krueng. The punishment for making me worry is belly raspberry. BRRRRP. Sejun blew a raspberry on Quenji's belly as punishment. Ku hey hey hey. Quenji burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hee hee. If I hide here, Butler will worry about me, right? Wanting to receive a belly raspberry too, Blackie put his head in the wall and hid. Meanwhile, Pooh Hut. By the way, what's your name, newbie? Meow? Theo asked for the new full-time employee's name. You woo, I don't have one. The lava giant scratched his head at Theo's question. Pooh Hut. Don't worry, meow. Our great hybrid Chairman Park is excellent at naming. Chairman Park, this guy doesn't have a name, meow. Give him one, meow. Theo quickly called for Sejun. Hee hee hee. Oh, really? Who? Naming is my specialty. Do dung. Sejun Naming Shop is open. As the Sejun Naming Shop opened after a long time, Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler is naming. Dad-ada. Unable to hold back, Blackie, who had been hiding his head the wall, dashed over with eager eyes, excitedly watching Sejun's naming performance. And then, Yongboon. You're Yongboon from now on. Sejun named the lava giant. The name came from combining lava and the fact that the giant had served as a flower pot for the baby extreme flame herb. TL? Yongboon equals? From? Meaning lava? Meaning flower pot. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. As expected of Butler. His name is Yongboon. If it's Yongboon PFFFT, that means of dragon poop. TL since? Yong means dragon in English, whereas the second part, Boon, also means dung poop in English. Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie family completely misinterpreted Sejun's intention, laughing and celebrating what they believed to be an all-time great name. You woo? Yongboon. The lava giant repeated his new name to himself. At that moment, the effect of talent, Namer, has been activated. The name Yongboon has been imbued with a special effect. All stats have increased by 1000. Bloodline, lava giant has been strengthened. Talent, hot flower pot has bloomed. Due to the effect of the Namer talent, the name Yongboon received special enhancements. The hot flower pot talent allowed him to cultivate elixirs infused with the power of fire. With Sejun's naming completed, Pooh Hut. Yongboon, give me your blood, meow. Theo demanded blood from Yongboon. So far, Sejun had consumed Bronze Giant's blood, Silver Giant's blood, and Landorus, Earth Giant's lava bloodstone. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park hasn't had lava giant's blood yet, meow. You woo. Here you go. At Theo's words, Yongboon cut the tip of his finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood. Bubble bubble. The lava giant's blood boiled intensely. I'm supposed to drink this. Sejun found it utterly unappetizing. Still, he cautiously brought his fingertip to the blood. Then, whoosh. Oh. That feels nice and cool. A cooling sensation spread from his fingertips. The power of fire optimized Sejun's fingers to their best possible state thanks to his title, Reborn from Flames. Encouraged, Sejun boldly put Yongboon's blood into his mouth. But, he had forgotten. Giant blood tastes disgustingly bad. For some reason, it even had a hint of poop flavor. Chairman Park, you can't spit it out, meow. Before Sejun could spit it out, Theo quickly used his front paw to cover Sejun's mouth. Gulp. Sejun barely managed to swallow Yongboon's blood. And then, you have consumed the blood of the lava giant, Yongboon. All stats have increased by 3000. All stat potential has increased by 5%. Talent, needing has bloomed. The painful price he paid was immediately reflected in the system message. Needing? Sejun quickly checked the details of the talent. Talent, needing. You can knead stone with your heated hands to shape it as desired. Your hands only become hot when touching stone. The description isn't in overly polite language. This system really lacks consistency. Originally, if you dislike someone, everything they do is dislikable. After cursing the system, Iona, lift us up. Kaiut, Kaiut, Kaiut. Yes. Power of wind, lift us upward. Levitation. With Iona's help, they ascended back to the surface. Yongbun also came up with them, but SSSSSHHH. He was melting all the sand. Yongbun, lower your temperature a bit. You're melting everything. You woo. Yongbun looked troubled at Sejun's words. Telling a lava giant to lower its temperature? That was absurd. But nothing is impossible. Blackie, go in. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, leave it to great Blackie. Thunk. With a confident expression, Blackie headbutted Yongbun's body, and gradually, Yongbun's body temperature started to decrease. At that moment, where's this smoke coming from? Sejun noticed grey smoke rising in the air. He followed it to its source and saw, whoosh, the fur on Blackie's forehead was on fire. It must have caught fire during the headbutt earlier. Sejun quickly put out the flames, but, oh no. It's all burnt. A large bald spot had already formed on Blackie's forehead. Pooh hub. What should we do? Struggling to hold back his laughter, Sejun pondered how to cover up Blackie's bald spot. Chapter 640, let's finish before Blackie wakes up. Forest of Creation. Hee. I finally made a 0.1% avatar. Flamey looked proudly at Flamey number 200, which she had created. There was still a long way to go, but she was steadily improving. Hee. I need to practice more. Just as the excited Flamey was about to create another avatar. That's enough. The trial statue, which had been silently observing until now, spoke. Ooh? What do you mean? It's not enough yet. No, that should be sufficient. It's time to begin the trial. The trial statue spoke in a slightly anxious tone. Okay, I don't want to take the test. Flamey, who had been delaying the trial as much as possible, responded in a gloomy voice. Of course, it wasn't because she was afraid of the trial. Once she passed the fourth trial, it would become even harder to see Sejun. Passing the trial would make her stronger, which meant she would have to practice creating even weaker avatars, delaying the time she could meet Sejun. Then, the fourth trial will begin. The trial statue spoke firmly to Flamey. It had initially planned to wait longer, but an urgent reason had arisen to start the trial quickly. Someone was interfering in the trial site, affecting the trial itself. If things continued as they were, one of the 5 locations designated for this trial would disappear. The fourth trial requires you to use your avatar to transform the 5 great wastelands into lands brimming with life. However, your avatar can only possess up to 5% of your main body's power. Understood? But where are the 5 great wastelands? The 5 great wastelands are Avian, Sir Owner. The trial statue listed the 5 great wastelands to Flamey. That was it. The reason Flamey had to take the trial quickly was because Sejun was already turning Avian into a land full of life. And then, who? Avian is where Sejun Nim is. Flamey, who was fully aware of Sejun's every move. Hee. Sejun Nim is helping me. That means this is a team play between Sejun Nim and me. Thinking that she was taking the trial together with Sejun, her previously gloomy mood brightened completely. Avian, abundance. Abundance. Let's finish before Blackie wakes up. Sejun was using his power diligently to make Blackie's bald spot grow back. Gulp. Gulp. While earnestly drinking mugwort juice of life potion. Despite being sunfish Blackie's fur, because of his bloodline, even after using his power dozens of times, the fur didn't grow back. He had considered hiding the bald spot and feeding Blackie some exploding stamina corn, but hiding the bald spot was difficult, and feeding him was even harder. Getting Blackie, a die-hard fan of roasted and dried sweet potato, to eat corn was no easy task. Using his power was a much simpler solution. A little while later, phew. Done. Sejun had finally covered up Blackie's bald spot when, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Great, Blackie has solved it. Blackie woke up and barked triumphantly. And then, wooer, Yongbun turned completely pale and froze. Not metaphorically, literally turning into ice. There's a saying that the mind controls the body, but turning a lava giant into an ice giant? Sejun was amazed at the abilities of the Blackie family. Should he rename him to Yulbun instead? While thinking such idle thoughts, you have eliminated the unknown heat of Avian. Congratulations on making progress in your quest. A message appeared in front of Sejun. What? Was that sarcasm? It was clearly a congratulatory message, but Sejun felt annoyed. At this point, no matter how much praise he received, he could no longer take it as genuine from System 371. So Yongbun was the unknown heat, huh? It wasn't intentional, but the quest was being completed smoothly. Alright, now let's go hunt the locusts. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. That means dinner is chicken, right? Hee hee hee. That's right. Spicy chicken, too. Krueng. Quenji cheered at Sejun's words. Yes. That's the reaction he wanted. Seeing Quenji's reaction, Sejun smiled in satisfaction. Alright, let's head out. Poohoo hut. Understood, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, Krueng. King. Just as Sejun and his group were about to move again to deal with the calamity, Sejun Nim, you haven't forgotten your promise with me, right? Aina looked at Sejun, asking with her eyes. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, take care of the other side. As soon as Sejun made eye contact with Iona, he assigned Theo a task. Meow? No way, meow. I'm going with Chairman Park, meow. Theo, unwilling to be separated from Sejun, flatly refused. However, I'm entrusting it to you because you're the vice chairman I trust the most. Poohoo hut. So that's how it is, meow. Then I, Vice Chairman Theo, who has the full trust of Great Hybrid Chairman Park, will take care of it, meow. Theo was instantly swayed by Sejun's words. In return, I'll send Iona with you, so finish it quickly and come back. Poohoo hut. Understood, meow. Iona, let's go, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, Sejun naturally paired Theo with Iona, successfully setting up a date for the two. Iona, fighting. Sejun Nim, thank you. Iona sent a grateful look to Sejun for his support and then departed eastward with Theo. Today, the calamities of Avian would not face an enraged Iona but a happy Iona instead. Though the outcome, death by meteor, would remain the same. Well then, shall we move too? Sejun and his group headed west. 55th floor of the Black Tower. White Castle, the royal palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. What? Yoren Nim has entered the kingdom. What about my uncle? Did my uncle come with him? Upon hearing about Yoren's arrival, Hukelbok asked urgently. In truth, he needed Theo, but there was a 99% chance that Theo was wherever Sejun was, and Sejun was wherever Theo was, so it was practically the same thing. He did not come. I had a dream about eating rotten carrots last night. Yoren had shown up on the very day Hukelbok had a bad dream. It was an ominous sign. Quickly, contact the 99th floor of the tower and tell my uncle to come here. Well, Sejun Nim is not currently in the Black Tower. What, of all times, why did my uncle have to leave the tower now? Hukelbok was filled with worry. At that moment, Pyak, please accept my confession. Pip. Pip, I'm on duty. Step aside. Pyak, then at least have dinner with me later. Pip. Pip, I have plans. Now, go away. Who? Master Bo. Hukelbok's eyes caught sight of Bochi bothering Lara, the deputy commander of the Royal Guards, while she was on duty. A few days ago, Bochi had come to the Red Ribbon Kingdom in search of love. Where is my ideal type? He was still searching for a female with a thick, luxurious black fur. As he wandered through the streets, Pip, guys, what should we eat? Pip, Lara Honey, a new shop opened selling spicy grilled carrots, and it's really popular these days. Pip. Pip, really? Then let's go there. Pip, yes. Lara Honey. A group of black rabbits with thick, lush fur passed right in front of Bochi. And then, thump. Thump. Bochi's heart was instantly stolen by Lara, the black rabbit wearing a yellow ribbon on her ear. I found her. My ideal type. Pyak. Beautiful lady Lara. Please go out with me. As a master of swordsmanship, Bochi never missed an opening and struck immediately, but romance was vastly different from swordplay. Instead of targeting openings, one had to fill them. And then, ting, Pip. No way. As expected, Lara's defenses were impenetrable. She completely blocked Bochi's confession attack, and since then, Bochi had been following her around, confessing to her every chance he got, even coming all the way to her workplace. It was truly the worst. But the worst part was that whenever someone else appeared, Bochi would immediately hide, making it so that even when Lara reported an intruder, no one believed her. As a result, rumors had started spreading that Lara was seeing things. There was no way his confessions would work when he kept pulling such irritating stunts. However, is love impossible for me in this lifetime? Bochi was heartbroken, clueless about what he was doing wrong. This is perfect. Let's assign Lara to monitor urine. Watching Bochi, Hukulbok came up with a brilliant idea. Ooh? Lara? Yes. After giving the order, Lara soon rushed off to where urine was. Master Bo, Hukulbok called out to Bochi, who was about to follow after her. Payak Payak? Whom did you see that? Feeling a little embarrassed, Bochi cleared his throat as he revealed himself. Of course, he had been caught. He had been trailing after one of his disciple's subordinates inside the palace ruled by his disciple's nephew. Payak. Payak? Of course, I saw it. Need some help? Payak. Yes. Nod. Nod. Bochi nodded vigorously at Hukulbok's question. Payak. Leave it to me, Hukulbok confidently declared. A short while later, Pip. I have to monitor urine with you. Payak. Payak. That's right. I'm counting on you. With coaching from the married man Hukulbok, Bochi appeared, holding an official order from him. Avian. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Kayut Kayut Kayut. Me too. Sejun, who was frying chicken, suddenly found his vision darkened as Theo and Iona returned. Did you take care of everything? Poohoo Hut. Of course, meow. Iona helped with magic, so we finished quickly, meow. Kiyu. Hearing Theo's words, Iona suddenly entered stage 1 of an angered Kiyu. She had planned to wrap things up quickly with magic so she could have more time for their date, but Theo, oblivious as ever, had immediately returned to Sejun. It was understandable why Iona was furious. Iona, I'll set up another chance for you later. Sejun winked at Iona, promising her another date with Theo. Kayut Kayut Kayut. I trust you, Sejun Nim. Receiving Sejun's promise, Iona's smile returned. And then came mealtime. Theo ate grilled fish, Iona had roasted peanuts, and the Blackie family munched on roasted and dried sweet potatoes. KHH. Nothing beats chicken and beer. Kuru. Krueng. KHH. Nothing beats chicken and cola. Sejun and Quenji enjoyed their chicken with beer and cola. And then, KHH. Nothing beats chicken and cola. Badin and his subordinates once again followed Quenji's lead, drinking cola with their chicken. No matter how much Sejun insisted that chicken and beer tasted better, it was no use. Quenji was just a kid who couldn't drink beer. Anyway, they happily spent their last night in Avian. The next morning, we're heading out now, so take good care of the field. Yes. Leave it to me. Sejun entrusted the field to Badin and returned to the White Tower with his group before making their way back to the Black Tower. The seeds had already been planted, and since it would take time for the flowers to bloom, he planned to deal with the calamities in other worlds in the meantime. He brought Yongbun along as well. Yongbun's power was too destructive for Avian, but he had a talent that could be useful to herbalist Quenji, Hot Flower Pot. Upon returning to the Black Tower, Eileen, I'm back. He reported his return to Eileen. Krueng. Dad, I'll take Yongbun to the herb farm. All right. While waiting for Quenji to take Yongbun to the herb farm, Sejun checked the 10th tower for any anomalies and then proceeded to visit Jormungan's stomach. And then, wow, that's a lot. In a corner, Sejun discovered an enormous pool of tears of the incomplete creator god. It seemed to be nearly a liter in volume. On the other hand, there was not a single trace of destruction. Sejun's. Here you go. Sejun immediately converted the tears into great growth elixir, and in front of him, 500 glass bottles filled with red liquid appeared. Oh, each bottle contained 200 drops of the great growth elixir, which meant 100,000 drops. Sejun was astonished at his own calculations. And then, this is? Even the creator god was greatly shocked upon seeing the image formed by the beads extracted from the tears of the incomplete creator god that Sejun had sent. Chapter 641, I'm an accomplice? Temple of the Creator God. The creator god was silently observing 5 nearly completed paintings among dozens of unfinished ones. In the first painting, the creator god and the next creator god were smiling as they played a puzzle game. In the second painting, the next creator god was seen standing up and cheering after winning the puzzle game. On the chair where the next creator god had been sitting, there was a puzzle piece. It was the missing puzzle piece that the creator god had been searching for but couldn't find. The next creator god had accidentally sat on it. In the third painting, the next creator god belatedly discovered the puzzle piece and looked flustered. In the fourth painting, the frightened next creator god was seen holding the puzzle piece while watching the creator god from afar, unsure of what to do. In the fifth painting, the next creator god, unable to confess the truth, ended up hiding the puzzle piece. So this was the reason? As the creator god looked at the 5 paintings, he realized where the corruption of the next creator god had begun. A single small puzzle piece that had been accidentally sat on. A very minor mistake. If only they had been honest, it would have been a trivial matter easily brushed off. But to the still young next creator god, their mistake appeared too great. They lacked the courage to be honest and instead chose to hide it. And the guilt of hiding that mistake slowly consumed the next creator god. Like rust eating away at iron, guilt devoured the next creator god until it ultimately led to destruction. The reason for the destruction of hundreds of thousands of worlds was so insignificant. But that was how the world worked. Most worlds were destroyed for trivial reasons. The creator god went to the place where the next creator god had hidden the puzzle piece. And it's still here. He found the puzzle piece clumsily hidden between the pages of a book. As soon as the creator god held the puzzle piece in his hand, it emitted a faint glow, as if it had been waiting to be found, and then disappeared. And then, chua-roo-roo, the bead shifted, and the 5th painting began to change. The next creator god, with a fearful expression, was handing the puzzle piece to the creator god, who was smiling and patting their head. A scene the next creator god had once dreamed of, being forgiven by the creator god, was completed. At the same time, a small knot buried deep within destruction's heart unraveled. Outskirts of destruction. Everything's fine. Pooh-hoo hut. Everything is fine, meow. Sejun and Theo, who had woken up early in the morning to check on the giant tear of destruction, confirmed that it was still there. After confirming this, Sejun returned to the Black Tower, humming a tune as he prepared breakfast. Additionally, he made seaweed soup and choco pies for the dragons. Pooh-hee-hee. It's Yongari chicken. Baby brother-in-law, isn't it cool? Yes. Brother-in-law, you're the best. He even made Ace's favorite dish, earning himself some points after a long time. Eileen, here. After sending food to Eileen, he gave choco pies to Pink Fur, who had brought Quenji, and then enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Pip, I greet you, Sejun Nim. A messenger rabbit appeared before Sejun and bowed politely. What's the matter? Pip, I have brought a personal letter from King Hukulbok of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The messenger rabbit respectfully handed over the letter with both front paws. Hukulbok, still feeling uneasy even after sending Bochi, had sent another messenger to Sejun. And Yoren has entered the country. Sejun read through the letter. What? Yoren showing up doesn't always mean bad news. He thought Hukulbok's worries were unfounded. But then, P.S. Uncle, I had a dream where I ate a whole rotten carrot. I'm so anxious. Please come quickly. What? Reading the last part of the letter, Sejun suddenly understood Black Rabbit's concern. Sejun knew very well what happened every time Hukulbok dreamt of eating a rotten carrot. From what Sejun remembered, Hukulbok had had several dreams about eating carrots, and every time, something bad had happened. When Hukulbok dreamed of taking one bite of a rotten carrot, Sejun received Eileen's health soup, or when Sejun and Hukulbok moved to another floor alone because of a land deed, and when Hukulbok dreamt of eating 2 bites, Sejun almost died after being hit on the back of the head by Eileen's tail. When Hukulbok dreamt of eating 3 bites, one of the 5 immortals that Blackie couldn't digest, the indestructible grey stone lion, Raknose, appeared and almost destroyed the Red Ribbon Kingdom. At first, Sejun hadn't believed it, but after several verifications, he was now completely convinced. Hukulbok's misfortune forecasts were more accurate than weather reports. Until now, Hukulbok had never dreamt of eating more than half of a rotten carrot. He ate the whole thing. This was a very serious situation. The misfortune forecast was predicting an unprecedented disaster. Guys, wake up! We're going to the 55th floor of the tower. With that, the Sejun family hurriedly descended to the 55th floor of the tower. Pooh-hoo hut. We're going to see Hukulbok. Meow? Coyote! 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 I can finally see Choo-Choo again. Coo-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. I get to see Hukulbok young again. Ki-hee-hit. King. Hee-hee. I'll show Hukulbok young how much Great Blackie has grown. Of course, except for Sejun, everyone else was carefree. 55th floor of the Black Tower. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. More food over here. Yoren was continuously ordering food. Though it was safe for 3 days, he had decided to leave tomorrow instead of the day after, just in case. So, he was eating as much as he could before leaving. Pirarong. Pio had already filled his stomach long ago and was now sleeping. At that moment, Nim, the dishes you ordered have reached the amount covered by your payment. A staff member approached and informed him. Oh, really? Then I'll use this cup. Kuik. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Yuren picked up a cup and activated the talent, Midas Hand. SRRK. The cup turned into gold. Here's the payment for the food. Also, bring me 100 servings of this spaghetti. It's so delicious. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Yes, sir. Handing over the golden cup, Yuren ordered more food. And then, mo-hee-hee. Yuren Nim's misfortune is getting even richer. Poyo licked Yuren's increasing misfortune, delighted as Yuren continued to use Midas Hand. But even Poyo couldn't sense or consume the misfortune accumulating inside Yuren. The anger of the talent, Midas Hand towards Yuren, who was defying his unfortunate fate. And the price of that anger was going to be paid with the world's screams. Something ominous was engulfing the 55th floor of the tower, but no one noticed. Bibiak. Lady Lara, let's eat something while keeping watch. Bochi spoke to Lara, who was monitoring Yuren. Since they were at a nice restaurant, he wanted to enjoy a good meal and create a pleasant atmosphere with her. However, Pip, can't you see I'm on duty? If you want to eat so badly, do it alone. Lara's response was cold. Bibiak, no, I just wanted to with Lady Lara. Feeling embarrassed, Bochi tried to explain himself. Then, crack. Suddenly, a monster's hand formed from all probabilities converging into misfortune beyond the broken space attacked Lara. Bibiak, where do you think you're going? How dare you touch my Lady Lara? Slash. Bochi quickly wrapped his fingers with aura and severed the monster's hand. But the hands, the monsters, were not just one. Thousands, tens of thousands of creatures began pouring out from beyond the fractured space. Combat shop headquarters. Who? This shouldn't be happening. The god of misfortune felt a sense of dread as she observed the misfortune accumulating around Yuren's dimension. The god of misfortune feeling ominous about misfortune, no joke could be more absurd. It was as if the god of joy found joy to be ominous, completely nonsensical. However, the emotions misfortune felt were reasonable and justified. Yuren's misfortune was not pure. The misfortune accumulating around Yuren was filled with a murky, primordial malice, deeper and more fundamental than mere killing intent or rage. It was a tainted misfortune. And then, it saw me. The corrupted misfortune was looking at misfortune, as if waiting for a moment. Kuwa. Whoa. The misfortunes born from the worst probabilities all took different forms. However, Bibiak. Cut them down. Slash. Before Bochi, the hero of Hamk, the one who wields 30 swords, they were all sliced apart just the same. But the sheer number of monsters was too great for 30 swords alone to handle, and eventually, the creatures began to break through the space. Pio. Messengers sprint. Kuik. Pink crush. Sandstorm. Pio, Yuren, and Poyo swiftly handled the invading monsters. Pip. Evacuate this way. Meanwhile, Lara guided the rabbits to safety. And, whoom. A dark crimson energy slowly seeped out from the corpses of the slain monsters, quietly gathering high in the sky. However, everyone was too focused on the battle to notice. A short while later, Pyak. Attack! Hukulbok arrived with reinforcements upon receiving the report, giving the front line some breathing room. At that moment, stumble. By sheer bad luck, a monster tripped, causing Bochi's sword strike to miss. At first, they thought it was just coincidence. But, Bibiak. It tripped again. Pyak. Why am I suddenly slipping? Pio. There's a sudden headwind. Kuik. Why is there a hole in the ground? As small misfortunes kept occurring to Bochi and the others, they realized something was wrong. On top of that, be careful. You all smell delicious. Poyo's crucial remark. This was no coincidence. Misfortune was slowly creeping over them. As a series of small misfortunes accumulated, gaps began to appear in their defensive line. Kuik. One monster broke through the encirclement and charged toward the rabbits who had evacuated. Pyak. No. Stop it. While dealing with the monsters, Hukulbok shouted to his subordinates. Pip. The black rabbit subordinates quickly chased after the monster. Krueng. Dad is in danger. Thud. Quenji threw a punch at the monster charging toward Sejun. Boom. Kaboom. The monster, struck by Quenji's punch, tumbled backward and crashed into the hole where the monsters were emerging from. For a while, the hole was blocked, preventing more creatures from coming out. What the hell is going on? Pooh hut. Nice to see everyone, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Good to see you all, Krueng. Hello, everyone. Meanwhile, Sejun and his group had arrived. Payak. Payak, it's fine now we're saved. Hukulbok breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Theo clinging to Sejun's knee, Iona hanging onto Theo's tail, and Quenji latched onto Sejun's side. It was the perfect dream team. Now, no matter what enemy came, there was no need to worry. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie has arrived. The Blackie family barked enthusiastically to assert their presence. But, Payak. Payak? Yes. The youngest is here. To Hukulbok, Blackie was just the youngest. With Sejun and his group joining the battle, the monsters were instantly pushed back, unable to even emerge from the spatial rift before being annihilated. No experience points? Sejun was disappointed as no message appeared. At that moment, meow? Theo looked up at the sky. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? There's something in the sky, meow. An enemy? No, meow. It's something good, meow. Something good? Shoosh. As Theo answered, he leaped into the sky. Breaking through the clouds, he discovered a massive, dark crimson sphere of condensed misfortune. Meow. Help our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Fwash. Burning money, his front paw gleamed brilliantly in golden light as he struck the sphere. Boom. The dark crimson sphere was engulfed in golden light and exploded. And then, no. The talent, Midas Hand, which had been controlling the sphere, was annihilated. The Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant, Park Theo, has accomplished a great achievement by destroying the talent, Midas Hand of the Black Tower's legendary merchant, Urine Demon. The Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant, Park Theo, has obtained title, Talent Slayer. You have obtained title, Talent Slayer's accomplice. Who? I'm an accomplice? At the same time, Sejun unexpectedly gained a bizarre new title. Chapter 642, he was just unlucky. Title, Talent Slayer's accomplice. Whenever a talent steeped in evil karma is killed by title, Talent Slayer, all stats increase by 10, and if there are talents related to the killed talent, those talents are enhanced. If the talent is reformed, even more stats increase. Evil karma? Reformation? Is that even possible? How? You can't see or touch talent, so how do you kill it? And how do you reform it? Of course, this wasn't something Sejun needed to worry about. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I, Vice Chairman Theo, have taught that impudent fellow a lesson, meow, because Theo would handle it. Yeah. Good job, Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always do a good, meow, coyote coyote coyote. That's right. Theo Nim is good at everything, Pooh hut. Theo, puffed up with pride from Sejun's praise, swelled even more at Iona's compliment. Vice Chairman Theo, what's the effect of the title you got? Pooh hut. Every time I eliminate a talent, all stats increase by 1000, and talents are enhanced, meow. Wow. This system bastard. And you called me an accomplice. Then why do I only get 10? System 371 had forcibly involved Sejun, who had nothing to do with this killing incident, just to give him some benefit, but Sejun had no way of knowing that. After cursing at the system, Sejun wondered, but what about Urine? Ooh hee hee hee. That was tough. Sejun looked at Urine, who was flopped on the ground resting, with pity. Originally, Urine's position was an unfortunate yet filthy rich pushover pig, but with both misfortune and money gone, he was now just a pushover pig. Was it lucky that money and pushover parts didn't disappear? Otherwise, he would have just been an unfortunate pig. Hee hee hee. As Sejun was pondering, unsure whether he was worried or just mocking him. Who? Sejun spotted a pickpocket aiming for Urine's pocket amid the chaos. Even without the talent Midas Hand, Urine was still unlucky. At that moment, Sejun realized, was misfortune just his default state? He had thought Urine was unlucky because of Midas Hand, but it turned out the talent was just an accessory. Urine had been born an unfortunate pig from the start. Thinking back, even before his talent awakened, no matter how gullible he was, he had fallen for way too many scams. He was just unlucky from the start. Now, he couldn't even blame his talent, truly confirming him as the king of misfortune. Mo hee hee hee. Delicious. As if proving Sejun's thoughts, Poyo was happily licking Urine. So nothing changed, who? Still unlucky, still set to inherit the demon family's fortune, still a pushover. Urine. Congratulations. When Sejun praised Urine for keeping his position. Ooh hee hee hee. Thank you. But for what? Yoren grinned brightly before tilting his head in confusion, wondering why he was being congratulated. It seemed he hadn't realized his talent was gone yet. Not that it mattered whether he knew or not. It's just something. Ooh hee hee hee. Okay, while Sejun and Yoren were chatting, Pip, let me go. Pooh hoo hut. Just stay still and accept the stamp, meow. Theo had caught the pickpocket rabbit and was stamping it. Payak. Big brother, where did you catch that guy? Hukelbok, startled at the sight of the pickpocket, asked Theo. Pooh hoo hut. I caught it just now while it was picking Yoren's pocket, meow. Payak. Payak. Big brother, hand that guy over to me. Lately, this punk has been causing trouble all over the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Pooh hoo hut. Got it, meow. But now that it's an employee of Sejun Company, you can't kill it, meow. Payak. Payak. Understood. Also, if you take this to any of the 3 great associations, you can claim the bounty. Hukelbok handed over a certificate that could be exchanged for a 10 billion tower coin bounty. Theo and Yoren made a great team. Everything was returning to its natural order. Who? Wait. Everything except one thing. Sejun, noticing the strange atmosphere between Master Bo and Lara, looked on with discomfort. Our Bochi is the #1 member of the solo squad. He must protect the solo squad. To Sejun, this was going against the natural order. Pip. Bochi Nim, thank you for saving me. A moment ago, Lara, her heart shaken by Bochi's overwhelming swordsmanship, blushed and expressed her gratitude to him. And then, Payak. Lady Lara, if you're that grateful, why don't you marry me? Bochi seized the opportunity and proposed on the spot. Pip. You crazy. Soon, the atmosphere shifted exactly as Sejun had hoped. Bochi, with his 300-year-long solo life. It seemed he was still not ready for a warm spring breeze to blow into his life. A little while later. Well, we're busy, so we'll be going now. Sejun and his party headed to the 99th floor of the tower. Ooh hee hee hee. Then I'll go eat again. Yoren was about to look for another restaurant, but, P.O. Yoren Nim, if you have any sense of shame, hurry up and let's leave now. Mo hee hee hee. Yoren Nim, even I think this isn't right. Dragged away by P.O. and Poyo, Yoren was forcibly deported. On the way to the waypoint. Next time I should send Yoren to places that don't listen. Sejun, realizing that Yoren could be used as a strategic weapon, smirked wickedly. And then, meow. Chairman Park, your face is seriously rotting, meow. Seeing Sejun's expression, Theo quickly pressed his paws on Sejun's face. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Quenji will also keep Dad's face from rotting. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Receive Great Blackie's paws. Now, Quenji and Blackie, having come to see massaging Sejun's face as a game, also rushed in. Sejun quietly entrusted his face to his companions. His face was filled with the scent of their paws. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Green Tower. Clang. As soon as they arrived on the first floor of the Green Tower, Sejun hurriedly opened his void storage. Pooh hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo sprang out and clung to Sejun's lap, activating his talent, Energy Absorber at full power. Krueng. King. Sejun caught Quenji and the Blackie family as they emerged. Since it's been a while, let's check how the shop is doing before we go. Pooh hoo hut. Sounds good, meow. Sejun and his group headed toward the store operated by the Uraruk tribe. And, wow, they discovered an enormous shopping district. Dozens of buildings had been expanded on both sides of Sejun's original store, where the Uraruk tribe was selling Sejun's crops. The crops had been sent as a bonus whenever Sejun shipped snacks to Ophelia via cash on delivery, and Ophelia had delivered them to the first floor of the tower. The bosses of the tower's 99th, 98th, and 97th floors, Agni, Cerberus, and Egil, were still working there. Wait, are those guys getting paid? Come to think of it, Sejun had never mentioned paying those 3. Vice Chairman Theo, do they get paid? Pooh hoo hut. Nope, meow. They didn't get stamped, so they're not official employees of Sejun Company, meow. Really? Still, they should get a salary. I'll have to tell Ophelia to pay them something. Oh, just as Sejun was about to call Ophelia, Dad, Chairman Park is here. Vice Chairman Theo is here too. Children of the Uraruk tribe, who had been playing around the shopping district, spotted Sejun and his group and quickly ran to inform their parents. Chairman Park, welcome. Vice Chairman Theo, welcome. The Uraruk tribe members came rushing out to greet Sejun and his group. And then, Sejun Nim, I want to officially join Sejun Company as a full-time employee. Please hire me. I want to join too. Agni, Cerberus, and Egil hurriedly ran over and begged to be hired by Sejun Company. These days, all the hottest news in the Green Tower spread through the full-time employee network. So, they wanted to become full-time employees and access the network conveniently. Kids, can you tell me what's going on the 78th floor of the tower? That's a hassle. Come on. You know that if you do good deeds, Santa Sejun Nim will bring you presents later, right? We've already done a lot of good deeds, though. Oh, but the more good deeds you do, the better. I'll give you a roasted corn in exchange. They no longer wanted to be scolded by the Urarok tribe children while trying to gather information. Pooh-hoo-hut. Good, meow. Talented individuals like you are always welcome, meow. Stamp. 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 And just like that, the three bosses received Theo's stamp and officially became full-time employees of Sejun Company. Oh. So this is the full-time employee communication network. Ha ha ha. Fellow full-time employees of the Green Tower, nice to meet you all. Ho ho ho. With this, I can get all the tower's information without lifting a finger. Now, they could freely use the full-time employee communication network and even receive a salary. A little while later. Well then, take care. After checking the store, Sejun moved to the designated passageway and placed his hand on the green hole. There are currently 2 available destinations. Please select your destination. Nita, LV4. Migros, LV6. 2 options appeared. Migros. When Sejun selected Migros, the system began calculating the stay cost. 31 trillion? It had increased a bit. The cost had gone up slightly from the expected 30 trillion, likely due to the growth of Sejun and his companions. Of course, Sejun wasn't worried about the cost since Brachio Iorg, the administrator of the Green Tower and the leader of the Grey-Green Dragons, had agreed to cover it. Moving to Migros, Sejun and his group used the designated passageway to leave the tower. Temple of the Creator God. My second apostle, Amor. Yes, Creator God. When will Sejun be arriving? The Creator God asked Amor. Amor had certainly given Sejun a portal scroll to travel here, but he still showed no signs of coming. Should I visit him again? Appearing in Sejun's dreams required a lot of energy, but there was no choice. This matter was far more urgent. I'm not sure. He should have arrived long ago. You didn't put any weird conditions on the portal scroll, did you? No way. I made it super easy, he only needs to have pure magic power over 50,000 to use it, Amor proudly declared in response to the Creator God's question. What? You told Sejun to surpass 50,000 purely in magic power stat. No wonder he's not coming. Realizing why Sejun hadn't arrived, the Creator God's expression darkened. Amor, you need to get moving now. Ooh? I didn't hear that properly. What do you mean you didn't hear? You heard me. Go to the land of destruction immediately. But I just went there yesterday. Go. Now. Yes. As a result, Amor crossed over to the land of destruction, receiving glares from Emila. 2 hours later. Huff huff, ha ha. Covered in blood, the 2 of them staggered back, completely exhausted. You have arrived at Migros. As soon as Sejun arrived at Migros, he looked around. Who? There's no ground. Sejun suddenly realized he was falling. Krueng. Of course, Quenji quickly used psychokinesis to stop his fall. What is this place? Sejun looked around and saw massive whales swimming through the sky. This was a world with no land, only sky. Guys, let's find the calamities first. At Sejun's words, the group focused and began searching for the calamities. Kayut Kayut Kayut. I found it. Iona located the calamities position. And then, Kayut Kayut Kayut. Power of gravity meteor. She immediately dropped meteors, annihilating the calamities. Over and over again. A short while later. All done? With Iona's meteor bombardment, the calamities of Migros were eradicated. Let's go now. Sejun was ready to leave right away. But, meow? Chairman Park, I really want to try eating a super gigantic grilled fish, meow. Theo, drooling, stared at the innocent sky whales. Well, considering their massive size, it was understandable why he was drooling. Sejun, understanding Theo's thoughts, still knew this wasn't right. Those creatures could talk, after all. Vice Chairman Theo, do you want a super gigantic grilled fish? Or do you want exclusive rights to my lap for a whole day? Sejun made him choose between the grilled fish and having exclusive lap privileges. Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, I'll take the exclusive lap rights of Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Theo gave up on the sky whale in exchange for a full day of exclusive lap privileges. Phew-fut. Sejun couldn't help but feel a little proud of Theo's choice. Chapter 643. It was nice when Sejun number 2 was here. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sizzle. Yongari chicken. Pip pip. It's delicious. Everything is delicious when Sejun Nim makes it. Sejun woke up early in the morning and was singing the Yongari chicken song with peace while preparing breakfast. To prepare seaweed soup and choco pies for the dragons, he had to start early in the morning to ensure they could have breakfast on time. As they continued cooking while singing, the song gradually turned into a rap. Yo! Yo! Fry the Yongari chicken in oil. Pip yo! Pip yo! The temperature is crucial when frying. Preheating is a must. 180 degrees for 10 minutes. And don't forget the spell that makes it delicious. The two, completely absorbed in their rap, passionately continued. Pip pip. Ma, coop it, del, ICIOUs. The song ended with peace hitting a 5-step high note. He, pa hey. As they finished singing, both let out satisfied laughter. Thud. Thud. Pink Fur appeared carrying Quenji in her mouth, making the ground tremble. Pink Fur, why are you here so early? Kuong. There's early morning training today. Here is Quenji. Okay. When Sejun carefully took Quenji, Cooing, Quenji whimpered and buried his face in Sejun's embrace. Then, wriggling around, he clung to Sejun's side. Crueng. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. As Quenji fell into a deep sleep again. Pink Fur, here. Sejun filled Pink Fur's snack pouch with choco pies and handed it over. Kuong. Sejun Nim, thank you. Receiving the pouch full of choco pies, Pink Fur's face lit up with a broad smile. Kuong. Sejun Nim, I'll be going now. Okay. Train well. Kuong. Of course. With a confident reply, Pink Fur left. Thanks to intense special training, Pink Fur's body now looked even bigger and more robust than before. At this rate, won't the gap between us widen? Seeing Pink Fur's growth, Sejun felt a sense of crisis. I have to grow, too. He didn't expect to catch up but hoped to maintain just enough of a gap to continue keeping up. A little later. Eileen, here. And this is just for you. Sejun sent Eileen seaweed soup, choco pies, and a specially made chocolate cake meant only for her. However, the tower's administrator says she is touched. He. No need to be so moved. The tower's administrator says she feel like she has been complacent lately. Ooh? Complacent in what way? Why does it suddenly feel chilly? The tower's administrator says she will make a dish to move you as well. The chocolate cake had unintentionally reignited Eileen's long-dormant passion for cooking. No, it's okay. I'm already moved just by Eileen eating the food I make. No. Absolutely not. Eileen, please, don't cook. Gods, please help keep Eileen away from the kitchen. Sejun desperately tried to persuade Eileen and prayed internally. The tower's administrator says she just had a stroke of inspiration. Sejun's prayers did not reach the gods. Even if they had, nothing would have changed. The tower's administrator says she might not respond for a while due to intense focus, so don't feel bad. Eileen, Sejun called out urgently, but there was no response. Eileen had already entered concentration mode. It's over. Sejun thought about fleeing to another world as soon as possible. However, none of the great dragons had yet managed to obtain the land deed for the first floor of the tower. A while later. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'll go make a lot of money, meow. Crueng. Quenji will also go gather lots of herbs. Theo and Quenji headed off to work. Blackie, let's go. Kihihit. King. Hee. All right. Sejun took Blackie with him and began his morning farming. For reference, Iona was sleeping in Sejun's bed, hugging a Theo ball. It had been a while since she had a break, so she would probably sleep for a few days. Sejun first harvested crops from the 99th floor farm of the tower. Summon door. Then, he moved to the 10th tower. Clank! Opening his void storage, he positioned the Creator God's tablet so it could absorb the energy of creation. Your field Master has activated. You have planted a Destruction Pioneer seed into the body of Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis and 12th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Sejun planted the Destruction Pioneer and Destruction Devourer seeds. At that moment, I can't plant any more here. Sejun had an instant realization. Leviathan's body was nearing its limit. If he planted just a little more, Leviathan's life force would run out and it would disappear. However, I can't level up right now. Sejun was in a state where he couldn't level up. Even if he could, now was not the time. His job quest was almost complete, and using experience points on it would be a waste. I'll store this in the void storage for now. So, he placed Leviathan's body in the void storage and retrieved Kraken's body from the second floor of the tower. This is the last one. The good times are over. Sejun spoke in a regretful tone as he looked at Kraken's body. Even without the bodies of the Apostles of Destruction, he could still reap benefits, but it wouldn't be as sweet as this. Of course, Jormungander's body was still available. However, it was too large and had to be used for travel, so he couldn't bring it to the 10th tower. Puck! Puck! Feeling reluctant, Sejun planted the seeds once more. Then, Blackie, let's go eat. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Got it. Guys, Great Boss Blackie is off to achieve another amazing feat. Returning to the Black Tower with Blackie, Sejun had lunch. Munch. 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 Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, give me more roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Sure. When Sejun handed Blackie some roasted and dried sweet potatoes, Kihihit, Blackie slyly hid them under his belly, planning to smuggle them away and stash them in the food storage. Hey! I told you not to hoard food, King. No. Of course, Sejun caught Blackie red-handed and confiscated them. King. King. King? Give them back. You stingy butler. How could you take them away after giving them to me? Blackie whined and fussed at Sejun, trying to reclaim his sweet potatoes. You're calling me stingy. Me. The great and generous Sejun Nim. Sejun growled back, unwilling to back down. On the surface, it looked like a squabble between a human and a dog, but in reality, it was a fight between a 27-year-old and a being that had stopped counting his age after 30,000 years. Whether seen outwardly or considered logically, it was equally ridiculous. King. I hate you, butler. Chomp. In frustration, Blackie bit Sejun's shoe. Since it was made from golden dragon leather, it didn't tear, but Sejun could feel the pressure. Who? Blackie, did you just bite my foot? King. King. Yeah. Now give me back my roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Blackie had a triumphant look on its face. HMPH. Did you think I can't bite back? Chomp. Sejun bit down on Blackie's front paws. Both of them. At the same time. King. Let go. Hee. Nope. As the two continued bickering, brother-in-law. Ace called out to Sejun. What's up, baby brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, we're running low on alcohol. Alcohol? The attribute-infused liquor? Yes. Since Sejun had been away from the tower frequently, he hadn't been brewing alcohol as often, and the remaining stock was running low. But why are you telling me this, baby brother-in-law? Sis said she's cooking and absolutely forbade me from disturbing her. So, I had to handle the dragon market all by myself. Ace, unable to hold back his grievances, spilled everything to Sejun. Oh? Got it. I'll talk to Eileen and make sure she doesn't leave the entire dragon market to you alone. Really? Poohee. Brother-in-law, thank you. Ace was thrilled that Sejun was willing to talk to his sister on his behalf. No, I should be the one thanking you. Sejun was grateful to Ace instead. Now, he had a solid pretext to stop Eileen. Eileen, can we talk for a moment? He carefully called out to Eileen. The tower's administrator says she is on a break right now, so she is available. Sejun then subtly lectured her about responsibility, emphasizing, without being too direct, that she shouldn't leave the dragon market entirely to her younger brother. He had to be careful not to let the blame fall on Ace. The tower's administrator admits she hadn't thought it through and declares that from now on, she will become a responsible and great black dragon. No, it's not that you didn't think it through. Hee. Mission accomplished. Sejun felt relieved that his persuasion had worked. However, the tower's administrator says she will definitely take responsibility for cooking for you too. It seemed like his persuasion had only worked halfway. Still, I must have bought some time. Yeah, I must have. With that, Sejun ended his conversation with Eileen. Blackie, stay outside and play while you eat this. Kihihit. King. Hee. Got it. Great. Blackie will play diligently. Sejun handed Blackie some roasted and dried sweet potatoes to keep him occupied outside, then headed to the brewery to start making alcohol. 5 hours later. It was nice when Sejun number 2 was around. After finishing the brewing, Sejun left the brewery, reminiscing about Sejun number 2, who used to brew alcohol on his behalf. At that moment, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Krueng. Quenji is back too. Theo and Quenji ran into Sejun's arms, Theo snuggling his face against him, and Quenji pressing against his chest. Meow, you both did well. Sejun pulled Theo off his face and welcomed them warmly. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. I played really hard. Blackie also ran towards Sejun, wagging his tail enthusiastically. Then, hop. Hop. King. Butler. Hurry and pick me up. Blackie jumped eagerly, demanding to be held, all covered in dirt. First, let's take a bath. Sejun made his decision after seeing the state Blackie was in. Krueng. Krueng. It's bath time. Exciting. Quenji welcomed it. I understand, meow. Theo was indifferent, neither pleased nor displeased. King. No way. Blackie was vehemently against it. All right, let's go. King. Let me go. Of course, Blackie, the one with the biggest stake in the decision, had no choice in the matter. Splash. Sejun and his group soaked in hot water, enjoying a moment of relaxation before dinner. I don't feel like cooking dinner. Feeling drowsy from the warm bath, Sejun became reluctant to prepare dinner. Vice Chairman Theo, ask Helnim if we can get some dragon fruit. Poohoo Hut. Understood, meow. Hoping to create another Sejun number 2 to cook dinner for him, Sejun had Theo request dragon fruit. It was a casual request, something he wouldn't mind if it didn't work out. Helnim, please get me some dragon fruit, meow. Sejun Company Vice Chairman Park Theo's designated quest has been generated. Designated target, Hell, the God of Merchants. Manager Hell's pawnshop, God of Merchants Hell, oh. Yes, but both Theo and Hell were dead serious about it. Hell hurriedly rushed to the dragon god, Myrna. Myrna, Hell called out in front of Myrna's house. Hell? Myrna opened the door, puzzled by Hell's visit. Myrna, sell me some dragon fruit. What? Dragon fruit? Why do you need that? Myrna was baffled. Hell had no use for dragon fruit. Theo asked me to get some. Theo? Theo, that don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park's cat. Yes, wait a moment. Myrna hurried inside, and the sound of things crashing around could be heard. Then, take them all. Panting heavily, Myrna rushed out and handed Hell all 5 dragon fruits she had prepared so far. It made perfect sense. To sell dragon fruit through the seed shop, one had to overcome incredibly low odds. However, if she went through Hell, success was guaranteed. Moreover, transcendent grade seeds weren't just about selling, they offered much greater rewards upon germination. So, of course, giving them to Hell was the best choice. Who? I'm getting all of these for free. Thanks to that, Hell received the dragon fruit without paying a single coin. She immediately tried to send the dragon fruit to Theo. To send 1 transcendent grade seed, dragon fruit, 20 Sejun Company welfare points are required. Do you want to proceed? A message from System SJC popped up in front of Hell. No, that would be a loss every time I send one. Hell naturally refused. Then, a divinity promotion quest has been generated. Divinity promotion quest, send 100 transcendent grade seeds desired by Chairman Park of Sejun Company through the Sejun Company Seed Delivery Network. Reward, promotion to the God of Legendary Merchants, 5% stake in the Sejun Company Seed Delivery Network. System SJC had presented Hell with a reward she absolutely could not refuse. Chapter 644, Sejun has made a mistake. Hell's pawnshop. A quest reward that increases promotes? Wee-hee-hee. Hell grinned broadly as she checked the quest once more. And promotion in divinity meant a higher rank as a god, which in turn meant greater power. Just wait, Park Theo. Did you really dare to try and impeach me? Hell saw this as an opportunity to settle her disgrace. On top of that, there was a 5% share in the seed delivery network. This was a guaranteed success, 100%, no, 10,000%. Why? Because it was a seed delivery network operated by don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. Non-combat gods would use it extensively, and if it became active the way Hell envisioned, she would be able to earn 5% of the usage fees every time other gods used the seed delivery network without doing anything herself. Of course, this was just the result of Hell's optimistic thinking. The System SJC, that operated Sejun Company for Sejun's benefit would never do anything that could harm Sejun or Theo. On the contrary, it was increasing Hell's divinity to strengthen Theo's impeachment power. If Hell became the god of legendary merchants, more legendary merchants would be born, and Theo could have more of them under his command. And the 5% usage fee for the seed delivery network would never be paid unless Sejun, who held a 95% stake, permitted it. In short, there was nothing bad for Hell, but the rewards were overwhelmingly beneficial for Sejun and Theo. To achieve this, Hell had to complete the quest diligently. In other words, System SJC was using Hell, the god of merchants, as a workhorse. Wehehe. Once I become the god of legendary merchants, the first thing I'll do is impeach you, Park Theo. Completely unaware of this, Hell held on to her hopes once again. Here is a dragon fruit for you, sir. She considered using informal speech towards Theo but hesitated a little. 20 Sejun Company welfare points have been used for the seed delivery network service. A transcendent grade seed, dragon fruit seed, has been sent to Vice Chairman Park Theo. Hell, the god of merchants, has received 5 welfare points as a quest completion reward. Thus, after sending a dragon fruit to Theo, I'll speak informally once I become the god of legendary merchants. Wehehe, Hell boasted confidently. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, here it is, meow. Theo pulled out the dragon fruit he received from Hell and handed it to Sejun, who was the last to finish washing after the rest of the party. Oh. You really got a dragon fruit? Vice Chairman Theo, you're amazing. Poohoo Hut. That's right, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am amazing, meow. Theo puffed up proudly at Sejun's words. He. Vice Chairman Theo, it's your turn to suffer now. Oh my, our Vice Chairman Theo, your face looks rotten. Squish. Squish. Sejun pressed Theo's face with his foot. It was payback for all the times Theo had pressed Sejun's face with his paw, saying it looked rotten. Then, meow? What are you doing, meow? Theo recoiled in horror and dodged Sejun's foot, escaping to Sejun's knee. Why? You always press my face with your paw, saying it looks rotten. That's completely different, meow. My front paws are clean because I take care of them with my tongue, meow. Can Chairman Park lick his feet with his tongue, meow? Sejun had no response to Theo's words as he demonstrated by licking his own front paw. Sejun has made a mistake. Okay. I'm sorry. Acknowledging his mistake, Sejun apologized sincerely to Theo. A little while later. Rise, Sejun number 2. Sejun planted and sprouted the dragon fruit. And then, who? This time, Sejun number 2 replicated Sejun's skills in cooking and fermentation. Welcome, Sejun number 12. He. This is going to be so comfortable for a whole month. Sejun welcomed Sejun number 12 with open arms. The reason he was called Sejun number 12 instead of Sejun number 2 was that he could perform both cooking and brewing, the skills of Sejun number 1 and Sejun number 2. So, he was simply given a name combining 1 and 2. Sejun number 12, go make dinner. Today's menu is Quenji. What do you want to eat? Krueng. Quenji wants banana milk after taking a bath and pizza for dinner. As expected, Quenji knows how to eat. You heard that, right? Please make banana milk and pizza. Nod. At Sejun's words, Sejun number 12 nodded and went into the kitchen. With nothing left to do, Sejun passed the time by harvesting peanuts from the peanut field in front of the house. Crunch, crunch. You have harvested 30 pods of magical peanuts. As he was absent-mindedly harvesting peanuts while waiting for dinner, you have harvested 37 pods of magical peanuts. You have harvested 1 pod of extreme cold peanuts. Ooh, extreme cold peanuts? Sejun noticed a different name in the list. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. You have obtained exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety in the tower. No one can cultivate extreme cold peanuts without your permission. Your job experience has significantly increased. Due to your job trait, all your stats have increased by 20. Sejun's 29th new crop variety had been born. He. What a windfall. Sejun checked the options of the new crop that he happened to get while waiting for dinner with a pleased smile. Extreme cold peanuts. Peanuts grown in the Black Tower that possess strong cold energy. They are extremely cold. When consumed, magic power increases by 10, and there is a high chance of awakening the talent, cold resistance. If you already have cold resistance or a cold-related talent, it will be enhanced. Cultivator, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 180 days. Grade S. Oh, eating them could awaken the talent, cold resistance. Sejun wanted to eat one immediately, but to increase their numbers first, he carefully stored them in the pouch of abundance crafted with utmost sincerity. At that moment, ding! 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 Sejun number 12 banged a frying pan with a ladle. It was the signal that dinner was ready. Guys, let's go. Sejun hurried into the kitchen with his companions. At the now empty spot, a tiny sprout timidly emerged from the ground, but no one was there to witness the moment. Or so it seemed. "You're doing great, my child." Leah, the god of abundance, who had been anxiously waiting for the seed of abundance to sprout, cheered it on enthusiastically. Encouraged by Leah's cheers, the seed of abundance stretched and grew energetically. There wasn't much visible change, though. He. "This is delicious. Poohoo hut, Chairman Park's churu is delicious. Meow, coo hey. Krueng. He. Banana milk and pizza are delicious too. Kihihit. King. He. Roasted and dried sweet potato is definitely the best, no matter what." A joyful dinner in the kitchen. While everyone was happily enjoying their meal, flap. A brown dragon statue, controlled by Grave Runma, the leader of the great brown dragons, flew into the kitchen. And then, "Sejun, I brought it. But you need to leave immediately." Handing over the land deed of the first floor of the brown tower, Grave urged Sejun. "Is it that serious? Only 10 towers are left. This world was connected just a week ago. That meant 90 towers had disappeared in just 1 week. It wouldn't be surprising if the world collapsed at any moment." "Understood. Everyone, get ready. We're leaving immediately." Sejun prepared to depart, and Theo quickly ran to Sejun's bed, picked up Iona, and returned. Shortly after, "You have arrived at the first floor of the brown tower." When Sejun arrived on the first floor of the tower, "You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the first floor shop of the brown tower." Sejun was immediately acknowledged as the shop's owner. Oh. Nothing happened this time? It was rare for things to go this smoothly, so Sejun found it surprising. Then, Kelkulkul. "I tidied things up nicely for you, Sejun Nim." Auric, who had been waiting for Sejun after dealing with the thugs occupying the shop, sneered as he spoke. "Oh. Thanks." When Sejun thanked Auric, Kelkulkul. "Grave Nim instructed me to assist Sejun Nim so you wouldn't face any inconvenience." "Let's go." Auric took the lead. However, it was already inconvenient. Sejun was already uncomfortable just walking with Auric because he had to keep listening to that creepy laughter. Thus, Sejun moved with Auric until they reached the private passageway. Kelkulkul. "Sejun Nim, I also." "No, it's fine. Absolutely fine." Sejun quickly cut off Auric, who was trying to follow, and placed his hand on the brown portal. "There are currently 2 available destinations. Please select your destination." "Inos, LV3, Sec, LV9. A message appeared. "Secretary." As soon as Sejun spoke, the stay cost was quickly calculated, and he and his party vanished. Then, "You have arrived at Sec." Boom! The moment they arrived, a deafening explosion rang out. "Krueng! Dad, Quenji will cover your ears." Quenji folded his ears and quickly clung to the back of Sejun's head, using his front paws to cover Sejun's ears. The rest of the party also folded their ears to block out the loud noise. Thanks to this, Sejun could peacefully observe the chaos around him as if he were wearing noise-cancelling headphones. A battle between ogres and the residents of Sec, who had encased their bodies in rock armor. Rock fragments and shockwaves occasionally flew through the air, but, meow, Kayut, Krueng, Theo, Iona, and Quenji blocked everything, keeping Sejun and the Blackie family completely safe. The battle was evenly matched. Zing. Until the planet-destroying turtles appeared. "Krueng, Iona sister-in-law, I'll block the sound for you." The moment the planet-destroying turtles appeared, Quenji immediately entrusted Sejun to Iona and flew toward the turtles. Kayut. "Yes, younger brother Quenji." Hearing Quenji call her sister-in-law, Iona grinned so widely her mouth nearly reached her ears as she cast protective magic over Sejun. "The mighty force of gravity. Drop the floating stones of the universe upon our enemies." Meteor shower. Attack was the best defense. Boom. 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 Hundreds of meteors rained down upon the ogres. That's the legendary rock magic, meteor barrage. The residents of Sec, born with the ability to manipulate rocks, watched in awe as Iona's magic unfolded before them. A little while later, Krueng. Quenji brought the turtles. Quenji returned, bringing 5 shrunken planet-destroying turtles. Buck. We pledge our loyalty. Buck. We will never betray you." The turtles quickly bowed before Sejun, flipping their comrades onto their backs to show their bellies. Since turtles couldn't flip themselves back over, showing their bellies was the ultimate sign of absolute submission. This was because, on the way over, Quenji had told them to behave well in front of Sejun. Poohoo hut. Stamp. Stamp! Theo stamped his paw on the turtles' bellies as a seal of approval. With the situation somewhat settled, everyone, I'll help you. Let's go. Sejun extracted the battle auras from the ogres' bodies. Meow! Krueng! Theo and Quenji handled the cleanup. Then, once again, without lifting a finger, you have conveniently received half the experience points from 100 ogres defeated by Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo and advanced herbalist Park Quenji. How impressive! You have acquired a total of 2.5 trillion experience points. A message appeared. I did lift a finger this time, Sejun shouted in frustration. More than losing experience points, it was the system's sarcasm that truly infuriated him. At that moment, thank you for saving us, Dolius, the king of Sek, cautiously approached and bowed to Sejun in gratitude. Although Dolius could tell Sejun was the weakest among his party, he recognized from the atmosphere that Sejun was the leader. Thanks to this, Sejun's mood slightly improved. No need. Helping each other is what we do. Feigning coolness, Sejun accepted the king's gratitude. At the same time, he slightly shook his leg, signaling to Theo, who was clinging to his knee. Pooh-hoo-hut. If you're grateful, show some sincerity, meow. Theo did not disappoint Sejun and voiced exactly what he wanted to say. Of course. Please wait a moment, and we will express our sincerity. Dolius quickly rushed off to the castle with his subordinates. Chairman Park, did I do well, meow? Theo looked up at Sejun with expectant eyes. Nod. As expected of my right-hand man. Sejun nodded in approval and patted Theo's head. Pooh-hoo-hut. Theo was satisfied with Sejun's praise and smiled. Chapter 645, still, at least half of it should be mine, right? Avian. Hee. Now, only 4 places left. Flamey number 202, possessing 0.4999% of Flamey's power, cheerfully spoke after transforming Avian, where the heat had disappeared thanks to Sejun's help, into a land overflowing with life. Thanks to this, the crops Sejun planted began growing rapidly and started to bloom. And, hee. Hurry up and grow strong to make our Sejun Nim an SS rank tower farmer. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Flamey number 195, possessing 0.501% of Flamey's power, placed nutrients around the baby ginseng and baby extreme flame herb, cheering for their growth. Since the two were too young to consume the nutrients directly, they were instead absorbing energy from them indirectly. It was truly fortunate that they were babies. Otherwise, hurry up and eat. Yes. They would have suffered nutrient torture like Podori and sausage. But I became a dimensional tree, so why? Podori asked in an aggrieved voice, thinking he no longer needed to consume nutrients. After all, only the tree of creation remained above dimensional tree. Be quiet. Just eat. However, Podori did not know that Flamey was eyeing him as a successor to the tree of creation for a speedy retirement. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, where Sejun was absent. Why are you eating so slowly? From now on, double your eating speed. If you don't eat properly, it won't be fun. Yes. Thanks to the tyrant Flamey number 195, not only Podori and sausage, but also all the other plants were disciplined and growing diligently. And when Sejun returned, he had the biggest harvest of all time. Sejun Nim, please accept this. It is the treasure of our Defite kingdom. King Dolius of Defite handed Sejun a stone ring along with an enormous amount of jewels. The stone ring had a rough surface, without a single jewel, looking truly crude. Thank you. When Sejun expressed his gratitude and received the ring, his first thought was, it's really heavy. For a ring, it was exceptionally weighty, around 100 kilograms. Though not particularly heavy for Sejun, he decided to check the ring's options first. Smetan Stone Ring, a ring left behind by Smetan, the founding king of the Defite kingdom and a transcendent rock mage. When equipped, magic power increases by 1000. Usage restriction, Earth attribute affinity advanced level or higher. Creator, Transcendent Rock Mage Smetan. Grade, SSS. This is a bit tricky. Sejun already had the lover's ring, amplification, that Eileen had made for him. Though he could wear more rings, it was cumbersome. That was why he had taken off his violet ring. Just then, title, one who has gazed upon the primordial for a long time activates, allowing you to perceive the essence of the item. When equipped, you can obtain the enlightenment left behind by Supreme Rock Mage Smetan. As Sejun's pupils glowed golden, the hidden option of the stone ring was revealed. Because you possess the talent, one who is favored by the earth, acquiring the enlightenment of the Transcendent Rock Mage Smetan will immediately bloom the talent. Transcendent Rock Mage. Simultaneously, System 371 advised Sejun on the outcome of wearing Smetan's ring. He. Is that so? Transcendent class rock mage? Sejun did not know exactly what kind of talent it was, but he decided to awaken it anyway. Having more talents could never be a bad thing. Sejun put on the ring. Then, whoosh! The ring emitted a faint glow, and grey light was absorbed into Sejun's body. You have obtained the enlightenment of the founding king of Defite Kingdom, the transcendent rock mage Smetan. Thanks to the synergy with your talent, one who is favored by the earth, you instantly comprehend the enlightenment. You have awakened the talent, transcendent rock mage. At the same time, Sejun naturally understood how to manipulate rocks. A staircase. Rumble. A parasol. Rumble. A bed. Rumble. As Sejun used his magic power while thinking about what he wanted, the rocks moved exactly as he had imagined, materializing what was in his mind. Oh. As Sejun excitedly used his newly acquired ability. Oh. To use rocks so precisely. Could it be that you are a transcendent rock mage? Yes. Even though he had only just become a transcendent rock mage, Sejun shamelessly answered. Then, was that meteor barrage from earlier? No, that was Iona's magic. When Sejun pointed at Iona, Kaiut! Iona, who had been dozing off while clinging to Theo's tail, rubbed her eyes and displayed the dignity of a grand mage. Srrk. Although her eyes kept closing, making it hard to properly demonstrate it. I see. Dolius looked disappointed at Sejun's response. He had wanted to witness the legendary rock magic, Meteor Barrage. Would you perhaps be able to use Meteor Barrage? So, Dolius carefully requested it from Sejun, the transcendent rock mage. Sure, let's give it a try. Higher. Sejun used his magic power while imagining giant meteors falling. And then, thud, thud, thud. Countless fist-sized rocks fell to the ground. Not meteors, just plain stones. It wasn't Sejun's fault. Due to the common historical embellishments during a kingdom's founding, a non-existent fact had been created. Even Smetan himself had never known of any rock magic called Meteor Barrage. Thanks to Sejun, the history of the Defite Kingdom was corrected, but the legend of our kingdom was a lie? King Dolius of Defite did not seem pleased. Then shall we go deal with other calamities? Pooh-hoo-hut. Sounds good, meow, Krueng, king. Sejun quietly left the scene with his companions. 55th floor of the Black Tower. White Castle, the royal palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Kai up. Lady Lara, please date me or marry me. Pip. 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 No way. Can't you see I'm on duty? Get lost already. Bochi once again confessed to Lara today and was rejected. And, Piyak-kak. Bochi Nim, that makes it 100 confessions and 100 rejections. Hukulbok laughed from the throne, watching the scene. Lately, watching these two had become Hukulbok's source of entertainment. That's why he always assigned Lara's duty post near himself, to make sure he never missed Bochi's confessions. As Bochi failed his confession once more, he dejectedly walked over to Hukulbok. Bochi Nim, cheer up. Hukulbok encouraged Bochi. Payak? Bochi Nim, I was thinking how about you become the training instructor for the Royal Guard. He suggested a new way for Bochi to get closer to Lara. Hukulbok genuinely wanted Bochi and Lara to end up together. He was just enjoying the hilariously entertaining process in between. Kayup? Training instructor. Payak? Payak? Yes. If Bochinim becomes the Royal Guard's training instructor, Lara will naturally have to learn swordsmanship from you, so you'll get closer. Kayup. Kayup. I'll do it. I'll be the training instructor. Bochi nodded, imagining a rosy future of sword training with Lara. A little while later, inside the palace training grounds. Pip, allow me to introduce a specially appointed swordsmanship instructor. Following Hukulbok's instructions, Captain Coco of the Royal Guard brought Bochi in. Kayup, I am Bochi. Starting today, I will be teaching you swordsmanship. I need to show my gentle side and earn some points with Lara. Bochi firmly resolved to impress Lara. However, Bochi was too serious about swordsmanship to teach it half-heartedly. Kayup. Kayup, is that the best you can swing a sword? Perform 100,000 horizontal cuts, now. Training quickly turned into a hellish ordeal, with the anguished screams of the Royal Guard echoing through the grounds. Kayup, trainee Lara will do a special 200,000 swings. Even while being kind and paying special attention to Lara. I was just about to go on a date with him next time, he confessed because of his persistence, but, so, you're making me suffer just because I rejected you? This is too much. Let's see if I ever accept your confession now. Because of Boach's kindness, the door to Lara's heart, which had been about to open, slammed shut once again. Sek, oh. I see some chicken meat over there. Let's catch it. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes, Krueng, king. Sejun and his party charged towards the locusts. Now, the only ones weak enough to be captured by the locusts were King, Butler. I've been caught. Members of the Blackie family, who were being dragged away by the locusts. Shoes. Rumble. Sejun created stone shoes for Blackie's feet. Thud. As Blackie's weight increased, the locusts dropped him. King, but in return, Blackie couldn't move either. Meanwhile, the party quickly took down the locusts and loaded them into the void storage. Blackie, are you okay? Sejun destroyed the stone shoes and checked on Blackie's body. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great, Blackie is sturdy, so I'm fine. Despite almost being taken away just moments ago, Blackie barked proudly. At that moment, Sejun Nim, may I eat that ring from earlier? Eomdol asked Sejun. The ring? This one? Sejun took out Smetan's stone ring. Yes, Eomdol nodded eagerly. From Sejun's perspective, he had already gained enlightenment from it and had no intention of wearing it, making it an unnecessary item. Sure, here. When Sejun handed the stone ring to Eomdol, crunch, crunch. Eomdol, who was about the same size as the ring, happily ate it, causing his magic power to increase significantly. Afterward, Uwahaha. The second greatest, Eomdol, will take care of this. With Eomdol leading the charge, the Blackie family easily defeated the petrifying spiders. Locusts, leeches, and fire moths were taken down with sheer force, while the petrifying spiders had a natural disadvantage against Eomdol since he was originally made of stone. Kihihit. King. Hee. A victory for Great Blackie. With the Blackie family now helping eliminate calamities, the cleanup speed increased dramatically. It's done. Sejun and his party successfully exterminated all the calamities that had invaded Sek. Just then, grumble. The alarm clock in Quench's stomach rang. It was the breakfast alarm. Before they knew it, they had stayed up all night and morning had come. Let's eat before we head back. Pooh-hoo hut. Sounds good, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I like that idea too. Krueng, king. Sejun started preparing breakfast. Stone plate. Rumble. Sejun created a smooth, polished stone plate and Quenji, fire. Krueng. Quenji created flames and began heating the stone plate. Hee. Swish, swish. Sejun poured sesame oil onto the heated stone and spread it around, seasoning the surface. Then, sizzle. To start the day strong, he grilled locusts, slime meat, and sausages. He also prepared grilled fish for Theo and roasted peanuts for Iona. Blackie waited in front of his food bowl, watching Sejun's cooking with anticipation. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. I'm waiting right here. Of course, he kept barking to make sure Sejun knew he was waiting. After preparing breakfast, Sejun and his party ate together. Ku-hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, drink this. And later Sejun enjoyed a brief moment of relaxation while drinking the morning coffee that Quenji had brewed. At that moment, your job quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the job quest, level 171 has been unlocked. As a reward for completing the job quest, you have obtained 300 billion tower coins. As a reward for completing the job quest, all stats have increased by 1,000. Messages appeared before Sejun. That was faster than expected. Sejun was puzzled by how quickly the quest had been completed. But, hee. Now I can start gaining experience again. Excited that he no longer had to waste experience points, Sejun quickly forgot about it. Wait, now that I think about it, doesn't my pure magic power exceed 50,000? A thought suddenly occurred to him. Sejun's current magic power was 117,578. Still, at least half of it should be mine, right? Thinking the time had come, Sejun took out the portal scroll given to him by Amor, which had a family portrait drawn on the front. Now, can I finally call him out for not drawing my face properly? While preparing to confront Amor, Sejun infused magic power into the portal scroll. However, you do not meet the usage restriction of having at least 50,000 pure magic power. You are short by 3,427 pure magic power. You need to make further efforts. He was still lacking. System 371, ever so considerate, even informed him exactly how much magic power he was short by. This thing is messing with me again. Of course, that so-called consideration did not come across well to Sejun. After enduring so many unreasonable hardships, it was only natural for Sejun to misinterpret System 371's intentions. It was its own fault. Phew phut. But I still have 600 drops of the Great Growth Elixir left to drink. With a smug expression, Sejun took out the Great Growth Elixir. Meow. Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. Theo hurriedly started massaging Sejun's face. Krueng. King. Quenji and the Blackie family also pounced on Sejun's face. A little while later, all right, here we go, gulp. Having received a thorough massage from his companions and become slightly more humble, Sejun drank the Great Growth Elixir, surpassing 50,000 pure magic power, and used the portal scroll. Chapter 646, The Beast of Apocalypse has awakened. You guys are seriously screwed now. Sec. When Sejun used the portal scroll, Kugugoom, the ground suddenly moved, and an arched door made of white marble was formed. As he pulled the handle of the door, SRRK, the door opened smoothly without resistance, revealing a rippling blue space. Is this where I'm supposed to go in? Step. Sejun stepped forward without hesitation into the blue space. Normally, cowardly Sejun wouldn't have been able to act so boldly, but the blue space strangely didn't feel scary. So he entered with peace of mind. As his body touched the blue space, you have entered the portal connected to the temple of the Creator God. A message appeared. Step. Step. As he took 2 more steps, then a third, his vision turned white. Step. When he took the 4th step, the interior of a building gleaming brilliantly came into view. A completely different space. It was the temple of the Creator God. As Sejun took his 5th step to fully enter the temple, and then, only then did Sejun notice the 3 people standing in front of the portal. One was a blonde woman, one was a man with blue hair, and the other one was. Just as Sejun was about to look at the third person's appearance, the orb of death's energy warns of imminent death. Ominous red letters appeared in front of Sejun. They looked even more foreboding in contrast to the blue space from earlier. But, who? Thump. Sejun had already stepped out of the portal and entered the temple. Damn it! He felt a suffocatingly immense blue energy enveloping him and lost consciousness. Creator God's temple. Wuong. As the portal began to open, Sejun is finally coming. The Creator God, along with the apostles of creation, Emila and Amur, rushed to stand in front of the portal to greet Sejun. In particular, Amur was very excited. Today, I'll finally get the youngest in line. Today I'll finally be able to discipline the youngest. He hadn't heard from the Creator God who the 3rd apostle of creation was, but he had heard that they were with Sejun. However, all 12 former apostles of destruction versus Amur. It was all too clear whose discipline was coming. At that moment. Step. Step. He's coming. The sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the portal. And then, thud. Sejun, Theo, Iona, Quenji, and Peacebase collapsed as they emerged from the portal. They couldn't withstand the overwhelming presence of the Creator God. They had suffered mental overload. Who? Sejun. It was a mistake. In his excitement over Sejun's arrival, the Creator God had forgotten to suppress his energy, a huge blunder. King? The Blackie family was unaffected. The apostles of creation were protected by blessings that allowed them to endure the Creator God's energy, and beings at the level of the apostles of destruction could certainly endure the Creator God's energy. They weren't called the 12 apostles of destruction for nothing. Then, swoosh! Theo, who had fainted, quietly got up and dragged Sejun, Iona, and Peacebase back out of the portal. Due to the emergency, the super giant Chairman Park No. 2 moved Theo's body in his place while he was unconscious. Swoosh! At the same time, Quenji also got up. But instead of leaving through the portal, Quenji toddled over to the Creator God and, whack! Q! Kicked the Creator God's shin with an annoyed expression. On top of that, hey! Creator God, pull yourself together. Quenji even spoke informally to the Creator God. Who? Emila and Amur were flustered at the sight. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Quenji Hyung, the Creator God made our butler faint. Hit him more. The Beast of Apocalypse has awakened. You guys are seriously screwed now. Blackie tattled on the Creator God to Quenji, or rather, the Beast of Apocalypse, and cheered him on. That's right. The being that had awakened was not Quenji but the Beast of Apocalypse. Enraged by the Creator God's ridiculous blunder, the Beast of Apocalypse had awakened. I'm sorry, the Creator God couldn't even meet the eyes of the Beast of Apocalypse and hurriedly apologized. The Beast of Apocalypse is a being that erases the world. It was of a higher rank than the creator god and, naturally, far stronger. Overwhelmingly so. How could the creator god make such a ridiculous mistake? While the beast of apocalypse, in the form of the adorable Quenji, was scolding the creator god. King? Why didn't you two come greet me? Yeah. Do you even know who this person is? Kiruk. Sharalang. Blackie and his subordinates began to scold the two apostles of creation as well. Are you apostle of creation, Nim? Amor asked in a flustered voice. Due to the beast of apocalypse scolding the creator god, he naturally spoke with honorifics. King. King. That's right. Great Blackie is graciously serving as the third apostle of creation. That little runt, so full of himself. Amor was offended watching Blackie act all high and mighty despite being weak himself, relying solely on the strength of his group. Of course. I look forward to working with you. So he lowered his body to meet Blackie's gaze and, while lightly touching Blackie's body, connected their mental worlds. I'll fix your attitude. It was to scold Blackie in the mental world without the beast of apocalypse noticing. However, Amor should have thought this through. Why the beast of apocalypse merely shook his head and continued scolding the creator god when looking at Amor. Why, although Blackie was the only third apostle of creation, the others didn't faint? Why did looking at Blackie and his subordinates remind him of all the former apostles of destruction? Had he thought of that? Thud. Thud. Go. So you're trying to be clever. He wouldn't have had to encounter the Blackie family in the mental world. A apostle of destruction? That's right. This body was once the noble wolf Fenrir who hunted gods. Of course, now I am the great Blackie. He. Now preferring the name Blackie over Fenrir, Blackie said his name and laughed joyfully. What does that? While Amor was still stammering, unable to grasp the situation. Guys, teach him a lesson. Yes, the Blackie family kindly helped Amor understand. Thwack thwack. Ah, body to body. When the head doesn't understand, learning through the body is also a good method. And so, after the Blackie family gave Amor a proper lesson, go. By the way, who's Amor? Blackie asked Amor who Amor was, to hold him accountable for not properly painting Sejun's face in the family portrait. I am. Amor sensed danger but answered truthfully. If he lied and got caught, he'd only be beaten more. You're Amor. You dared leave out Sejun Nim. Caw. Kararuru, enraged, pecked at Amor with his beak. Caw Gwang. And the rest began to beat Amor again. Go. How dare you erase our butler from the family portrait? Caw Gwang. This time, even Blackie joined in and personally struck him instead of leaving it to his subordinates. Because he had ruined a meaningful portrait of being with Sejun. And so Amor was beaten for a long time without knowing why. Go complete the portrait properly. Got it? Yes. After the discipline session ended, he exited the mental world. But, who is Amor? There was someone else with a grudge against Amor. Having rushed over upon hearing the news of Sejun's collapse, Flamey was now looking for Amor. And so, the mental discipline began once more. Creator God, you can't do that. Our Sejun Nim could have been in big trouble. Flamey scolded the Creator God with her main body. How could you exclude our most important Sejun Nim? Then it's not a family portrait at all. She was scolding Amor with her avatar, conducting a multi-target scolding session. Nod. Nod. The beast of apocalypse and the Blackie family nodded their heads vigorously as they listened to Flamey's words, which were all correct. Sigh. Good thing I didn't do anything wrong to Sejun. Emilia quietly sighed in relief from the corner. Until the portal closed, the Creator God and Amor were endlessly scolded without rest. It was truly a relief that the portal's duration was 24 hours. Let's stop here for today. Be careful, King. 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 You all better watch out. Especially you, blue hair. I've got my eye on you. Right before the portal closed, the beast of apocalypse and the Blackie family exited through the portal. Be careful from now on. Flamey's main body also issued a warning as she left. Wuong. As the portal closed again. Phew. Sigh. Sob sob. The temple of the Creator God, after the storm had passed, was filled with only sighs and the sounds of crying. However, what are you doing? Hurry up and build a room for the Creator God to stay in so Sejun Nim can come. Flamey number 205, which held 10% of Flamey's power, who hadn't left yet, urged them on. It was called a room, but in truth, it was a cell to confine the Creator God while Sejun stayed. Now! You must finish it within 100 days. Under the supervision of Flamey number 205, the Creator God and the two apostles of creation began their construction work. Why am I lying down? Sejun, who had lost consciousness, woke up and looked around. And then, Gorarong, Krueng, Berarong, Kirarong. He saw his companion sleeping beside him. Squish. Squish. Blank. For some reason, feeling strangely empty, Sejun spent some healing time absent-mindedly touching his companion's cheeks and bellies. I definitely lost consciousness the moment I crossed through the portal. He recalled the moment he had passed out. But why did I faint? Unable to figure out the reason, Sejun took out the portal scroll. Then, who? The picture. Sejun noticed that the family portrait on the front of the portal had changed. His own face had been clearly drawn in. He. Whoever this is, he's really handsome. While praising his own appearance. The others are here too? He noticed that Basugu, Siptiokgu, and Kabulto, who weren't in the portrait before, had been added to the picture. Basugu, Siptiokgu, and Kabulto had scolded Amor, demanding that their images be drawn too, so Amor hastily filled them in. At last, the Sejun family's portrait was complete. I'm still sleepy, so I should sleep a little more. Just before lying down again. Chomp. Sejun put the world's energy into Blackie's mouth. He planned to help Blackie's atonement while he slept. Kihihit. Blackie smiled in his sleep, thinking whatever had entered his mouth was food. 99th floor of the Black Tower. A week had passed since returning from Sek to the Black Tower. All right, now I finally feel refreshed. Sejun stretched his body widely as he got up in the morning. For several days, Sejun had been groaning due to the shock from the Creator God's energy. Originally, he could have recovered faster. But the tower's administrator says she worked hard to make it for you. The tower's administrator says she only put in good ingredients, so it must be good for your body. Yeah, thanks. I'll eat it well. Because he had eaten Eileen's cooking, his recovery took longer. His body may have recovered, but his mental state had taken a hit. This is all because of the Creator God. Sejun, who had heard through Blackie why he had fainted, blamed the Creator God. Thus, after a week, Sejun had fully recovered both physically and mentally. Meow. King. Taking Theo and the Blackie family with him, he stepped outside and entered the cooking area. Pip pip. Soak the leech seaweed, stir-fry it with slime meat and garlic. From the shoulder of Sejun number 12, who was cooking, came Peacebase's cheerful voice, singing the seaweed soup song. It was truly fortunate that Sejun number 12 had been created before leaving for Sek. He could prepare meals in Sejun's place and listen to Peacebase's songs. At that moment, add some sesame oil too. Sejun chimed in unnecessarily, drastically lowering the quality of the song. Flap. Flap. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, you're awake. Peacebase flapped its wings happily and climbed into Sejun's hand, asking, Yeah. Peacebase, were you having fun? Pip pip. Yes. Sejun patted Peacebase's head as they chatted. Peacebase, who had been chatting with Sejun, began nodding off, Berarong, and soon fell completely asleep. Sejun continued to gently pat Peacebase's head, then placed him on his shoulder. Srrk. Peacebase disguised himself and went into deep sleep. A little while later. All right, let's head out. After breakfast, Sejun and his group moved to the first floor of the Blue Tower. They had rested enough. It was time to get back to work. Land of Destruction. Did they run away? Corruption, which had taken over nearly all of Destruction's body, spoke in a regretful tone. But its expression showed no regret at all. Rather, it looked delighted. Because it had found a new source of entertainment. Coo-hoo-hoo. Not that it matters. You can't leave this place either, just like me. Find them. At Corruption's command, the energy of destruction spread across the land like a pack of enraged hunting dogs. Chapter 647, Incredible Stomach? You have arrived on the first floor of the Blue Tower. Sejun arrived at the Blue Tower. Clank. He quickly opened the void storage. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo, who had been waiting in front of the void storage door while making biscuits, jumped out quickly. Cura wrong. Iona was tied to his tail, sleeping soundly. If she was wrapped in Theo's fluffy tail, Iona could sleep well no matter the situation. Meow. As soon as Theo clung to Sejun's knee, he used the talent, Energy Drain at full power, and absorbed Sejun's energy. Krueng. King. In the meantime, Quenji and Blackie also ran out from the void storage and hugged Sejun. Good job. Sejun patted Theo's head and praised him. Pat. Pat. And also patted Quenji's and Blackie's heads. Because if he didn't do this, they'd surely start bugging him to do it anyway. Then, Pooh-hoo hut. I'm good at everything, meow. Starting with Theo. Coo-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji knows Quenji is good at what he does. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. The great Blackie is invincible. Quenji and Blackie also had proud expressions. Everyone's confidence was overflowing. They really don't know humility, and that was something Sejun just couldn't let slide. Ha ha. Then I'll have to teach them some humility. With a mischievous grin, he began to stretch his companion's cheeks. Hee hee hee, poo hoo hut, coo hey hey hey, kihihit. It didn't seem to have any effect in creating humility, but since everyone was satisfied, it was fine. Sejun, having satisfied his personal greed by playing with their cheeks. All right, let's go. As they entered the shopping district on the first floor of the tower to head toward the exclusive passage, Sejun Nim. Hello, someone greeted Sejun. Who? Tobers? It was Tobers the empty-handed, who had contributed greatly in Bocchial, the legendary merchant of the Blue Tower, getting stamped. Tobers, what are you doing here? Ha ha ha. I'm a merchant, of course I'm doing business. Is that so? But for a merchant, there sure weren't many customers around? The area around Tobers' stall was deserted. Thinking he'd help out a little, Sejun looked over the goods Tobers was selling. However, how do you expect to sell this stuff? The stall was full of bananas just on the verge of going bad. They were overripe because they hadn't been properly managed. There was a reason he was called Tobers the empty-handed. This won't do. Quenji, take out some strawberries. Krueng. Sejun stepped up to help Tobers with his business. And then, Iona, please make some ice. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, what should I do? Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, use your dragon claws to blend the strawberries, bananas, and ice together. Poohoo Hut. Got it, meow. My dragon claws are super sharp, meow. I can blend it well, meow. Quenji, peel the bananas, and Blackie, take off the strawberry tops. Krueng. King. Sejun assigned tasks to his companions. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, it's all blended, meow. Okay. Good job. Sejun, who hadn't done anything, received the strawberry banana juice that Theo had finely blended with his dragon claws. Gulp. Gulp. And drank it. Wow. Quenji, you try it too. Krueng. Quenji, who had been drooling ever since the delicious smell of blended strawberry and banana filled the air, quickly took the glass of juice and drank it. Krueng. Krueng. It's sweet and tasty. Dad is a genius. Hee hee hee. Smiling at Quenji's compliment, Sejun said, Tobers, sell this. You won't lose money that way. He suggested the strawberry banana juice business to Tobers. By making and selling strawberry banana juice, he could make use of the overly ripe bananas and earn some money too. Oh. You're helping me? No. We're just giving you the strawberries and ice, then we're leaving? Even though it might not seem like it, except for Sejun, everyone else was extremely high-level talent. Even if he sold a strawberry banana juice for 10,000 tower coins, it wouldn't cover their labor costs. In a way, the fact that Sejun had such talented individuals making strawberry banana juice meant he was basically living a life of extreme luxury. And just like that, Sejun helped Tobers the empty-handed be reborn as Tobers of strawberry banana juice. Well then, sell them well. Yes. Thank you. After passing Tobers' stall and browsing other shops. Oh. What's that? That looks interesting. What is this? He bought food to eat. After giving Tobers the ice and strawberries and teaching him the strawberry banana juice recipe along with a few precautions, it was suddenly nearing dinner time. This isn't because I want to eat, this is all for creating new recipes. There was the great justification of culinary research. Quenji, want to try it? Krueng. Quenji want to eat it. And he had the perfect partner to eat with, so Sejun went around, trying almost every menu item being sold at the various shops. Oh. This is super tender. As he was eating at a restaurant like that, talent, bizarre cooking has been activated. You've got an incredible stomach. All stats have increased by 30. A message popped up in front of Sejun. Incredible stomach? It would have been better if he hadn't known what he was eating. Because of System 371, Sejun realized he had eaten something weird. Excuse me. What's this made of? Unable to hold back his curiosity, he called over a staff member and asked about the ingredients of the dish. Ah. That's made from giant blue fly meat. What? What did you say? Fly? Don't you know flies? Buzz. They fly like this. To Sejun's question, the staff kindly flapped both arms like wings and gave a very detailed explanation of what a fly was. Not a fly person, but an actual winged fly. Thanks to that, Sejun was even more shocked. When the image of a fly formed in his mind, he could no longer swallow the food. Nod. When Sejun nodded to signal the staff that he understood, the staff left the table. P2E, P2E. Quenji, spit it out quickly. After hastily spitting out what was left in his mouth, Sejun quietly told Quenji. He wanted to shout, "That's gross," but he couldn't interfere with someone's business. Krueng. P2E, P2E. Quenji also followed Sejun's words and spit out the food with a confused look. Then, "Sorry. We'll pay now." Sejun apologized to the staff, then quickly paid the bill and gathered his group to leave. There were a few moments where bizarre cooking activated, but overall it had been an enjoyable experience. That was a good meal. After eating until full and almost making it out of the shopping district. Thud. Didn't I tell you to stand properly? If I have to come back here again, you're dead meat. From the back alley came the sound of a beating and the typical threat line from some scary guys. Perk. That instantly caught the attention of Theo, the master of extortion. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, let's hurry over there, meow. All right. Sejun headed in the direction Theo pointed. Who? Those guys? In Sejun's eyes, he saw the residents of the level 3 world Risha, the frogs, cornered against a wall, looking terrified. If we catch you making eye contact with us again, you're done for. Next time, we're feeding you poison first. Huge toads were threatening the frogs. And then, hack! Hack! Everyone stop right there, meow. Upon seeing the scene, Theo shifted into stage 2 of angry hack mode. Risha was the world where Garen, the slave jewel frog of Theo, acted as guardian deity. Touching the residents of such a world meant touching the subordinates of Theo's slave. Broadly speaking, it meant offending Vice Chairman Theo of Sejun Company, which also meant offending Sejun Company, where Theo belonged. They disrespected our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. That translated to, they looked down on Chairman Park. Kiu. Matching Theo's rage, Iona also backed him up with a phase for Q of anger. A short while later. Pooh hut. Kayut. Stamp. 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 While Theo stamped the backs of the unconscious giant toads. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you. But who are those guys? Sejun asked the frogs about the identity of the toads. Those toads. The toads had come from the level 6 world VSPO, which was newly connected to the Blue Tower, and as soon as they arrived, they started persecuting the frogs from Risha, looking down on them for being weaker. You'll be fine from now on. Sejun reassured the frogs. Sejun planned to visit VSPO and kindly have a talk with the toads. Just as the situation was settling down, you guys made a big mistake. One of the toads, the largest among them, came to his senses and shouted. No way he's not going to say something as cliché as, "Do you know who my dad is he?" While Sejun was guessing the toad's next words, "Do you know who my dad is? He's the emperor of the Kerma Empire." Gatoma shouted the exact cliché line. In response, "Ku hey. Krueng. He. Do you know who Quenji's dad is?" Quenji's dad is Chairman Park Sejun of Sejun Company. Quenji shot back with an equally cliché line. Finally bragged about dad. In a very proud voice. And then, why does this make my chest feel tight? Watching Quenji, Sejun felt a strange sense of pride. That I'm cool enough to be someone Quenji brags about. While Sejun was basking in the happiness of being acknowledged by Quenji. Pooh hut. Your dad's an emperor, meow? Theo asked Gatoma with a laugh. Thinking Theo was trying to suck up to him, Gatoma answered with a smile. Ku-ha-ha-ha. That's I. Thunk. He was knocked out by Theo with a strike to the back of the head. It was just a confirmation procedure. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, let's take this guy to his dad, meow. Theo excitedly told Sejun after knocking Gatoma unconscious. He. All right, of course, Sejun was also excited. Not just a kingdom, but an empire. How much money must they have? Thanks to recent earnings, he had already filled 3,000 quadrillion of the 10,000 quadrillion tower coins needed to create a new world rule. I need to fill this up quickly and save money to go home. Having found a new potential money source, Sejun left a note with Gatoma instructing him to wait in the empire and then headed toward the exclusive passage. Black Tower, 99th floor. Time to head out soon. It was almost time for Toryong's field trip. Buzz. Toryong-nim, have a safe trip. Sweetie saw off Toryong. Okay. I'll be back. Moving to Tartarus, the prison of gods. Toryong headed off on his field trip to Tartarus. Meanwhile, as Toryong went on the field trip, Sejun's brewery. Sejun number 12 discovered that 1/4 of the brewery's alcohol had disappeared. Where did it go? Sejun number 12 tilted his head in confusion, but soon, as if nothing had happened, he resumed brewing. If it's gone, he'll just make more. A short while later, Tartarus. All right. Bottoms up, Toryong was offering alcohol to the gods of Tartarus. It was Toryong who had taken the brewery's liquor. Of course, he had received permission from Sejun in advance. The reason he brought so much liquor was that Sejun's alcohol had the added effect of increasing divine power in the gods. Ah. That's good. Toryong, where was I again in the story? You were saying you were looking for a place to hide the treasure after stealing it. Ah, right. So where I hid the treasure is, it was perfect for digging up information, especially since the guards and prisoners of Tartarus hadn't had a drink in at least 10,000 years, just a little alcohol made them spill their secrets freely while drunk. Oh. Really? Who? Your glass is empty. Have some more. That's amazing. Thanks to that, Toryong easily found out where treasures, divine relics, and rare items were located just by refilling their glasses and throwing in a few reactions. Better not forget this, gotta remember it all and report it to Sejun Nim. Toryong worked hard to memorize everything he heard so he wouldn't forget. Chapter 648, Hee. Vice Chairman Theo, aren't we being too conscientious? You have arrived at VSPO. Sejun arrived at the 6th level world VSPO through the exclusive passageway. Squelch. Squelch. Sejun's eyes caught sight of the plump slimes moving around busily in search of their next prey. Hee. Is it pork belly for breakfast today? While Sejun was deciding on the breakfast menu, SSSUP. Hey. Quenji also drooled and laughed. And then, guys, let's catch them. Poo-hoo hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. At Sejun's shout, Theo and Quenji attacked the slimes. Cura wrong. Iona was still sleeping, clinging to Theo's tail. The winning team. Our team. Kihihit. King. Hee. Hyungs, keep it up. Butler and Great Blackie are cheering for you. Sejun and the Blackie family, who could be eaten instead if they attacked the slimes, stayed behind and cheered with all their might. A moment later, the slimes were finely chopped, sizzle, and grilled deliciously on the stone plate. Hey. Krueng. Hee. It's delicious. Quenji wrapped 5 pieces of meat at once and ate excitedly. Poo-hoo hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Kayut. The peanuts stir-fried by Sejun Nim are tasty too. Theo and Iona enjoyed the grilled fish and stir-fried peanuts Sejun had prepared. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. I want to eat more roasted and dried sweet potato. Blackie barked enthusiastically despite his belly being so bloated it was dragging on the ground. Then go run 10 laps around the area. Kihihit. King. Hee. Got it. Dadada. Blackie diligently ran around the surroundings. Not because he could exercise endlessly for roasted and dried sweet potato, but because, Blackie Nim, you're heavy. I think you need to go on a diet. Seriously. Sejun Nim, please notice. Sharalang. Kor. Piyak. Mew. Kabi, Kararuru, Sherry, and Nubalchill lifted and carried Blackie, while Blackie only moved his legs as if he were running. Why isn't he losing weight when he's running so hard? Sejun, unaware of Blackie's trickery, found it strange and wrapped a Sam and put it in his mouth. Munch. Hee. So tasty. A smile naturally emerged. A little later, after finishing breakfast, slurp. Sejun drank the coffee brewed by Quenji and checked the tower owner quest. Destruction's first calamity, defeat 500 billion locusts, 131.2 billion, 500 billion. Destruction's second calamity, defeat 50 billion giant blood-sucking leeches, 2.5 billion, 50 billion. Destruction's third calamity, defeat 50 billion fire moths, 2.1 billion to 50 billion. Destruction's fourth calamity, defeat 50 billion petrifying spiders, 3.3 billion to 50 billion. Destruction's fifth calamity, defeat 100 million slimes, 134 million. Destruction's sixth calamity, defeat 10,000 ogres, 121 Destruction's seventh calamity, defeat 1,000 planet-destroying turtles, 15 Destruction's eighth calamity, defeat 100 billion flesh-eaters, 60.7 billion, 100 billion. Still a long way to go. The path of being a building owner was long and winding. For reference, during the 1-week break, Sejun had gone to find the ogre King Les, the boss of the 99th floor of the White Tower, and delivered the battle aura of 121 ogres, who were depending on his body, to Les. Sejun Nim, you finally reached the 3rd level of muscle strengthening technique. Les informed Sejun that his muscle strengthening technique had entered the 3rd level. Krueng. Then Quenji can teach Dad the battle aura technique now. Quenji, who had learned the battle aura techniques in advance for this day, tried to teach muscle amplification technique to Sejun, but, Krueng. Do it like this. Like this? Krueng. Krueng. No, not like that. Like this. It was not easy for a genius to teach a slow learner. What was as easy as breathing to Quenji was not so for Sejun. Like this? Krueng. Krueng. Quenji said it's like this. Dad, focus. Sejun continued to be scolded by Quenji, losing his authority as a father. Les, help me. He sent a pleading look to Les. Whom? First, I'll teach you the basics of muscle amplification technique. With no choice, Les stepped up and taught Sejun the muscle amplification technique. Muscle amplification technique was a skill that used battle aura to amplify the body's muscles for a certain period and enlarge the body. At present, Sejun could enlarge his body size up to 3 times for 3 seconds. It was said that once the technique reached the 10th level, one could maintain a body enlarged up to 100 times for nearly a lifetime, but it didn't seem like something he'd need, because the clothes would tear if he got too big. Not knowing anything, he had used the muscle amplification technique and all his clothes tore apart, and he almost ended up doing a nude show in front of his group. It was a real relief that it was the White Tower, where Eileen couldn't see. Even just remembering it is embarrassing. Recalling that moment, Sejun shook his head to brush away the embarrassment. And then, I should get to work quickly. He hurriedly got up. When he checked how many calamities he needed to defeat to complete the quest, motivation surged within him. Guys, let's go. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Krueng. King. Just like that, Sejun and his group hunted down other calamities while heading toward the capital of the Kerma Empire. Vatan, the capital of the Kerma Empire. What? My Gatoma went into the tower and got hit. Puntaro, the emperor of the Kerma Empire, asked in an angry voice. Dad, I even got stamped here. Gatoma showed the cat paw print stamped on his back. Could it be? Puntaro quickly looked to Jen, the chief court mage. You were right. It's not exactly the same, but it has the same effect as a brand of loyalty. How dare they stamp a brand of loyalty on my son? Thud! Unable to contain his fury, Puntaro stomped the floor hard at Gungan's answer. And they even said to prepare to welcome them in the imperial capital. Just how much are these bastards looking down on the Kerma Empire? Guards! Find their location immediately. 1 hour after Puntaro's order for an official notice to go out to the city to report the whereabouts of Sejun and his group upon finding them, they're heading this way while defeating calamities? Reports started coming in about Sejun and his group's location. Since they caused such a ruckus while eliminating calamities, they couldn't help but stand out. Yes. Currently, they're about 20 kilometers from the capital. If we depart now, we can meet them within an hour. Good. Assemble all soldiers in the capital and march out. Yes, there were even reports of calamities appearing nearby. Puntaro planned to capture Sejun and his group and also eliminate the calamities. According to Gatoma, the number of enemies was 3. Gatoma didn't even consider the small Iona and the Blackie family as worth noticing. Rather than saying we deployed the army to catch 3 people, it sounds better to say we went to eliminate calamities and dealt with the 3 in the process. Puntaro created a solid justification for mobilizing his army. Moreover, Gatoma would surely admire me seeing how I command such a large force, right? Only by moving such a large army could he show his son how great he was. Thus, Puntaro led a massive force and, together with his son, moved toward the location of Sejun and his group, soon encountering them. Dad, it's those guys. Gatoma shouted upon spotting Sejun's family. All right. Dad will show them what punishment is. Prepare to attack. Yes, Atta. Just as Puntaro was about to command his soldiers to attack. Kayut. Power of gravity. A snow-white hamster, barely visible even with strained eyes, floated into the sky and then, meteor, cast a spell. Boom. An area nearly the size of the capital vanished, including the calamities Puntaro had planned to deal with after taking care of Sejun's group. And then, step. They approached them. Puntaro and his soldiers stood frozen until Sejun and his group arrived before them. Pooh hut. I told you to wait, and you came out to greet us, meow. That's a great attitude, meow. Press. Press. Theo happily stamped them. Meanwhile, I might like to see the treasure vault. Ah. Yes. Please, this way. Sejun had Puntaro guide him to the treasure vault. And so, on the way back to the capital Vatan, escorted with the utmost care by Puntaro and the elite soldiers of the Kerma Empire. My dad lost. Dad's not the strongest. Gatoma, who witnessed Puntaro losing for the first time, became depressed from the great shock. At that moment, tap. Krueng. Krueng. That's only natural. Dads are supposed to be weak. Quenji put his arm around Gatoma's shoulder in comfort. Who? Dads are supposed to be weak? Krueng. Krueng. That's right. Dads should always be protected by their sons. Quenji began gaslighting Gatoma. Krueng. 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 First, you must always stay alert around Dad. And you must taste the food before Dad eats it. He could eat something dangerous. He earnestly taught Gatoma the sunfish dad protection method. I see now. Dad is someone who needs to be protected. And so, Gatoma learned from Quenji. Later on, he would be praised as the most filial son in the history of the Kerma Empire. While Sejun and his group were heading to Vatan, the number of full-time employees belonging to Sejun Company in VSPO has exceeded 10 billion. Sejun Company's influence over VSPO has greatly increased. Sejun Company's influence over VSPO exceeds 70%. Sejun Company merges with VSPO. New infrastructure is being established in Sejun Company. A global communication network has been launched in Sejun Company. From now on, communication is possible between full-time employees of VSPO under Sejun Company. System SJC was once again being upgraded as Sejun Company's influence surged. The number of stamps Theo had made was only in the tens of thousands, yet the number of full-time employees in VSPO exceeded 10 billion. That was due to the unique system of the Kerma Empire. From birth, every citizen of the Kerma Empire was branded with a brand of loyalty to prevent betrayal against the emperor. This was why Puntaro became so enraged upon seeing the stamp on his own son. It was something only branded onto common citizens. In any case, when Theo stamped Puntaro, every resident of the Kerma Empire who had received Puntaro's brand of loyalty was now considered part of Sejun Company. Thus, System SJC, upgraded like that, recruiting a proxy guardian deity to manage VSPO. Share, 0.5%, posted a job opening for a proxy guardian deity on the full-time employee communication network. The share was lower than what Sejun offered during hiring, but still. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Sprouts, Bud, me. Yay! First, Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Stones, Toga, me. Bud, you idiot, it's not first come first served. Manager Combat Shop Headquarters, God of Fire, Pharaoh, applying. Gods fiercely competed to become the proxy guardian deity of the 6th level world VSPO. Shortly after, the proxy guardian deity of VSPO is Toga, the God of Stones. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Stones, Toga, yes. Manager Seed Shop Headquarters, God of Sprouts, Bud, but I was first. Toga, the God of Stones, was selected as the proxy guardian deity of VSPO, the treasure vault of the capital Vatan in the Kerma Empire. He. Guys, pack it up quickly, poo-hoo hut. Got it, meow, kayut. Yes, Krueng, king. Sejun and his group quickly transferred the treasures from the treasure vault into Sejun's void storage. He. Vice Chairman Theo, aren't we being too conscientious? Poo-hoo hut. Indeed, meow. Leaving this much treasure behind, we're just too kind, meow. Sejun and Theo looked at the small pile of least valuable items stacked in the center of the now completely empty treasure vault, feeling proud and praising themselves with satisfied smiles. Well then, we're off. Quenji, let's go. Krueng. After Sejun quickly escaped from the capital using Quenji's telekinesis, my trio Asuyua, Puntaro's scream could be heard from the capital. Chapter 649, wasn't I doing a good job? You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun returned home from the first floor of the Blue Tower. Growl. His stomach growled loudly, demanding food to digest. It was understandable that he was hungry. He hadn't even eaten lunch because he was busy collecting treasures. Earlier, just seeing the treasure was enough to make him feel full, but Sejun was a being who couldn't convert treasure into energy. Hunger belatedly surged in. The guys must be going crazy from hunger. While Sejun hurried to the kitchen to cook, clang. Poo-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Hurry up and serve grilled fish, meow. Kiyu, I'm hungry. Krueng. King. As the void storage opened, his companions clung to Sejun's back as he ran. And so, Sejun arrived at the kitchen with his companions. Sejun number 12. Soy sauce butter egg rice, please. He gave instructions to Sejun number 12 and hurriedly grilled fish over open flame while simultaneously roasting peanuts in a frying pan. Hey hey hey. In the meantime, Quenji set the utensils on the table and got ready to eat. Kihihit. Blackie brought over his food bowl, placed it on the floor, and sat in front of it, waiting for Sejun to hurry up and serve the roasted and dried sweet potato. After a short while, "You're hungry, right? Let's eat quickly." At Sejun's words, the group began to eat. Everyone was so hungry that they gobbled down the food. Kihihit. Blackie also ate deliciously. Something doesn't look right. Sejun tilted his head as he looked at Blackie's belly. Lately, he'd been making Blackie exercise, but oddly, the belly was sticking out even more. At that moment, Sejun caught some gazes that said, "We have something to say." Naturally, it was Kabi, Kararuru, Sherry, and Nubelchill. Compared to the plump Blackie, the four looked extremely thin. The moment Sejun saw the four, he could roughly understand the situation. Is this trickery? As Sejun grew angry upon discovering Blackie's scheme. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Blackie, oblivious to the atmosphere, came toddling over with his food bowl. And then, King. Give me more roasted and dried sweet potato. Should I run another 10 laps? Blackie volunteered to run first as he asked for more roasted and dried sweet potato. There was no burden since he had no intention of running himself. Hee. Sure. If you run 10 laps, I'll give you some roasted and dried sweet potato. Kihihit. King. Hee. Got it. Butler. Just wait a little. Blackie quickly began to flap around and get ready to fly. However, Kabi, Kararuru, Sherry, Nubelchill, come here for a second. Sejun called the subordinates who were supposed to make Blackie fly. King? What? Blackie, go ahead and run. King. Okay. This isn't right. Blackie sensed something was wrong as he ran around. Very slowly. He was waiting for his subordinates to arrive. But there was no way Sejun would just let the four go back. Kabi, go check on the brewery. Guys, you know what to do, right? With a subtle wink, Sejun sent Kabi off to the brewery. Kararuru, Sherry, Nubelchill, have you been properly unsealing the jewels I gave you? To the remaining three, he asked about the progress of unsealing the jewels of fire, water, and wind that he had entrusted them with before, dragging out time. Even though only 10 minutes passed. Keck. Blackie was already huffing and puffing, sweating profusely. It made sense. It couldn't be easy to run with a belly that had grown thick through trickery. Blackie, why has your speed suddenly dropped compared to before? This seems suspicious. I can't get caught. Suspected by Sejun, Blackie ran with all his might. If he got caught faking it, Sejun would put him on a diet, and that meant fewer roasted and dried sweet potatoes. No. My roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Blackie finally started a proper diet to protect the roasted and dried sweet potato. Keck. King. Huff 10 laps done. When Blackie returned, drenched in sweat. Phew. Look at all that sweat. You need a bath. Good job running. Maintain cleanliness. Sejun praised Blackie for completing the 10 laps and used his skill to wash him. Kirarong. Receiving Sejun's pat, Blackie, without even getting to eat the roasted and dried sweet potato he had longed for, immediately collapsed and fell asleep as if he had passed out. Hee. That's what you get for trying to cheat. Sejun picked up the sleeping Blackie, laid him on the bed, and stepped outside. And then, hee. Poo-hoo hut, hey. After playing with Theo and Quenji until the sky turned completely dark. Time to go to bed now. He took Quenji to Pink Fur. Sleep well, Vice Chairman Theo. Poo-hoo hut. Chairman Park, sleep well too, meow. Sure, coo. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep. What's going on? Wasn't I doing a good job? System 371 realized something was wrong. Even though it had completely bowed down to Sejun, only the power of System SJC was growing stronger, while its own power continued to diminish. What went wrong? I don't know the reason. System 371 fell into confusion. I need to do something more. If this keeps up, I'm going to be in big trouble. Feeling anxious, it thought up a countermeasure. That's it. Why didn't I think of this earlier? It quickly came up with a plan. I can't just wait. I'll offer it directly. It decided to personally present the system access device to Sejun. Move! Hurry! At System 371's command, the system access device began to slowly move toward the direction of Jormungandr's stomach. And then, Kugugoom! Naturally, the massive tear of destruction that had swallowed the system access device also began to move, absorbing the other tears of destruction in its path and growing larger. This should be enough, right? Now he'll view me favorably, right? System 371 let out a sigh of relief. However, it seemed likely that it would end up being hated by Sejun again. On a pitch-black night when everyone was asleep. Gurgle! Gurgle! The massive tear of destruction continued to grow as it absorbed other tears of destruction. The next morning. All right. Sejun got up. Meow, King. He gathered Theo and the Blackie family and headed to the kitchen, where Sejun number 12 was roasting sweet potatoes over the brazier. Next to it, seaweed soup was boiling in a large pot, and on the table, choco pies were piled up like a mountain. Behind the table, the ingredients for seaweed soup and choco pies were neatly organized and placed. Our peacebays worked really hard. Around the area, chocolate prints shaped like peacebays' paw pads were visible. He must have stepped in them while working. Russell. Sejun placed his hand on his left shoulder, peacebays' favorite spot, to find him. Pat. Pat. He gently stroked peacebays' head. Pa-he-hey? He could hear peacebays giggling faintly. Sejun continued patting peacebays' head. Cooking. He moved to where the ingredients peacebays had organized were and used the cooking master skill to replicate seaweed soup and choco pies. A little while later. Thump. Thump. Kuong. Good morning, Sejun Nim. Pink Fur arrived, carrying Quenji in her mouth. Yeah. Good morning. Pink Fur, take this and eat. Sejun took Quenji from her, hung him on his side, and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch with choco pies. Then, after breakfast, he began his daily routine as usual. The other dragons had yet to bring back the land deeds from the first floor of their tower. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I'll go make lots of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will also gather lots of herbs. After sending Theo and Quenji off to work, Blackie, let's go. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Let's go quickly. He went to work at the 10th tower with Blackie. Clang. Sejun opened the void storage and let the Creator God's tablet absorb the energy of creation. Currently, with approximately 1,000 trillion liters absorbed, it had reached about 10%. And the treasures he received from the Kerma Empire had not been absorbed. Upon thinking it over, he felt it might be good to make a quick trip home. After all, he could replenish money in no time, and it had already been well over half a year since he last visited Earth. He was starting to miss home. Moreover, he had a strange feeling that it might be difficult to return home for a while. While Sejun was lost in thought after opening the void storage. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Everyone, Great Boss Blackie has returned. As soon as Blackie arrived, he gathered the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Great Boss Blackie tricked the butler and he began boasting about how he had deceived Sejun and eaten the roasted and dried sweet potato. Kiki, Kia. Upon hearing how Blackie tricked Sejun, his subordinates showed signs of disappointment. However, when he told them how he ran 10 laps by himself yesterday, Kiki, Kia, as expected of our boss, the subordinates began cheering once again. Hee. They really like that I ran myself? Then I should keep running hard on my own from now on. Blackie grinned broadly at his subordinates' reaction. Good job, guys. From behind Blackie, Sejun gave a thumbs up to the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. After motivating Blackie like that, Puck, you're a field master has activated. You have planted a Destruction Pioneer seed in the body of Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction. After planting the accumulated Destruction Pioneer and Destruction Devourer seeds, Blackie, let's go home. Sejun returned to the Black Tower. And then, Krueng. Quenji, who had finished work early, welcomed Sejun. It was in preparation to capture Destruction Sejun from within Jormungander's stomach. In Quenji's absence, the Quenji's herb squad had been tending to the herb garden diligently. Yongboon, who had become somewhat dazed due to the Blackie family, had also regained his broken mentality and joined the Quenji's herb squad. Of course, whenever things got too hot, Quenji or Pink Fur would cool him down, so he was a less overheated Yongboon. Let's eat. Krueng. King. Sejun had a simple lunch with Quenji and Blackie, then moved through the dimensional gate to Jormungan's stomach. White Tower, 53rd floor. A city ruled by the nine-tailed fox Iriel, the snow-white legendary merchant. The city, where she had erected a tower symbolizing her 9 tails, was called Nine Tower. Poohoo Hut. I shall now begin the auction, meow, Theo shouted from the podium in the central plaza of Nine Tower. And then, Wara, merchants who had been waiting for Theo's auction cheered from below the platform. And, Hoo-Hoo Hut, such a capable legendary merchant, he's more than fitting to be my mate. Iriel smiled as she looked down at Theo from the highest floor of the tower. A legendary merchant whom the Great White Dragon listens to. Just for that alone, he practically held absolute power within the White Tower. After the auction, I'll seduce him by suggesting we have a drink together. Iriel planned to seduce Theo. It was fortunate that Iona wasn't around. If Iona had known Iriel was planning to flirt with Theo, Iriel and the entire Nine Tower would have been erased from existence. As the auction was proceeding, meow, Theo suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Tremble, tremble, tremble. At the same time, his whiskers trembled violently. This is dangerous, meow. Chairman Park is in danger, meow. Theo's Sejun knee detector was warning him that Sejun was in serious danger. That's it for today, meow. Theo rushed to Sejun immediately. Swish! Sejun crossed the dimensional gate first and surveyed the surroundings. Nothing. Seeing that not a single tear of destruction had entered, Sejun felt disappointed. Krueng! King! In the meantime, Quenji and the Blackie family followed behind. A moment later. All right. Fartship, launch, yes. Going full power. Boom. With the loud and rich sound of a fart from Fart Captain Cabolto, Jormungan's body began to move. Ah. That feels good. Cabolto didn't seem very embarrassed about it anymore. Quenji, let's go. Krueng. Sejun exited Jormungan's body with Quenji and said, Quenji, that, Krueng. Twitch. Just as he was about to capture Destruction Sejun and put him to work. Sejun Nim. Something's wrong. The tear of destruction is way too big. Cabolto urgently called out to Sejun. And then, who? Why is it so close? Sejun noticed that the giant tear of destruction was much closer than he had expected. And it had grown even bigger? He had a bad feeling. Though Sejun was getting closer to the massive tear of destruction he had wanted so badly. Retreat! He decided to flee. But, Sejun Nim. Discovered. Move the system access device faster. System 371, having located Sejun, accelerated to deliver the system access device to him, and before he knew it, Sejun was within the replication range of the massive tear of destruction. Slosh. Slosh. The giant tear of destruction began transforming into Sejun's appearance. Chapter 650, hee. Doesn't matter. It's still me. Outskirts of destruction. The appearance of ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. Tremble, tremble, tremble. Sejun trembled in fear as he looked at the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. It was a situation where fainting wouldn't be strange at all, but, get a grip. Park Sejun. I can't lose to myself. He desperately held on to avoid fainting. At that moment, whoosh, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun swung his arm. Krueng. Dad, it's dangerous. Dangerous? What is? Quenji, sensing a danger that Sejun hadn't noticed, hurriedly pulled Sejun toward himself. At that moment, Kwa Gwa Gwang. The spot where Sejun had just been standing exploded. Ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun had fired a massive red aura at Sejun. Fortunately, the nearby energy of creation blocked the attack, so the explosion wasn't too large. Instead, part of the energy of creation that had spread in a spherical shape disappeared as if someone had taken a big bite out of it. It would take time to refill the energy of creation. Looking at the vanished energy of creation, Sejun grew anxious. If the next attack landed in the same spot, it would be over. No. Why is that thing suddenly moving? Cabolto, get some distance. As Sejun furiously tried to tell Cabolto to put some distance between them and the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. Whoosh! The ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun fired the red aura again. And then, gug! Cabolto burped instead of farting, releasing the energy of creation. Kwa Gwa Gwang. And blocked the aura. Cabolto, nice! Having his attacks blocked twice, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun seemed displeased and began to move toward them himself. Cabolto, increase distance. At full speed, yes. This body burps to shoot breath and farts to gain propulsion. Pew-boo-bew-bung. Cabolto farted with such strength it was almost concerning, putting distance between them and the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. And then, Wee-roo-roo-roo-roo. Perhaps interpreting Kobolto's action as provocation, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun grew angry, and the surroundings began to burn. At the same time, a spherical wall of flames was created around them. Sejun's skills fire field and greenhouse were used simultaneously. That can be used like that? Unlike when Sejun used it, it looked cool and powerful. Sejun felt a bit wronged seeing his own skills used by the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. This is nice. But contrary to the feeling of injustice, his body felt cozy due to the surrounding flames. Because of title, Reborn from Flames. Rather, the fire only brought Sejun's body to its optimal state. Seeing that his attacks weren't working, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun changed tactics again. The flames disappeared, and dark clouds began to form. It was the rain-thunder skill. Of course, the power was worlds apart. Swoosh! Acidic rain that melted everything it touched poured down, and cheek! The energy of creation was slowly being corroded by the rain, and the area was shrinking. Kwa-gwa-gwang. Next, a red lightning bolt fell that looked like it should never be touched. The red lightning split the energy of creation like an axe, both narrowly and deeply, reaching all the way to Jormungander's body. KRGH. Sejun Nim, I can only withstand it 5 more times. Kobolto hurriedly reported his condition to Sejun. 5 times. This was bad. Quenji, inside. Krueng. Sejun entered inside Jormungander's body with Quenji. Summon door. Thud. He summoned a gate to the 10th floor of the tower. Clang. Guys, come out. Sejun hurriedly opened the gate and called out the destruction devourers from the 10th floor. Kiki. The destruction devourers came out of the gate and joined in. Chomp. Chomp. Thanks to that, the production rate of the energy of creation greatly increased. Pew-boo-bung. Kobolto was able to gain even more propulsion. After bringing the destruction devourers to join and increasing Kobolto's fart power, Sejun. Quenji, back outside. Krueng. Came back outside with Quenji. Puck. 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 You're a field master has activated. You have planted the sky-reaching bin on the body of Jormungander, the world-devouring serpent and 3rd seat of the Apostle of Destruction. He began planting the sky-reaching beans on top of Jormungander's body. This should let them endure a few more times. It was to reduce the impact by wrapping Jormungander's body in the bin stalks. And in case Jormungander's body disappeared after exhausting its vitality, it was also to create a place to stand. Creak! The sky-reaching beans rapidly grew as they absorbed Jormungander's vitality. Kwa-gwa-gwang. Meanwhile, a red lightning bolt fell. Krueng! And Quenji, whose abilities had been amplified 16 times after eating the bin set, created lightning to block it. How many times do you think you can endure, Quenji? Krueng! Quenji can endure 20 times. Quenji, don't push yourself too hard. Got it? Krueng. Got it. Upon hearing Quenji's reply, drip. 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 Sejun dropped 30 drops of the harvest elixir onto the beans he had planted. Hell Nim, thanks to you, I'm using this well. Hell had asked Theo if he needed more harvest elixir in order to increase her welfare points. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, do you need more harvest elixir? Meow. The more elixirs the better. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. Hell Nim, give me the harvest elixirs whenever they're made, meow. After hearing Sejun's answer, Theo asked Hell to give him the harvest elixirs whenever they were created. And then, a designated quest, repeatable, from Sejun Company's Vice Chairman Park Theo has been triggered. The designated subject is Hell, the god of merchants. He. Just as planned. Thanks to Hell accepting the repeatable quest and diligently completing it, Sejun was able to collect quite a lot of harvest elixir. Creak! Thus, the sky-reaching beans absorbed the harvest elixir and grew rapidly upward. Who? He thought they would continue growing in a straight line, but perhaps because of the acid rain created by ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun, they couldn't grow upright. Instead, they kept growing and started extending their stalks sideways within the area filled with the energy of creation. In this way, 20 sky-reaching beans extended their stalks in all directions to form a perimeter. Creak! And the remaining beans, which were growing slowly, supported from below. While a massive planet made of plants was being created. Whoosh! The ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun chased after them with even aura attacks. Full speed. Pew-boo-bung. Kobolto ran away with all his might. Occasionally, the aura grazed the tree stalks and broke them. Creak! But other stalks quickly filled in the gaps. What are they doing? Are they playing? As they say, a tragedy up close, a comedy from afar. They sure look like they're having fun. Did Sejun get an ability to grow now too? Or maybe Theo made something again like Santa Sejun? The great dragons, who had gone out hunting, watched the chase between ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun and Kobolto from about 0.2 light-years away with amusement. So many unexplainable things always happened around Sejun that the dragons never thought Sejun might be in danger. Before they realized it, Sejun's family had gained the trust of the great dragons. Whether that was a good thing or not, who knows? How should I deal with that guy? Once he had managed to maintain some distance from the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun began to think about how to strategize against him. At the very least, stalling for time like this seemed to be weakening him. Kobolto's farts were the energy of creation. For the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun, who followed behind, it was like inhaling toxic gas. The more he followed, the more his strength naturally diminished. Should I just keep stalling like this? Just as Sejun was considering continuing to stall and observe the situation. Brrrr. The tears of destruction surrounding ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun began to tremble. It was the result of the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun's fury toward Kobolto, who was provoking him and running away. The nearby tears of destruction were resonating with that fury. Squelch! The tears of destruction, resonating with the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun's rage, merged with him and lent him their power. And then, squelch! Squelch! As more tears of destruction joined, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun's body grew even larger and stronger. The ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun absorbed the surrounding tears of destruction while chasing Kobolto. Who? Why is it getting bigger? By the time Sejun sensed something was off, it was already too late. Kugugum! Having absorbed a massive amount of tears of destruction, the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun evolved into ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. Crack crack crack! Space itself screamed, unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun. Krueng! Dad, it's dangerous. Quenji hurriedly stood in front of Sejun to protect him. But I can't faint like this. Sejun began to lose consciousness under the overwhelming presence. Just then, smack! Poo-hoo-hut! Chairman Park, snap out of it, meow. I'm back, meow, coyote coyote coyote. I'm here too. Theo, with Iona hanging from his tail, appeared and used healing magic while slapping Sejun's cheek. For some reason, Theo always healed by hitting the face. Ooh? Ah, thanks to the slap, Sejun quickly came to his senses. This little punk! His anger instantly brought him back to full awareness. Meanwhile, you have defeated Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent and third seat of the Apostle of Destruction. You have gained 6.7 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained one bonus stat. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. Jormungandr's body, having exhausted its vitality, vanished. King! Butler! We are here! The Blackie family also came running to Sejun. Thus, the entire Sejun family gathered. Iona, teleport us to that guy's head. Coyote coyote coyote. Okay, now together with his companions, Sejun's fear disappeared, and he asked Iona for teleportation magic. They appeared on top of the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun's head. And then, thud. Squish. Step. I'm counting on you guys. Poo-hoo-hut. Fake super giant Chairman Park number 2, give him a beating, meow, coyote coyote coyote. I just want to get this over with and rest, Kwong. Kung. Quenji will punish the bad fake dad, Kihihit. Fake butler. The great Blackie will punish you. The Sejun family headbutted the crown of the ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun, invading his mental world. Ultra-gigantic destruction Sejun's mental world. The shape was similar to Sejun's own mental world, but the contents were completely different. The land where there should have been a field was desolate, and instead of a blue river, scorching lava that looked like it could melt anything flowed. The stars that had fallen from the sky had turned into monsters. It's completely ruined. As Sejun lamented the scene. Thump. Thump. Smack. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo appeared with super giant Chairman Park number 2 and clung to Sejun's knee. Coyote coyote coyote. Hello, Sejun Nim. The enormous Iona and the slightly smaller Nightmare than Iona greeted Sejun. Apparently, Iona's mental strength had grown significantly, and her size had surpassed that of Nightmare. I've grown too. As Sejun gloomily glanced at Nightmare, who was still much larger than himself. Thump. Thump. Quenji is here, butler. The great Blackie will give you a ride. Get on. The massive Quenji and the Blackie family also rushed in. Wow. Seeing his companions, Sejun's chest unknowingly swelled with pride. At that moment, thump. Thump. Welcome. It's me, Destruction Sejun, shrouded in a red aura, stood up, an enormous size occupying half of the mental world. Sejun and his companions were all rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the immense power and size. At that moment, when Sejun's gaze, imbued with the primordial power, landed on Destruction Sejun, flames ignited on Destruction Sejun's body. Ah! Hot! Destruction Sejun flailed in panic and frantically put out the fire. The law of unchanging nature. No matter how strong he became, his essential nature seemed unchanged. Seeing Destruction Sejun like that, Sejun and his companions came to a realization. He. Doesn't matter. It's still me. Pooh hut. The opponent is a fake Chairman Park imitating the real one, meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim, he's just a copy, he. Dad is weak, so of course the fake dad is weak too. He hit. The butler can never beat the great Blackie. That the opponent was a copy of Sejun. Thanks to that, smiles spread across the faces of Sejun and his companions, and their morale soared. And then, Kugugum. I'm closer to the original. Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2, not to be outdone by Destruction Sejun, also increased in size.